There's something special about this part of the world. The Italians love their speed, their culture, their music, their language, their fashion, their art, their history. It's a passionate world full of incredibly passionate people who love to go fast. Monza is not that far away. For over 100 years, the temple, the cathedral of speed. Now, in this part of the world, it is very famous for garnering more new talents, with Milan, Bergamo and Lake Garda providing an immense backdrop to this incredible world that has developed. If Formula One is the home in Britain, if motorcycles has a home in Spain, karting has a home in Italy. Where better to host the mondokart.com FIA Karting World Championship of 2023 on this brand new Franciacorta circuit that only opened 2 years ago, made its European Championship debut last year. This year, it hosts the biggest prize in motorsport. Ask any racing driver in the world you like. This is the toughest competition in the world to win. The likes of Senna, Schumacher, Vettel, Alonso, and even Sir Lewis Hamilton all tried to become FIA Karting World Champion. None of them managed to do so. 10 years ago, however, the man who could become a 3-time Formula One World Champion today, Max Verstappen, did just that. This leads to greatness. It builds greatness, and it hones incredible skill, dexterity, and talent. You need discipline, control, strong mental mentality, and an amazing racecraft skill to be at the top of your game in this world. There's nothing like the FIA Karting World Championship. I'm Jake Sanderson, beside me is Guillaume Alvarez. Expect the unexpected.
Hello everybody, good morning, welcome to Italy, bienvenue à toutes et tous. Welcome back to the Franciacorta Cartodromo, one of the new additions to the FIA Karting calendar since 2021, and what a beautiful place that is. So welcoming his first race in the FIA Karting European Championship last season for its 3rd year of functioning, already hosting the mondokart.com FIA Karting World Championship. What a beautiful part of the world and beautiful racetrack that is. And so many drivers have gathered here in this part of northern Italy, more than 300 drivers ready to compete in all 4 classes.
We're going to get off to a start with the racing driver you see in front of us, Luna Flusha, competing for the Prema Racing team, also part of the Mercedes F1 Junior campaign. She has a fantastic chance here this weekend in the World Championship. We caught up with her on Thursday.
The season of 2023, at the start it was going good, but then during the races I started to lose pace, and as a team we tried to do better, and now we're starting to have better pace and the heats are starting to be better. So I can't wait to do this World Championship race and see how it goes. Moving up to OKJ, this year I've learned a lot, even though it has been my 2nd year. By the driving style, and like the team has shown a lot of ways for me to improve, as track and the kart itself, like just to have a better rhythm in the races and to build up the weekend. I'm really happy to be a Mercedes junior driver for 2 years already. And I can't wait to start getting some results and showing the pace I have. And I hopefully win some races with them. This track in Franciacorta, I like it, and I've done already races. So I know the technique and the trick of it. So let's see how it goes this week. In this World Championship, I've been preparing a lot for it, training at home and working as a team in the last races that we did here. So in this World Championship, I have lots of hopes to do good and to be on top.
Always great to catch up with the drivers that we have here competing, and Luna Flusha is obviously one of them, ready to get going for the race that we're going to have as the first one of the junior category. And we'll see, of course, a very strong front row of the grid with Jakub Mikalev and Thibaut Ramakers. Thibaut Ramakers has been one of the strongest names in this year's European Championship, as Luna Flusha, that you just heard, will be starting a little bit further back on the grid, 20th on the outside row coming to the first part of the track. We're going to have 34 drivers starting the day, as Jakub Mikalev on your picture, the young driver from Malta, is on the pole position, as Jaco Michelev is one of the standard bearers of the World Racing Team, ready to get going, as you can see, waiting for the green flag to be waved into the sunshine of Franciacorta. Thibaut Ramackers by his side, the young Belgian sensation from this year. But watch out for Jacob Michelev, who's been doing great things already yesterday in his first qualifying races.
Yeah, he did a fantastic job in time qualifying yesterday, Jacob Michelev, to put himself into pole position of a qualifying group for the very first time in his young career. So watch out for him over the course of the day. Jacob Michelev and Thibaut Ramackers on the front row of the grid then, from Filippo Sala and Scott Marsh, Noah Wolff and Lewis Werrell, from Jared Clark and Ian Kraling, then Andy Consani and FM Dedonov, Apo Timonen and Thomas Kinsey, Alpak Soy, Thomas Gender, Vivek Kanthan, Zhang Hujai, Tiziano Monza and Mies Huben.
Then we have Maël Lemarchand, Luna Flusha, Boris Linzen, Alphonse Mittinen, Kiro Titsiev, Elliot Kaczynski, Enzo Nicote, Oscar Repetto, Louis Castellini, Alexander Chartier, Kit Belowski, Theo Samolao, Joseph Smith, Alexander Rad, as well as Morgan Knudsen and Matthias Ovaska. 34 driver on the grid as well as on the track. We do have everybody in for the first of 30 qualifying races this Saturday, as the juniors and the seniors will still have a long way to go before the superheat of Sunday morning, leading to the finals in this junior class, and a couple of drivers coming almost together at the end of this lap. One warm-up lap as we get ourselves ready for the first of the many rolling starts that we're going to have in those single speed categories, going from junior to senior every time. Welcome to Franciacorta, everybody.
They come off the final turn. Are we racing? Yes, we are. Let's go for the Championship of the World. Up through the first corner. Jacob Michelev gets into the inside line. A very good start as well from Filippo Sala. Up the road goes one of the Birilarts at the back of the field there. That is the 240, I'm afraid, of Kit Belowski, I think it is, that drifted wide. And there's more problems.
Couple of drivers, yes, indeed. Two drivers coming together outside of turn number 3.
Oh, is that Luna Flusha?
Oh, it might be.
Oh, dear,
yes,
it
indeed.
is. So Luna Flusha's tangled with Alpak Soy, the Turkish driver in the Tony car. So big problems for those two as Luna Flusha tries her best to get going again. Alpak Soy is walking away from the scene. He doesn't want to carry on, as Luna Flusha is desperately trying to push start the kart again, but it's not going to happen for her, I don't think. Well, she's still trying to get some throttle application out of the kart. I think she will get going. Very impressive, because it's very hard to push start these junior karts once you've had an incident. Luna Flusha has managed to get it going again. Meanwhile, the race has continued. For Michelev up front, it's Sala in second, Ramackers third. How about this for a great battle? We've got 3 karts together. That's Marsh, Jared Clark up the inside, and Andy Consani going with him. So Jared Clark in the Sodi works his way further forward. Very nicely done for him to get into P6, as the top 5 have broken away up front. And now Filippo Sala is going to go for the lead on the inside of Jacob Michelev. He gets through. There's enough room for Thibaut Ramackers to get through as well, and possibly even Noah Wolff on the Leclerc by Lennox. He gets through into third.
Yeah, beautiful commitment from Noah Wolff as well. So it changes in the lead of this first race, lap number 2 out of 10, as Jacob Michelev and Sala as well. Thibaut Ramackers and P2P2. Watch out for the Belgian. Andy Consani picking up a warning flag already. Coming to turn number 13. That hairpin, keep a close watch on this particular part of the track. We've seen so many overtaking maneuvers yesterday in the 16 first qualifying races. We might see a lot more today once again, as coming to turn number 1. Ramackers very close on Filippo Sala, under the pressure of Noah Wolff, with Kraling, the 253. Making his way up, Argan Kraling, as coming to turn number 5. There's a switch for the leadership with Thibaut Ramackers finding his way through, and no aggressive driving whatsoever, as we're still very much early into this race. No need for Filippo Sala to go defensive on that one. He still has a couple of laps to try to change positions. Thibaut Ramackers, who suffered a DNF in his first race yesterday, unfortunately being tangled in an incident, will be more than willing to collect the results, as he's been taking 2 victories in this season's European Championship. Watch out for the back as well from Michelev, unfortunately, who's been dropping a couple of positions. Our pole sitter is P5 at the moment at the end of the 3rd lap. As Ramackers, Filippo Sala split by a 10th of a second. Noah Wolff, Kraling, Michelev, Clark, Consani, Marsh, Werrell, and Mies Huben running up the top 10 with a good recovery for Mies Huben. 8 places gain up into the top 10. 8 places gain as well for Louis Castellini for the back, making himself into the top 20. Luna Flusha, fortunately, picking up an investigation flag. She's still with us, the younger Prema Racing driver that you heard earlier. Yeah, and unfortunately, she retired, as I'm mentioning her name. That's quite important. So double penalty potentially for Luna Flusha as a result of coming together with Alt Akshoy.
And Morgan Knudsen's picked up a warning flag, so he's got to be careful. Filippo Sala just sizing up the opportunity to get into the lead here in front of Thibaut Ramekers. And that is one of the victory lanes off the road. That's Joseph Smith. So Joseph Smith retiring. He's very unhappy about that. Oh, dear. I wouldn't take it out on the machinery, Joe. But his wheels come off, so maybe that's why he's obviously taken out his frustrations, because the wheel has come off. So that's very unfortunate. Now, Filippo Sala still hunting down Thibaut Ramekers. Up to third has come Ian Kraling. But look at Noah Wolf on the Birilla, making his way back through, trying to fight the opportunity, trying to defend his position. He has to give best to Ian Kraling. But the Leclerc by Lennox team driver, obviously it's still a Birilla chassis, but it carries the Leclerc branding. Wolf has now got through. He got into third position. Just saw it in the background. So he's managed to get himself forward. That'll help the red and white army, as Ramekers and Sala have pulled well clear up front. Vivek Kanthan now picking up a warning flag. Not quite sure what the cause of that is. Oh, and a big slide into the final hairpin as diving up the inside. That's Ali Konsani getting himself into fourth position briefly. But now it's been Scott Marsh in the Tony Kart that's picked it up. And look at Marsh. He's just holding the inside line to ransom. So everybody else behind him is really struggling to make the progress, including Lewis Werrell in the 204, who's obviously had a tricky start and now finds himself trying to fight back after his DNF yesterday.
Lewis Werrell won not so long ago for the preparation race coming to this event. Strong P4 finish in the European Championship, so one of the names to keep an eye on for the final battle for the title. We're not there yet, still a long way to go, but P8 after a DNF is certainly not something up to his liking in terms of proper results. Watch out, coming to the hairpin. The pressure is on Thibaut Ramekers, the young vice-champion of Belgium, one of the stars of national series out there, and for the past few seasons, making his way through the junior ranks. Of course, his objective will be the OK class for at least the next season, and maybe the next after that. But for now, his goal is very much to maybe seal the deal at the end of the weekend in Franciacorta. We're here further back with the 227 of Andy Kansani and our pole sitter Jakob Mikalev, paroling against Ward Racing, as we can have a couple of battles happening through the upper part of the field. Filippo Sala is responding with the fastest lap in the race, the Italian driver, going for Ricky Flynn Motorsport, putting the pressure still at the end of lap number 7 on Thibaut Ramekers. Not watching over his shoulder just yet, as it's another strong spot for overtaking on that Franciacorta layout. Very fast flowing, 1300 meters through 14 corners, a lot of challenges, especially in that first part of the track. We've seen yesterday quite a bit of drama.
Oof, Lewis Werrell trying to make this move on Jacob Mikilo. Oh, we've got three karts off together there, so that's all gone wrong. That's Victor Rad, Enzo Nienkorda and Alexander Chartier. So all three of them have come off together, unfortunately. Meanwhile, there's a change of the lead. Filippo Sala has got through on Thibaut Ramekers at last, so the Ricky Flynn driver has managed to get through into the lead of the race in front of the VDK star Thibaut Ramekers of Belgium. Ramekers will want to get back past him again if he has the opportunity to, but second place is pretty valuable as well. I was going to pick up on the fact that Lewis Werrell was really struggling there to get past Jacob Mikalev. He has now actually got through into P6. So this has not been the easiest of World Championship weeks thus far. And that's another problem. That's one of the other Ricky Flynn drivers. That's the 293 of Zhang Huzhai. He's the young man from Taiwan. So I'm afraid he is out of the race. That's a bit of disappointment from him. He's not happy at all as he walks away from the scene of the problem. But out in front, his teammate, Filippo Sala, is doing a great job as he leads into the final sector of the penultimate lap.
Yeah, DNF at this stage is never easy, but might actually have an even better taste in the mouth when it's at the first race of many to go through the day. As Thibaut Ramekers is picking up the pace a little bit, entering the last lap, less than 2 tenths between them, 49.7 in terms of respective lap times. Can Thibaut Ramekers find that bit of extra pace to switch the position into that last lap? Filippo Sala watching over his shoulder just before the breaking point. As driver from Ricky Flynn holding on to that lead. Lewis Werrell trying to as well get ahead of Marsh. He's just missing less than 3 tenths of a second with the fastest lap for Lewis Werrell up into P5, which is so far a good recovery for him, as he had been starting from P6 on the grid, lost momentum in the early stages, coming back to fruition in the end of this race. This will be the last 2 corners, and maybe 1 extra lap would have been needed for Thibaut Ramekers to get past Filippo Sala on the line for just 86,000 of a second. Mind game as well for Thibaut Ramekers, showing Filippo Sala that no mate, I'm just right on your tail, well done to you, but this will call for revenge in the next confrontation with that beautiful, bright and flashy crash helmet of Filippo Sala taking the first winner of the day for Ricky Finn Motorsport. Thibaut Ramakers picking up second place for Noah Wolf. Then we have Scott Marsh in P4 from Lewis Worrell, Andy Cansani, Jacob Michalef, Jared Clark, Aaron Crowling, and Mace Owen in P10. As we lost a couple of drivers in the process of that race, a lot of them actually 7 DNF, and this is only race number 1, ladies and gents, as unfortunately a couple of drivers didn't have the best of outcome into that first qualifying heat.
Well, it's interesting, you talk about the DNFs at this stage of the weekend being a real hammer blow, and yes it is. It's swings and roundabouts, isn't it? It's a double-edged sword, because obviously crashing out of the race in one of the heats, yes, it costs you a really bad position and you drop all the way down. But what it doesn't do is it wear out your tyres as much, because you're not going to be completing a full race distance. So your tyres do actually last longer. So it gives you a better chance of making them go the full distance. So it's a tough one to call. You know, how big a loss can you actually gain? You know, how much can you make back despite the fact of a retirement? I think that's what a lot of these drivers, including Lewis Worrell, is basically trying to come back from. Filippo Sala, Thibaut Ramakers and Noah Wolf in front of Scott Marsh, Lewis Worrell and Andy Consani, then Jacob Michalef, Jared Clark and Ian Crayling, Nice Huben, Tiziano Monza, Vivek Canthan and Marlon Marchand in front of Elliot Kaczynski and Thomas Kinsey. There is the rest of the runners on your screen. But it's a perfect start for Filippo Sala today. Exactly what he wanted. The golden tortoiseshell helmet of his, very distinctive in the Ricky Flynn race awning. And a very good start indeed for the team that obviously runs the Lando Norris chassis, named after the man who won the World Championship for them in FIA Karting 9 years ago. And of course, is battling now for the Qatar Grand Prix this weekend in Losail. So here is the highlights again of this race, and a very strong start from Filippo Sala from the outset. They both managed to get the jump initially on Jacob Michalef over the course of the race. There's a bit of a problem there on the first lap for Bolowski. He drifts wide. It's just one of those moments as well when the kart is really struggling to get up to speed on cold tyres, and it's very easy to lose ground. We had several problems in that opening lap though. Didn't really see actually what happened to Flusha and Aksoy initially. We just saw the aftermath of it, that's it, on the outside of turn 2. On the outside of turn 3, I should say. Flusha was deliberately determined to get back into the race again. At least she gave it a go. Aksoy, I think, was very well aware of the fact it wasn't going to happen. Some good battles in that race, particularly as Filippo Sala took the early lead from Thibaut Ramakers. Ramakers would take the lead away from him again. Noah Wolf getting his opportunity to move up forward as well on the Birolart. I tell you what, Noah's got such good pace this weekend. He's literally keeping the Birolart dream alive there and doing a fantastic job with it. Remember that heat win he picked up yesterday as well. So Noah Wolf could actually give the Birolart team the World Championship this year. I mean, obviously, technically, he's in the Leclerc by Lennox awning, but it's all very much of a muchness, the satellite operation, which is still very much part of the Birolart group.
I'm sure there will be much celebration going on with the Lissone factory, main and satellite teams, as we had one of the DNFs, of course, from Victory Lane. Jeffrey Smith not so much happy about it. A couple of battles with 244 of Noah Wolf getting overtaken over there. And other coming together, unfortunately, with Victor Rad, Enzo Nicotte and Alexandre Chartier. But in the end, Filippo Sala was the one picking up the opening race victory in front of Thibaut Ramakers. As we're going to switch our attention to the OK class already. As we said, junior and OK, pretty much the most of the program this Saturday, with the OKN and OKN Junior that will come into play from during the lunch break, but we'll be live as always on FIAKarting.com. Now, amongst the many drivers that we got a chance to talk to is Eliska Babikova, and the reason why is that we've been seeing for so many years a progress to the ranks of karting, and she's coming to the World Championship at the back of one of the strongest achievements in career, the Italian national title, just before this world event, so that puts her in great mood, great confidence. We caught up with Eliska just before this weekend.
Well, I think the Italian Championship was like a bit of a confidence boost because it was like really, really good, and there were fast drivers there, so I really am coming with a confidence boost into this weekend, but we'll see how everything goes. The conditions might be different, the track will be different, there are more drivers, and then also I think everyone will be just putting that little like extra bit into the racing because it's the World Championship, it's the race of the year, so yeah, we'll see how everything goes this week. what I'm already most confident with is the tires, because I'm quite good at saving them. And so that's something I'm really like confident with already. And then I think I can do a bit better in the racing. That's what I can try to do better, maximize every single session, because I think every single heat will, like at this race, will be like any other final at different races. So I think that will be really difficult, and that's what I need to improve in. I love this track, it's one of my favorites, and I wasn't even planning on doing the World Championship, but then when I found out it's here, I was like, I have to do it. So that's actually what got me to doing this championship, or like this race. Like my family team, we didn't really specialize in OK, and OK, I also believe, of course, everything is about material, but in OK, the material does that one extra bit. And the fact that like we could come to Forza and they have more drivers than Teps did, and because it was just a family team, no one else was allowed in the team, so we didn't really have anyone to compare with, just my sisters. So it would always kind of give us this disadvantage, because the other teams had a lot of drivers and they could compare a lot of data, which we did not have. So I think it was a really good decision in terms of the data, also how the team works with us. I really actually like it, so I think we made a really good decision there. I think it kind of makes us unique in the sport and kind of more visible than maybe the other girls, because it's very unusual. And I think with getting better and better every season, we encourage other girls to maybe do better as well, or to get into karting, because I think if we kind of can represent that girls can do good as well, then we will just encourage other girls to start as well, or to try harder, or just to try to do good as well.
So here we go then for the start of qualifying heat E versus G. Luis Iglesias and Nicola Kuman, Artur Pulain and David Walter, Kiro Kutskov and Sebastiano Pavan, Marin Garcia and Luigi Coluccio, Anatoly Kivalkin and Nacho Tunion, Vasi Mikhalaidis and Alexander Bogunovic, Liverway Sam Butler and Peter Stella, Guillaume Bouzard and Emiliko Visto, Mark Kastelic and Leo Nielsen. From Matilda Pats, Roland Kuklana, Karolina Vanchikova, Eliska Babichkova, Eduardo Dominguez, Leon Brunner, Nicola Nalati, Emmanuel Liadakis, Riccardo Cirelli, Alexei Yeremei, Gael Bag, Thomas Motta and Leonardo Cesaretti. And despite how tight that was, unfortunately, the drivers are not ready to go racing on this occasion, which I suppose is to be expected to a certain degree. Luis Iglesias has not got the most experience of the drivers out there of holding the field to ransom at the formation lap. It is a tricky skill to get right.
A tricky skill to get right, and this is, of course, a position he didn't find himself in too many occasions, at least at this level. Luis Iglesias, of course, the third generation of a family of champions after Yannick and Jeremy Iglesias, names that might sound familiar to many of you watching along. Luis Iglesias that popped up to the international FIA karting scene in Cremona for the closure of the European Championship with a pole position already for his first race in OK. This is his second appearance in the FIA karting season, and already putting himself in the lead in one of the groups in qualifying. Gonzalo Planter, the judge of fact, on track, making sure that everybody pays themselves down, and it comes down to Luis Iglesias indeed as pole sitter to make sure that everybody get together at the same time and doesn't accelerate too soon. Always a bit of a dilemma for the pole sitter. Shall I get my foot to the throttle just now? Shall I wait a little bit more? And of course, there's the temptation to get first into the first corner from pole. Nicola Kuman, Artur Pulain and David Walter will give him a hard time certainly. Second try, and we're not racing just yet. Second attempt, and that's quite an early double attempt for Luis Iglesias. Nigel Edwards, our race director, might not be too happy about that. Yesterday we had that 2 extra formation lap on 3 occasions, which means that the pole sitter or maybe some drivers further back into the field didn't do a good job at keeping themselves within the corridors, or maybe getting to the throttle too soon. So there could be different reasons for that decision to be made, but something that we want to make clear is that everybody needs to be on formation before getting going.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very important indeed. A massive grazie ragazzi, and grazie mille tutte to all of the marshals here. Volunteers, of course, who have given up their free time because they are passionate about the motor racing. They want to make sure that everybody stays safe and sound and the racing in the World Championship is governed correctly. Without them, we cannot even take part in this incredible event. None of us. So we are very grateful indeed to the Orange Brigade around the course. And long may the Orange Army continue their great work. Gonzalo Planta just making sure that the drivers are aware of the fact that they need to be very well policed, with particular focus and attention on Luis Iglesias and Nicolo Kuman on the front of the grid. Nicolo Kuman, of course, teammate of Eliska Babičková that we just heard from at the start. I'm very impressed, actually, with Eliska Babičková, how quickly she has got back up to speed after her 6 months of absence, and she has a great chance to do something spectacular here this weekend. Let's find out how it goes from the front of the field, though. For Luis Iglesias, he gets the start from Artur Pulain and Kirill Kutskov. They move forward nice and early, and Nicolo Kuman trying to keep it together in the early part. That's one of the Pantanos drifting wide. I think that's Riccardo Cirelli. So as they work their way forward, a good run to the inside from Kutskov to thwart the onslaught from the drivers behind, as everybody tries to mix it on the first lap. Looks like everybody's kept it clean for now, as Artur Pulain is here in second position, in behind Luis Iglesias. Two French drivers right up at the sharp end of the field. Luis Iglesias, the nephew of world champion Jeremy Iglesias, and of course Artur Pulain, part of the new AKM Antonelli karting team, which has a great amount of interest today because Andrea Kimi Antonelli, two-time European champion, is here watching his team in the stands. And up the inside, there goes Artur Pulain, so he hits the front. That'll keep Kimi very happy.
Yes, definitely so, as Luis Iglesias might be willing to switch positions. Good to see Kimi Antonelli, of course, with us this weekend, as we've been lucky enough to witness his rise in the karting world before making his way to Formulas, doing wonders as well after the F1 Formula Regional this season.
He's not the only ex-FIA Karting superstar that's in the paddock this weekend. Yesterday, we also had the visit from two Brazilian superstars, namely Rafael Camara and Matias Ferreira. They both popped in yesterday, and I think they're going to come back again tomorrow. They just can't get karting out of their system, these guys. That's what we like about it. You can take the racing driver out of karting, but you can't take karting out of the racing driver. Here comes Antonio Kavalkin. So Kavalkin's going to try and make his bid now on Luis Iglesias in the CRG. Dive up the inside. Textbook. No problems at all.
Yeah, beautifully made by the 2022 Junior European Champion. Kavalkin put himself in second. And this is something that we talked about yesterday in great length with Luis Iglesias, of course. This is his second race and his first World Championship in OK. Still experience to be taken from those races in terms of how you manage the opening laps. And of course, those drivers he's competing against have had a couple of seasons already and races in that similar position before. So Iglesias even though very fast in qualifying, very fast on each of his races. Sometimes struggle a little bit to keep the momentum, at least in the first part of those races, picking up some strong results as well along the way. So it will be once again a long game, so every race counts, but in total they have 7 to go through, counting the superheat on the way to the final. So this is the most actually that any of those drivers in the single speed class has ever been through at this stage. Usually they have about 5 races before the superheat, but 7 in total. That's what we have in gearbox classes at world event like we had last year in Le Mans. So this is a great challenge for any of them, for everybody pretty much, because it's not just about the drivers on track, you know, they are the stars of the show, but everybody here as well, working tirelessly sideline with the official and the marshals and everybody involved.
This is the replay of the move that got Artur Pulain into the lead past Luis Iglesias. Very nice overtaking move, while Kutskov was defending his third position as well. And there's the overtake from Anatoly Kavalkin to repeat the feat. Kutskov, of course, has now got his work cut out trying to get past Luis Iglesias. So 2 moves at the same corner. It's a pretty textbook place to go for the overtaking move into the hairpin at turn 13. And doing so, David Walter, I think, has managed to get the move there as he battles away with the Birolot driver, Aaron Garcia. So that's actually Sebastiano Pavan getting through, but Aaron Garcia has been pretty quick this weekend. Was there an incident up in front of them?
Yeah, we had a slight contact. It might have been between Kutskov and Walter at turn number 2 and 3.
Yes, indeed.
So in the corner of the picture.
Yeah, Walter ended up having to lose a little bit of ground there. That's going to give Pavan on the Tony kart and Aaron Garcia on the Birolot a little bit more of an opportunity and momentum to try and go for them. And Garcia looking pretty solid and strong so far this weekend. There is Artur Pulain, still leading the way in front of Anatoly Kavalkin. Luis Iglesias on the CRG there in 3rd place. And it is Kutskov on the DBK machine. Now here we go, the battle starting to rage as Aaron Garcia is starting to make waves here behind Liverway Sam Budler. Now Sam Budler, the South African, had a miserable day at the office yesterday, hoping to pick it up a little bit more this time. But Nicolo Kuman trying to work his way through, and David Walter, for that little incident that we saw, has been given a warning flag, and now he's dueling with his teammate Sebastiano Pavan.
And if you see the front fairing of Kutskov, there's a little bit of a bump in the middle, nothing too dramatic in terms of this misplacement by the look of it, but that might be the result of an earlier incident with just what happened to David Walter. But Artur Pulain, the fastest lap in the race for the leader, 3/10 of a second, trying to really shake off the order and put as much distance between himself and Anatoly Kavalkin. Always easier said than done at the moment, as the Kavalkin keep a close watch on the Frenchman, with his fellow countryman, another Frenchman, Louis Iglesias, still very much in third. But watch out, because Kirill Kutskov is keeping up the pace, 7 times down, outside of the hairpin, under the pressure of Sebastiano Pavan. Still David Walter and Louis Samdula behind. Walter and both Walter and Samdula actually suffered DNFs yesterday in one of the qualifying races. Nicola commanding 8 from Aaron Garcia, and Nacho Tunan making his way up to 10th position. Watch out around the inside. Oh, and another contact between this time Kutskov and Sebastiano Pavan. Kutskov is repeating a move. Watch out for any contact with David Walter, the two Tony Kart machines, as it might go actually the way of Louis Samdula for the back as well. But he has to stay behind. But that was a bit of a heated moment, as Kutskov has been involved in the second contact, unfortunately for him. But he managed to stay ahead. He went the way of David Walter, getting ahead of Sebastiano Pavan, dropping a place to P6. Look at them glued together, the 4 of them outside of the hairpin. Lap number 8, that is, out of 12, and already the senior drivers giving everything for each centimeter of track. Of course, as we said, still a long game, but every race counts, and you certainly want to avoid everything. So starting with a DNF from the outside of turn number 5. No one is daring to go for the move just yet. Unlike, of course, further back, the number 15 of Nacho Tunan making his way through on Louis Samdula for P7.
Well, this is fantastic stuff up the front end of the field. We've got Kutskov still trying to work his way up the inside of David Walter, but these two are now holding up the rest of the gaggle of drivers. 4th position downwards. Walter, Kutskov, Pavan, Sambudla, Tunion, Garcia, Michailidis, and Nicolo Kumain. Luigi Galuccio is not far away from it either. Big move up the inside. I think that was Garcia making his bid on the inside of Nacho Tunion. And he has now managed to sort out what happened further back, because now we've got Tunion in front of Garcia, but we've also got Michailidis and Kuman, and there was a little tangle there that really caught out the 85, I think that was the...
It was Nacho Tunion, actually.
It was Nacho Tunion, my apologies.
Yeah, and now found himself under the pressure of all the drivers further back.
Oof, goodness me, easy, Luigi. You almost got squeezed to the line there, and trying to get up the inside. That's Peter Stiller on the Pantano as he jills away with Guillaume Bouzard. Bouzard very nearly loses it, but turns it into a move on Luigi Galuccio. Very nice work there from Guillaume Bouzard, who carries the helmet design, very replicate of that of Jeff Gordon. I actually found out why he does that. His father told me his grandfather was the biggest Jeff Gordon fan in the entirety of Europe. So it's always been as a nod to his grandfather's enthusiasm and passion that he's carried the Jeff Gordon style colours. In different shades maybe, and certainly different variations, but Guillaume Bouzard's helmet design has always been Jeff Gordon inspired after his grandfather's love of him.
A beautiful tribute indeed from Guillaume Bouzard, as not the first time that we get to see drivers paying tribute to some of the greats of the past. Of course, Igor Guchuku that we had not so long ago in karting was paying tribute to Mario Andretti the Great with his crash helmet. Still the case, I think, in Formula 1, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
As we have someone else like Senna van Wallstein, which with half of his crash helmet paying tribute to the great Ayrton Senna as well. The examples are numerous in the world of karting, and it's always refreshing to see those young drivers still having, you know, those great names as examples to follow, and paying tribute to them. And talking about crash helmets, of course, the liveries that we got a chance to see are quite, you know, a lot of different crash helmet designs. The diversity of creations is absolutely stunning at this stage, at this level of kart competition. And even Car Republic came up with a very nice initiative. You might actually want to check out their social media, because they actually came up with a full chassis painted by one of the local artists, and that was put on display in the tent in the paddock. So very, very nice initiative as well. It shows that, of course, creativity is very much at stake in the world of karting and motorsport, starting with the liveries of the chassis and the helmets of the drivers.
So the battle continues as we go into the final lap of this one, and Arthur Poulain has put himself into a very comfortable position, but Anatoly Kavalkin wants to take it away from him. Arthur Poulain, don't forget, still in his first season of FIA Karting. He started the year with the Tony Kart factory team. It didn't quite go according to plan, despite the amazing pace he showed. But he's now switched over to the Antonelli satellite operation within the Kart Republic fold, and he's got so comfortable so quickly. He's really pleased to be here. Anatoly Kavalkin, meanwhile, has been Parolin through and through for quite a while now. He and Marco Parolin very much gel together. But can Kavalkin make one final move on Arthur Poulain, or will second be good enough I think it's going to be the latter, you know. I don't think Kavalkin's going to take any silly risks here. Poulain feels the need to be a little bit defensive, but Kavalkin may get the chance just naturally. Coming off the turn, they're going to go side by side to the line, and they miss out by just 51 thousandths of a second. Poulain very nearly losing out there just by being a little bit too defensive. He could have stuck to his line, and I think had a bit of an easier job of it. But Anatoly Kavalkin pushing to the line there from Arthur Poulain. Luigi Coluccio picking up a warning flag on the very last lap there. But Poulain in front of Kavalkin. Good start to the day for the seniors.
Yeah, good stuff indeed, but Poulain wasn't caught napping, even though he still had to keep the focus on, because Anatoly Kavalkin was very close and might have missed a couple of meters to make the jump and take the win away from him. After Poulain, first win of the weekend in the OK class. We had 8 races yesterday, and at this point, FIA Karting from VDK has 2 wins, as well as for Kin Nakamura from Prama Racing. Other victories going to the likes of Alex Powell, Tomas Semanis, as well as Gabriel Gomez and Ian Aikman from the Leclerc by Lennox Racing team. Another one adding his name to the list, Arthur Poulain from AKM Motorsport Racing team. Second place for Anatoly Kavalkin, and Luis Iglesias picking up his strongest results so far. Third place for the CRG driver who is starting this race from pole position. From David Bolton, Sebastian Pavan, the classification in full. The 6th place is Kirill Kutskov from a good recovery of Louis Samdula. 6 places up to 7 from Aaron Garcia, Vasilov Michailidis, Nacho Tunan running at the top 10 from Nicolo Coman, Guillaume Bouzard, Alexander Bogunovic, Peter Stiller and Leo Nilsson P15.
16th position going the way of Emili Koivisto in front of Luigi Coluccio, Mark Kastelic in front of Leon Brunner and Eliska Babichkova, Matilda Pats and Emmanuel Liudakis, and then Roland Kuklana and Eduard Dominguez, Alexei Yarami and Guy Albag from Karolina Vanchikova, Nicola Nalati, Tomas Motta and Leonardo Cesaretti. The last driver in the race was Riccardo Cirelli, who of course was in the Pantano, and he dropped out of the race midway through. The rankings at the moment, at this point, Finn McLaughlin still leading the way on 144 points. Lammers on 132, so too has Alex Powell. But this man, Arthur Poulain, with that victory, has elevated himself up to 129. You know what? He is actually a bit of an underdog here. He's an outside bet, Arthur Poulain. He's comfortable within the kart and within the team. It's a Kart Republic chassis. We know how strong it is in 2023. Arthur Poulain seems pretty confident and comfortable here on the Franciacorta circuit. He's not a stupid bet to go for the world title. He might just pull this off.
Yeah, this is one of the places that we'd like to see fighting at the front like he just did. Here's a highlight of what happened in this race with a good start, of course, from Luis Iglesias, so pole sitter, taking the field into the first section. It went kind of okay for everybody except a couple of drivers in the back coming together, a bit of a wheel tussle as some drivers at the front, of course, with Kirill Kutskov and Nacho Tunan from DPK fighting along and making their way through. But Luis Iglesias had a strong start. I think it might be one of the first times that he managed to stay ahead, but not for long, as Arthur Poulain, his fellow countryman from France, was keen on taking the lead at an early stage into that race, feeling the pressure and threat from this young man, Anatoly Kavalkin, who at the same place, the lap just after, made his bid as well on Luis Iglesias. Certainly one of the best corners picked up by the drivers to make their move, as Aaron Garcia, I think, from Birelat over there, was dropping a bit of momentum. Kirill Kutskov didn't have the best of race. I mean, he went through some trouble with 2 incidents, 2 slight contact that put him into trouble at some point, the DPK driver, and who made it in the end to a P6 though. Strong results despite the troubles, as Nacho Tunan, his teammate as well, was making his way through further back. There you can see him, Nacho Tunan, involved in a bit of a tussle as well with the 49 of Vasilov Michailidis from Forza Racing, as the number 9 of Luigi Coluccio was keen on climbing as well, but didn't end well, unfortunately, for the Italian. P17 in the end for Luigi Coluccio, who not so long ago became an FIA Karting winner in the OK class. But in the end, even though they were split by only 500 of a second on the line, it was enough for Arthur Poulain to take his first win of the weekend in this World Championship event.
Continuing on then into the OK Junior race coming up next. There's been some great talk about the competitors up at the front end of the field. This man has been very strong over the course of proceedings. Christian Castoya came into time qualifying on Friday morning. Was hoping for a pole position. I'm not entirely sure whether he knew he'd get one, but it was certainly the second time in this 2023 season he has taken pole position. We caught up with him on Thursday about his chances at the World Championship.
Yeah, of course, every race we try something, we test something. I think we have great something in the car with the manage of the tires, and also in the engine. I feel it's more good on the bottom. Yeah, and it's going to be day by day upgrading to make the final the best possible. Of course, it's not the same as the first day that you come in Co Junior. Oh, this is so much chip, I cannot even control. Now I feel like a normal speed. Always the brain better and better. Always better manages the races, and yeah. The difference here is the best possible, making the tires not breaking so much, let the tires at the same temperature, no high and then low, and that's how you manage for don't be consistent in the races. Here is a good, and it's so important in the races to start on the inside. And yeah, and if you start on the inside, the race is going to be better. If you start on the outside, you need to pass some more people, be attention on the stars, be attention first corner, of course. And yeah, Valencia is close, my home track, Spain. I like so much the paella. Yeah, but another other countries is good. You learn a lot more popular things for the country, and yeah. But the most liquid that I like was Denmark, rugby.
Great to hear from Christian Castoya. He starts pole position for every single heat this week. Alongside him on the grid, on the front end, is going to be Tame Saleh, the German talent, then Stepan Antonov and Dries van Langendonk, Mike Pachala and Endo Arata, Jacopo Martinese and Oliver Rasmussen on the fourth row, then Makar Sevelev and Marian Nito, Travis Teo and Matthias Orjuela, Rocco Coronel and Vladimir Ivanikov, Zach Drummond and Matt Corby from Luke Corder and Kimi Tani.
Then we have Kara Finran and Kara Bating, followed by Ethan Lennon.
What? Wait a minute,
Oh.
That's Jacopo Martinese.
What's happening
Jacopo
with the Italian?
Martinese has not moved.
Oh my God, that would be a huge blow if he's able at least to take part in this race.
Well, he's meant to be starting this race from 7th, and he was one of my favourites for the World Championship. So he is now going to have to start this race from the back of the grid. This is a disaster for Jacopo Martinese. What is happening in this World Championship, in junior in particular? We've had a list of about 20 drivers in my head who could be world champion. Every single one of them has had something go wrong leading up to this point. We're going to go racing, are we? No, we're not. So it's a false start on this particular occasion. Now, what's going to happen with Jacopo Martinese? Will he get his chance to form up at the back of the grid and join in with everyone?
Martinez who picked up a win yesterday and a third place as
yeah,
best
he's been
results.
pushed out. He's been pushed out. So Jacopo Martinez will rejoin. Now, I think that means he might be able to get his chance to get back into his original position. The race has technically started for Jacopo Martinez. He's got to get to the red line and get back into his original position. If he can get there, then I think he's okay.
Now quickly for the rest of the grid, as we have on row number 11, Ethan Lehan and Walter Schultz, followed by George Zazov, Ugo Marti, Amelia Isios-Miska, Marco Gast, Lorenzo Campos, Marcel Kapitsky, Luca Mura, Marcus Ilkunas.
He's not going to get there in time. Look, he's not going to get there in time. The red line's already been taken by the leaders. So Martinez is going to have to start this race from the back of the grid.
Yeah, alongside the likes of Angelo D'Ortenzio, Kasper Bonde, Nikita Nikishov, Wojciech Wojda, and Arno Vuta. So that's a big of a disaster for the race winner of yesterday. It was one of the strongest in this year's European Championship, one of the favorites on paper for the world event, and that's a big blow. Watch out for the recovery, though.
Well, that's yet another name to have a bit of a headache. So let's see how it goes into the race. Off we go. 10 laps of the course once again, and it's a great start from Castoya, Antonov, Pachala. And as they work their way through on the inside line, a very tough start from Martinez. He's already making up 1 or 2 places through the first couple of corners, but it's not going to be easy. There's Tame Saleh down in 5th position, trying to work his way back into contention. Oh, problems between the 2 leading carts. A big issue. I think someone's got a mechanical. It's the 208 coming to a stop. That's Stepan Antonov. Another big name to fall from the wayside.
Incredible ton of events. Stepan Antonov, who was 3rd on the grid and one of the leaders outside of this first sector. And his card is coming to an end. His race is coming to an end, and engine problem, or at least a mechanical trouble, that's for sure, for Stepan Antonov from Czech Republic. What a shame that is for Stepan after Jacopo Martinez, another big name, as you said, into troubled waters. He's not the first one in that class who's been through some retirements or disappointment. But now we have Pachala leading the way. Good step ahead. It was P5 on the grid and already climbing 4 places. Mike Pachala from Quatara Sports leading the way from Travis Teo. And then we have Team Saleh, Dries van Langendonk trying to put pressure on the Sauber driver, the Forza Racing representative. Watch out for the move from the Belgian. And we have Maka Salehev in P5, followed by Zach Drummond, climbing 9 places. Zach Drummond, watch out for the recover as well from the British driver, from Rocco Coronel, Luc Cardner, Enzo Arata, and Kadar Firan running at the top 10.
So as a result of that, Mike Pachiala is now your race leader, with Christian Castoya being held up and dropping all the way to 14th. He's really going to have to work his magic to move his way back forward.
Yeah,
so
with a complete side of the spine.
What an incredible situation this is, because all of the drivers that are in contention for the World Championship are hitting trouble at some point. This is going to be one of those World Championships. It's almost like the Monaco Grand Prix 1982. It's the race that nobody wants to win.
Yeah, indeed. We had like 3 different leaders in this last lap
in the
of
final
that
lap.
race.
Yeah, there's another retirement. It's one of the VDKs. So that is very unfortunate for Walter Schultz. So Walter Schultz out of the race now as well, or at least trying to stay in it as long as humanly possible, as he tries to start the kart downhill. Can he do it? Come on, Walter. No, it's not going to happen. So hard to do that. And that's at post 5 that he's ended up having the problem. So there is Mike Pachiala leading the way from Travis Teo. Can we pick up on that? The Falcon from Malaysia, Travis Teo, now finds himself in 2nd position. This will be amazing if he can pick up the victory, and what a groundbreaking moment it would be for him if he can just find a little bit more pace on Mike Pachiala up front of him. But watch out for Team Saleh and Dries van Langendonk behind the both of them, because this is where Team Saleh can really pick up an advantage on his rivals.
This is what we love about the World Championship event, among many things, is that to see so many drivers coming from so many different countries. We have 57 of them represented this weekend, which is a new record for a worldwide event, and he's looking to go for the lead. Travis Teo, watch out for the Indonesian driver. What a beautiful recovery that is already for him. As you can see, some of the scrapped carts.
That's Wojciech Woda and Chiara Batik's carts, so they're out of the race as well.
Well,
oh, Travis Teo's gone for the lead. He's got it, and Team Saleh's gone with him. So for at least 1 lap in the FIA Karting World Championship week, Travis Teo, the Malaysian, has taken the lead of the heat. It's short-lived because Team Saleh gets through, but Travis Teo has not come here to make up numbers. He's come here to play and win races, and he has led a lap at least as Dries van Langendonk now dives through. Mike Pachiala gets up alongside Dries van Langendonk as well. Stay hungry, Travis, because there's a move on the hand, and there it is, up to 3rd position as Dries van Langendonk secures 2nd. Teo gets back through in a 3rd.
That was very well executed by the Falcon driver. Oh, contact!
Oh my
He's being
goodness!
rolled over!
Oh my goodness!
Oh, what a crash that is! Rolling over into the fence. I hope he's okay.
That was the worst angle for that sort of collision as well. And there's another car that's gone off as a result of it. So Travis Teo having the flip. Team Saleh up in front. And it is at slow boards around the circuit, of course. So Team Saleh now leading from Dries van Langendonk, of course, as we see. But it's Travis Teo that's kart is involved in that one. Well, obviously, we are going to continue with the slow-down board procedure. It's Team Saleh that controls the pace of the race. And obviously, a very nasty moment, but the team is already there on the side to try and make sure that everybody is okay. So we just obviously have to go through the correct safety procedures. The medical team is already on site. A couple of carts being cleared away. Klara Kowalczyk also having an incident, a separate one, on that lap as well. And so obviously the medical team down there is already on the scene just to try and make sure that we are adjudicating to the correct procedure. A bit of a nasty one by the look of it. But, wow. It's a difficult one, and you've really got to feel for Travis Teo, who was in the fight for the victory in that one and putting on a terrific show. He led for a lap of it, of course, in the Falcon, and it's just the worst angle to have that kind of wheel rub with somebody. It just gone very badly wrong indeed for the Falcon. We're under slow board procedure, of course, and that means that there's no overtaking and everybody is in the correct order that they were in at that point. That means that Team Saleh is your race leader now. Dries van Langendonk in 2nd from Mike Pachiala, and Rocco Coronel, the Dutch driver, is up to 4th position as a result of all of that. Endo Arata, the Japanese driver, in P5, in front of Makar Savelev, and then Luc Cardner ahead of Christian Castoya, who has at least fought his way back to 8th position. Kadar Firan and Vladimir Ivanikov in the top 10, then Zach Drummond in front of Matt Corby, Ethan Lennon, Oliver Rasmussen, Georgi Zazov, and Matheus Orjuela. Then Lorenzo Campos, the Portuguese driver, in front of Hugo Marti, Marianito, Marco Garst, in front of Jacopo Martinez, who has fought his way back to 21st. Then it is Marcel Kaspricki, Kimi Tani, Nikita Nikishov, Marcus Ciucunias, Lucas Mora, Arno Vuta, Emilia Wierzemiska, Angelo Dotencio and Kasper Bonda. Just 30 of the 36 starters still running. And I am delighted to say that they have managed to move Travis Teo from the scene. So they are going to manage to get him checked over. Obviously, medical checks will be needed in an incident that brings out the yellow boards. Always as a safety precaution, you just want to make sure that everybody's okay. So we'll just allow the officials to do that. What we should focus on now is the World Championship ramifications. Team Soleil and Dries van Langendonk have managed to pick up good results from this one if it stays like this. But let's not forget the fact that Dries van Langendonk is yet another driver who's coming off the back of a difficult result yesterday. He had that battle yesterday, if you remember, with Noah Montero, and he ended up actually forcing Montero wide as far as the officials were concerned. And so that meant that he would get a 5-second penalty for that. So he's ended up having one of the many problems that has befallen a championship favourite. So Dries van Langendonk is essentially now trying to get himself back into contention as well. Team Soleil has actually had a fairly reasonable weekend. He hasn't had it perfect, but he's actually had it more perfect, shall we say, than a lot of his rivals out there. So with Dries van Langendonk having to recover from that 5-second penalty handed to him yesterday, he's on the back foot. Team Soleil is actually looking to be in one of the strongest positions so far of the championship contenders. Castoya down to 8th after his problem earlier on in the race. Martinez down in 21st, recovering. So in terms of the championship fight, you know, Stepan Antonov has had to DNF. Team Soleil is going to be 3 points off David Kozma's tally if it stays like this. So in terms of the championship, it's Team Soleil that has a good chance of it. Now, we are going racing again. That is good news, because it obviously means that if it was more serious than that, we would red flag it. So obviously it's able to restart the race. We've got 2 laps to go, and it's up to Dries van Langendonk to make the moves here on Team Soleil. But he's going to have to work very hard to get up the inside and make the overtaking move. Zach Drummond is under investigation. But here comes the bid from Dries van Langendonk. He's really hungry behind the German talent, Team Soleil. So Team Soleil trying to hold his position. But Dries van Langendonk, on the Forza Racing expert, wants to make the bid. And he is not going to take this opportunity lying down.
Yeah, Dries van Langendonk needs a result more than ever after his penalty of 5 seconds yesterday. So at this point, it's close off. And Team Soleil is up for grab. Picked up the 2nd and the 3rd place yesterday, the Sobe driver. And on his way to potentially his first win of the weekend. Still 1 lap to go, 1300 meter. And van Langendonk is pressuring him. Watch out for Pahala as well. Rocco Coronel might get involved with the Oranje crash helmet just behind in 4th place. Coming to turn number 5, he's trying, but there's, of course, Team Soleil in the way, keeping up the racing line. There's no way to go for him. It might have an opportunity. Van Langendonk very close indeed. Rocco Coronel takes P3 in the same time.
Brilliant move from Coronel. That puts him into the hunt for the victory in this heat. Soleil is still defending like crazy in front of Dries van Langendonk. Rocco Coronel with a chance to snatch it if he can get closer to them up towards the hairpin at 13. They flat out through turn 12 along this 180-meter straight. Now they're going to have to be a little bit defensive. Certainly Team Soleil will need to be down to the hairpin. Coronel's got nothing to lose in 3rd place. They come off the turn. Couple of drivers making choice moves. Is there going to be a sprint to the line between Soleil and van Langendonk? There is, but it comes through for Team Soleil by 54 thousandths of a second. That's why Soleil was going ultra defensive, though. He wanted the win badly. 3 points off the lead of David Kozma, 3 points ahead of Scott Lindblom, and now 10 points clear of Filippo Sala. Team Soleil is now officially one of the big 3 in this Junior World Championship fight, along with David Kozma and Scott Lindblom. Team Soleil, the German, could actually get this done.
Well done to him indeed for Team Soleil. Dries van Langendonk was just 500 of a second behind onto the line. And we've had a couple of photo finish almost arrivals here so far to get us started for this 2nd day of racing.
An amazing fight back in that race as well from Christian Castoya. Dropped all the way to 14th after tangling with the breakdown of Stepan Antonov. Fought his way back to P5. So Castoya is right back in this hunt. He's got 124 points, just 1 less than Filippo Sala. Noah Wolf is currently P6 on 121. Dries van Langendonk is now on 118. Chris Alfagali is still in the mix. The Lebanese driver, 115. Roman Kamyab on 114. And then Endo Arata and Jacopo Martinez on 109. So that's really shuffled the deck.
So here's the classification in full for you guys with Team Soleil winner in front of Dries van Langendonk. Rocco Coronel picking up a 3rd place from Mike Maherla. Christian Castoya P5 from Endo Arata. Zach Drummond, Makar Savalev, Kara Finrand, Vladimir Ya, Ivanikov running up the top 10. 11th place for Luc Conde from Matt Corby, Ethan Layton, as well as Matthias Orjuela, Oliver Rasmussen P15, followed by Marianetto, Ugo Marti, as well as Georgi Sazov, Jacopo Martinese, all the way down to 19th place after his trouble at the start, but still a good recovery since he was dead last at the opening lap. So P19 in the end. As you can see, Tem Saleh at the scale at the scrutiny ring is happy. You can see the smile, of course, and of course the satisfaction of a race well executed. Let's have a look back at the proceedings, as we had Christian Costoya taking the best start from pole position into the first sector. A bit of a trouble for some of the drivers out there that led to Christian Costoya dropping a lot of momentum as around the turn number 5. You could see some overtaking done, as well as the trouble, unfortunately, for Stepan Antonov, who was third on the grid and one of the contenders for the win, certainly. But unfortunately, his race came to an early close due to mechanical trouble. You can see him raise his hand, and this is actually what happened, certainly further back to one of the drivers as a result of losing momentum as well. The 206 making his bid round inside. Zach German would finish P7 after dropping all the way down to 9 at some point. But one of the stars of that race was, of course, the Indonesian driver, Travis Theo, making his way through and up to P2 at some point. He was in contention for the win, and I've just been told that he's okay at the moment, so this is good news for Travis Theo, who kept fighting at the forefront and leading almost a lap after taking advantage of the leader. He was fighting here with Dries van Lagendonk, as well as Mike Pachala making his bit run inside for P2, but it was very well executed from Travis Neo at this point, keeping the inside line and making sure he could actually keep fighting for positions. But he kept on fighting as well through the inside after number 13, with one of the VDKs being a little bit pushed from further back. It was the 251 of Matt Corby, who would end up finishing in P12. Rocco Cornell, in the meantime, was able to pick up third place in the last lap. And in the end, it was once again a very close arrival onto the line between Tem Saleh and Dries van Lagendonk, split by just 500 of a second. So well done to him, and well done to everybody here. Another good piece of driving in the junior class. Now, we're switching our attention already to the OK category, the senior class, coming up with the A versus C qualifying heat. And one of the returning drivers that we're so happy to have after 4 years without a drive here at the World Championship is Suleiman Zanfari, of course, the driver from Morocco, as we've seen him coming through the ranks of karting all the way up to 2019 before making his way to Formulas. We caught up with Suleiman.
So, well, that transition for, first of all, I did 3 years in F4 and now is my 4th year in single-seater. This is my first year in Euro Cup 3 Formula 3 Regional. I mean, the transition to drive a kart and a car is 2 things apart. I had to get used to everything new, but I adapted quite well. And also this year in Euro Cup 3, as is a new championship and new car, is an exciting challenge, but I've been doing my maximum and I've enjoyed it quite a lot, but on top I did miss karting. We didn't expect to come back in the previous years, but once we had our business, we went there. So we said, okay, we come on a business side, but also there was my sister, but also I love racing, and as in Euro Cup 3 we have some dead schedule with a lot of weekends free. Is not like karting that you can race a lot and is a lot of consecutive races. As is in this championship, we have 8 rounds, and so we have a lot of time in between. And so to don't stay at home and do nothing, we did prefer to do this, to keep my racecraft there, and also it has helped me for. My racecraft has always been good, but it's a bonus when you do karting, that you race more with the others and you took a lot of enjoyment. Well, my preparation, I have been doing few races a few weeks ago. For me, I just come here, just drive natural, just do my job, and the result, they will come alone. I'm very confident. Enjoy this, but at the same time, just deliver and just go naturally, and things will come together. The result is just a consequence of how the work that you put in and the way how you've driven.
Good to catch up with Suleiman Zanfari, who's been a busy man for the past few seasons, making his way to Formula cars, but it's always nice to have ancient drivers returning to their first love and karting. Here's the starting grid in full with Mark Dubinsky and Gabriel Gomez starting at the front row of the grid, followed by Kin Nakamura-Berta and Enzo Tavaniškul, the two Prema racing drivers sharing second row. Then we have Emanuele Olivieri and Luca Samalisto from Kai Rilatz and Mattia Colnaghi, Len Nace and Enea Frey, Michael Heder and Jimmy Helias, Sebastian Campeng and Nathan Tai, Suleiman Zanfari and Jens Ströre, Kasper Eriksson and Simon Rockenmarke from Maximilian Popov, Adein Turpenin, Stefano Pedani, John Bergström, Peter Hagive, Tokia Suzuki, Princeton Lambert, Alfredo Ilbiapinna, Sauer Wong, Massimilio Azolla, Calvin Kunz, Martins Rittanen, Arthur Vosor and Sofia Zanfari. Two Zanfaris on the grid with Suleiman and his sister Sofia back in karting for the first time as well in 4 years. So it's good when motorsport remains in the family. And talking about family, we also have the Babikova sisters. You heard about Eliska with the Forza racing drivers. 3 sisters competing in the same team at the same class of the World Championship. Certainly one of a kind in the world of motorsport today. And we're not racing just yet. Here we go for one extra formation lap. The yellow light is on, as you might have agreed that the formation of the grid wasn't deemed good enough by Nigel Edwards and the official onto the track, as we have everybody here involved into making sure that the running of those races is well under order, and the drivers have to abide by the rule book and make sure that the formation of the grid is well executed. It goes down to Mark Dubinsky, all pole sitter for the first time in the World Championship. You can see him now, the CRG driver, first time for an Estonian to start on a pole position in one of the races in the World Championship. We had a chance to catch up with him yesterday, Mark Dubinsky, but he's going to have a stronger position, starting with his own teammate, Gabriel Gomez, the Vice European Champion of 2023, that we saw coming to the fore 2 years ago in Campillos when he took pole position for the world event. And ever since, he's been progressing through the ranks, one of the favorites in the OK class, along with Enzo Tavaniškul and Kin Nakamura-Berta for the last race in karting, before flying away to Formula 4 in 2024.
Yeah, both of those drivers think they can bow out as a world champion in the senior category. Only one of them might get the chance to, and we are false start again. Well, you've got to be careful, guys, because Mark Dubnitsky out in first position, obviously the man who's got to control the pace of this grid, with Gabriel Gomez alongside him on the front row and the two Premas breathing down his neck. The onus is on the pole position guy. You've got to control the pace. You've got to have the focus. Gonzalo Planta, judge of fact, is going to be very irate and very, very clear-cut with Mark Dubnitsky. You've obviously held the field up here a little bit, but certainly not good enough. There is our race director, Mr. Nigel Edwards, who is assisted by Pasquale Lupoli and the judge of fact, Gonzalo Planta, out on the circuit. So as they come out of turn 12, it'll be down to Mark Dubnitsky to control the pace again. And look, straight away, Gonzalo Planta is in the middle of the circuit. Come on, focus, concentrate. It's quite a tough situation because obviously it is all on Mark Dubnitsky, the Estonian, in pole position. I can remember in days gone by, we've had this situation before when one or two drivers have had this. I remember on one occasion, Nigel Edwards had the choice. He had 3 false starts from the pole position sitter. So he took the particular driver in question, I forget who it was, but he took the grid back to the grid, stopped them, and then made them restart. Now, here we go. Mark Dubnitsky, Gabriel Gomez round the outside. It's actually a better start from the outside line for the first time this week. And Gabriel Gomez gets the run. Just a couple of wheels on the grass there for Simon Reckenmacher, and that's game over. Nakamura-Berta and Enzo Tavaniškul dueling for position as Dubnitsky gets up alongside and squeezes Enzo Tavaniškul down into about 5th position. So Kier Nakamura-Berta manages to hold on to 2nd place with Dubnitsky, rocket ship as he is. They're in 3rd position on the CRG in front of the VDK racing machine. That looks to me like Lucas Samalisto running in 4th position, having squeezed past Tavaniškul, but Nakamura-Berta is taking on Gabriel Gomez.
Yeah, it wasn't the best of mood, unfortunately, for Tavaniškul, dropping a bit of momentum. And in the meantime, Kin Nakamura-Berta taking the lead as the 41. We've lost Simon Rickenmark, unfortunately. He was the one that got tangled outside of turn number 3 on the opening lap. But here's a switch of position. Kin Nakamura for Gomez, Dubnitsky. This is Enea Frey with the VTK machine up into P4. We had a bit of a moment with Lucas Samalisto from Energy, actually, on coming to turn number 1 at the start. I think he went to a bit of a contact that made him lose momentum. But at the moment, you see Gomez and Dubnitsky trying to work together, of course, as teammate at CRG, Emmanuel Olivier, in the meantime, as a result of that shaky start, picking up a mechanical flag, something wrong with his kart. He has 3 laps to make it back to the pits, unfortunately for him.
So it's actually Enea Frey who finds himself in 4th position for the VDK team. He's now 3rd because he's got past Mark Dubnitsky. Cracking start for the Swiss driver Enea Frey. He started P10 and now finds himself in 3rd position on the 2nd lap. So there is Kiya Nakamura-Berta. I tell you what, the even side of the grid really did get the jump on the pole sitter Mark Dubnitsky on this occasion, didn't they? So now Dubnitsky all the way down to 9th place because several drivers are making the bid, including Kai Rilliards around the outside. Drifts a little bit too far wide. That's enough for 62 Jimmy Helias and the 97 Suleiman Zanfari to pick up the pieces. So Zanfari now finds himself deep into the top 10, chasing down Mattia Kolnagi. Kai Rilliards is still during away, this time with the 62 of Jimmy Helias. And now finding in the feet, that's Nathan Tai on the Sodi. Really struggling to try and make the impression. Now Nathan Tai gets the run on Jimmy Helias. Helias trying to come back at him on the Ward Racing Tony kart. Not really going to get the opportunity to move his way forward, but Jimmy Helias almost looking towards the hairpin all the way through that particular part of the course, just trying to size up his next move perhaps by the look of it. But Kiya Nakamura-Berta is your race leader from Gomez, Frey, Nice, Tarmanichkul, Samalisto and Kolnagi. There is an investigation going on into Mark Dubnitsky. That looks like it could be for the start.
Yeah, 2 attempts, and as we had on 3 occasions yesterday, and already the 2nd time that we have to go around for the 2nd attempt. Something the officials won't appreciate too much, as drivers have to, of course, make their best to get going on the 1st attempt. Kiya Nakamura-Berta, the fastest in this race, very much so, as he keeps extending his gap to more than 4/10 of a second. We're here with the number 11, Enzo Tanpanishkul, the reigning junior world champion, as he took the title last year in Sano, stepping up to OK. As he's one of the strongest names in the field for sure with the Prama Racing Car Republic colors. Always nice to see the mechanics on the right side of the picture, gesturing to drivers, giving them advice, and leading the strategies from the sideline. Kiya Nakamura, 4:10 still, Gomez, Frey, Len Nace, then we have Tarpanishkul, Samalisto, Kolnagi, Zanfari, Dubnitsky, Nathan Tai. One of the strongest changes for a good result for Sodi Kart. The official factory team has been doing wonders in the gearbox classes for the past few seasons, progressing through the ranks of single-speed classes as well. As Kiya Nakamura is extending once again his gap with the fastest lap once again in the pockets. It's down now to Gabriel Gomez to try to keep up with the pace of the Japanese-British driver. But while he tries to do that, well, look who's coming back on Enea Frey, Len Nace, the Dutchman. Who's the Belgian, shall I say, who's going to try to attack the Swiss driver. Not quite happening yet outside of the number 13 pin. Here we come up with Tanpanishkul further back, a little bit on his own. He's missing about half of a second to try to get closer to Len Nace. And has a bit of a breather. And the run inside goes Len Nace. And that was absolutely textbook from the Belgian driver. Nathan Tai being investigated. Or something went wrong, unfortunately for him. Investigation going on for the Sodi Kart driver, who's still fighting his way through against Dubnitsky from P10. But now Len Nace just made his move stick beautifully in front of Enea Frey, one of the fastest drivers from the VDK Racing team in this class. Let's have a look back at the start on the outside line.
Well, you can see very clearly that the even side of the grid was already ahead of Mark Dubnitsky before the start, so it doesn't really give you much of a surprise to note that Mark Dubnitsky is under investigation. He was running the gauntlet anyway, wasn't he? Because obviously, I was going to finish my story from earlier on. There was the time when Nigel Edwards decided to pull the field onto the main starting line and actually demoted the front 2 men on the front row of the grid to the back of the grid because they couldn't do the job properly. So this is the squabble that we saw between the 2 Prema drivers. Look how close they are, just banging wheels as they duel for position. They may be in the same team, but there's definitely no team orders. And poor Enzo Tarmanichkul is the one who got squeezed there through turn 5. So it's definitely fairly relentless as far as the title battle is concerned. Meanwhile, we've got the energy course of Lucas Samalisto battling with Mattia Kolnagi on the live feed, as you see the move that Kiya Nakamura-Berta made to get into the lead of the race initially. But this is fantastic between Samalisto and Kolnagi. So Kolnagi now in front in 6th position, in front of Lucas Samalisto. Samalisto still trying his best to put the energy course there into B6. Dubnitsky is 8th, Nathan Tai on the Sodi is 9th. Then Jimmy Helias, Sebastian Kolping, Suleiman Zanfari, Kai Rilliards, Max Popov and Michael Leder.
Lap number 8 out of 12, and another fastest lap in the back for Kiya Nakamura-Berta. He extended his gap up to 1 full second now, being uncatchable at the moment. Kiya Nakamura, who in this class already has 2 wins that makes him one of the strongest and the leader at this stand of the classification, which he will of course consolidate with that third win. Watch out for Enzo Talvanishko, who got caught up as we've seen and makes his way through on the inside of NAF for turn number 13, and it was textbook once again for Talvanishko, who won't be too happy about what happened in the opening lap, I'm sure, with his teammate, as it actually opened the way to Gabriele Gomez to make his way for P2. But Lucas Amelisto finds himself in the close of Nathan Tai, Dubinsky, Jimmy Elias. Look at that battle of 4 drivers, the 2 CRGs against the World Racing driver. Around the inside goes the number 16 of Nathan Tai on Dubinsky. Dubinsky didn't have the best of race so far from Paul, and tumbling down the order. Watch out, guys, not to take each other out. That would be quite unwise at this early stage of the day. But it goes the way of Jimmy Elias, who takes his Tony Kart machine up a place in front of the Estonian. And Dubinsky must stay focused, because otherwise he might actually get eaten alive by Swamping, who's coming back from the back from P11. So a couple of laps to hold on for Mark Dubinsky, who didn't have the best of outcomes so far.
It's a tough battle out there in every single qualifying heat, particularly though in senior. But Kia Nakamura-Berta is the man to beat. Enzo Talvanishko's just banged in the fastest lap of the race, but his teammate Kia Nakamura-Berta is looking for win number 3 out of 3, and looking so confident at the moment as he continues to keep this battle alive. Don't forget that Kia Nakamura-Berta, if he stays where he is going to be the only OK senior driver to have taken a perfect score up to this point, because he's currently got 3 races done, and it'll be 3 victories. 150 points is the maximum, and that's where he's looking to be. So a fabulous opportunity in the knocking here for Kia Nakamura-Berta. Looks like we've had a puff of dust from somewhere. Casper Henriksen does not appear to have come around through sector 2. So I think Casper Henriksen may be out of this race. Alex Sawyer has certainly not come around either. Casper Henriksen has now come around, but 5 seconds late. And Alex Sawyer has not come through. So the Vietnamese driver on the Falcon may well have had another incident. Gabriel Gomez, though, still running well as he continues here in second position behind Kia Nakamura-Berta, with Len Nys in third position ahead of Enzo Talvanishko, and then Enea Frey, Matti Kolnagi, Lucas Amelisto, Nathan Tai, Jimmy Elias and Mark Dubnitsky.
And I think that we've lost Sao Wong by the look of it, as you could see his card being taken away on the fence. He's joining Emmanuel Olivieri and Simon Reckenmacher as the 3 drivers who had to go through DNF at this point. We're about to conclude this OK qualifying heat A versus C, as Kia Nakamura-Berta uncatchable at this point by Gabriele Gomez, even though Gomez just pulled another strong lap, tried to decrease the gap, but just too slightly. This won't be enough, of course, for Gabriel picking up the results, of course, and consolidating his place at the moment. Is P3 Gabriele Gomez as it stands in the classification, with as for now in the OK class some strong results for the Brazilian. Yesterday picked up a victory and a second place to make him one of the strongest for sure for the CRG squad. We're talking about the strongest of the drivers that we have here. Kia Nakamura-Berta, of course, who had a sensational weekend as well in the Vakas Tour for the first of the 2 World Championship events, as he concluded his first attempt at the gearbox classes along with Alex Powell for the Prema Racing team, but he's willing to finish that season on a high, and why not with a title in the bag? But that's the way to do it. 3 races, 3 wins for the British-Japanese driver. Perfect copy given by Kia Nakamura, and Gabriel Gomez having to make do with second from Len Nys. His best result so far for the Belgian driver from Car Republic.
Insane as the world of karting is, it's looking likely that if Kia Nakamura-Berta can finish the job here and win the final tomorrow, he will take his 3rd FIA Karting title, having won the Junior World Championship crown, the European Senior crown last year, and now the World Championship this year. But he would do so by winning a final on the road for the first time. It's quite incredible, isn't it, when you think about that? It would be his 3rd title, but obviously he was second on the road in Campillos in 2021, but the front fairing penalty for Freddie Slater demoted him to second behind Kia Nakamura-Berta. And last year he became European champion, Kia Nakamura-Berta, despite not winning a final. He was consistent through all of the races last year and scored big points, but didn't actually win a final. He was a European champion through consistency, making his way through. So he never actually got a win in the final, because it was twice for Alex Powell, once for Joe Turney, twice for Joe Turney, sorry. So Joe Turney and Alex Powell got the finals, but Nakamura-Berta got the European title. So it'll be fascinating to consider that if he wins the World Championship tomorrow on the road, it'll be the first time he's ever won an FIA karting final, despite the fact it would be his 3rd title.
And this final took place on this very track of Franciacorta, where Keane finished second to Powell, and it was enough for him to crown him European champion for 2 points. Here he is, the young British driver living in London, with representing as well the Japanese colors on his crash helmet and livery as well. So, full classification as Kid Nakamura takes the win from Gabriele Gomez, then Nace and Zoltan van Uschel, as we'll go through after the highlights of that qualifying heat, as we've seen the outside line had a better getaway onto turn number 2 and 3. Gabriele Gomez taking the lead from Mark Dubinski, who was being still investigated as we speak because of those 2 extra attempts to the start, as the 41 got into trouble. Simon Rickenmacher, who would go on to DNF into this race, and then that contact, slight still, but compromising the race of Enzo Talvanishkul, who lost momentum, allowing Kid Nakamura to take second, but also Gabriele Gomez to make his way through for P3, and then Talvanishkul will finish in the end P4, as the move for what would be a win from Talvanishkul, with the number 10, Gabriele Gomez, making his way as well. Simon Rickenmacher having to step out of his car at an early point in this race. Unfortunately, 3 drivers that we've lost, and that battle between Enea Frey and Len Nace, the Belgian, making his bid in turn number 5 to finish P3 into this qualifying heat, as Lucas Amelisto had a bit of a trouble as well, battling along with Mattia Colnaghi at the advantage of the CRG driver.
Great work from the drivers across the OK category. Nathan Ty getting in the wars there with Jimmy Chelias through the course of the race. But the man up front, Kid Nakamura, able to take the victory. When he races in Europe, he races under the Union flag of Great Britain. But in the World Championships, he races under a Japanese flag, of course. His mother is Japanese, his father is Slovakian, but he is based in London in the United Kingdom, and that's where he grew up. And what a fantastic opportunity it is for the young Alpine Academy racer to potentially take his 3rd FIA Karting title by winning his first final on the road. That would be absolutely amazing. Now, here is his teammate in the junior category, Alexander Bondarev, European champion 2023. He may be starting lower back, but the Bison, as he is starting to be known in the paddock this weekend, he doesn't want to be known as the Phoenix anymore. Now he wants to be known as Bondi the Bison, trying to charge his way through. We caught up with him earlier in preparations for this World Championship.
Well, we've been fast in all the races so far this year, so it's like, I'm not going to be surprised if we will also have the speed this weekend. Of course, as we were on the podium in all 4 rounds of the European, it would be nice to also conclude it with a win in the World Championship. But it's going to be tough. The track is related to a lot of overtaking, so it's going to be hard to stay in front. But we, in my opinion, we are prepared very well for this race. In my opinion, there is no more pressure, as I think we already proved enough that we were able to win the European while being on the podium in all 4 races. So the pressure is off. So I'll just go out on track and do my best. In my opinion, all tracks this year suit my driving style. So it's Franciacorta. So the speed should be there once again. So we'll try to be very consistent starting from qualifying and show everyone what we can do for the rest of the weekend. It's hard to say because most of the heats rely on the results in qualifying. So it's difficult to predict what we'll have, but we know we have the pace. So it will all depend how qualifying is going to go, and that time from the heat will depend what we're going to start in the final.
Always great to catch up with Alexander Bondarev, the newly crowned European champion in the junior category. As we get ourselves ready for the A, B versus D race with Joel Pajola starting on the pole position with Noah Montero by his side, followed by Henri Domain, David Cosmac, Christopher, all current leader in the classification. Then we have Christopher Elfegali, Scott Lindblom, Davide Botaro, Roman Kamiab, Mats Van Rooyen, Jack Eiliff, Daniel Kelleher, Jan Karas, Chung Choju, Meryl Peldes, Jason Sculano, Louis Cochet, Murilo Rocha, David Koshika, Sebastian Etimaki, Alexander Bondarev, that you just heard, followed by Alfie Slater, Ju Anze, Kian Farin, Luca Auton, Otto Sakala, Gajati Troja, Maximilian Rafalik, Markov Wovkov, Augustin Sepulveda, Santino Panetta, as well as Ludovico Bosso, Elia Weiss, Augusto Toniolo, Dominic Simek, Luca Albunic, and Niklas Schaffler. Here we go, green, 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 right on time, and a perfect start from Johan Pajola on the way to turn number 2 and 3. Everybody going through without too much trouble. Watch out for any wheel banging out there, but it's going pretty much fine for everybody. As a good start from the pole sitter. Watch out as well for Henri Domain, who was able to get himself up into P2 from the inside line, arresting already the Cortona driver in the lead. Shall we see a switch of position as soon as the opening lap, but a good getaway for Henri Domain. Where is Noah Montero? He dropped a bit of momentum by the look of it. He's P3 at the moment, the Czech Republic driver, who was taken out a little bit in one of his races yesterday, but watch out for the move at the end of the opening lap from Henri Domain, trying to go around the outside to maybe switch position into the conclusion of that lap. He stays where he is. It's still way early, 10 laps to go through.
Domain playing the long game at the end of lap 1. He wants to get well clear of the rest of the field with Joël Bocchiola. So Bocchiola and Domain already have 0.8 of a second on Noah Montero, then Chris Fagali, David Cosma, Scott Lindblom, David Abitado, Mats van der Rooyen and Daniel Kelleher. Skudinov in P10 from Shin Jiayu and Roman Kamyab. Still the drivers working their way through. It's going to be interesting to see if Henri Domain will pick his moment on Joël Bocchiola. It looks to me as though he's just going to file up behind him and try and get well clear of Messrs Montero, Fagali and Cosma. But David Cosma being down the order definitely helps out the rest of the opposition as the drivers continue to mix their way through. Scott Lindblom is in the mix here, of course, in this race as well. So Cosma P4, Lindblom P6, two drivers definitely worth having a look at, and that is a retirement for one of the ex-Brit drivers in the field. I think that is going to be Dominic Šimek. So Dominic Šimek having a problem, and I think we've had Sebastian Lettimarki and Augustin Sepulveda going off the road to avoid an incident, or maybe they collided with each other, and poor Dominic Šimek had nowhere to go. We didn't see the incident itself, but certainly that is Dominic Šimek on the sidelines and retired from the race. So Domain, having now made the move on Joël Bocchiola, I think he realised that Noah Montero was catching too quickly, so he had to make the overtaking move and get in front. Otherwise, he was going to be very vulnerable to attack from Noah Montero in third position. But Noah is doing a fantastic job here this weekend. He's got great pace. It's going to be an interesting one to see how he continues to work his way further forward. Domain, Bocchiola, Montero, El Fagali and David Cosma. And Noah Montero starting to size up the opportunity here on Joël Bocchiola. Having had that DNF earlier in the weekend, he certainly wants to try and get himself back into contention. He's not far off the top 10 though, thanks to his raw pace elsewhere and everybody else having issues. Here comes the move. Noah Montero on the inside. He gets his chance and moves up into second position. Nicely done on Joël Bocchiola. Now his next target is going to be Henri Domain. Oh, three carts together. So that is Mark Brovko, David Gorchicha and Augusto Toniolo. And they're having a very heated conversation already. Mark Brovko's already had more than one heated conversation at the end of an incident like that. So I'm afraid all three drivers out on the spot.
Yeah, and the fence is actually misplaced, so it's gonna, the officials onto the track as well are gonna have to replace it in no time. Let's see what's gonna be decided, but the fence has been hit, of course, by those two drivers as Noah Montero is making his bid, beautifully made on Henri Domain. Noah Montero, the Portuguese driver, is taking the lead of that race.
Oh, there's a fourth driver involved. There's actually Sebastian Lettimarki in the incident as well.
Wow, that's a big one.
So yeah, 4 carts going off there at the same time. So Lettimarki, Toniolo, Gorchicha and Mark Brovko. Fortunately, everybody's okay. As Noah Montero has got his position in front of Henri Domain and is now trying to stretch out the lead. But Henri Domain is trying to drop Joël Bocchiola and go with the Portuguese man up front.
That's the first time that Noah Montero finds himself in such a good position to take the win. He took a P5 and a P3 yesterday in his first 2 races. Now he has a golden opportunity to maybe seal the deal, but always easier said than done with Henri Domain and Joël Bocchiola just behind. Certainly more than willing to take the position back after starting from pole position. He was one of the fastest in qualifying practice yesterday, Friday. Joël Bocchiola finding himself for the first time of his career in such a flattering position at the wheel of his Gillard machine. As further back we have Scott Lindblom making his bid on David Cosma. David Cosma Christopher still very much leading the way. It's Scott Lindblom. That's a move that could be very, very important for the course of the weekend, because Scott Lindblom is second in the classification, 4 points shy to the driver he just overtook, David Cosma, OP4. As let's see the replay of that move from Henri Domain for the lead. It was just a few moments ago around the inside of turn number 13, as Henri Domain has been overtaken ever since by Noah Montero on the right side of your picture. But Bocchiola still having something to say into this race. Here's the move for the lead. As for now, still 4 drivers pretty much in the same picture. Nothing is done yet into this race. Noah Montero hasn't been able to really shake up the order, and that's what happened. at the end of the lap.
Goodness, look at that.
I thought for a second that it was maybe in the breaking point of turn number 5, but it was at the conclusion of the lap in a corner where usually you don't do that.
No, that's not fair. That's Mark Brovko taking the enraged stance there out on another driver and shoving him at the side of the road. That's not on, I'm afraid. You can't take out your frustrations on the opponent like that physically, so very unfortunate there for Mark Brovko. I have a feeling that's going to be investigated, but well, it's unfortunate when you have an incident like that, but you certainly can't then keep racing even though the race is over, essentially. You can't keep pushing around, so that's disappointing. Anyway, back to the front on the inside line. Lindblom tries his move on Pocula and runs wide. So he gets into the pathway of David Cosma now. So Lindblom versus Cosma, the two drivers that are battling for this World Championship on the points. Pocula comes back on the inside of Domain for second. What about Lindblom on Cosma? Has Cosma managed to get through on the inside of Scott Lindblom behind them? We need to have a look and see, because those two are actually battling for the title. Yes, Cosma is in front. So Cosma got through in Lindblom, and so did Chris Alfagali.
Yeah, it's not over yet, as two battles are pretty much happening in the same frame. The Pajola and Domain, Cosma and Lindblom, who lost a place actually to Chris Alfagali in the meantime. So what just happened there? Good for Christopher Alfagali putting himself in P5, but of course he won't be happy about that. And Jerzym Skolanov and Botaro just made their way past Scott Lindblom, so really a big drop of momentum, unfortunately for Scott Lindblom. Let's see where he is now. He's under the pressure right now of Jack Heinleif by the look of it. Skolanov, who actually made his way past, and Jack Heinleif actually now making his way through for P8.
See, that's what happened in the penultimate corner of the final lap. He comes off the turn, gets on the grass, and he's still losing places a lap later. That's how tough it is to lose momentum in these World Championship races, because you lose momentum to one, so you're going to have to recover, get on the back foot. But if there's a car further back that's going to get the chance to go through, they're going to get you, then the one behind is going to get you, then the one behind is going to get you. It just ends up being relentlessly painful. So Lindblom, that one mistake that cost him third position, has dropped him all the way to ninth. That's how difficult it is, how competitive it is in this Junior World Championship, as Alexander Bondarev, Bondy the Bison as he now wants to be known from now on, has fought his way through to 13th, continuing the charge forward, making up 6 places. Here comes David Cosma, charging his way through to Henry Domain. This could be an opportunity for him to get into the top 3, and certainly for David Cosma, this is a big opportunity knocking as well. Lindblom losing a lot of places, but Cosma being in the top 4 means he'll now have a 16-point swing going into the next heat. That's big for David Cosma.
Alexander Bondarev, another fastest lap for the Ukrainian driver in P13, climbing 7 places after that missed qualifying. As right now, Montero, 4/10 of a second will be enough for the Portuguese if it stays like that. Watch out for Pajola and Henry Domain into the last sector. Oh, and a 282. Unfortunately for Forza Racing is nowhere to be seen at the end of this race. And this is Luca Auton, I'm afraid, he was 22nd in this race. Watch out for the last turn. As Pajola just made his way past David Cosma on the line. That's going to be a close call for the finish between the two. And in the end, it was Pajola keeping a second place from Henry Domain and David Cosma. Christopher very, very close indeed to snatch the top 3. He's going to have to make do with P4.
So Noah Montero picking up a very important victory. That's going to put him on 133 now. 2 points behind Soleil and Kamyab, and 1 point behind Gerasim Skudanov. Very important for the Portuguese driver to pick up that win at a critical point in the World Championship week. So Noah Montero keeping himself in the hunt. He may have had that DNF earlier in the weekend, but we said it's a double-edged sword if you get a DNF, because you don't work the tyres as hard. So he's got a bit more tyre life under his belt, and he's able to convert it into a victory. So it swings and roundabouts. Yes, he had an earlier problem, but the tyres are in better condition, so he's able to come back for the win. Will it be enough to get him back into contention for the World Championship? Let's hope so.
Let's hope so indeed for Noah Montero. We briefly saw that kick of the helmet that he was giving to his car at the entry of the straight lines to try to give himself that bit of extra speed. I love to do that, to see that from some drivers who tend to lean on their wheel to try to decrease, of course, the resistance to the air and try to, of course, progress into pace. But the kick of the helmet is another good trick from those karting drivers to really get to the top speed. Noah Montero from Joel Pajola, Henry Domain, David Cosma, Christopher in P4 from Christopher Alfagali, David Botaro, Jerazim Skulanov, Jack Heinleif, Scott Lindblom, Mats van Hooyen running at the top 10 from Yochu Chen, as well as P11. We have P12, Alexander Bondarev from Muriel Rocha, Louis Cochet, Alfie Slater, P15, followed by Roman Kamyab in P16, Ken Fardin, Niklas Schaffler 18 positions gained once again for the DPK driver. Here's Noah Montero, certainly relieved to pick up his first win of the weekend here in Franciacorta. Son, of course, of former Formula 1 driver Thiago Montero, that we have seen over the past few years winning races as well in a GT and touring car in the World Championship. And I was led to believe that the Montero family is here to support, of course, Noah. Is look back at the proceedings of that race with a good start and get away from Joel Pohola on to the first sector. Pretty much clean for everybody into that field. Picking Henri Domain on the inside line up to P2 in front of Montero. As one of the drivers further back, it was the 291 actually from not from VDK, sorry, my apologies, 291 David Corsica that was involved with the Czech driver, and he would go on to DNF this race prematurely, unfortunately. Then making his way through the 267 on Henri Domain, taking the lead from Joel Pohola in the early stages before Noah Montero launched his attack. First off the Cotara Sport driver, and then in turn number 13 the hairpin on Henri Domain from NAG, who had, there was little he could do. Going defensive, that's for sure. Not too much aggressive. You don't want to you want to avoid any penalty. And then that big coming together in the last turn into the fence. That was a heavy hit. No one injured in that one, and that's and then a bit of rage and frustration.
Yeah, what we need to point out here is that this is not okay. That this is not okay. You can't just decide to go ahead and take your frustrations out on your fellow driver. You have to keep it bottled up. I know you're obviously full of adrenaline, but you can't then go and remonstrate like that with another driver. Big mistake for Scott Lindblom, unfortunately, as that little run wide cost him plenty of time. He would drop all the way to 9th in the end of the race. Very unfortunate, but that's the swing of the momentum in the junior race. Luca Horton sadly not being able to make the finish. He joins Brovko, Gorcica, Toniolo, Letimaki and Dominic Šimek on the sidelines. But a victory for Noah Montero puts him right back into the hunt. He's currently 8th in the rankings. That definitely helps out the Portuguese driver in his quest to go for the top spot. A really exciting situation for all of the contenders. It'll be a really exciting battle out there on the course. This man, René Lammers, comes off the back of becoming European champion earlier this year, and he is really excited about the chance to make it double bubble. Lorenzo Travasanuto was the last man to win both titles in the same year, and that's the man who currently coaches him. How is René Lammers gearing up for this incredible challenge?
Well, obviously me and the team have a lot of confidence going into this weekend. If I'm one of the favorites, that's for the fans to decide, obviously. I don't like to call that myself, but yeah, me and the team feel confident, so I think we have a strong chance of winning this. First of all, it's my first season in the OK class, so I've learned a lot of things from that, became a lot more mature, learned a lot of things about setup, about the valve, a lot of things in the engine, so yeah, mainly learned a lot of things about yeah, on and off track. And I think this has helped me a lot, especially on the racing side. And I'm trying to resolve it. I think it's a pretty fast track, so obviously you need really long with the sprocket, so you need to try and be as smooth as possible with the steering wheel to not kill any speed. Personally, I feel like I'm very adaptive in my driving style, so yeah, we'll see what the driving style is like this weekend. Obviously, track conditions can change that driving style, but I think for sure for this track, exit is very important because you've got a very long straight, a very fast track, obviously. But I think I'm adaptive with changing my driving style, so I'm ready for that. Will be a mystery until the end of the weekend, obviously, but yeah, I think you can expect some good things from me.
We certainly expect good things from René Lammers nowadays. That's already been a very fast transition for the Dutchman, following in his father's footsteps. This man is my current favourite for the World Championship in 2023. Finn McLaughlin has just been on the crest of a wave this second half of 2023, not just in the OK categories, but in a couple of the lower divisions as well. He really has hit a massive crest of confidence. He took a win at the Home of Champions at the end of August after many years of trying to. And ever since then, it's like everything he touches turns to gold. He's got the Midas touch at the moment. So the Irishman really working hard. He's got half the family, Uncle Bob, Carol, Dylan, Thomas, and everybody else from Ireland have come over to support him. So it's going to be really interesting to see how he continues this climb forward. This man, Thomas Stoltemanis, appears to be a man on a mission. He's been drawn in the same groups as René Lammers every time. And all three races, Lammers and Stoltemanis have met and drawn swords. So far, it's been relatively clean, but with both of them fighting for the World Championship, how long is it going to be until that pressure cooker bubbles over?
Yeah, the more we get into the final qualifying races today, and the more pressure those two will feel on them shoulders. And let's not forget the superheat on Sunday morning. In the OK class, to give you a perspective, we have 111 drivers, 123 in the juniors, but only a fraction of that, 36, will make it to the final races on Sunday afternoon. So a long way to go still, but Tomas Torsimanis is certainly one of those young drivers who can dream of becoming world champion this weekend based on his past performance. He was P4 in the European Championship, made it to the podium of the European season as well in the gearbox class in KZ2. So a very strong selection of accolades and achievements by the young Energy Corset driver. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, once again for the B versus D qualifying heat of the senior class. From pole position, René Lammers with Phil McLaughlin, 2 wins for himself by his side, followed by Tomas Torsimanis, Alex Powell, Jules Caranta, Francisco Macedo, Joe Turney, Jakub Kamenik, Marcus Sater, Jan Przewalski, Oscar Pedersen, Maxence Zobruge, Miguel Costa, Zoe Florescu, Dante Vinci, Paco Musenberger, Alexander Savinkov, Vili Akala, Petra Babikova, and Pascal Van Halmen.
Then Teresa Babachkova and Dmitry Moravchik with Max Angelard and Ruben Moya for Pantano. Then Shima Yamaoka of the Drago Course team and William Go from Philippines, Eloy Gonzalez, Samuel Shaw, Akil Mitsoni, Gustavo Galvo, Gustav Winsniewski and Chen Yinkai to finish off this 32 kart grid. It'll be a very competitive one and a very interesting situation for all of the contenders as we race for supremacy once again. We're going round again. That's interesting. René Lammers is used to controlling the pace now from the front end of the field, but they got that start very badly wrong. They hadn't waited for many of the contenders to come through. Yeah, that was very out of character and very out of sorts for René Lammers. Is he trying to catch out Tomas Stolchimanis by throwing him another lap, or what is it? I'm really fascinated by the body language of Lammers and Stolchimanis in these first 3 races. Because in the first one, Lammers made it very clear to Tomas Stolchimanis, you're not getting through. In the second heat, Stolchimanis bounced back and said, yes, I am. In the third one, they met again, and it got a little bit close to the line for me. So I would love to see if this Lammers-Stolchimanis duel continues, or if they're going to settle their differences and just focus on their own races. It'll be fascinating. But both men, very, very professional. René and Thomas both know exactly how to lead their troops, command the pace up front. René Lammers is a European champion. Tomas Stolchimanis has won several accolades now and has led the energy course back to prominence. So as long as they focus on their own objectives, they're going to be okay. But based on what we saw yesterday, it could be very interesting. And let's not forget that René Lammers is on 132 points, the same amount as Alex Powell, having had a very solid day yesterday. So let's see how it's all going to play out today. They come off the final turn. That's more like it. It's looking like a good start from my point of view. Is it good enough for Nigel Edwards? It is. Off we go. And Lammers and Stolchimanis, 1 and 2. Good start for Gilles Caranta, trying to get past McLaughlin as they go through to turn 1. Turney on the curbs, Powell around the outside. Everybody trying to mix it as they come through. Lammers leads, Stolchimanis second. McLaughlin's worked his way back to third. Turney going the long way round on Caranta, actually draws level with McLaughlin and holds 4th position round the outside. So now it's Lammers, Stolchimanis, and oh, we've had a spin. That's the 118 that's gone around. That's Chen Yinkai, the young man from Chinese Taipei. So he's gone around. But a fabulous battle already beginning here. Lammers versus Stolchimanis with Finn McLaughlin on the march. Up the inside from the Irishman. Finn McLaughlin not prepared to give best. Gets the move on Stolchimanis early in this first lap. And he already splits the duel. Brilliant.
And watch out, because Stolchimanis was unable to respond and finds himself under the pressure of Jules Caranta. Joe Turney, my apologies, Joe Turney is back as well into that top group. Oh, look at him, Stolchimanis going inside, and Phil McLaughlin losing momentum to Turney as well. Oh, that was a good move on the inside of turn number 2 and 3. And certainly McLaughlin wasn't certainly prepared to get caught up, and Alex Powell keeps on going as well. Powell is next, and take P4 out of the VTK driver. Oh, and I'm sorry to say that now Jules Caranta has just got past Phil McLaughlin, so it goes left and right, unfortunately, for the Irish driver, who was caught certainly at the worst place on the track. And once the doors are open, it's quite difficult at this stage to try to shunt them on the other drivers, as Powell and Caranta were keen on going for the moves, and as well for Francisco Macedo. Macedo taking Marcus Sater and maybe Miguel Costa behind. So a disaster for Phil McLaughlin. He was dropping places after places in just the course of 1 lap.
Yeah, down to 7th position. And now look who's back in the lead battle. It's Lammers versus Stolchimanis. And Tomas Stolchimanis is not the kind of driver you want to push around. René Lammers is one of the few drivers who would dare to. So these two meeting again on track for the 4th time this weekend out of 6 minimum. And of course, they could well meet again in the super final. They're almost certainly going to get the job done in the superheat, I should say, sorry. They're almost certainly going to meet each other again in the final. And these two are absolutely pushing each other to the limit. Stolchemanis trying again on René Lammers. He is the proper thorn in his side. And they are looking like the opposite sides of the same coin here. It's Dante Vinci under investigation. Joe Turney running in 3rd place. No, he's not. Alex Powell brings out the big guns and moves into 3rd position past Joe Turney. Now it's his time to strike. He was fairly quiet yesterday. Now he clearly feels, right, I need top 3 finishes. Big, go. Up the inside of Joe Turney, makes the bid. Francisco Macedo, Gilles Caranta and Marcus Saita are having their own separate battles, but Alex Powell unlocks the beast and now moves up into 3rd position on his own.
Can René Lammers pick up his first win after 3 second places yesterday? Consistency has been the name of the game for René Lammers so far. 1 win for Tomas Stolchemanis as well, as he's only P6 at the moment, while René Lammers, if he stays like that, would be our new leader in this senior class. Alex Powell from 3rd place would step up to 2nd as it stands. Still a long way before having anything done in concrete when it comes to the classification, but now Lammers Stolchemanis split by only 0.2 of a second. It's only the start of lap number 5, only went halfway through. Powell very much on his own, no trouble at all for the Jamaican driver. With Joe Turney further back as well in P4, trying to get away from Miguel Costa and that group of drivers where we have Caranta, McCaulin, Macedo, Saito, Berezowski running at the top 10. Everybody's still very glued together. That could be messy actually coming towards the later stages of the race. As Powell is trying to catch up, he has the fastest lap in the back, 48.0. This is 2/10 faster than the 2 leaders. It's fair to say that the more they battle and the more they will keep stucking each other and holding on to their positions, that could allow Alex Powell to catch up as well. He has still 1 full second to try to decrease, but we know the pace of Powell in that situation. Once he's ahead, he's uncatchable, turning those qualifying races into qualifying. That's exactly what he's doing at the moment with another fastest lap in 47.9. This is still much faster than the 2 leaders, but at the moment the gap is not so much decreasing under the second pretty much. René Lammers knows this, of course. He has to resist the pressure from Stolchemanis with the win in sight. But as you can see, Powell is giving his everything to try to join the party.
So René Lammers versus Tomas Stolchemanis, still continuing on. Stolchemanis has got to think long game here, but then so too has René Lammers. He wants to beat Lammers as many times as possible before the end of this qualifying heat procedure, because at the moment Stolchemanis is looking at a 39-point deficit to René Lammers if it stays like this. So any points he can take off him is obviously going to be beneficial. But you've also got to play the long game. You've got to think about tyre life. You've got to think about how far into these qualifying heats can I go before I put the spares on. And I was speaking to a couple of drivers this morning. I actually spoke to last year's world champion, Matthias Morgato. I said, is there any chance you're going to be able to keep this spare fresh set, half fresh set, until tomorrow? He said, no chance. I don't think anybody's going to be able to keep that going until tomorrow. So Joe Turney now very much under pressure from Miguel Costa, trying to work his way forward. You've got Lammers, Stolchemanis, Powell. They are well clear. But now Joe Turney, who still wants to have a part to play in this World Championship contest, he has got Miguel Costa all over the back of him. 6th place for Gilles Caranta. Finn McLaughlin still trying to salvage something from 7th position. Not so easy to be there with all of the hard work that he's had around him. You're allowed 1 blip, really, in qualifying heats, as long as you keep it relatively close towards the top 10. Costa trying his best again here to get in on Joe Turney. I have to say, this is one of the strongest performances I've seen from Miguel Costa this season. Great to see the hard work that he and his coach, Lorenzo Travisanuto, have been putting in. And now he's got an opportunity on the inside of Joe Turney. Well, it takes a really skilled individual to catch Joe Turney napping. That was well executed from Miguel Costa. And now he's left Turney in the clutches of Caranta and McLaughlin.
McLaughlin could have a chance to snatch those 2 drivers at once and taking to position. Oh, on the 56 from Birelart. Unfortunately, Eloy Gonzalez, who was having one heck of a recovery. 11 places again up to P16. Oh. We'll get a chance to see what happened, but this is DNF, unfortunately, for Eloy Gonzalez from Spain. As we get ourselves into lap number 9 out of 12. Nothing is done yet, even though René Lammers has been able to pick some pace. 0.4 of a second already now on Tomas Stolchemanis. As Joe Turney, Phil McLaughlin just made his way past Gilles Caranta to attack Joe Turney. Watch out for the Car Republic driver. Gilles Caranta stays where he is. As further back, we have a move as well from Francesco Macedo, who got overtaken twice I think, by Markus Sater and Savinkov by the look of it. No, Jan Berezovski, my apologies, now up into P8, as Alex Powell put out another fastest lap in this race, but not quite able to decrease that gap on Stoltz-Semanis. Still a full second between the Jamaican and the two leaders. As FIA Karting, the VDK driver, can he actually try something in turn number 13? Still missing 1 meter, 1 minute and a half to be that much of a threat. As running inside goes one of the CRGs for the back. This is Francesco Macedo on Markus Sater by the look of it. This is Maxence Verbruch, his teammate for the back for P11 on Sandvikov. As Teresa Babikova, unfortunately, being investigated, as she's currently at the back end of the grid. Teresa with Petra as well into that race. Petra is P13, and Teresa, where is she actually? Teresa Babikova. We'll come back to that in a moment.
She's currently 13th, actually, just in front of Max Angelard and her sister Petra.
Yep.
So she's right in the mix. Now, here's Alex Powell, having started to get into the gap in front of him of Thomas Stoltz-Semanis. Now, Stoltz-Semanis has fallen off the pace of René Lammers, and Powell might actually snatch a second place here. So this is going to be pretty exciting to see how this continues. 2 laps to go, and Lammers looks back over his shoulder. I've got him, I've nailed him, and I've checked out. Excellent. This is psychological upper hand, swinging back to René Lammers. Thomas Stoltz-Semanis under big pressure now from Alex Powell, who might just have the time, with a lap and a half to go, to get one over on him.
And those qualifying laps were not done for nothing for Alex Powell. Let's see if he's going to be able to have that extra bit of pace to get ahead of Stoltz-Semanis. But as we said, Powell is playing the long game as well. And as for now, the Jamaican driver is sitting within the top 5 of the classification. He picked up a win and a second place and a P5 as well as best results, a P4 shall I say, yesterday. And now he has another chance to get the second position if he can make it past Thomas Stoltz-Semanis. Who's not the easiest one to get overtaken. Final lap this is, 7/10 of a second. René Lammers on his way to his first win on his 4th attempt after 3 second places. Stoltz-Semanis, I think he might have enough with that last lap to keep Alex Powell at bay. Miguel Costa and Joe Turney still split by just a few tenths of a second right now. Costa will, of course, cross the line on a quiet mode with Joe Turney trying to resist to Phil McLaughlin in those last few corners. But Powell still very much glued to Thomas Stoltz-Semanis, could receive maybe one last attempt coming to the hairpin at turn number 13. Powell outside of turn number 12 onto the curb. Stoltz-Semanis watching over his shoulder, going defensive, run inside. This is the opportunity maybe for Powell to go around the last corner. There's going to be side by side.
Word! Is he actually going to get there? Not quite, but I tell you what, he's up for the fight. Excellent stuff. René Lammers, Thomas Stoltz-Semanis and Alex Powell. Well, Alex Powell just showed an inner strength and dedication that I think he's been hiding for most of this week. I tell you what, he has absolutely thrown his hand now. He almost went round the outside of the final turn to Thomas Stoltz-Semanis. If Stoltz-Semanis had been a little bit slow on the uptake, I think Powell would have got him. That is absolutely daring do from the Jamaican. But René Lammers finally picks up his first win of the week, and that's quite an important time to do it. He now takes the lead of the interim rankings, 4 points clear of Finn McLaughlin and 9 points clear of Alex Powell. This World Championship fight just went nuclear.
And it's fair to say that it's not the first time that we get to see such a close finish onto the line between drivers and between the contenders for the win, provided by the braking zone of the hairpin on the way to the fast start finish straight. All the drivers making their way back to the Parc Fermé. This afternoon we'll give you as many interviews as possible, as we'll get a chance to talk to the actors themselves. Here's the classification in full. René Lammers picking up his first win of the weekend from Thomas Stoltz-Semanis. Alex Powell, Miguel Costa picking up 9 places within the top 4 from Joe Turney, Phil McLaughlin, Jan Berezovski, Jules Caranta, Markus Sater, Francesco Macedo running up the top 10, followed by Alexander Savenko, Maxence Verbruch, Teresa Babikova, Petra Babikova just behind, and a P15 for Maximilian Angelar. P16 for Gustav Wisniewski from Oscar Pedersen, Dante Vinci, William Go, Paco Musenberger, Jakub Kamenik, Dimitro Muravcic, followed by Vili Akala, Zoe Florescu, Samuel Shaw, Shuma Yamaoka, Ruben Moya, all the way down to P27 for the Spaniard, Gustavo Galvao, Pascal Van Almen, Akil Mizzoni, and the 2 drivers that we lost, Chen Yinkei and Eloy Gonzalez. A little high to the camera maybe from René Lammers after the scale. The Paralympic driver, very, very strong indeed, as he was able to not only keep Thomas Stoltz-Semanis at bay behind him, but also picking up the pace in the last laps to win with a good margin of 0.8 of a second. Here's how he did it, as from the start, the Dutch driver was very keen of not letting anyone getting through into the first section. A couple of drivers clipping the curb on the inside over there, as Manis had a good start in front of Phil McLaughlin. On the outside, when Joe Turney, the Englishman, of course, after what had been a decent qualifying, has been fighting his way through as well to collect the results that they need. Qualifying hasn't been sometimes his strongest skills, but this time around, Joe Turney is very much on pace with the Car Republic machine. One of the Falcon drivers that we lost, it was Chen Yingke indeed on the early stage. As this is the moment where Phil McLaughlin started losing momentum, unfortunately, and got overtaken left and right, first by Alex Powell after Joe Turney, and then for Jules Caranta making his way through. It was a start of trouble, unfortunately, for Phil McLaughlin, who had been so solid so far. This is a lesson to be learned from, certainly, for Fian, still making it to P6, so not so much of a disaster in the end, but certainly would have preferred a much better result.
Well, you're allowed one blip in the World Championship, provided it doesn't send you into the barriers. Unfortunately for Eloy Gonzalez, in the super rapid Birolart, that's unfortunately exactly what has happened. He was making big gains up until that point as well. He'd made his way all the way from 27th on the grid, all the way up to 15th by that point, and he was absolutely charging through like the Blanc missile from Mario Kart. Was doing a great job up to that point. Here's how Alex Powell almost went completely round the outside of Thomas Stolchamanis on the final bend. Fair play. That's a man who wants to be world champion, isn't it? He's absolutely shown his A-game there. René Lammers finally gets himself into the lead of the intermediate classification with some solid driving. Now 4 points ahead of Finn McLaughlin and 9 ahead of Alex Powell. This is going to be a really entertaining battle. And let's not forget, of course, that Kiya Nakamura is still yet to do his 4th qualifying heat. And if he wins that, he's still the interim leader overall. So it's a good position to be in if you're Kiya Nakamura, watching everybody else have their moments on the course. The drivers are gearing up and getting ready. It's not just the drivers that are excited about the race ahead. The team managers are obviously in a very tough position as they get themselves geared up. You can't even begin to imagine all of the hard work and all of the haulage, all of the engineering, all of the organization of trying to put everything together. The Ricky Flynn Motorsport team has had plenty of success in the World Championship, both junior and senior, over the years. It was only in 2014 that Lando Norris, of course, became world champion for this squad. And it's been quite an amazing legacy that Ricky Flynn has built in the world of the World Championship. We caught up with Ricky earlier this week.
This is a culmination of everything that goes on through the year. Obviously, we've done 2 big races here in Franciacorta already this year, done many tests, and it's just an ever-growing test program that we're doing to obviously arrive here on Sunday with the best material, the best preparation we can do throughout the year. We go into it with confidence with the drivers we've got in OK Junior for a good result. Obviously, the goal will be to get one of them on the top step. Some of the new circuits have been good. It's good to go different places because obviously for everybody we want new challenges, not just for the drivers, the team, the mechanics, the engineers. Everybody wants new challenges, so everybody's welcomed different circuits rather than going to the same places year in, year out. So that's been good. The new point system I think also is working well. So yeah, no, happy with all of everything that's gone on in 2023. It's always good to have them back. They're two lovely lads that obviously were with us. Obviously Lando winning a World and European Championship back in 2015, 2014 now. Oscar coming 6th in the World Championship. But I think it was also nice for them because everything they do in Formula One is massive pressure, cameras, people, interviews, everything. It was nice to come back here. Nobody was in the circuit. The circuit was closed, just so there was only maybe 50 people in the circuit. And it was like going back in time for them into a place where they felt comfortable when they raced karting. And they seemed very relaxed and enjoyed it. And it was obviously good for the lads, the mechanics, the engineers in the tent to have them back and see how they've grown into becoming F1 stars now.
Yeah, you may have seen in social media, if you're a big FIA karting fan like we are, they did indeed invite McLaren Formula One drivers Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri to return to the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team that they grew up with in the world of karting. Ironic, really, because, of course, the chassis they now run on is Lando Norris's own chassis that he has developed with the OTK group. So a nice opportunity for Lando to sample his own equipment and for Oscar Piastri to drive a car that bears his teammate's name. I wonder how that went down. But no, they clearly had a lot of fun and they really enjoyed themselves. And that's the thing. We've said this time and time again, not just in the past, but this week. You can take the racing driver out of karting, but you can't take karting out of the racing driver.
That's very true. And among the F1 drivers that we've seen coming back to karting for the past few years, Lando Norris has been certainly the strongest advocate of the sport that he loves. And of course, launching his own brand of chassis with the OTK Kart group, still very much in love with the sport and connected to Ricky Flynn Motorsport. And if you haven't seen it yet, on YouTube there's a very nice video of one of his vlogs by Lando Norris, who likes to come back to karting and film it for the people to see what it's like to be within a professional team as Ricky Flynn Motorsport. And both Piastri and Norris were kind enough to send a message to the drivers ahead of the World Championship as well on social media.
So here's the grid for qualifying Heat E versus F. Jacob Mikulev and Lewis Francis. Filippo Sala and Sebastian Mins from Noah Wolff and Augustus Toniolo. Jared Clark and Jensen Burnett from Andy Consani and Thomas Jaisenyi. Alpo Timonen and Oliver Kinmark. Alpak Soy and Yindro Peschel. Vivek Kanthan, Salim Hanna, Tiziano Monza and Vassia Apostolidis.
Then we have Mile Marchand and Zhao Jijun, Boris Linzen and Lev Kuchalov, as well as Kirill Ditsiev and Philippe Carras, Enzo Nicoter and Radek Vavra, followed by Louis Castellini, Simeon Ketola, Kit Bedowski, Alois Girardet, Joseph Smith, Nicole Blaskos, Morgan Knudsen, and Tom Pappenberg. 34 drivers in total on our grid and onto the track. Here we go again for the junior E versus F this time around. And when it comes to the classification of the category welcoming drivers between 12 and 14 years of age, well, we go again for an extra attempt, and like for the race before in the seniors, it seemed like the pole sitter Jacob Mikulev wasn't decreasing the pace just at the right time, just enough for the people and the other drivers behind to get close enough. So here we go again. Very strange first attempt of a start. Pretty much no one was ready. So here we go for another try. But as it stands, David Cosma Christopher is your leader at the moment, 16 points clear from Scott Lindblom. And Christopher Elfegali in P3. All of this will change after this race, of course, as we go for 10 laps. Jacob Mikulev from Malta and Lewis Francis by his side from Australia. There's going to be another strong and very interesting battle between the two.
Yeah, it's an interesting stagger this time because we don't have 8 groups or 6 groups to make it easier to count through the rotation of heats. We have 7, so there's always one group that's out of rotation with everybody else. So we're never going to quite get the complete picture of how the heats are worked up until the end of the final heat of the day, because there's always going to be one group out of kilter with everybody else. So it's an unusual situation. We're trying to predict who's going to be at the top of the rankings all the way through, and we're always going to be one group out of sync. So that's making it quite hard to follow. But here we go. Mikulev and Francis off to the grid. Francis is going to try and hold this round the outside to try and get at least 3rd position out of it. Noah Wolff is going wheel to wheel with Augustus Toniolo, I do believe, as they work their way through on the far side. Noah Wolff now trying to keep Jarrett Clark back. That's one of the Paralins trying to get in on the inside line there. I think that's the fast starting Andy Consani, and there's a spinner off the road has gone, one of the CRGs. It's the 256 of Enzo Nienkotter, the Brazilian driver. So he is trying to get the kart restarted. He's managed to do so, I think. So very well done indeed there from Enzo Nienkotter. So hard to do, but up in front, it is Filippo Sala who has taken the lead of the race then for the Ricky Flynn team. So Filippo Sala leading the way. A bit of a shake of the fist there potentially from Sebastian Mins, or certainly a little bit of a gesture to the kart in front. And here comes Noah Wolff getting wheel to wheel with Jacob Mikulev. Might be able to hold him around the outside. There's a problem further back as we had one of the Koski karts skating off the road and actually missing the apex completely. I think that was Oliver Kinmark, the Swedish driver, missing the apex of turn 14 completely. And now Sebastian Mins is going to try and get his run on Filippo Sala as Noah Wolff takes on Jacob Mikulev.
And Wolff was very, very close to make his bet in turn number 2, but there was not just space enough on Mikulev. Watch out for a Tonica driver from World Racing resisting. And Noah Wolff found himself under the pressure as well of Andy Consani, as well as Jared Clark further back. All the drivers still very much glued together in lap number 2, that is out of 10. As Filippo Sala must make, of course, Mr. Ricky Flynn very proud by leading that race once again, as he tried to resist and shaking off Sebastian Mins further back. You shall see some move coming up as a couple of drivers further back went into some trouble outside of the hairpin. Watch out for the braking point with the double right-hander. Salim Hanna is picked up a warning flag, unfortunately. Sebastian Min stay where he is, going for the long game as well. But he didn't have to wait too long because watch out for the move further back. That was a close one, but the door was shut on the end. And Noah Wolf is taking advantage to take the inside line. He's going to be shaking up a little bit because Kansani and Clark run on the inside. Watch out for the Sodica driver. He made his bit, and that's 3 positions lost, I'm afraid, for Noah Wolf in the course of just 3 corners.
He had a great idea there on Jacob Mikulev. He thought he could get the undercut, but he just caught the curb as he went through and lost all speed. And now that's the Tony Kart that's come off the road there. That's Alpak Soy again. He's had such bad luck in this World Championship, Alpak Soy. I'm fairly sure that's the 3rd DNF out of 4 races for the Turk. He's just had no joy at all. He's one of the youngest men to be doing a 2nd season in the junior category. Of course, he actually started last year when he was only 11. So he's very lucky, actually, to still be towards the sharp end. But yeah, disaster so far for Alpak Soy. That's his 3rd DNF. And he's got to be really spitting fumes at this moment. Next year,
out.
That's Knudsen.
Yeah.
That's Morgan Knudsen in the Forza. So he's going to bring that to a stop, I think, well out of harm's way. Problems with the X-Brit. But no, just to come back to Alpak Soy, he's actually one of the drivers I tip for greatness next year because he'll be in his 3rd year. He'll be at about the right sort of age, frame and height and experience to really storm it. So keep an eye on Alpak Soy. Yes, he's had a very miserable World Championship this time, but in 2024, I think he's going to rebuild over the winter, regroup. He's going to absolutely storm it if he gets half a chance. So keep an eye on Alpak Soy going into 2024. Sadly, in the World Championship, a 3rd DNF, that pretty much spells curtains to his campaign. Meanwhile, Sebastian Mins is going to try and push away with Filippo Sala. They've already pulled 1.7 clear of Andy Konsani and Jacob Mikulev. Noah Wolf is there in P5. Then Francis and Vivek Kanthan, the American, is absolutely charging through. He's made up 8 places now, just to be 1 behind Lewis Francis.
Vivek Kanthan in P8 at the moment. Watch out for his recovery in the later stages of that race. We're entering the 2nd half of this qualifying heat. And you can see Jacob Mikulev, of course, being put under pressure. It's going to be an interesting one. Let's run the inside. Mikulev trying to shake up the order on Andy Kansani. Kansani stays where he is, sorry. But Mikulev, Wolf, and Lewis Francis as well finds himself into that 4-driver group. That's going to be an interesting one coming to the first section. Watch out who's going to go first. Maybe from behind, Lewis Francis on the outside. It's going to take maybe Noah Wolf being pushed a little bit on the curb. But manages to stay on track. Wolf stays where he is, and the Sodica driver from the back has lost a little bit of momentum. Unfortunately for him, we'll get back to that as Joseph Smith is putting out the fastest lap, competing this weekend with the Victor Lane machines. As who's going to take the leading position out of that group? In the meantime, of course, Filippo Sala and Sebastian Mins are out of reach from Andy Kansani. He lost all hopes, of course, of finishing within the top 2 positions. Now what he wants is to see the light in P3. That's going to be a very big challenge because both Mikulev and Noah Wolf have other ideas in mind. They are the 2 leaders, and watch out for the battle for the win as well. Lap number 7 out of 10. And Sala and Mins have still something to do into that race, as the VTK driver has yet to win a race this weekend. Filippo Sala, as it stands, would be in 2nd place in the overall ranking of things if he stays where he is. Filippo Sala in that class, who picked up a win already.
Nice battles in the midfield there. We see a couple of drivers really going for it. That's going to shuffle the deck a little bit more again because the leaders have obviously got their little bit of gravitas, but I think from Toniolo downwards we had several other drivers there mixing it up, and that's going to shuffle the deck a little bit as they come through the timing line. Indeed, Toniolo managing to get through on Mikulev, Monza getting through on Cijenyi. And look at this, Noah Wolf all over the back of Andy Konsani. Come on, man, stop defending. We've got 3 more laps of this. I want to get into 3rd position. If you're just going to park the bus, then what's the point even racing? That's going to be on the Noah Wolf's mind as they come through. Trying to get through to the first corner again. Konsani drags the car to the inside line in the hope that he can keep Noah Wolf at bay. And with Lewis Francis and Augustus Toniolo right in behind them, he's going to have to work for it. Wolf is going to have to pull across to keep Francis from getting in on the inside. Toniolo's now going to get his run on his teammate, Lewis Francis. That is not a very teammate attitude. He squeezes Francis to the inside radius, and that cost him another place to the American Vivek Kanthan. I have a feeling those 2 will be having words later.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a net shot there on the exit of the turn, as those 2 are still explaining themselves, with Filippo Sala still very much holding on to that lead. Sebastian Mins waiting for the right moment, the right opportunity to maybe launch a maneuver, as expecting as well a move. Noah Wolf around the outside of the last turn. Maybe he could carry the momentum into turn number 2. On the inside, there you go, Sebastian Mins on the penultimate lap. There's the first attempt. And this is successful as for now. Filippo Sala trying to switch the positions. Sebastian Mins going defensive onto the breaking point of turn number 5. Filippo Sala having to go patiently on this one. Didn't have to rush into things because otherwise that might actually get themselves too into trouble. But he has one more lap to go after that to try to switch the position and give him the money back.
This is a stereotypical British Championship strategy from Sebastian Mins. Get well clear, pull away from the rest of the field, then on the penultimate lap, go for the move and defend like crazy because you run the other driver out of time. Here comes Sebastian Mins trying to hold up Filippo Sala. But is this going to be enough for Filippo Sala to get back in? And how determined is Sebastian Mins going to need to be to keep the defensive tactics going? This is going to be the battle for the win because everybody else is 4 seconds back. But this is going to be tricky for Mins. He's just got to keep Filippo Sala at bay. He's got to hold that inside radius. This is a great chance for the British driver Sebastian Mins, trying to hold it as he works his way through on the VDK. He's a very talented young individual, is Sebastian Mins. He just needs to keep his focus, keep his head. He's doing all the right things at the moment. Filippo Sala still trying, still committed, still focused to try and get through. But again, Sebastian Mins is being fast where he needs to be, but slow into the radius, giving no option for Filippo Sala to make the bid. Into the hairpin, this is where it's really going to count. Sala nudging Sebastian Mins to try and get that move. Mins is going to park him. Oh, what a slingshot from Sala! What a slingshot! Absolutely incredible. He sells the Nigel Mansell Nelson Piquet dummy move across the line. Sala delighted with himself for taking that heat win. That was magic stuff from Filippo Sala. He channels his inner Nigel Mansell, sells Sebastian Mins the dummy. That was the move of the week. Beautiful.
Beautiful piece of driving from Filippo Sala, taking win number 2. And what a way to start his day here at the World Championship for Ricky Finn Motorsport. But this is indeed one of the best moves, if not the most intelligent that we've seen so far in turn number 13. That famous hairpin that has seen so far so many overtaking maneuvers. But this one, we thought for a second that was going to go the long way on the outside, switching position on the exit. But it was just a dummy indeed as he crossed the line and surprised Sebastian Mins between the VDK driver and the curb where there wasn't much space to find yourself through, but still he made it stick and he can punch the air with joy. He knows how significant that victory will be, not only for the points as he finds himself now second to David Kosma for just one tiny unit, but also for the confidence level. It's going to be boosted certainly like never before by that move and that victory.
I have to say, it's quite nice to see somebody celebrating the win for a heat. Yeah. Filippo Sala taking the win there from Sebastian Mins and Lewis Francis. Andy Consani and Vivek Kanthan take a bow. 15th to 5th. Augustus Toniolo in front of Jendro Peschel and Tiziano Monza. Another big comeback from him, up to 8th place. Jakub Mikulev and Noah Wolf in the top 10. Tobias Chizeni and Kirill Titiev, who made up 11 places. Then Salim Hanna, Vasily Apostolidis, Marlon Marchand, and Jarrett Clark and Jensen Burnett, who both really struggled in that one. Boris Lazen ahead of Oliver Kinmark and Kip Malowski, who made up 9 places, so he's charging his way through where he can. But Filippo Sala riding the crest of the wave there after the most amazing move. And I think I just read the lips there. Did you see that? Did you see that? That was a nice handshake there from Sebastian Mins as well. Very sporting from Sebastian Mins, but Filippo Sala, that one will be particularly special. We're going to look back over the highlights of it, but this is a win that Filippo Sala is going to replay over and over again.
You might have been asking, did you get that on camera? Was it on video? Please tell me.
Oh, it was, mate. Oh,
yes,
it was.
Absolutely one of the highlights of the event so far. As a couple of drivers got pushed out actually at the back end of the grid. We missed that in the opening race. 256 was caught up in the end. It was Enzo Nicorto was one of the victims. The Brazilian was able to get going, but finishing this race dead last, I'm afraid. As a couple of drivers starting battling with Noah Wolf, doing his bit around the outside of Jakub Mikulev or Paul Sitter, who would end up finishing a little bit further back in P9. Wolf on the inside of Mikulev as Filippo Sala and Sebastian Mins were already getting away, while those four were battling along with the 276 as well as the Solica driver Jarrett Clark, actually, who ended up all the way down to P16 after battling for a top 5 finish. But you had in the middle as well Andy Cansani, who would end up finishing in P4 after climbing 5 places. But this was the strongest battles, and we've seen plenty in this qualifying heat. And the driver getting into trouble, it was Knudsen, fortunately Morgan Knudsen, who had to admit defeat for Forza Racing. His race coming to a premature end, and 7 laps from the finish as around the inside when Sebastian Mins, that was the first move on Filippo Sala. We thought at some point that the VK driver was going to be able to hold on to that lead, and then came that move around the outside and then switching position onto the curb, clipping the inside line. A little bit of a nudge from Sebastian Mins on the exit, nothing to worry about. It was enough for Filippo Sala to seal the deal on the line and taking his second place, second victory.
Do you know what? That is a Christmas come early move for Filippo Sala. That is absolutely gold dust. And look at the emotion over the line. Yes, that one felt good. Filippo Sala knows he's right in the hunt for this World Championship. A name that a lot of people probably wouldn't have put at the top of their list coming into this World Championship week, but the switch to Ricky Flynn Motorsport, that's really helped him out. Great stuff. The fans in the stands still enjoying life and still enjoying the world of karting. One man who's not really been able to get it out of his system at any point is a man who conquered the world in karting back in the day and also became a Formula 3000 champion, raced in Formula 1, raced in IndyCar, and has been instrumental in so many drivers' developments. The Pantano name has returned to the world of karting of late. Last year they made their debut in the Karting World Championship. They're back in 2024. How does Giorgio Pantano square things up with his World Championship bid?
Well, yes, another one is making Italy. This year is a different place for sure. Is Franciacorta is not Sarno like last year. It's special because we are Italian, we are a manufacturer from Italy, and it's still special to race even close to our manufacturing. And let's see how it goes this year. We have some progression on our material, but like what I said last year, we came here to compete with the other manufacturers, the biggest in the world. We just new one, our second year with manufacturing. We expect to achieve the final, to be honest. We don't expect to achieve too much. It's already a good goal for us to be on the final, because I believe also the other manufacturers are making some progress in terms of material and also on the size of the engine. And let's see how it goes. If we achieve the final, last year was something we don't believe to achieve P7 with Moya. This year is totally different for sure. Some progress from the other manufacturer, from the tuning side, from the manufacturer from engine. And we are here. Let's see how it goes. Last year was something we don't expect it to finish in P7. This year, I still believe if we achieve the final, that for us will be a good goal. And let's see anyway, this track is even close to our manufacturing, and I believe we can achieve the final, but you never know what's happened. Everyone are making some progress with the manufacturing, with the tuning, with the engine side, and for sure they are more stronger. But we're here to see where we are, to be honest. We don't believe too much. We just see where we are compared to last year.
So the grid for the next race, it is qualifying heat E versus F in the senior category. Louis Iglesias and Olin Galli, and all CRG front row for this one, with Artur Polane in front of Simone Bianco, Kiddo Kutzkov and Ian Eichmans, Aaron Garcia, Dimitri Medvedev, Anatoly Kivalkin, Andrea Dube, Vasi Michailidis, Jakub Brashki, Liverway Sam Butler and Danilo Albanese from Guillaume Bouzard and Matteo Giacardi, Mark Kastelic and Xavier Avramides. Then we have Matilda Pats and Matthews Morgato, Carolina Vanchikova and Dino Storescu, Eduardo Dominguez and Gazi Motlakar, Nicola Nalati and Clement Utran, Riccardo Cirelli, Ivo Besterda, Guy Albag, Lee Kuho, Leonardo Cesaretti and Sofia Cotala, who messaged me earlier this morning saying she hit a milestone in her warm-up session this morning. She was out there up against Olin Galli, who of course topped his grid. How far was she off the pace of him in warm-up? 0.8 of a second. For someone who's almost twice the age, that is very impressive. Here we go. Up to the first corner. Louis Iglesias trying to hang on in front of Olin Galli. Galli going a long way round the outside. Brilliant from Olin Galli to hold on to the lead of that in a fantastic squabble. A lot of other drivers, however, struggling to get round with difficult moments as everybody trips up over each other. The 106, Karolina Vanchikova, one of the drivers to trip over as they run down the far side. Matilda Pats having to take avoiding action, as too was Lee Kuho. And it looks as though there's a problem for Danilo Albanese.
Yeah, Danilo Albanese went actually onto the grass. We might need to see that again if he was pushed or he had to take the long way off. But Danilo Albanese, unfortunately, the KZ European champion of that season, having a bit of a trouble into that opening lap as on the inside goes one of the AKM, beautifully made on the inside for Arthur Poulain. Only Gali under investigation.
Oh, okay, so he's got himself into the lead, but maybe his start was not appropriate. Diving up the inside, a good comeback from Simone Bianco, the third CRG up in the top 4 at the moment, managing to get past his teammate Luis Iglesias. So Simone Bianco now wants a piece of this. I tell you what, this week has definitely seen the CRG team make a big push. They want to win the World Championship in 2023 in direct drive. They've had plenty of success in KZ of late, but they really want to push to get back to the big stuff in the direct drive category. Up the inside from Luis Iglesias, gets the move on his teammate Simone Bianco. Whatever you do, don't take each other out, boys. Come on, careful, think about this, because right behind you, you've got the Birrelat of Ian Eichmans in the Leclerc by Lennox colours. Big dive on the inside from Dimitri Matveev. Wow, that was brave.
That was brave, and it allowed Ian Eichmans as well to get past Luis Iglesias, who didn't expect suddenly to lose 2 positions after getting ahead on his teammate Simone Bianco. He's going to have to do it all over again. He was gesturing the young Frenchman to his teammate, stay with me, think about this, let's stay together, but Bianco had none of it and went for the dive. That opened the door to both Eichmans and Dimitri Matveev, who came out of nowhere with that Car Republic machine. Eichmans in the middle, trying to shake off as well Luis Iglesias, who took a P3 result earlier, the young Frenchman, that will give him wings, certainly, as Vasilov Michelandis is picking up a warning flag. Oh, 2 drivers coming together with the 90. This is Riccardo Cirelli from Pantano, as we've lost as well the 107 by the look of it. This is
Dominguez.
Eduardo Dominguez, indeed. They were battling for a P3 finish, P23 finish, unfortunately, and they took each other out by the look of it. Now, on Ingali, under investigation, let me remind you, half of a second on Arthur Poulain, on Simone Bianco, Dimitri Matveev, Eichmans, Iglesias, Kavalkin, Macic, Antoine Dupé, Andrea Dupé, shall I say, and Samtula running at the top 10, Kavalkin putting on the fastest lap in this race. On Ingali, whatever happens post-race, trying to put as much distance as possible between him and Poulain. Arthur Poulain from AK Motorsport, of course, who in this class of the OK category pick up a win already to launch this second day of racing here in Franciacorta. Ian Eichmans trying to resist from potential return from Luis Iglesias to yellow crash helmet. Here's the gap, pretty much nothing between the Belgian and the Frenchman. Eichmans that we've seen competing with the Eichmans family team over the past few years, choosing to go with the Leclerc by Lennox Racing of the Lissone factory of Birrelat, of course. And those two trying to shake up the order, with Dimitri Matveev still up for grab. Actually, Matveev, after that fantastic dive of his into the hairpin, wasn't able to really put as much distance, and now he's going to be the one actually at the threat.
This is a fabulous challenge now. Ian Eichmans making his bid on Dimitri Matveev once again. The Charles Leclerc chassis, part of the Birrelat group, trying to take on Kart Republic. 2 of the biggest names in karting at this moment, of course. And here comes Ian Eichmans diving through. Beautiful run from the Belgian. Really gets the overtake. Nicely done there into the hairpin on Dimitri Matveev. Perfectly squared up. Well disciplined, well executed. And now he's got to try and make his bid to catch up on the top 3 once again of Gali, Poulain and Bianco. Of course, Eichmans getting into 4th place. If there is going to be a penalty handed over to Olin Gali, who is under investigation at the moment, then that is good enough for a top 3 finish. So he's got to stay hungry. But there's still plenty that he could take from this one. He just needs to keep himself in the hunt. But Arthur Poulain is the one really to watch in this one. 2nd place currently, looking to match the point score, currently held by Alex Powell. If he can get past Olin Gali, he may not even have to, of course. If he manages to get past him purely on the draw of having a penalty for the Brazilian in front, then Arthur Poulain is actually going to move up to 3rd in the rankings. All, of course, not taking into account that Nakamura Berta hasn't done his 4th heat. As up on the inside, Luis Iglesias and Anatoly Kavalkin both get their moves on Dimitri Matveev. So that puts the Kart Republic driver down to 7th in front of his teammate from South Africa, Liverway Sam Budler.
Luis Iglesias trying to resist from Anatoly Kavalkin. Kavalkin this time around the inside after number 5. Well done for the European champion of last year in the junior class. Xavier Ramirez, another fastest lap in the bag for driver from Kart Republic, as Kavalkin is now upper place in front of Iglesias within the top 5, allowing Ian Eichmans to build a bit of a gap for himself, as Olin Gali, your current leader, is very much in the need of a strong result after yesterday's qualifying heat that didn't go according to plan, certainly not up to its standards, so he's very much in need of a win if if he's able to keep it post-race. 7/10 of a second on Arthur Poulain. A good trail of drivers out there as we enter lap number 8 out of 12. Poulain, Bianco, Aikmans, Kavalkin. 43 on your picture is further back with Rajic, Anton Adupe and Aaron Garcia. Knocking on the door of the top 10, the number 22. Garcia 92, shall I say. Trying to, as we're here back with Ian Aikmans, the Belgian driver, and the yellow crashing helmet, bearing his surname, his nickname, shall I say, his surname and his nickname at the back of his crash helmet, Oakman, that has been proudly showing to the karting world for the past few seasons. So let's see if he's going to be solid enough to resist to the charge of Anatoly Kavalkin until the end of that qualifying heat. Arthur Poulain, in the meantime, not quite able to get close to Olin Gali. Here's a move from Luis Iglesias, run inside of who is actually being overtaken by Simone Bianco. That is the moment when everything starting going wrong for Luis Iglesias in that turn number 13. As he thought he could stay with Simone Bianco to try to catch up with the leaders, but it went the other way around. Bianco decided to go for the move, and it opened the door for both Aikmans as well as some of his rivals. On the inside, there he goes. Aikmans and Anatoly Kavalkin, well done for the Paralympic driver. Upper place into P4. Aikmans still having some time to make his bid to try to switch positions.
There is an incredible story in this race that perhaps has gone under the wire and under the radar for a lot of people, but while this race is still flowing, it's worth picking up and celebrating a driver on this grid who really has climbed an incredible mountain, to coin a phrase, to be in this position that she's currently in. Sofia Cotala, she may be at the back of the grid, but I tell you what, she is only a second a lap off the pace of the race leaders, considering that she is 46 years old. She only started karting at this level 2 seasons ago. She made her debut in FIA Karting last year with an absolute knife edge to climb. She is completely inexperienced compared to these guys who are 30 years her junior. And this is quite astonishing when you consider how much physicality and hard work she's actually putting in. Up the inside comes Kavalkin to move up into 3rd position. Bianca's going to try and come back at him. They'll come across the line once again. It's not quite going to happen on this occasion. So Bianca's going to have another crack at Anatoly Kavalkin. So still they continue to build forward. But yeah, keep an eye on Sofia Cotala's social media. Apparently she's actually going to climb Everest next year. That's the next big target. So she doesn't do things by halves, does she? She wants to climb a mountain. She wants to race in the FIA Karting World Championship. Fair play. I hope I had those kind of stones by the age of 46.
Yeah, talking about commitment, and I guess the World Championship is part of the training to make that challenge for next year. Andrea Dupe in the fastest lap in this race. Andrea Dupe P9 at the moment, trying to shake up the order. Lambdula still ahead for a full second. Watch out for the move on Ian Aikmans, who's not being overtaken, but goes for the move on Simone Bianco and takes Iglesias with him. Well done. That was a close call. And we go for the final lap with Ian Aikmans up into P4. Iglesias going with him. Matveev as well, getting ahead of Bianco, who lost another place to Lambdula. And it keeps on going wrong, unfortunately. Andrea Dupe getting ahead of Simone Bianco, so that door was kicked wide open by Ian Aikmans, and unfortunately for Simone Bianco, it went the other way around as he lost all momentum that he had been patiently building up in the early stages. He now finds himself in 9th place from Aaron Garcia in P10.
Ian Aikmans trying to thwart off the onslaught from Luis Iglesias in the closing stages of this race. Matveev thinks he's got a shot at the top 4 here as well. Up to the hairpin. Aikmans is actually going to stay close enough to hold on to this, but Matveev might get a shot on Luis Iglesias and get one more overtaking move. But Olin Gali crosses the line on the road in the lead. But as we know, he's under investigation. We don't know if that's going to be able to be held. But certainly for the moment, Olin Gali takes the victory in front of Arthur Poulain and Anatoly Kavalkin, the last year's European Junior Champion, who is certainly having to do things the hard way in the senior category. But it's a good victory for Olin Gali, and one that was needed as well after his mechanical breakdown last night. So a good opportunity for him, but has he been a little bit too aggressive too early? Because obviously being under investigation, it's a bit of a tricky one. Oh, that's a side pod that's come off one of the Kart Republics. I can't quite make out which number that is. We're trying to figure out. It looks like it's a 50-something from
yeah, can you just
the 58, we think. So the 58. So that is going to be the side pod belonging to Xavier Avramides. Now, he is a Kart Republic racer, so that would make a lot of sense. But Yeah, big disaster for Xavier Ramirez at the end of the race there.
Yeah.
Not sure where the contact came from, but it certainly resulted in him dropping a side pod on the start line. So there is Oningali, Artur Poulain and Anatoly Kavalkin. From Ian Eichmanns, Louis Iglesias and Dimitri Matveev, Liverway Sam Budler and Andrea Dube in front of Simone Bianco and Aaron Garcia, then Kirill Kutskov, Jakub Rashki, Guillaume Bouzard, Matthias Morgato and Mark Kastelich.
P16, first of all, we have Xavier Avramidis, who might have lost part of his side pod indeed onto the track. It was one of the fastest on the circuit throughout this race. 17th place for Matteo Giaccardi from Vasilov Michaelidis. Euro Bestarda, Guy Albag, P20 from Danilo Albanese, who had a bit of a trouble into the opening lap. From Gazzi Motorcar, Matilda Paz, Nico Lanalati, Carolina Francikova, Dinu Srochu, Q Lee, Leonardo Cesaretti, and Sofia Cottola. 3 drivers that we lost in Clément Outran, Eduardo Dominguez and Riccardo Cirelli. As you can see, your leader and on track and winner of that race, Oningali for CRG, representing Brazil, the other World Championship, and picking up his first win of the weekend. Let's see how all things played out. As Oningali was having a great start from Louis Iglesias, who was the first one into the lead from pole position. Oningali trying to go the long way around and was able to get past the young Frenchman. Yeah, it was you need one to be able to hold on to that racing line on the outside with so many drivers just behind. But a couple of them not quite understanding each other at the back end of the field, but everybody was back on track.
Now, what happened to Danilo Albanese in that race as well? Because obviously he ended up dropping back. I think we're going to see that as they came through as well in the distance at least. So let's have a look. Ah, there it is. Danilo Albanese just caught one wheel on the grass, and that was enough. All it takes is just one wide trajectory, and you are going backwards. A real shame for the European champion in gearbox this year. Danilo Albanese deciding to have a go at the World Championship in direct drive, having missed out on that accolade in gearbox and Wackersdorf last month. Great battles between Artur Poulain, Simone Bianco and Louis Iglesias as they continue to shuffle the deck. Fair play to Louis Iglesias, again rolling up his sleeves and having a go at his own teammate, but got very close for comfort at various points. And one thing you want to do is make sure you race with your teammate cleanly. Bianco clearly not willing to play ball with his young teammate. That was very brave, wasn't it, from Dimitri Matveev, just to slide in and hope he could get 2 into 1. Problems, unfortunately, for Riccardo Cirelli and Eduardo Dominguez. 2 drivers out of the race on that occasion, and just the slightest check of the wrist there for Eduardo Dominguez. Big moves from Ian Eichmanns. He really is making the barrel art fly around this course in the Leclerc by Lennox colours, and really good to see just how much hard work he is hoping to bring out. Louis Iglesias still keeping himself in the hunt and still flying around, hoping to find that little bit of extra pace. But I think we're going to get to see towards the end of this highlights reel what actually happened to Xavier Avramidis on the closing stages. Kavalkin putting himself nicely in the mix there with Louis Iglesias, and then doing the same thing on Ian Eichmanns.
Good race indeed for the Belgian, as in the end there was that move from Anatoly Kavalkin on Simone Bianco that there was a little he could have done for the Italian driver, who kept on battling still in front of Anatoly Kavalkin before losing some momentum at the end of this race. This when it happened, a little contact between the CRGs, and this is why actually Simone Bianco lost so much momentum. And here's a contact with the 33 of Louis Lamdula. This is the reason that we didn't get to see that live, but this is the reason why Simone Bianco was so far back into the classification after fighting for the upper positions, and this is where indeed it's starting to go wrong for Bianco. Here's another angle on the contact outside of the number 13, and that might be actually the side pod that we saw onto the track that got lost over there by Luis Amdula.
So there is Oningali coming across the line to finish the job. He gets the victory. And I think we're going to find out what happened to Xavier Avramidis in the closing stages. Out of the final turn. Well, that would do it. Avramidis, he clips the cone and it rips the side pod off the kart. You just hit that at exactly the wrong angle, and it all goes horribly, horribly wrong. Well, that tells us a bit of a story there.
So, correction to myself, it wasn't Louis Samdula in the end. I thought for a moment that might have been his side pod lost after that contact, but it was indeed from Xavier Avramidis, thanks to that replay.
So we're now going to continue on with the junior category. in Groups B versus G. Junior world champion previously, a few years back, was Freddie Slater. This young man, Alfie Slater, continuing the journey for the family and the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team. They've already had some good performances this year. Let's see how Alfie is gearing up for his World Championship attack.
Well, I've been competing in Italy for the last 2 years, but it's definitely the biggest race of the year and also probably the hardest. And it's the one you most want to win, in my opinion. It's special because, like, if I'm scrolling through TikTok and you see all the drivers and they're posting about what they wish they want to race here, it's a great privilege. The progress is good. I mean, I think there's a bit more there until we're firmly at the front, and we will stay there. But hopefully we're here this weekend, right at the sharp end. You can't just say that you're going to be better. You have to work for it. But I think the team and me is a great combo, and I think it will go well together, and hopefully we come out on top. So between me and Fred, he always was good. So he had lots of experience, and he taught me quickly, got me like up there faster, just because he's been through it before, and he's obviously speaking from experience because it's gone really well for him. I mean, I'd definitely like to go to cars because that's every karter's dream. But we will see what happens. I mean, I want to be better than him, really. I would like to follow the same path, but if there's a chance that I'm better, I'll definitely take it.
Yeah, ask any sibling of a racing driver who goes into racing itself, what would you like to do? One of those is definitely going to be, yeah, I want to be better than my brother. I want to be better than my sibling. They're always going to go for it. They want to be the best one in the family. That way, they get out of washing the dishes on Christmas Eve.
Yeah, I do hope that Freddie is listening and watching and just heard his younger brother, Alfie. It's not a threat, it's just a warning for the years to come.
It's family banter is what it is, Guillaume. It's family banter,
Yeah.
and you know what the response is going to be. Oh, yeah, you think you can beat me, can you? Well, come on, let's do it. Joel Pocula on the starting grid for the Kotala Sports team on the Gillard chassis. Great to see him in an environment he can feel comfortable. He's obviously been looked after in his upbringing through the karting world by Tukka Tarpanen, the world champion of 2020 in the junior category. And you know what? Tukka Tarpanen is actually here. He's here visiting and obviously wanting to make sure that his young protege, Joel Pocula, is up to speed. Joining him on the front row of the starting grid, the man from Belgium that everybody has been talking about this season, Thibaut Ramekes, definitely going to be a contender worth watching as he climbs up the ranks in the future. This has been his real breakthrough year, hasn't it? He's been contending for the European Championship. He still has a bit of an outside shot at the World Championship, despite the fact he had a DNF yesterday. If he just keeps himself in the hunt, keeps banging in those top 3 finishes in the heats, he has a chance to bring himself back into prominence again. So you cannot afford to count him out. That's the main lesson to take from it. The likes of Henry Domain, Scott Marsh, Chris Alfagali and Lewis Werrell are giving chase. So it's going to be another very close fought heat, this one. Joel Pocula and Thibaut Ramekes then the front row of the grid. From Henry Domain and Scott Marsh, Chris Alfagali and Lewis Werrell, Davide Bottaro and Arjen Kraling from Mats van Rooyen and Efim Dudanov, Dan Kelleher and Thomas Kinsey from Sun Zhao Yu and Thomas Genda, Gerasim Skudanov, Jiang Huzhai, Murado Roca and Mies Huben.
They're followed by Sebastian Letimake and Luna Flusha, Alfa Slater and Alphonse Mitinen, Ken Farin and Elliot Kaczynski, Otto Sakala and Oscar Repetto, Maximilian Rafalik and Alexander Chartier, followed by Augustin Sepulveda, Theo Saloma, Ludovico Busso, Victor Rad, Augusto Tognolo, Matias Ovasca and Lukas Obuchnik, running up the top 35. So 35 drivers, and we seem to be missing Alexandre Chartier, the Canadian driver, unfortunately, who is not with us on track, as Gonzalo Planta, the judge of fact, is waiting for the drivers to make their way back and crossing the red line. From this point on, everybody needs to get together under the leadership of Joel Pocula or Polsiter, who needs to reduce the pace sufficiently enough for everybody to line themselves up in the respective positions and move in the corridors of the grid. Let's try to give it that first attempt on one go.
So Pocula alongside Ramekes, hoping for a good clean run off the final turn. Looks as though Pocula's backed up the field quite nicely there, waiting for the chance. Ramekes wants another start, and he gets one. He is the signature man, isn't he, Thibaut Ramekes? He will always put his hand in the air. If he doesn't like the start, no, I want to go around again. And 9 times out of 10, he usually gets what he wants.
And I think there's a reason to that, because Joel Pocula was back on the throttle maybe slightly early and taking Henry Domain with him on the inside, and you could see that there was, even from a perspective, there was quite a significant difference in terms of the front lines coming to lights out. So that might be the reason why Timo Rämäki's wasn't happy at all about the way things were going. So we go for an extra attempt. This is another one. We've had a good number of those optional warm-up laps, not always the easiest of situation for the drivers, but also for the machines and the tires, because this is even more demanding, and it gets up into temperature in both the compounds and the machinery as well. Of course, those drivers with the MG tires in the OK and the Vega tires in the junior category have to go through 7 races in total, including qualifying performance. So from qualifying all the way to the superheat, they only have 6 tires to play with, 1.5 sets. And it's always a tricky situation, tricky strategy to come up with to decide at one point to go for a fresher half of a set to maximize the performance. So that might be likely by the end of the day, as we've been told.
So the drivers come through into the 2 tram lines across the line again. Are we racing? Yes, we are. Popular and Domain get the start there on the inside as the field works its way through. It looks like it's a little bit staggered, though, as they come through the first corner. They work their way through the first sector, and it's Popular and Domain out in front. Third position, that is one of the Kart Republics. I think that's Chris Alfagali, who has worked his way through into third position, the Lebanese driver. So as the rest of the field works its way through, it's going to be a really intriguing situation for the contenders up front. And so Popular and Domain have got themselves a decent start. Where is Timo Rämäki? Well, he's down in 5th position, so he's lost out to several drivers in the mix there as well. So now it's going to be Popular and Domain having a good run in front of Chris Alfagali. So it will be a fascinating run, and Alfagali is going to try and get his move up the inside of Henry Domain. He gets the overtaking move there nicely. So Alfagali, the Lebanese driver, now comes up into 2nd place, giving chase to Joël Popular.
And this is beautifully executed by the Lebanese driver up into P2, as Timo Rämäki, by the look of it, wasn't particularly happy about the way the start went for the 2nd attempt, as he lost momentum on the way to turn number 2, and positions as well with Alfagali and Botaro getting past. With Henry Domain, let's point out another strong start from the Energy Corsa driver on the inside, taking the toe from the pole sitter, and now, of course, he finds himself in the chaser position. Watch out as well for the return of Davide Botaro, the Italian, with the Tony Kart machine just behind. Timo Rämäki still closing in front of Marsh, Werrell, Chun, Sulanov, and Van Rooyen running out the top 10. Lewis Werrell, from who we do expect, of course, a great deal of many things after this European season that they finished in P4. Didn't have the best of outcomes so far after what had been a complicated qualifying for Lewis Werrell. He had the DNF as run the inside. There he goes, the 230 of Davide Botaro, and taking Timo Rämäki with him. So that's 2 positions lost by Henry Domain. Oh, and 2 drivers coming together at the same time, the 293 and the 299. This is from Ricky Flynn Motorsport and DPK, unfortunately. Those guys didn't get well to each other, as we lost Maximilian Rafalik by the look of it, as well as the 293 of Zhang Huzai.
Yeah, Zhang Huzai and Sebastian Lettermarchi coming together there on the final corner. I think Max Rafalik coming off in a separate incident, as did Victor Rad. So we're not entirely sure what happened there, but 4 drivers out of this race already, only 30 left. And already, big defensive tactics from Domain. Wants to keep Timo Rämäki behind him. So Timo Rämäki is not able to get the overtaking move yet on Henry Domain. The top 3 able to get well clear. Watch out for the man in 3rd, actually. The Tony Kart driver, Davide Botaro, has a real shot to try and hoodwink these 2 guys up front. Joël Popular on the Gillard and Chris Alfagali on the Kart Republic. Here goes the Lebanese driver. He takes the lead of the heat. So a brilliant run there from Chris Alfagali. He really is one of my standout performers of the Junior Championship this year. Chris Alfagali has been in absolute fine form all weekend long, and it's great to see the Lebanese driver really put on a show. Up the inside comes Botaro. He makes his bid on Joël Popular, and crucially, there's now a little bit of a gap made between Chris Alfagali and Davide Botaro as a result of the move for 2nd. Popular wants to go for the move back to get into 2nd, but he's going to have to tank in behind him. So once again, the Lebanese driver, Chris Alfagali, leads at the end of the lap in front of Botaro, Popular, Rämäki, who's finally got his way through, and so too has Scott Marsh and Lewis Werrell. In fact, Werrell has now passed his countryman to move up into P5.
Alfagali so far has picked up 2 second places, best results, and a P5. That could be his first attempt to the victory for the Kart Republic driver, as Davide Botaro into 2nd place. Mohola, Timo Rämäki, who didn't have the best of day yesterday. Timo Rämäki with a couple of strong results, trying to shake off that DNF that he had earlier. He took a 2nd and a 4th place in the end on track. Timo Rämäki but let's see what he can do as Alfie Slater is putting out the fastest lap. Alfie from Ricky Flynn, who didn't have the best of early part of the race, is P15 at the moment. As Davide Bottaro and Joel Pojola still trying to shake things up. Bottaro, the Italian, trying to come close to Christopher Alfagali as we are here. Indeed, with the top 3 drivers, Thibaut Ramakers could try to as well get close. Let's see in terms of respective lap times. Lewis Warwell, the fastest at the moment in 49.2. Ramakers within the same lap time and almost 0.4 of a second faster than Joel Pojola in P3. So Ramakers on a good pace to really, hopefully for him, trying to make the connection. That might give us a 4th driver battle on the way to the checkered flag. And Alfagali is holding on to that position quite brilliantly at the moment, but going to find himself under the pressure of both Bottaro and Pojola. Lewis Warrell is still missing a bit of 0.3 of a second Thibaut Ramakers, but it could be the 5th driver into the mix. Charting to the braking part of turn number 13. No one is daring to move on the inside just yet. Look at Lewis Warrell, the 4th racing machine is really closing in. Another lap down, lap number 7. And time is running out for any of the drivers who try to make a difference.
Several drivers now starting to realise that they have few and far between opportunities to make this work out. It's not going to be easy to keep the ebb and flow. So they're going to have to work increasingly hard towards the end of the day here. In fact, the B group, I'm fairly sure this is their 5th heat now. So the B group have only got 1 race to go after this one. So that's what we were telling you earlier about the fact that we have the 7 groups. We've got 1 group that's always out of kilter, the 5th race of the day for anybody in B group. So Chris Alfagali, having worked his way through from 5th on the grid to 1st, he's currently looking at 201 point score out of 250. He'll take the lead of the interim for the moment. Was that Ramakers getting his bit on the inside of Pojola? I think Ramakers just made his way through to 3rd place. Yes, he has. So the Belgian talent now up to P3. Pojola's under pressure now from Lewis Warrell. Warrell going the long way round to try and get the switch undercut to move up into 4th position. Working his way through, can he make the overtaking move onto the inside line? Pojola's going defensive. Warrell can get the undercut manoeuvre. Beautifully done by Lewis Warrell, but Pojola is not going to concede. Warrell round the outside, holds it together. Brilliant run from Lewis Warrell. I called him Joe 90 with a steering wheel recently, and I think there is the absolute demonstration of that. As off the road, rather sadly, goes Cian Fardin, who's already had his bad luck this season. But Cian Fardin has unfortunate problems again here at Franciacorta. It's more difficulties for the Swiss driver. But Alfagali leads from Ramakers, who's got past Davide Bottaro, and he's only got 1 driver to go for now, and that is Chris Alfagali. 2 laps to go.
Watch out for the battle between those two. If they want to play that smart, they need to push each other to try to make the connection with Alfagali. Still up for grab, the Lebanese driver. That's going to give us 2 beautiful last laps. So the pressure is on, and Thibaut Ramakers, as you can see, putting out the fastest lap in this race. Watch out for the young Belgian, charging his way through into the double right-hander 9 and 10. If he can have a good momentum outside of turn number 11 and 12, then his run to the hairpin might be quite sufficient enough. He's still missing a couple of meters to try to be a threat that lap around. He's going to have to try for the last round.
Now, let's not forget, Ramakers had a DNF yesterday, so again, his tyres will be in slightly better condition than Chris Alfagali's. Here's the move he made on Davide Bottaro to get into 2nd place, but going into this final lap, surely Thibaut Ramakers is going to have his run on Chris Alfagali. They come through turn 3, he'll get his chance into 5, surely. He'll have a look for it on the inside. He's decided against it, Alfagali, keeping himself quite present and central on the way off the turn. So Thibaut Ramakers has got to be very careful here. He doesn't want to get himself into hot water, as now warning flags come out for Mats van Rooyen, as well as for the 229. I think there's been an issue there under investigation. But is there going to be Thibaut Ramakers getting his run on Chris Alfagali? Will he have enough time? Will he have enough of a gap? He's going to come from a long way back. Alfagali's going to defend. Ramakers can stay hungry here. Well covered by Chris Alfagali. Are we about to get some history? Is the Lebanese driver going to get their first win in FIA Karting? He is indeed. Chris Alfagali, the first man ever from Lebanon to seal a qualifying heat victory in FIA Karting. That is a big moment for the nation, in very similar ways to what we saw from Ivan David in days gone by for Sri Lanka. Now another new nation tops the times. That's the first time you've ever seen the Lebanese flag next to a winner in FIA Karting. It's wonderful to see new nations and new drivers getting their opportunity to shine. Christopher Alfagali from Lebanon, an absolute stormer in this race. and he holds off the likes of Ramakas, Bataro and Lewis Werrell, big names in this class. Welcome to the big show, Christopher.
First win this weekend for Christopher Fegali. That comes with another gift, the leadership original still of that class that he just took away on points to Christopher. So well done to Christopher Fegali. That was a well-executed qualifying race for just 600 of a second on the line on Thibaut Ramakers. Picking up is another second place, his best result so far for the Belgian, being able to hold on to that place in front of Davide Botaro, Lewis Werrell. We have Yanju in 5th place, having climbed 8 positions from Joel Pohola, or Paul Sitter, losing a bit of momentum from Jarzim Skolanov, Scott Marsh, Henry Domain, Arvin Kralling running up the top 10 from Murilo Morocha, Daniel Kelleher, Mace Hoban, Alfie Slater climbing 7 places within the top 15, run up by Mats van Rooyen. P16 for Thomas Kinsey from Luna Fluccia, Otto Veneru-Sakala, Ludovico Busso, Efim Derunov, P20, followed by Elliot Kaczynski, Alphonse Mittenen, Theos Salo Mao, Oscar Repeto, Tamas Gender, Augusta Sepulveda, Augusto Tognolo, Matthias Ovasca, Lucas Obushny. The last one to see the checkered flag, and we lost a couple of drivers. Alexandre Charty, the Canadian driver, didn't start this race, as we lost Victor Rad, Maximilian Rafalik, Sebastian Timaki, Jiang Lujay, and Kian Fadin, the last one having to admit defeat into that race. Christopher Fegali, the first driver from Lebanese to take victory in an FIA Karting Championship event. Well done to him. Let's see how things played out into that qualifying race opposing Group B versus G. As Thibaut Ramakers on the outside, as you can see, wasn't particularly happy with the first attempt and not so much with the second one, I'm sure, as he lost 3 positions going from 2nd to 5th. As the 318 of Christopher Fegali was starting his move forward. 2 drivers coming together that will last through the process in Maximilian Rafalik as well as Chen Yujie. Unfortunately, both were not able to get back into the race as the battle kept on going, with Thibaut Ramakers being overtaken by Lewis Werrell on the inside as well. Good recovery for the 267 of Henri Domain at some point, who had one of the best getaways. He found himself in P2, but lost momentum in the later stages of that race, finishing in P9. But the Energy Corsa driver showing great things in the early stages. Lewis Werrell battling along with Paul Sitter, Joel Pohola, along with Thibaut Ramakers, as Werrell on the inside in the exit. Good momentum carried out by the British driver from Forza Racing, but Joel Pohola was trying to hold on to that position. Lewis Werrell was picking up place after place, as Pohola was resisting, at least tried to resist to the charge of the drivers behind him. Davide Botaro, the Italian, would finish in P3 with that Tony Kart machine. Thibaut Ramakers making his bit on the inside of the hairpin towards the end of the race, trying to go for the win on Chris Fegali, who went on to resist. And look at that try on the exit by Lewis Werrell on Davide Botaro, who missed out on 3rd place for 7,000 of a second on the line for the finish between the two, at the advantage of Davide Botaro on the line. So what a great end of a race that was, and the first win this weekend and of his young career for Lebanese by Christopher Fegali. Now, we find ourselves going back to the senior category, the OK class up for now, with the qualifying heat opposing the same group as for the juniors, the B versus G. And this man, Joe Turney, will be starting from the 4th row on the grid, 7 on the inside line. We got up with the British man coming to this event.
I think been a really successful year. First year with Kart Republic. We've managed to win races in the USA and in Europe. We won the first round of the European in Valencia, and then won various races in Europe after that, and as well a lot of races in the US. So won a championship over there, and we're looking to win the World Champ here this week. I think I'm a bit more focused this year on the goal. So I've been racing a lot this year, a lot of days on the track, but I think it's helped me. So I think more days in the kart, in the end, it's going to be better for me. World Championship's a long week, a lot of tension, a lot of stress, long days at the track. So making sure that I'm rested properly before the event and during the event. So eating good food and making sure that I sleep well and I'm in a good preparation for the week. Hopefully you'll see a lot of me near the front, I hope. So try and do the best job we can in the qualifying and in the heats to have a good place for the final.
And we have seen quite a bit of Joe Turney ever since the start of the weekend, with the Britishman picking up to third place finish, shall I say, for Joe Turney, who's been on a strong string of results. Here we go with the green flag being waved. Ever since he stepped to the OK Classic back in 2019, Joe Turney has been always one of the protagonists in both the European and the World Championship. That he missed out in Portimao 2020. Kenny, this time around, seal the deal and take what would be his first FIA Karting title. Still a long way to go, but Joe Turney from 7th on the grid is working towards that goal. Ronnie Lammers will be starting from pole position with Nicolo Coman by his side. Thomas Torsemanis, David Walter sharing row number 2 from Jules Caranta, Sebastiano Pavan, Joe Turney and Luigi Coluccio, Marcus Sater and Nacho Tunon from Oscar Pedersen, Alexander Bogunovic, Miguel Costa, Peter Steele, Dante Vinci, Emily Covisto, Alexander Savinkov, as well as Leo Nilsson from Petra Babikova, Roland Kuklane, Teresa Babikova, Eliska Babikova, as well as Maximilian Angola, Leon Brunner, Shuma Yamoaka, Emmanuel Liudakis, Eloy Gonzalez, Oleski Yeremei, Akil Mizzoni, Thomas Mota, and Gustav Wisniewski. And for the first time this weekend, we're delighted to have the 3 Babikova sisters with Teresa, Petra and Eliska on the same grid, all from Forza Racing. We got up earlier with Eliska, who recently was crowned Italian OK champion coming to this event. And the 3 sisters having moved very recently to the Forza Racing team, competing in the same field as we get ourselves ready. René Lammers against Nicolo Coman, and Thomas Torsemanis just behind the Dutchman.
So this is going to be an interesting challenge for René Lammers. Will it be another battle between him and Thomas Torsemanis off the start? Let's find out. After the first corner, Caranta trying to get alongside Nicolo Coman to get into 3rd position. He's managed that, and off the road in the background, it's one of the VDKs going off. That is the 68, I believe, of Leon Nilsson. So the Swedish driver running off the road. But the competitors continue on the far side of the course, and now it is Lammers from Stochemanis and Jules Caranta who wants a piece of the action. Having started 5th position behind the 2 leaders, he really wants to move his way further forward, trying to continue the battle. It's a fantastic situation. The drivers find themselves in and off the road. Who is that that's gone on the middle of the course? That is unfortunately a problem for Petra Babachkova, I do believe. So the youngest of the 3 sisters has gone off, and so too has the Estonian Roland Kuklana and the Greek driver Emmanuel Liudakis. So 3 drivers out of the race then already, as Lammers, Stochemanis and Caranta battling away for position. There's David Walter starting the attack on Joe Turney.
Yeah, watch out for the attack, David Walter, as Thomas Torsemanis is trying to make his bid, at least making the connection with René Lammers on the way to turn number 5. And Jules Caranta, the Frenchman, might be the 3rd one, is willing to have a piece of the cake. Driving for the Jana Racing for the first time, partnering with Sid Delot Racing, a French team well known in GT racing. But look at the Thomas Torsemanis, very, very close indeed. But if he's not making his move, well, Jules Caranta might be interested as well to go to battle. And there he's going to go try on the inside of the number 13, Jules Caranta. Oh, a little bit of a push from Joe Turney from behind, as we see David Walter trying to make his bid as well. Walter got passed by the Levigate, now stays behind. But Joe Turney was pushed from behind on the rear bumper. And Jules Caranta, in the meantime, was able to make himself into P2, but that was a bit of a heated moment over there.
I tell you what, push Thomas Stochemanis around at your own peril, because they did not want to take that line down. Joe Turney on the inside of Jules Caranta. David Walter going well in 4th position in front of Stochemanis and Pavan. So surely now David Walter's going to get his shot to move back into the top 3. But out in front, René Lammers has the opportunity, and a little bit of a gap now. Eliska Babachkova under investigation. So Petra has gone. Roland Kuklana and Emmanuel Liudakis have also retired from the race. Jules Caranta trying his best to get the move on Joe Turney. Turney moves at exactly the right position on the race circuit to make sure that Jules Caranta knows he can't get through, but also not to compromise himself for the next turn. So nicely handled there from Joe Turney to defend the 2nd position. Watch for David Walter getting his move around the outside. Caranta is giving Joe Turney the hurry up. Come on, man, stop defending. I don't want you to be in that position any longer. And he is absolutely parking the Kart Republic bus on the inside line there, isn't he, Joe Turney? He does not want Jules Caranta or David Walter to even have a sniff of 2nd place.
We said Joe Turney very much on the pace this weekend, more than willing to finish this season on a high. Came close to the world title a couple of years ago in 2020. Has always been one of the protagonists every season. Won, as you heard from him, the opening round of the European season in Valencia. The rest of the season didn't go so much according to plan. As run inside goes Jules Caranta, the door is open, and Turney is losing not 1, but 2 positions to Caranta and Walter. Watch out for the Britishman, who's able actually to keep Walter behind him. But for how long? As Sebastiano Pavan is making his way through. Thomas Tolseman is losing momentum to Nacho Tuna and Coluccio, who all went through the Energy Corsa driver. Not so much of the best race he's had so far, as it was triggered by that move on the inside in the opening lap.
I get the impression that the Kart Republic has good pace, but I don't think it has raw race-winning pace yet. I think they're kind of getting to that point. They're unlocking it. Because Joe Turney just seems to be going backwards, and he's not the kind of person who would put on a poor performance in the qualifying heats. He needs to get himself up there and needs to keep himself at the front. 183 points is where he's likely to be after his finish of this particular race. But I just kind of get the sense that we haven't seen the best from the Kart Republic chassis overall yet in senior. I think there's still a little bit more to unlock. They're going to work on this, of course, overnight and over the course of the day. They need to study the data, figure out what they need to adjust, what they need to fix. Tony Kart really have piled on the pressure. Birolard are starting to come back a little bit in terms of their one-lap pace. I've noticed they're starting to go quicker as well. So there's a few teams that are kind of shuffling the deck mid-weekend. They've obviously had a difficult Friday. They've learned their lessons overnight. Look at Joe Turney. He's having to really defend to keep his position. Now, this is how Gilles Caranta got past earlier on. Now, look, Joe Turney nudging the back of Caranta to get the move on Thomas Stolchemanis. He had a bit of a hurry up there, didn't he? Made the bid on Gilles Caranta initially to get the overtaking move. But ever since then, Turney's been kind of going backwards. And he's had the pressure from first Caranta and then David Walter to both get past him. So it's been tricky for Joe Turney to hold this pace.
Yeah, talking to the drivers in the paddock as we do, you know, some of them will like wave the tires and the length of that event on that particular track, as we see the move from Jules Caranta once again on Turney, taking David Walter with him, but Turney on the curb was able to hold on to Walter. The drivers say that in those races you need to really push on the tires in the early stages, because after 2 or 3 laps the task becomes even trickier, especially after so many races and the rubber is being worn out even more.
I tell you who else is really struggling for one-lap pace. Thomas Stolchemanis. He's dropped all the way to 8th position in the Energy course, and on the inside there comes the move from the 25 of Sebastiano Pavan. He now takes on Joe Turney. So that's 3 Tony Karts that have been able to get their way through. Gilles Caranta in the Santalok Baijana car, and then the 2 works drivers, David Walter and Sebastiano Pavan, have both managed to take on Joe Turney. So at this phase in the weekend, where, you know, tyre graining and tyre management is going to be quite prominent all the way through, there might be a couple of drivers who've decided, you know what, we're going for our half-fresh set at this point. It certainly seems to have paid dividends, whatever the tactic is, for Tony Kart. They're starting to push their karts further forward now. 3 of them in the top 5 at this stage. Joe Turney struggling to keep Luigi Coluccio at bay. He's the next one in tow.
Tony Kart has been absolutely impressive coming to the end of the European season. Don't forget that Luigi Coluccio, who is currently in P6, became the first-time FIA Karting winner, as he won the round number 4 not so long ago at the end of July. Is a look back at Nacho Tunan with the DPK colors, the number 15, around the inside of Coluccio. It was a battle for P6, but Coluccio just made his move back to take the place. As we're here with one of the Pantanos, it is further back to 47. This is Peter Stiller battling with Edo Gonzalez for P15, with Sandvikov just behind into turn number 2 and 3. Pantano Racing Team, of course, a couple of drivers involved in this weekend, with Ruben Moya, a familiar name towards international karting for the past few years, who had a strong result in last year's World Championship within the top 10, but struggling a little bit more this time around in Franciacorta for the newly introduced chassis to the world of karting for the past few seasons now. We heard from Giorgio Pantano, the man twice vice champion of the world and a World Cup winner back in the day in the 1990s. That many call actually the golden era of karting, but it seems to me that each decade passing is another great chapter of that long history. And talking about statistics, this is the 60th anniversary of the World Championship for single speed, so if you're tuning in, well, you've picked up your year. This is a very special event.
Well, that's the thing about motorsport compared to any other form of sporting endeavour. The games like football, tennis, cricket, whatever, the game itself has not really changed over the course of its history, whereas motorsport, particularly karting, changes every single year. There is no 2 seasons that are identical to each other in terms of the way that everything changes. It's ever changing, it's ever evolving, it's ever adapting, and that makes the sport very, very difficult to conquer because you have so many different things, and that is a breakdown, unfortunately, for one of the CRGs. That is Thomas Murta. So Thomas Murta, the Portuguese driver, out of the race there, and that's all gone very badly wrong for him. He was towards the tail of the field anyway, but it doesn't help him out any further. So René Lammers leading the way from Gilles Caranta and David Walter. Second and third place, Sebastiano Pavan running in fourth. In front of Turney, Coluccio, Tugnon, Stoltzamanis, Seita and Miguel Costa. And Sebastiano Pavan puts in the fastest lap of the race from fourth position, trying to take on his new teammate, David Walter. He would have been a rival earlier on in the season, and now he's going to be battling him for position. But there is the Santa Giana run kart of Gilles Caranta, still trying to work his way further forward as well, down to the braking zone, in the hope through the hairpin that he's going to be continuing to push his way further forward. So not an easy situation for all of the drivers in this one. That is Thomas Murta, unfortunately breaking down and having a really tricky start of it to his Saturday. But a very tricky situation for all of the contenders at this point. But a really tough situation for all of the contenders. David Walter and Gilles Caranta battling away for position as they run in formation. Oh, yellow flags are out. Yellow flags are out on the closing stages of this one. So yellow flags on the final lap. So slow boards are out. That means that René Lammers is going to win this race. We don't see this very often. So René Lammers is going to come through to win this race. Gilles Caranta's not going to get his move for the victory, but we're going to finish under slow boards. I'm not entirely sure what's happened here, but certainly René Lammers having an issue, well, having to bring it home. I think we seem to have had an incident that has involved Eloy Gonzalez and Achille Mozzoni. So we finished the race under yellow flags for an incident that has taken place out on the circuit. We're not entirely sure who it is involving, but we know that Eloy Gonzalez and Achille Mozzoni are no longer circulating. So an issue there for a couple of the contenders in the race, but yeah, we don't know what the situation is. We haven't seen it. So the race finishes under yellow flag, and therefore René Lammers takes the victory in front of Gilles Caranta, David Walter, Sebastiano Pavan and Joe Turney, in front of Luigi Coluccio, Nacho Tugnon and Thomas Stoltzamanis, and Miguel Costa and Marcus Seita.
Victory number 2, that is for René Lammers in this World Championship event. As for now, who finds himself in the lead in front of Phil McLaughlin, Joe Turney and Thomas Stoltzamanis. Yellow flag to finish this race as well. But a good performance from René Lammers, or just 1/10 of a second from Gilles Caranta, as the 56 and some of the drivers that we lost. This is Eloy Gonzalez, this is chassis of Eloy actually, who finds himself stuck just before the entry back of the pit lane. Here's the classification in full with René Lammers from Gilles Caranta picking up not a strong result for the Frenchman. David Walter third from Sebastiano Pavan, Joe Turney, Luigi Coluccio, Nacho Tugnon, Thomas Stoltzamanis struggling for pace in this one from Miguel Costa, Marcus Seita, P10, Oscar Pedersen, P11 from Eliska Babikova, climbing 10 places up to 12 from Nikola Kuman, Alexander Bokunovic, Alexander Savinkov, Peter Stiller, Leo Brunner, Teresa Babikova, 18 from Gustav Wisniewski, Maximilian Angola, Leo Nilsson, Emily Covisto, Alexei Yarini, Shuma Yamaoka and Dante Vinci coming together with Eloy Gonzalez by the look of things. Still classified. Eloy Gonzalez having to retire along with Achille Mozzoni, Thomas Mota, Petra Babikova, Roland Klein and Emmanuel Liudakis. Here's René Lammers, another win in the bag for the young Dutchman. Of course, the son of former Formula 1 driver Jan Lammers, the man behind the resurrection of the Formula 1 Dutch Grand Prix in Zandvoort for the past few years. But I had the chance to cross through the paddock this year to support his son's performance. Mr. Lammers and the Lammers family certainly watching along for the new European champions performance here at the top of the karting world. Here's a replay of things as René Lammers taking a good getaway, good start. Unlike, unfortunately, one of the VDK drivers, the 68, it was Leo Nilsson, the Swedish driver, dropping positions, and he made it to P21st in the end, as we had some trouble as well in the earlier part of the race. Therefore, one of the driver having to retire. As in the meantime, Gilles Caranta was launching his bit on the inside of Thomas Stoltzamanis. A bit of a bang from Joe Turney, and that was the start of trouble for the Energy Crosser driver.
Now, we're told that the reason for us finishing under yellow flags was because of an incident on the penultimate lap that involved Eloy Gonzalez. He ended up with the kart upside down, but we are told initial reports that he is okay. So for anybody who is a little concerned about that, I've just been able to rush off and have a quick word with the race director, Nigel Edwards, who filled me in on the situation. His initial report is that he is okay, but because the kart was upside down in a dangerous position, they had no choice but to put the yellow flags out. So for anybody who's particularly concerned, it sounds like it's not too severe an incident. So although we did have to finish under yellows, which is a very odd occurrence for an FIA karting meeting nowadays, but it was just one of those situations where we had to play on the side of caution. The let's see what happens attitude is not for FIA karting. So an opportunity obviously missed there for Gil Caranta and David Walter, but at least Elo Gonzalez is safe and sound as a result. There's the breakdown for Thomas Morta, the Portuguese driver, having all kinds of problems with his CRG. That put him out of the race. And then on the final hairpin, I think it was, where the incident happened that put us under yellow flag periods. We're not going to see the incident because I don't think we picked it up, and there's certainly no point trivializing something until we know the full outcome. But René Lammers taking the victory in front of Gil Caranta, David Walter and Sebastiano Pavan.
Yeah, we indeed saw the chassis of Elo Gonzalez, which didn't look in a good shape at all. So thanks for the update on that topic, Jake. With Elo Gonzalez safe and sound by the word of the officials. Now, as we just concluded this race representing Group B and G, we're going to switch our attention to the junior category. And among team managers that we had a chance to talk to coming to this World Championship, we had a brief but very nice encounter with Mick Panigara, the man responsible for Energy Corse Racing Team.
Yes, exactly. You know, welcome back to Italy. Exactly, very close to home, and the home track. But anyway, it's a home track for many teams. But it's the first event we do in Franciacorta, which is an amazing venue. You know, the track, the facility, everything looks very nice, and always special to race at home. We will try our best and see what we can do to fight. The race is long, there's many entries, so you never know what can happen, but we do the best and see what happens. Especially when it's a track where all the teams, all the factory testing, the competition comes so close. It's little changes can make for 110, make a big difference on the fields because the competition is so tight. In 2023, we done very good races sometimes, okay. We improve, we start very good. We were always competitive during the season. We finished many times top 5, which is very good because we were very stable. We get some podium, but not the win. Maybe you never know what can happen. And KZ, we start very late during the season, because we decided to do double program with some drivers like Stuccermanis. We were focused in the beginning, okay, and during the season we switched to KZ, which ended very good because we finished P3 in the European Championship. Vakadov in the World Championship was very good, some lucky in qualification, but made a very good comeback. We finished P6, P7, which is very nice because the first time, in total the guy has done 5 races in KZ, which is very good. We were normally very strong in KZ, we showed this, but not the final results we wanted. We have also the guy John Samalisto, you never know because sometimes fighter, You never know what happened in the race. Maybe you're lucky, you're unlucky, you go the right position, but we can have a good chance to look good. To win, we never know. In OKJ, we have different driver from different country. We have the little guy also from England, which was very good, the Brazilian. We have one guy from Russian Federation. We have a guy from Finland, somebody with more experience, somebody with less experience. And that's why in the junior also it's very difficult what happened in the track. You can be magic, one touch, and you lose 20 position, you never know why. Normally we watch which is the good guy, to get in the team, and also we follow a bit the market, which is what is important for everybody, and then you mix it together. It can be performance driver, country, marketing, a lot of things, and we are normally very good in people from North Europe, which has always been our strong point. Then we have people from Brazil, which has been very good, and then Australia.
Always nice to catch up with some of the men behind the scenes, the team managers. Here, Mick Panigara of Energy Corse, one of the strong Italian factory teams competing at the highest level of karting for many seasons now. And as you heard, one of the strongest chances of victory this weekend on Sol is Thomas Stolsemanis. So didn't have the best of outcome in his previous race, finished in P8. Let's see if he will be back into pace later on. In the meantime, Let's keep our attention to the junior class with Christian Costoya, the Spaniard, will be starting from pole position on this one. Christian Costoya was one of the strongest so far in this class, having picked up 1 win yesterday, still waiting to emulate that performance this time around, since he took a brilliant pole position in yesterday qualifying practice. Christian Costoya, we had to wait at the end of the 5 qualifying practice series, the last lap for young Christian Costoya to take the pole, his second of 2023 after winning the European Championship. So very much determined, the young Spaniard from Parolin, to really translate that qualifying performance into strong winning results. He's done that yesterday. Let's find out this time around.
It's going to be a tough one for Christian Costoya to hold on to, with Lewis Francis giving him pressure all the way. The Australian will not be doing things by halves. Stefan Antonov and Sebastian Mins on the second row of the grid, then Mike Pachala and Augustus Toniolo, Jacopo Martinez and Jensen Burnett. Then it is Makar Savelev and Tobias Cizeni from Travis Teo and Oliver Kinmark, Rocco Coronel, Jindro Peschel, Zach Drummond, Salim Hanna, Luke Konda and Vasia Postelidis.
They're followed by Kar Vinran, Zhao Jiun, Ethan Ledan, Lev Kurtoholov, Georgi Sazov, Filip Karas, Amelia Wisko Mirska, Radek Vavra, Lorenzo Campos, Simeo Ketola, Luca Mura, Alo Girarde, Clara Kovalcic, Mikuel Blasco, Kasper Bonde, Tom Pappenberg and Wojciech Woda. In the end of this race, Wojciech Woda won the closing round of the Academy Trophy, and the 298 from DPK, unfortunately, going into trouble, unfortunately. And this is Tom Pappenberg, who won't go anywhere near. Hopefully, maybe he can get a little bit of a push from his mechanic, but I think this race over before he even got started. And we seem to be missing, of course, Travis Neo, the 264 from Indonesia, who went into an impressive role in his previous race, but he came out of that incident okay.
And I can tell you now that Tom Pappenberg is not going to be restarting this one, because he's already gone past the white line at the end of the pits. Looks like we're going to try and get a regrid from Lewis Francis. Are we going to? Yes, we are. So it's a false start. Called out by Lewis Francis there, because they were far too far in front of the odd part of the grid. But yeah, Travis Teo, the Malaysian, not able to take the start of this one by the look of it. So hopefully he is okay. We'll get some updates on his condition later on in the day, we hope. Pasquale Lupoli, the Deputy Race Director, keeping an eye on things from the first hairpin, run through turn 2 and 3. I mean, it's we call it a hairpin, but it's actually 2 right-hand bends that are in quick succession of each other. And obviously on the other side of the circuit, we have Gonzalo Planta, who is the judge of fact. He's going to keep them gridded nicely on the far side of the course. Here is the yellow flags at the post. And obviously, if we zoom out, we can see Gonzalo Planta just reminding the drivers, come on, you need to get yourselves into position. There we go. Hold each other up. Make sure you're in your 2 lines. Do as you're told, please. It's almost like being back at school, isn't it? These guys being told exactly how to do it by Gonzalo Planta. He's not a bad headmaster, is Gonzalo.
Not at all.
So we'll let the competitors run their way through the final couple of corners. And it's going to be the 205 of Christian Costoya in the Paralympic and Lewis Francis in the Kart Republic. Are we racing this time? Yes, we are. And off we go. Good start from Costoya. He'll be leading us off the road and up the bank. Goodness me, that's the 232 of Kinmark. So Oliver Kinmark having a big moment there up the bank. And also off the road, yeah, that is also Alois Jurade, the Frenchman, going off the road there on the CRG. So 2 big moments as Oliver Kinmark is okay, but it's game over. He doesn't even make it to the first corner. You don't see that very often. But out in first place, Christian Costoya, leading from Lewis Francis. Leading from Stefan Antonov, my apologies. Francis is still there, but he's down now in 3rd position.
Yeah, we've had a bit of a tussle in the previous races, but an incident before turn number 1. That's the first this weekend. As the Car Republic machines, I will give the chase to the pole to Christian Costoya, with Sebastian Mins from VDK just behind. Watch out for the VDK driver. Mike Pahala just behind in P5, sorry. And we have a bit of a first wagon with the top 4 drivers. Jacopo Martinez is leading the second wagon with Toniolo, Pahala, Savalev, Burnett, and Zach Drummond running at the top 10. And it's a confirmation that we lost a couple of drivers. Tom Pappenberg, Oliver Kinmark.
Right, look at the replay and count 6 karts back. There it is, jockeying for position, jostle, bang.
With Rocco Cornell, actually, by a miracle, was able to hold on to that racing line and keep himself on the track.
Yeah, indeed, that's the mother of all nightmare starts, isn't it, for Oliver Kinmark. Watch again, look to the left of your screen, bang, there's the first point of contact. And then just the spit out for Oliver Kinmark, nothing he can do. He's on a one-way trip up the bank, and that is game over, and he knows it. Off the road trips, Alois Jurade, And he's obviously just run wide there, unfortunately. Just carried too much speed into turn 2, trying to move his way forward. Costoya, Antonov, and Sebastian Mins. Mins has moved his way to 3rd place in front of Lewis Francis now.
Yeah, there you go for the VK driver, who's been picking some strong results over the course of the weekend from yesterday. And here's another chance. Maybe go play for the victory, as long as he doesn't let Costoya and Antonov get away just too soon. Then have to go through lap number 3. There is a look back on the move from Sebastian Mins, once again into one of the favorite spots of the track, around the inside of the last hairpin. And it was textbook from Sebastian Mins, even though on the exit they were side by side, and he had actually to confirm that move on the next turn, the left-right on Lewis Francis. Jacopo Martinez is just behind the Italian driver, leading the charge from P5 as well. In front of Augustus Toniolo from Brazil, Mick the German, making his way up to P8 from Jenson Burnett, and Makar Savelev. It keeps on changing as the moment with Apostolidis making his way up to P10 in front of Savelev. And Bezel, Rocco Coronel still in this race, as we said, after that big of a tangle. Run inside, there's a change for the lead. And it was a beautiful move from Stefan Antonov, putting the car machine in the lead in front of Christian Costoya. He was the fastest just before that move. So the pace is very much there for the Spaniard. All he needs to do is to keep his head down, concentration high, and try not to rush into things. But the more you will wait, of course, and the more the threat of Sebastian Mins will grow bigger in his mirrors, so to speak. So let's see if he's gonna wait maybe until the second part of the race to try to switch positions. As Stepan Antonov is leading the way, he has yet to have won a race so far. Stepan Antonov for Car Republic, but that could be his chance. As for the back, Jacopo Martinez is about to lose not 1, not 2, but maybe 3 positions. It will be just 2 for Jacopo Martinez. There was Lewis Francis and Toniolo getting past the teammate from Car Republic. And Pahala was looking as well to make his dive around the inside, but Martinez said, no, enough is enough, I'll stay where I am, and try to switch those positions. But sometimes when the door is kicked wide open, especially in that turn, that double right-hander, things can go very wrong, as the fastest lap is put together by Finn Hahn for the back from P14. But now the battle for the lead. Sebastian Mins, as we said, making the connection with Costoya, not quite able to make his move.
This is going to be quite an interesting duel for the victory as well between these 3. Stepan Antonov leading the way, 2nd position for Christian Costoya, the Spanish driver. On the power lane, here he goes, making his move to get back into the lead once again, and he's there, and so too will go Sebastian Mins. Brilliant run from the British driver. Works his way forward. Based out of Guildford in Surrey in the United Kingdom, has Belgian heritage, Sebastian Mins. Actually raced in the Benelux categories a few years ago. No wonder he's been able to build that connection with VDK Racing, and now they are racing together in the World Championship. His first attempt at the World Championship, Sebastian Mins. But what an opportunity for him now as he continues his incredible pace. Started racing at the age of 7 and has been working very hard indeed over the last 5 years. Just 12 now, Sebastian Mins, looking himself very much into the forefront of the World Championship battle. Doing a terrific job now as he works his way through. On the far side of the course again. Looking very comfortable in the front end of the field. Here's Jacopo Martinez trying to work his way forward. He's got Augustus Toniolo to try and work his way forward through. And also Lewis Francis and Mike Pachala are there in the mix. So it's a nice little train of karts that is slowly starting to develop here. But it looks as though 5 of them are in the hunt for this podium. Antonov, Toniolo, Martinez, Francis and Pachala.
2nd place is the best result that Sebastian Mins has picked up so far, and he could emulate that once again, even though he only has 0.4 of a second to try to climb on Christian Costoya, but Costoya hasn't put a foot wrong so far, as Ethan Lennon is picking up a warning flag. The 239 was currently in P17, climbing 4 places. Watch out for the move. Jacopo Martinez is fighting back against Toniolo and Antonov. That's going to be a close call. Lewis Francis got himself as well. It's full of Car Republic machine out there, with Pahala watching from a distance, clipping the curve, the 208 of Stepan Antonov, getting overtaken by Lewis Francis, and Jacopo Martinez dropping a place as well. Martinez is going to try to switch the position back on the inside of turn number 5, and look who might be coming back, Pahala as well from Kotara Sports. It's going to be a good duel as well as we enter the very last lap of that race, lap number 8 out of 10, and nothing is done in concrete yet between those 5 drivers. It gives a bit of a breather to Sebastian Mins, because we thought for a second that he was still very much under threat from the Car Republic machines behind him, but as they were dueling along, the British driver was able to build himself a bit of a gap. With, almost a second now for Sebastian Minz, still missing almost 6 tenths on Kostoja. So I think that second place might be the maximum for Sebastian Minz. As around the inside goes Jacopo Martinez into turn number 2. And the door was wide open for Pahala as well to make his bid. So that's 2 positions lost by Luis Francis. Oh, and a 294 just went sideways. Who is that? We didn't get to see what happened there for the 294. The dropping momentum, unfortunately, for Simeon Ketola, the Finnish driver, all the way down to the back end of the classification. Might have tangled with another driver in the last turn, but we might need to see that again.
He's got a warning flag for it, so that doesn't help his cause at all. And he'll be bitterly disappointed with how that has essentially played out. So not looking good at all. Now here's Zach Drummond, the Scottish driver, as he battles away with Jenson Burnett. 2 drivers that have had flashes of brilliance in the past, but for this weekend, they're really struggling to stay with the frame. Remember just how many incredible results Zach Drummond was coming up with in the Paralympics. He was always in the top 3, always fighting his corner. This half of the year has just been a disaster from Zach Drummond's point of view. He's had the pace, but he's just not had the luck or the fortune. And it's a very, very back-footed approach to a certain degree to this World Championship. He's having to fight his way back in contention. He was 7th in the European Championship this year, which you were kind of expecting to be fighting for the title, really, with the likes of Werol, Bondarev, Martinez and Ramakers. And it just didn't kind of work out that way for him at all. So I'm really hoping that this is the weekend where he kind of salvages something from his rather unfortunate 2023 season, because we know he's got the talent to be world champion. We know he's got the speed. We know he's got the discipline. It's just whether or not he gets the chance. But the checkered flag is out for Kostoja. Nice and easily done there in front of Sebastian Minz and Augustus Toniolo, who picks up his best result of the weekend so far. Stepan Antonov, 4th place. Jacopo Martinez ahead of Mike Pachala, Luis Francis and Zach Drummond, ahead of Jenson Burnett and Vassia Apostolidis, who makes up a brilliant 8 places.
In the rest of the classification, as is going to be in for Krishna Kostoja winner, of course, after this strong performance. Outside of the top 10, we have Maka Savalev and Roko Cornell, P12 from Kara Finran, Salim Hanna, and P15 for Rujish Bezel, followed by Ethan Lennon, Tobias Tedeni, Lorenzo Campos, Radik Vavra, and Georgi Stazov running at top 20. Wojciech Woda picking up an investigation flag as the race comes to a close. 21st position for Lev Kutoholov from Felipe Carras, Chao Gion, Miguel Blasco, Wojciech Woda, Alois Girardet, as well as Tara Kolacic, Amelia Wijomirska, Luke Cordner, Luca Mora, Kasper Bonder, and Simeo Ketola running up the end of the classification. And one driver out of this race, Oliver Kinmark, Tom Pappenburg as well, who couldn't actually get the start, and Travis Theo that we've been missing at the start of this race as well. Classification in full, and the second victory this weekend for Christian Kostoja. Sebastian Minz, another second place for the VDK driver from Augustus Antoniolo, Stepan Antonov and Jacopo Martinez, your top 5. Martinez climbing 2 places up to P5 for one of the strongest drivers in this year's European Championship. As for now, in the classification of the junior category, well, Chris Alfagali is still very much your leader from Cosma Christopher, Sala and Kostoja, who now finds himself in P4, just 1 point shy from Federico Sala in P3. Here is Christian Kostoja. Always a joy to talk to the young Spaniard driver, who is being not only improving on track, but in his communication skills as well. As a Spaniard, his level of English, as you might have heard him earlier, and you will hear him more certainly throughout the course of the weekend, has been absolutely impressive.
Yeah, he's a very competitive individual as well. Just 2 points behind David Cosma's tally and 1 point behind Filippo Salas. So Christian Kostoja is right in the hunt. Obviously, Chris Elfagali is the highest ranking driver in junior at the moment, but that's based on the fact that he has done 5 races compared to a lot of the other drivers around him at the high end who have done 4. So he has that little bit of points advantage. There's how Oliver Kinmark got spat out there after he ended up banging wheels with his close competitors out there on the grid. I think it was Maka Savalev that he ended up having the problem with. Ironic, because he was on that row of the grid on his own because of the absence of Travis Teo, and I just wonder if that slight change in the variance of the grid might have been the catalyst for that to occur. Alois Girardet dropping back in the order, and that's very unfortunate for him. He managed to come home in 26th position though, so he worked his way further forward in the end of it all. Good dive on the inside from Stepanov. I've done that again, Stepan Antonov. I always get those 2 names because Stepan is obviously a first name, and so is Anton in that part of the world, so I always end up tripping over that particular name. 2:53 though. Augustus Toniolo, the Brazilian driver, really putting himself into the frame for this one. Costoya getting the move and Sebastian Mins getting the move as well on Stepan Antonov. And then Augustus Toniolo pulling off the move to get into third place. Here is that move, the Brazilian driver. Good to see him making waves, very much following in the wheel tracks of the likes of Rafael Camara and Matias Ferreira, who did such a good job in the Kart Republic fold from Brazil. Bit of an off there in the closing stages from the 294 of Simeon Cotola in the Cotala race team. But Christian Costoya opening up the taps and getting a very worthy victory at a very important and critical part of our race day. So there is the front row of the grid for our next encounter on the circuit. The 22 of Gabriel Gomez, alongside on the front row of the grid, Mark Dubnitsky, I should say, in the CRG, alongside Olin Gali in the CRG. There have been great teams pushing their way forward, but one of the teams that has the potential to take the title in both junior and senior, the way things are currently going with competitive drivers at the head of both classes, is a man who knows all about fighting for titles. Forza Racing have been very strong ever since they discovered a young George Russell, who is now in Formula One. The man Jamie Croxford has plenty to say about the build-up to the World Championship.
Yes, always one of obviously the biggest single event. A lot of sort of stress, a lot of focus, a huge title at stake. Nervous, exciting, looking forward to the challenge. It's going to be a huge battle, I can tell you that from what we've seen in the last few weeks, but ready for the action. Anything can happen. Obviously Lewis is at the end of his 2-year cycle, let's say, in OKJ with us, so we've put a lot of hard work, a lot of sacrifice, a lot of kilometres into where he is now, and this year he's really stepped up and had a really strong year. So of course, with the experience he's got, he deserves to be there. Obviously, it's down to him. He still has to deliver, which from what we've seen in the prep work we've done the last few weeks, he's looking very strong. Obviously, Dries joined us this season, sort of partway through the year, and he's settled in immediately very well. Like I said, in a race like this, anything can happen, but both of them looking really strong, up for the challenge, both of them. So it's sort of down to us to get out there and take it, really. So, we just have very different stages of experience, how long the guys have been. Of course, the longer we work together, the bigger of an imprint, let's say, we see of our work on our young drivers. So, Morgan, Luca, these guys are, even Tommy, this is their first season in OK Junior. They're coming from different levels of experience, different OKJ experiences. So, it's just more of a case of where they are in terms of their potential. All the guys we have are hugely talented. It's just a case of they're all at different stages of their development, and some a lot earlier. Really sort of 3 of the guys have only been with us for a matter of months. So, it takes a bit of time to sort of stress, and make our impressions on them. But, all very bright young talents, huge potential. Just obviously Lewis and Dries are a bit further along on that cycle. So, of course, they're the guys that we talk about at the minute. But, in 12 months, 18 months, it's going to be the next cycle of drivers with us. So, exciting times for the whole team, I like a new challenge. Yeah, of course, if you have a good track history, proven track record in certain tracks, of course, that's a...
Unfortunately, we can't quite finish the interview there with Jamie Croxford. We'll try and find time for it later in the broadcast if we can. Mark Dubnitsky and Olin Gali on the front row of the grid, but as you can see, we're about to get under starters' orders again. Kian Nakamura-Berta and Simone Bianco from Emanuele Olivieri and Ian Eichmans, Kai Rilliardson, Dimitri Matveev, then Nice and Andrea Dupe rounding out the top 10. Everybody gearing up for the start. Watch what happens now. You're going to get a false start. That's going to be the way it goes. Oh no, they've done it perfectly. So off we go. The 2 CRG teammates leading into turn 1. Gali round the outside of Dubnitsky. Beautifully done, and the teammate Simone Bianco goes with them. So it's CRG 1, 2, 3 as they run through. Kian Nakamura-Berta trying to find his feet as he gets up into 4th position, looking for the switcheroo, gets the move there on Simone Bianco, and there's an off further back as off the road goes one of the Tony Karts. It is one of the Ward racing machines going off the road there in the far side of the course. I'd like to think that is Max Popov, but I'll double check on that. But a very tricky start then for one of the Ward Karts, as up into third position already has come Kian Nakamura-Berta. He has got himself up into P3 off the start, and up the inside too, that looks like the hard-charging Ian Eichmans, moving his Birilla up into 4th position.
But Dubinsky now finds himself under pressure from King Nakamura. Watch out on the move coming up into turn number 2 and 3. And the door was very much shut by the CRG driver. King Nakamura having nowhere to go but to wait until the next braking zone into turn 5. And this is where he was able to open that door once again and taking P2. For the back as well, Simone Bianco resisting Dimitri Matveev. Len Nace as well. Len Nace who just made his way past. No, he's still for the back. Olivieri, Ido, Kyle Relevs and Ian Hickmans who dropped a bit of pace and momentum into that opening lap. He's only P10 at the moment, the Belgian. But now King Nakamura is leading that pack of drivers with Dubinsky, Bianco trying to help each other out. Of course, they're from CRG. They need those points and results, but from further back as well, on the inside goes Dimitri Matveev, textbook as well, that sort of a move, and confirming that by shutting the door onto the next left-hander. And Dimitri Matveev now finds himself into P4, that is, Simone Bianco, and look at the battle that keeps on raging between Dubinsky and King Nakamura. We would have thought that Dubinsky might not have been able to hold on to that tiny gap on King Nakamura based on their respective experiences at that level. But the Pronau Racing driver able to find a bit of pace on the exit of the corner over there, corner number 9 out of 10 and 11. But the Pronau Racing driver still shaking a little bit the order. A couple of meters, that might be enough for him to keep his foot down to the throttle and extend his gap on Dubinsky. Under the pressure of Matveev with Simone Bianco, trainer 2. And there he goes, around the inside. He didn't wait any longer, Dimitri Matveev. And he goes for P3 on Dubinsky. He's going to try to respond. Watch out, taking the toe into the braking zone. In which order, it doesn't change for now.
A very interesting duel as Mark Dubnitsky desperately tries to hang on to Kian Nakamura, but the Prema Kart Republic just so strong in the hands of Kian Nakamura. He was very frustrated after the warm-up race leading up to this. That's a retirement. That is Calvin Koons, I do believe, the Swiss driver. So Calvin Koons is now the latest retirement from the fray. But Nakamura was particularly frustrated at the end of the warm-up race in preparation to this a few weeks ago, saying we just don't have the competition, we don't have the pace, I don't quite get what it is I'm supposed to be doing here. They've clearly gone away, done their homework, done the research, and now bounced back in style. So Kian Nakamura really in the position he wanted to be in. A lot better than last time, just adjusting something there on the kart as he comes through. He's 1.2 seconds back from Olin Gali. That's a lot of time to make up, but if anybody's going to do that, it's definitely going to be Kian Nakamura.
Yeah, we've seen Alex Powell, his teammate from Prema, in a similar position, being able to put qualifying lap after qualifying lap to decrease the gap. Let's see if Kian Nakamura will be able to do as much. Emmanuel Olivieri, in the meantime, the Italian from Birlart is putting on the fastest lap, 47.6. He's currently in P6 position, trying to get close to Simone Bianco, just outside of that turn, as we have the 22 and the 27, Dubinsky, Bianco from CRG. Watch out for Olivieri. I want to get closer to Simone Bianco, not quite able to make his bid just yet. As for the back, we have as well the battle of the Belgians, and there's 3 of them pretty much in the same footage, with Kyle Relats, Ian Hickmans and Len Nace. As I said, that is losing a place, and Emmanuel Olivieri makes his bid on Simone Bianco into turn number 2. Olivieri now up into P6. Simone Bianco down to P5, sorry, that is. With Bianco down to P6. But now the Belgians battling along. Kai Gelerts in front of Ian Hickman, 7 and 8 respectively, with Matteo Giacardi. In the meantime, he just went past Len Nace for P9, and Radupe down in P11. And look who picked up an investigation flag, Suleiman Zanfari, the American driver, who is back in the World Championship for the first time since 2019. He's been busy in Formula Cars ever since, competing in New York Cup 3 and 4 in Formula Regional as well on the side. But I didn't get to see what happened there for Suleiman Zanfari, who's currently in the P14 position with his Thundercat machine. Now, back here with the battle of the Car Republic teammates, the 53, and Andrea Dupe and Len Nace. Len Nace who dropped another place to Dupe at the edge of the top 10. We're here back with Mark Nudinsky, or Paul Sitter from Estonia, very first in his career, and for Estonia as well at this level of kart racing. But now he finds himself under the pressure of Emmanuel Olivieri with the Birlart machine. Let's try to see if Emmanuel will be able to find a bit of a pace somewhere, pace for himself and space somewhere. And let's have a look at the move of Andrea Dupe, the Frenchman, on the 64 of Len Nace. Well executed on the inside of turn number 13.
A very solid battle continuing on the rise here as we now watch the duel between Bianco and Kai Rilliards. And who else is in the mix there? That is the 37 of Emanuele Olivieri, the Italian who has made the switch to Birolart. And you know what? It's absolutely been the making of him. He has made the transition in recent weeks. He made his first proper go of it in the preparation race here a few weeks ago. But Emanuele Olivieri, married to the Birolart operation, it absolutely works. These two have absolutely gelled together very quickly. And Olivieri is right up there in the sharp end of the field. He's in the top 5. He's got good pace underneath him. And I've got a suspicion he's going to be gunning for an overall podium, if not the chance of the win. He's not far off the top 10 in terms of the overall ranking for points. He needs a few more results to come his way. He's not quite had the luck yet over the course of this week, but in terms of one-lap pace, you can be sure that Olivieri is going to be as competitive as possible to get up to that top spot. Now, there's Dimitri Matveev, currently remaining in 3rd position from 8th place. The Kart Republic driver still very much a factor as he tries to chase after Kia Nakamura Berta.
And it's missing 0.6 of a second to try to make the connection with Kia Nakamura Berta. Emanuele Olivieri, who picked up a 7th and 8th place so far as best results on his way to a potential top 5. Still missing a little bit on Mark Dubinsky, as you can see, but still anything's possible as we're about to conclude lap number 9 out of 12. Dimitri Matveev from Kart Republic trying to shake up the order and catch up with his teammate from the Kart Republic factory, of course, even though Kia Nakamura Berta is driving under the Proma Racing livery. They come across in front of opposition. On Lingali, 0.7 of a second, not quite able to be caught up on Lingali as he's on his way to what would be 2nd victory for the CRG driver. Kia Nakamura 7/10 down. Matveev, Dubinsky, Olivieri, Simone Bianco, as well as Nickmans, who was able to get back in front of Kai Relax, Andrea Dupe P9, Matteo Ceccardi, Achki, Len Mace, dropping a bit of momentum, and he finds himself under the pressure of Suleiman Zanfari in P13 as the Frenchman Dupe is putting on the fastest lap. A quick look over the shoulder for Lingali. 6/10 now. It seems that Kia Nakamura Berta was able to find himself a bit of a pace. Let's have a look at the respective lap times now and the gap, especially half a second now with a 47.6 and a 47.7 for Lingali. So half a second now between the two leaders. Will there be enough time for Kia Nakamura Berta to switch positions, as now we have Olivieri, the newly introduced member of the Birolart family, trying to get close to Mark Dubinsky. He's still missing less than 0.3 of a second, where with the pace he's been having, 47.7 for the two drivers, quite difficult at this stage to make enough of a difference. Yannick Mans, in the meantime, with the yellow crash helmet on the back of Simone Bianco, is being able to let Kai Relax a little bit behind, giving him a bit of a fresh breather. As the leader, Lingali, enters the final lap of that qualifying race. That will be the last one before the lunch break, but stay with us because we have some more racing for you guys, and for the first time the OKN and OKN Junior will come into play as in the frame of the event, the Road to the World Cup that will be taking place in 2024.
Oh, that's the 21.
Yeah.
That's all gone.
That's Simone Bianco.
No, it's 27. It's Simone Bianco. Simone Bianco, who was right up at the sharp end going into the final lap. Simone Bianco has gone from P6. So whether he's got into an incident there with Emanuele Olivieri or not, we don't know. But that is heart-wrenching for Simone Bianco for it all to go wrong in the closing stages of this race. That is very similar to the pain that we saw from Onin Gali yesterday, having a similar problem. Gali takes the win then from Nakamura Berta and Matveev. But for Simone Bianco, it's Heartbreak Hotel that needs another resident. What a shame for the Italian, as Dubnitsky is inheriting 4th, Olivieri in 5th, and Eichmanns will now have the top 6 position in front of Rilliards, Dupe, Giacardi, and Jacob Rashki. Very unfortunate. What happened to Simone Bianco?
Yeah, that's quite a big surprise. Unfortunately, he was on his way to a P6 finish for Simone Bianco with old-footed. Unfortunately, he will be having none of it at the end. Mechanical trouble by the look of it. But in the meantime, Lingali was able to hold on to that lead for just 0.4 of a second. And this is a win number 2 for the Brazilian of CRG. A victory that comes as well with, at the moment, not quite able to make it through the top 12 of the classification on Lingali. So far, despite two strong results, 2 victories so far for Lingali, who's currently sitting outside of the top 30 by the look of it. It might change, of course, with 2 victories, but a DNF to start his weekend with, and another strong finish in 8th position. Still not quite enough to see him within the top 12 of the current classification, but is working towards that goal. Olingali with a second victory in his qualifying heats. Kin Nakamura finds himself second on track and second overall. The man in this class who was the only one with two victories for Björn McLaughlin and 2 victories for René Lammers. Dimitri Matveev taking third place from Mark Dubinsky, Emmanuel Olivieri, Ian Aikmans, Kai Gelarts, Andrea Dupe, Matteo Giacardi, and Jakub Rachki promoted to the top 10 after the disappointment for Simone Bianco. Then we have Len Nace 11 from Suleiman Zanpari, Sebastian Camping, Xavier Ramirez, Matheus Morgato, and you can see the Brazilian here after the scale into the Parc Fermé. Following through into the classification, Maximilian Popov climbed up to P16 from Danilo Albanese, Gazi Motolka, Ivo Besterda, Clément Topi 20 from Peter Agiv, Stefano Pedani, Li Kyo, Kasper Eriksson, Sawe Ong, and the rest of the classification in just a moment as we look back on the highlights of that race, and a good start from both CRG drivers. Olingali running outside on Mark Dubinsky, the pole sitter, who would went on to finish P4. In the end, a couple of drivers into trouble with one of the world racing drivers up there, the 89 by the look of it, went into trouble in the opening stages of this race. He wasn't the only one going cross-country, of course, but was able to keep going after that. Run inside the first decisive move of that race, Kin Nakamura on the 22 of Mark Dubinsky, as the Japanese-British driver was getting away. Further back, Dimitri Matveev was making his launch on Simone Bianco, who was still in the race at this point, as Matveev against the CRG drivers of not only Simone Bianco but also Mark Dubinsky, fighting his way through, as so was Emmanuel Olivieri, picking up his strongest result so far, P5 for the Italian driver of the Lissone factory, as the Czech Republic teammates kept on battling for the back as well, with Len Nace, the Belgian, against the 57 of Gazi Motorcar. But in the end, it was a walk in the park pretty much for Olingali, picking up his second win this weekend from Kin Nakamura and Dimitri Matveev. As it stands, the classification, as we said, René Lammers from Kin Nakamura and Arthur Poulain still third of all in the OK class. Now, here's what we have ahead of us. And for the first time, the road to the World Cup of 2024 for two newly introduced categories in the frame of FIA Karting internationally, the OKN and the OKN Junior, with their first qualifying heat taking place at 1:12 in 5 minutes time. We'll be ready to get going onto the track, and just after that we'll have the OKN, as we'll go through the list of drivers that we have for those two categories. After the break, of course, everybody's gonna take a short break in the meantime as we keep ourselves busy with racing, and we'll be back after those two qualifying heats with some more racing for the OK and the junior class.
Ready, steady, go! Ooh, this is gonna be smooth!
3, 2, 1, dropping!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Buonvenuto a tutti. As we stay live here from the Cartodromo of Franciacorta in the upper part of Italy. Welcome back. If you were with us, welcome. If you're joining us for the first time here, as we are halfway through day number 2 of the MondeCart.com FIA Karting World Championship for the OK and the OK Junior classes. The single speed, of course, and the highest form of kart racing in those respective classes. And one of the many novelties that we've seen popping up on the international FIA karting scene for the past 2 seasons is the introduction of 2 new classes, the OKN and the OKN Junior. Nothing could be simpler, and that's the mojo behind the introduction of those 2 new classes, with the aim of bringing karting to regional and national series as well as on the international scene, with a World Cup that will be taking place for the first time in 2024. So this is a sort of a launching event on the international karting scene for the new OKN and OKN Junior. Those 2 categories have been introduced this year for the first time in some of the countries around the world, with in Europe strong interest, in France and in Italy as well, with these events in the frame of the World Championship being organized as well by the Italian National Federation, that we do thank for their support in bringing OKN and OKN Junior to the light of the world. So we've had qualifying practice and free practice yesterday for those 2 categories that are gonna come into play in just a moment for the respective qualifying heat. 2 classes, 2 qualifying heats for those drivers, and we have 69 of them in all 2 classes. In the OKN, 33 competitors coming from all over the world, and in the OKN Junior, 36, a full grid pretty much, and a very strong showing for those 2 new categories. And this is the first time, of course, that we get to see them in the frame of an official FIA karting event. 17 nationalities represented in those 2 categories, with, of course, Italy being one of the most represented, but we have also countries like Turkey, Estonia, Andorra, South Africa, Romania, and so on, up to 13 different teams, 30 different teams competing in those 2 classes, representing for a big part the many brands that we have on the Italian karting scene, and really the center, the epicenter of the karting world, that's for sure. And we find ourselves right in the middle of it. Well, the green flag is waving, the whistle has been blown, and here we go for qualifying heat number 1 for the OKN Junior. Let's start with the junior category first of all, as we're gonna have on the starting grid of this class for the first of the 2 qualifying heat, Dean Ogendorn, the Dutch driver, who's been absolutely magnificent in qualifying practice yesterday. He's going to have GC Phillips, the British driver, by his side, followed by Kais Azeza, as well as Iskander Zulfikari, Asher Ostein, Alex Molota, Andrea Marcella, Gino Rocchio, Felipe Reis, Bruno Grinks to run up the top 10. They're followed by Vanessa Silkinaite, Anna Filotto, Giannato Russo, Giacomo Giusto, Davide Mizzoni, Paolo Tizzano. We have also Bosco Arias, Giovanni Torso, Billy van Staveren, François Cardal, Christian Tonalini, Filippo Donanzan, Alfio Sardo Salvatore, Thomas Macedo, as well as Davide Iannone, Elia Zoin, Luca Esposito, Pietro Lili, Giuseppe Papillo, Giuseppe Piccolo, Stanislas Giglio, as well as Kevin Battistoni, Samuel Sottile, Alessandro Caria, Clelia Sodou, and Maria Chiara Nardelli. This is a full grid for the junior category of the OKN. 36 drivers making their way onto the grid. Are we going to go green? And not just quite yet. We go for an extra formation lap, and 2 drivers coming together at the back end of the grid. Unfortunately, even before making their way onto the start-finish straight, and the 559 unfortunately got tangled over there. This is Davide Iannone, the Italian driver. The local drivers making for the majority of that grid for the OKN junior category. We go for 1 extra lap. And no, we got going. Actually, I think this is green. No, it's still under neutralization by the look of it. The time for the drivers to make their way back. As we're going to wait for another attempt, even though I think that we're actually racing. No, we are racing, even though the yellow flag is still waving. So let's find out if we're going to go. No, we're going to go for another procedure indeed, as I was waiting for the yellow flag. But now you can see them as well on the live streaming at home. Now, if we go for an extra attempt, Dean Ogendorn, the Dutch driver, who's going to be leading the pack on the way to the start-finish straight. He's going to have GC Phillips by his side, a familiar name from Britain in the karting world for the past few seasons, doing wonders in the mini categories. Here we go again. Green flag is on. Green, green, green. Let's go racing. 12 laps to go through for the first of the four qualifying heat for the new Ocean and Ocean Junior categories. That's a good start from the pole sitter. GC Phillips for the back as well. Watch out on the way to turn number 5, the 502. This is Kais Aziza actually making his way through for P2, as Dean Ogendorn was able to hold on to that pole position and really pulling away already, taking advantage of the fact that the drivers are battling just behind. So a good start for the pole sitter, Dean Ogendorn, with Kai Aziza now up into P2. And it's pretty much a good getaway for everybody here, even though Davide Iannone and Luca Esposito coming together on the first attempt of the start are nowhere to be seen anymore. So we're gonna have to go through with the 34 drivers left onto the grid. Lap 1 completed with Dean Ogendorn already a half of a second in front of Kai Aziza. Iskender Zulfikari making his way up to P3 from GC Phillips. Not the best of start for the British driver, trying to make his bid as well to get back into contention, as Andrea Marcella is P5 from Asche Hochstein, Felipe Reis, Alex Molota, Gino Roccio and Bruno Greek for the top 10 at the moment. A couple of places gained further back by Giacomo Giusto, 3 places up to P11, 4 places gained for Paolo Tizzano as well, up to P12. On the outside goes one of the drivers with the white crash helmet, as we're back with the leader, Dan Ogendorn, in front of Kais Aziza. The Swiss driver against the Dutchman. Watch out into turn number 13. There's one inside. This is battle for P5 for the back with Andrea Marcella waiting with Asche Hochstein and Felipe Reis. Those 3 and even more than that in the frame. Battling along on the inside, the 586 being overtaken by the 585. This is Felipe Reis from the Netherlands, and Andrea Marcella from Italy battling for P5. Look at the number of drivers within the same frame, as everybody is here, of course, for the results. 2 heats is pretty much nothing, because after that we'll find those 2 categories back with us. So tomorrow on Sunday for the pre-final and the final, 2 races more after that. And once we're done with the qualifying heat. So now the gap is extending 0.4 of a second between the 2 leaders, Dean Ogendorn and Kais Aziza, as we're here on the inside protecting his cause, the 566. This is Alex Molota at the wheel of the XP machine, going to resist from the return of Bruno Grieg, the 515. On the way to turn number 2 and 3. This is the 542 making his bid around the inside. Asche Hochstein on Alex Molota. It was well executed indeed, and he gained a place, the CRG driver. And we find himself Asche Hochstein in P7, Alex Molota down in P8. GC Phillips in the meantime set the fastest lap in this race, as we see as well Kais Aziza trying to get close to the leader. Dean Ogendorn making his bid. Of course, he's not watching over his shoulder just yet for the AKM Motorsport driver, the team from the Antonelli family, of course, with Andrea Chini Antonelli. The Mercedes Junior driver is with us this weekend. He's taking a break from his successful campaign in Formula Regional to see how his young drivers are doing in the World Championship. And one of them, Dean Ogendorn, is leading the way in this first qualifying heat of the Ocean Junior category. As for the back, it keeps on battling with the 539 on your picture. Gino Roccio trying to get close to Bruno Grieg and Giacomo Giusto for the top 10 potentially. From the Parling machines over there, out there into the mix. At the advantage at the moment of driver in front with Giacomo Giusto, Gino Roccio, P12, Paolo Tizzano in P13 at the moment. But it's still very, very much stuck into that field of drivers, as we still have everybody in, so that's a good sign as well. Let's try to make it in one piece to the end of that 12-lap race, because all the points will be worth double, that's for sure. At the end of those qualifying heats, of course, the starting grid order will be decided for the pre-final that will be taking place on Sunday morning. On the inside goes the 542. This is Asche Hochstein, who keeps on going through the recovery on Andrea Marcella. That was for P6. As we're back here with the 585. This is Felipe Reis, one of the teammates at the AKM Motorsport team of Dean Ogendorn. Felipe Reis battling along with Isker Sulfikari, close to split by a 10th of a second. These are some drivers also, of course, that we've seen competing in the mini classes back in Italy, and making the first appearance for some of them in the FIA Karting World Championship. Oh, and one driver into trouble from AKM Motorsport, I'm afraid. Try to see who that is, but I think that Alessandro Carilla is the one that we've just lost. He was running at the back end of the grid, unfortunately. Back with the drivers at the forefront, and we've lost as well this is Gianmato Russo, unfortunately, that lost a bit of momentum as well. A couple of drivers who lost momentum in the process, but Alessandro Carrilla is the driver indeed that was forced to retire. GC Phillips in the meantime just went past Aziza for second place. That's the move we just briefly seen. So GC Phillips back into contention for the win potentially in that opening heat. With the fastest lap in the race, he was able to put a 49.9 that enabled him to get past Kai Aziza. And now Kai Aziza is back into second place. Wow, that's going to be an interesting one. Here they come. Just behind Dan Ongendorn, we can find ourselves with a couple of drivers battling for the win towards the end of that race. But Aziza, he still has something to say to that race. GC Phillips being taken in sandwich just behind, with Zulfikari as well as the race transforming themselves into threads. Those four drivers pretty much in the same frame, glued together. Aziza, Phillips, Zulfikari race from second to fifth position. And if those four want to have a shot at the victory into that opening qualifying heat, they better start working together instead of fighting one another. And always in the heat of the battle, it's always easier said than done from a perspective. We like maybe suggesting not to fight anymore and try to keep up with the pace, because you guys will still have 4 laps to go before the checkered flag of this race. That could be quite enough to try to put pressure on Ongendorn. Run the inside, there goes GC Phillips on Aziza, and he makes his way through, the British driver. Aziza keeps his race alive from third position, and he's going to go for a switch of position. He wants to go for the attack. He's going for the long way into turn number 2 and 3. Not quite able to make it click on the exit, as GC Phillips was able to carry that momentum with that carry quickly machine of his. Watch out for Zulfikari, sorry, and Felipe race just behind. The Dutchman keeping a close watch on the battle in front of him. He's still missing a couple of meters as we have lost another driver in the process, joining Luca Esposito, Davide Iannone, and Alessandro Carrilla. And I do wonder who that is. Oh, and one of the cones by the side of the track that were launched actually in the air. So certainly the result or the cause of certainly the DNF of the driver there. We'll get back to that as we keep on focus on the battle for the victory and for the order in the end. For the victory, 1.2 seconds. Then Ongendorn is nowhere to be seen as it keeps on battling for the back. Watch out for Zulfikari. Run the inside. Oh, contact. Oh, big incident and contact coming together between Aziza and Zulfikari. Oh, that's quite unfortunate. We thought it could actually end up quite badly. And unfortunately, those two find themselves tangling together outside of turn number 4. That was a good move, a good attempt at least. Run the outside by Iskander Zulfikari on Kais Aziza for third place. But unfortunately, they didn't get on the same page on that one and got coming together. As a result, it means certainly double DNF by the look of it, at least for one of them. But I think that as a result, we've lost at least 1 or 2 contenders. The other one dropping momentum and dropping into the classification. We'll get back to that in a second. As Aziza, yes, is now in P13, so disaster for Aziza, who was fighting for a top 3 finish. And unlike him, well, this is a race done and dusted for Iska Zulfikari, I'm afraid. He was forced to step onto the track. And that's, we'll be giving a bit of a breather for GC Phillips, of course, even though he's missing almost 1 full second on Dan Ongendorn, unaware of the drama that has been happening behind him, obviously. But this is a race pretty much done and dusted for the Dutchman from pole position, who's going to be taking the first ever win in the qualifying heat of the OKM Junior category in the FIA Karting World Championship. So this is a bit of a moment for Dan Ongendorn, who yesterday became the first ever pole sitter in those new category. Final lap for the Dutchman. GC Phillips in second. He could have had a shot at the victory as further back as well. It keeps on battling the 542, the 572. And this is Bosco Arias getting ahead of Asher Orstein for 4th place. Well done for Bosco Arias, that we've seen competing as well in international classes over the past few seasons. And by the look of it, don't want to, of course, bring any negative signs, but his front fairing might look to me as a bit loose as a result of his recovery. We'll see after that, but as for now, it was a strong move put together by Bosco Arias in front of Asher Orstein for a top 4 finish. But in the meantime, Dan Ongendorn has been absolutely impeccable into that opening qualifying heat from pole position. with a strong delivery of performance. That will be the win at the end of that ever first OKN junior qualifying heat in the FIA Karting World Championship, won by Dean Ogendorn. GC Phillips taking second place from Felipe Reis, who wasn't expecting certainly such a high result after the two drivers in front of him coming together, to the cost of not only Kais Azizas, who finished in P12, but also to Iskander Zulfikari, who was the one going from the attack on the outside. And that was a strong bet, and unfortunately he lost that one, and a DNF that comes with it. In the end, Felipe Reis was there to pick up a third place result from Bosco Arias, Ashe Ostein, Andrea Marcella, Bruno Grick in 7th place from Giacomo Giusto, Gino Roccio, Alex Molota running up the top 10, followed by Vanessa Silcunetti, Kais Aziza, Christian Tonalini, Francia Cardal, P15 for Billy Jordan Van Staveren, followed by Davide Mizzoni, Paolo Tizzano, Giovanni Toso, Giuseppe Piccolo, and P20 for Gianmato Russo. Outside of that P20, we have Antonio Tomas Macedo, followed by Alfio Salvo Salvatore, Filippo Danazan, Pietro Lilli, Anna Filotto, Giuseppe Papiglio, Stanislas Giglio, Kevin Battistoni, Samuel Sotille, Ilya Win, Maria Chiara Nardelli, and Clelia Sodou. Couple of drivers that we lost, the two coming together at the start or even before getting to the grid. Luca Esposito and Davide Iannone joined later on in that race, but Alessandro Caria and Iskander Zulfikari after that coming together with Kais Aziza in the battle for the podium finish, so to speak, of that qualifying race. Stay with us as we see the classification, because upcoming just after that we'll have a second qualifying heat in that lunch break of day number 2 here at Franciacorta for the OKN category. Coming up in just a few moments, we have one first winner, Dean Ogendorn. All he needs to do, the Dutchman, is to do the same in the second qualifying race that will be taking place later this afternoon, and that will make him the pole sitter ahead of the pre-final tomorrow.
Certainly going very well indeed for the Dutchman Dean Hugendorn in front of Britain's Jesse Phillips and the fellow Dutchman Felipe Reis, who came through in third position. A fabulous start to proceedings there. The OKNJ qualifying heat 1, obviously the one that we've just had out on the circuit has been completed. Now we're going to get to do the OKN category race. That will be the next one out on the course. And obviously we've had some great performances from the drivers leading up to that one. It'll be an interesting battle for all of the contenders in this OKN category. We've obviously had some pretty solid starts to the proceedings from the OKN. It's a very different competition. Obviously we have a new platform here to race with. It's a new chance for new talent and new drivers to work their way into the competition, and it's also a simplified version of the OK engine. The regulations featured basically favour cost reduction. It's all about performance, reliability and accessibility, and it's the ideal platform to encourage ASNs to expand their national championships by basically having a route from the national competitions all the way up to FIA Karting. The Italian Championship was obviously the first one to gain the sign up for it, but also there are ASNs in Denmark, Australia, France, Poland and Spain that have also gone down the same route. And there are a few other contenders who have decided to come in, having done some testing in the OKN category kart, to just throw themselves into the mix and see how it all sticks. And it's very brave of all of the contenders to do that. As you can see, our qualifying heats this afternoon are going to run all the way to 6:34. That will be the start of the very last heat of the day that we have got. So it'll be an interesting challenge for all of the contenders in this one, as they are gearing up ready for the start of the challenge that awaits them. And it is going to be an interesting challenge for all of the contenders in this one, as the drivers gear up for an exciting start to proceedings in the OKN category. It's been very tough to see how these competitors have come into it, but Francesco Marenghi, who has a little bit of experience prior to this weekend, he has competed in 2020, and I should say since 2020, competing in the World and European Championships, but he gets the chance to run for the World Cup next year, alongside Nicolas Tomasella on the front row of the starting grid. Antonio Apicella and Lamberto Ferrari running there on the second row of the grid. And then we have Federico Rossi and the Andorran driver Alex Mercado, who start things off there in position. So a great opportunity for all of the contenders. Robin Sarg, the Estonian who competed in the World Championship at Campios 2 years ago, and he gets the chance to return to the platform alongside the Frenchman Maxime Gély, who won the French trophy in OKN at Salbris earlier this year. So definitely has the credentials to make this work. Filippo Parmigiani, the young man from the United Arab Emirates, a privateer here this weekend, has won many titles in the Middle East and has raced in multiple classes leading up to this point. He's there on the Tony kart just to the right of your picture. And alongside him on the grid is Eric Christian Enash, the Romanian driver who will be on his Danilo Rossi chassis. Then Federico Albanese on the Ital Corsa machine alongside Bati Yildirim, the Turkish driver. Then Gabriele Foyce is alongside Giacomo Maman. Eduardo Rivera alongside Troy Snyman, the South African driver. And then we have Nicolas Fostanis and Alessandro Cocozza. Then Isa Cebi and Giulio Olivieri, the Turk and the Italian, ahead of Matteo Giototti and Nico Zafaris, the South African driver, who has raced multiple categories in both direct drive and gearbox. He's racing under the Ward Racing banner this weekend. Giuseppe Capuano and Simone Verelli on the 12th row of the starting grid, along with Mattia Borri and Silvio Calza. And then we have Roberto Nali alongside Eduardo Momonelli and Gianmarco Cortopassi as sharing the 15th row of the grid with Lorenzo Poletti. Then we have Eduardo Leo, who is alongside Pietro Santilli, and at the very back of the grid we have Julian Leo, who is going to be in the 33rd position. 33 drivers for the first ever road to the OKN World Cup. It'll be fascinating to see how the drivers get on for this one and the trophies they will have at the end of the final. Very special indeed. They actually have a whirling road around the globe embedded onto the trophy. It's a very pretty trophy indeed. And knowing as I do the delight and the excitement of certain drivers for collecting trophies, such as Alexander Bondarev, he'd take one look at the OKN Road to the World Cup trophy and say, I want that, it looks nice. So he'll be bitterly disappointed he's not competing for it. So Francesco Marenghi and Nicolas Tomasella are going to be there on the front row of the grid in their pair of Paralins, and they will get the push start off to the run off the turn. It's going to be an interesting one as they get themselves up to speed again. Qualifying heat number one for the OKN category, the superstar drivers. For a lot of these guys, of course, it's their first taste of OKN machinery up at the sharp end of the field. So once again, Francesco Marenghi and Nicolas Tomasella, Antonio Apicella and Roberto Ferrari, Federico Rossi and Alex Mercado from Robin Sarg and Maxime Gély, and then Filippo Parmigiani and Eric Christian Enash, Federico Albanese and Bati Yildirim from Gabriele Foyce and Giacomo Maman, Eduardo Rivera and Troy Snyman from Nicolas Fostanis and Alessandro Cocozza, Isa Cebi and Giulio Olivieri from Matteo Giototti and Nico Zafiris, Giuseppe Capuano and Simone Verelli from Mattia Borri and Silvio Calza, Roberto Nali and Eduardo Mobanelli from Gianmarco Cortopassi and Lorenzo Poletti. Eduardo Leo, Pietro Santilli and Julian Leo will complete the grid of 33. It's going to be a fabulous situation for all of the contenders. So Francesco Marenghi and Nicolas Tomasella, that front row of the starting grid, the pair of Paralins are going to be working themselves into a very strong position. And the competition going to be very strong indeed from the outset in this OKN Road to the World Cup. A fabulous performance from all of the contenders as they get themselves into position. That's a nice start. Everybody there in position, and we'll see how they go as they run off the grid. Are we going to go racing? Yes, we are, and off to the first corner. A good start from Francesco Marenghi, no problem at all for Antonio Apicella to run through. Federico Rossi comes through into third place as the field knits its way through on the opening tour. A lot of the Italian stars that have become part of the staple of the Italian national classes trying to show us what they can do in the Road to the World Cup of the OKN. And so they will continue their force forward. Francesco Marenghi leading from Antonio Apicella and Federico Rossi. Nicolas Tomasella not far away in second position on the start, but has dropped into fourth position for the time being as we now watch Federico Rossi on the Tony kart with its blue and white striped livery, very different in this particular squad. But already Federico Rossi trying to work his way forward onto Antonio Apicella and getting frustrated, sat behind him at this point. Off the final turn, and it's Marenghi who leads the way. Apicella, Rossi, Tomasella, Mercado and Sarg. Sounds to me as though somebody's got a problem with their exhaust as they come through. I think it might be Julian Leo, who's actually got a mechanical problem and is coming into the pits to retire. So Julian Leo, unfortunately, will drop out of the race with a mechanical problem. Francesco Marenghi in front of Antonio Apicella and Federico Rossi. Apicella trying to close up on Marenghi as they work through the second sector. Federico Rossi starting to get dialed up in behind Antonio Apicella, doesn't want to get held up by him for too long. They work their way through and up to the hairpin once again. And the contenders are starting to have a little bit of a knock on the door there. Federico Rossi wants his chance to come through as they come onto the home straight once again. They fly through turn one. Here's the chance for Apicella. Marenghi running wide, and that'll do for Antonio Apicella. Nice overtake. He gets through into position. So that'll do nicely from his point of view. He's exactly where he wants to be. Up through the top spot. And still going strong. That is Marenghi now falling into the clutches of Federico Rossi, while Federico Albanese has ended up falling back in position as well, 9th place. No relation, of course, to Danilo Albanese, the gearbox European champion of this year. Just a very popular surname in Italy. Apicella, Marenghi, Rossi, Tomasella and Mercado. Onto the inside line, there's the chance from Federico Rossi, and he gets through past Francesco Marenghi. So that'll do nicely. Federico Rossi then getting into second place with Nicolas Tomasella starting to bear down on the two men in front of him as well. Robin Sarg having tucked in behind Mercado and Ferrari. And then we have Parmigiani in 8th position in front of Maxime Gély, and Federico Albanese in front of Eric Enash in 11th position. And then Batti Yildirim in 12th position, the Turkish driver who represented his country in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy last year. So still the battles rage on. This is Gianmarco Cortopassi getting the fastest lap of the race, doing so from 21st position. Still trying to work his way further forward up the ranks. 32 drivers still battling away. It looks like somebody's had an off on the far side of the course. Didn't see who that was, but we may see a couple of drivers dropping back in terms of the timesheets. I think we might have had Nico Zafaris have a moment, and Eduardo Momorelli going off the road in the battle with Pietro Santilli. So Antonio Apicella continues out in front of Federico Rossi and Francesco Marenghi. We're still waiting to see what will continue on in the road to the OKN World Cup. In the qualifying heat for the OKN senior category, Apicella ahead of Rossi and Marenghi, Tomasella, Mercado, Ferrari, Gély, Sarg and Federico Albanese now in front of Federico Parmigiani. Filippo Parmigiani, I should say, my apologies. On the inside, there goes the move from Tomasella. So Tomasella getting into second place, having worked his way through. Oh, sorry, no, that is Marenghi. It's Tomasella that's behind Rossi. But it looks like both Paralympians will get their shot, because Marenghi is backing Rossi into the path of Nicolas Tomasella. So Tomasella looking for the opportunity. Behind them is the TB kart of Alex Mercado, the Andorran driver, being supported here this weekend by Ellie Goldstein, who of course is the FIA Motorsport Games gold medal winner from 2022. So good to see that the TB kart squad have managed to put a new talent into the mix. The young Andorran, Alex Mercado, who is the leading driver of the drivers not from Italy. And it's Apicella, Marenghi, Rossi and Tomasella, the top four at the moment. Still running very closely together, those four. Then Mercado. Then we have Lamberto Ferrari in the Praga, running in 6th position ahead of Maxime Gély. It's actually the Formula K chassis that he's on, my apologies. It is part of the IPK group still. Well, they go through to the hairpin, and there's a problem. Somebody's having an issue. It's Maxime Gély, I do believe. Maxime Gély on the Sodi is breaking down and retiring. Very unfortunate indeed for Maxime Gély, but the Frenchman pulls into the pits to retire from the race. Very sad indeed. We saw his hand in the air, and so Maxime Gély is the second retirement after Julien Leo. So a bit of disappointment indeed then for Maxime Gély, who drops out of what was 7th position ahead of Federico Albanese. So that really costs him dear. And he'll be bitterly disappointed. Up the inside, there goes the move from Tomasella. So Nicolas Tomasella gets the overtaking move then on Federico Rossi. Looks like somebody's had an off further round. Another puff of dust. But certainly nobody up in the top spots have had a big moment. Apicella is still your leader in front of Marenghi and Tomasella. So still the drivers will continue to push as they come across the start-finish line once again. And now we've got Tomasella taking on his teammate, Francesco Marenghi. So Nicolas Tomasella wanting to get his move to get up into second position if he gets the chance. So Marenghi in front of Tomasella. No major change between the two of them. So Apicella out in front, Marenghi, Tomasella, Rossi, Ferrari, Mercado, Albanese, Robin Sarg, Eric Nash and Filippo Parmigiani. So still they battle away in close proximity, but Tomazzella getting hungry, sat behind Francesco Marenghi. Really wants to go for the overtaking move if he can find his chance. He comes off the turn and surely he'll get the opportunity now into the hairpin, and Nicolas Tomazzella into second place. Good move on Francesco Marenghi, so that switches the duel between the two Paralympic drivers. And again, Tomazzella has the nerve to suggest to Marenghi, come on, work with me, let's go and get after Apicella. I'm clearly faster than you, so I'll go ahead, but now work with me if you please. The body language of these drivers, very typical. So Rossi ahead of Ferrari in 4th and 5th. Then it's Mercado ahead of Albanese, Enash, Sarg and Parmigiani. So still they work their way through. But Antonio Apicella is your current race leader from 3rd on the grid and looking to continue the pace up in front on the Kart Republic chassis, just continuing this incredible stroll through the park here at the Cartodromo Franciacorta circuit. It's looking good. Tomazzella and Marenghi are just following in pursuit in 2nd place and leading the charge with Federico Rossi and Lamberto Ferrari in tow. So still they run together. 3 laps to go. A little bit of a duel brewing here between Alex Mercado, the Andorran on the TB kart, and in 7th place that is Federico Albanese on the Ital course machine. So still they continue to run in close proximity. Eric Nash is there in 8th. Oh, collision. 2 karts together, that's the Gamoto. Tangling there with Silvio Calza. So I'm afraid that Silvio Calza out of the race along with the 409 of Gabriele Fois. So that's gone very badly wrong for Gabriele Fois and Silvio Calza, who made up 10 places off the start. And I'm afraid it's all gone wrong for him. So that's 2 more drivers out of the race to join Julien Leo and Maxime Gély on the sidelines. Race carries on, penultimate lap begins. And Antonio Apicella has 1.3 seconds over Nicolas Tomazzella. Don't really think you're going to get to see any more in terms of the battle for the victory than that. And Tomazzella is too far back now on Apicella with a lap and a half to go to make up that 1.3 seconds. Now, you may sit there and think, well, that's not that much time to make up in a lap and a half. Well, A, take into account that these laps are 1,300 metres in length. I nearly said 1,300 kilometres. That would be a long racetrack. 1,300 metres in length, and also bear into the fact that Antonio Apicella hasn't put a wheel wrong so far over the course of the race, and 1.3 seconds is quite a country age in the world of karting. It's the equivalent of 5 or 6 seconds in Grand Prix racing, as Eduardo Leo seems to have had a problem. So I think Eduardo Leo is going to be very similar to Julien Leo in retiring from the race, or certainly dropping to the back, if not. Into the last lap comes Antonio Apicella, leading the race here in front of Nicolas Tomazzella and Francesco Marenghi. It's been a very solid opening race for the OKN in their qualifying heat. A good positive direction change for FIA Karting to try and bring more talent into the World Championship racing weekend. And Antonio Apicella is certainly going to be the dominant force on this particular occasion in the road to the OKN World Cup. There he is, out in front, just keeping it nice and tidy. Looks like there's been a collision between a couple of drivers further back. We'll try and pick up on that a bit later, but out in front it is going to be Antonio Apicella who takes the win in the OKN opening heat. There will be a second race for them later, but the team driver racing kart squad man is going to open his account with a victory. It seems as though we've had an incident for Nicolas Vostanis and Mattia Bori on the very last lap. So obviously Antonio Apicella having his moment there of glory in the sunshine. He takes the race result in exactly the stride he wanted to on the Kart Republic chassis in front of Tomazzella and Marenghi. Lamberto Ferrari managing to get through on Federico Rossi in the closing stages to move back into 4th place. Alex Mercado, once again, the only driver in the top 6, not from Italy, and the leading driver of any nation other than Italy as well. 7th place for Federico Albanese, up 4. Eric Nash up 2, the Romanian. And then Filippo Parmigiani and the hard-charging Giulio Olivieri came up from 20th on the grid to 10th at the finish. But a couple of problems there right at the closing phase of the race. But at least it is all fine and dandy for the Italian Antonio Apicella. He gets the win in front of Nicolas Tomazzella and Francesco Marenghi. Then Lamberto Ferrari, Federico Rossi and Alex Mercado. Federico Albanese ahead of Eric Christian Nash. Filippo Parmigiani and Giulio Oliveri from Robin Sargan Bati Yildirim, Giacomo Mamon, Eduardo Rivera, and the South African Troy Snyman. Other big drivers to charge through: Giuseppe Capuano, Simone Verelli, and Gianmarco Portapassi, all managing to make up either 7 or 10 places amongst them. Isaac Chebi, the man in 18th place in between, and Nico Zafaris in 20th position. Then Cocozza, Nali, Poletti, and Eduardo Leo from Matteo Guidotti, Pietro Santilli, Eduardo Molinelli, and then the final few finishers are that of the retirements: Nicolas Fostani, Mattia Bori, Silvio Calza, Gabriele Foyce, Maxime Gelli, and then the one kart that didn't complete the first lap and therefore didn't transpond, and that is Julian Leo. So the 33 drivers finish up in fine style. It's given some of the members of the paddock a bit of a breather, certainly for the OKN category drivers. They will come back into the race again very shortly, with 4.5 minutes to go until the next race. But it gives us the chance to get back into the running again for the OK Junior category. It'll be really interesting to see how we re-emerge, and it'll be Tame Soleil and Jakub Mikilev that will start the first race of the afternoon session from the front row of the grid.
So that's it for now for the OKN and OKN Junior categories, the two newly introduced classes in the FIA Karting Team this year. The road to the World Cup that will be taking place in 2024 for the first time. Now, in 5 minutes, a bit less now, as you can see, we get ourselves ready to return to the OK and OK Junior classes with a big schedule ahead of us this afternoon. Plenty of exciting racing still on the table. And at the end of this string of qualifying races, well, we will have a first classification of points before heading to Sunday, and the most important of all races, the Superheat and the final for both the OK and the OK Junior. But at the end of this day, we'll have, of course, the established starting grids for each of the Superheat. There will be a Superheat A, Superheat B in each of the classes. So 4 races in the morning, 2 finals in the afternoon, added to, of course, the pre-final and the final for the OKN and OKN Junior to conclude their first appearance at this level. But before that, we need the grids, we need the classification and the points awarded to the winner. The overall winner in each of the class at the end of those races will be the overall pole sitter, will be the leader with the maximum points. The pole sitter is the first superheat, and the second driver in the classification will get to start ahead of the second superheat. All those results, although a bit confusing sometimes at times, can be found on FIAKarting.com, so make sure to tune in where the FIAKarting.com official website. 3 minutes to go before the next qualifying heat on track. Make sure to tune in as well, where you can find all the results, decisions, information, and links to the live timing and live streaming brought to you by RGMC. We got you covered up as well, as we're live on Motorsport TV and all over the world to follow up close the second FIA Karting World Championship brought to you by mondokart.com. We were in Wackersdorf, Germany in early September. We find ourselves here close to the epicenter of the karting world in northern Italy on the new Franciacorta karting track. And we're going to start again with the junior category. And at this point in the classification, well, we've had a couple of different winners, obviously. 2 victories for Filippo Sala and Christian Costoia, as well as Scott Lindblom in that junior category. As for now, it's still nothing done concrete in any of the categories, as all the drivers have still 2 or 3 races, depending on the groups, to go through to finish day number 2. When it comes to the classification, as for now, in the OK class, we do have René Lammers leading the points by a good margin with 2 victories and 3 second places for René Lammers. And when it comes to the junior category, and we're going to have in a minute, we have Christopher Alfegali leading the way for 20 points from David Botaro and David Cosmac-Christopher. Christopher Alfegali, our current leader, with 1 victory and 2 second place finish. The young driver that will be starting from the front row of the grid on pole position for this race, opposing Group C and E, will be Tame Soleil, the 217 from the Sober Karting Academy. Tame Soleil at the moment, who currently sits in P17 in the classification with 3 races done, 1 victory, 1 second and 1 third class as the best results, so he knows what to do. Maybe make it a 2 in a row to confirm his form. Tame Soleil who's closing in to the top 15 as we have 1 minute left before we get going. He's gonna have quite a strong opposition with Jakub Mikilev. Jakub Mikilev was one of the fastest in the qualifying practice that we had yesterday. Jakub Mikalev, who is currently in P44 in the classification with his best result. 32 points claim for Jakub Mikalev in his previous races. P7 finish for the young driver. The wheel of the Tony Car machine from Ward Racing. Watch out for the young Dries van Langendonk from Belgium, who will be starting from the second row of the grid, third place on the inside, and Filippo Sala by his side as well. Filippo Sala, 2 wins so far for Red Bull Motorsport, 1 win as well for Dries van Langendonk for Forza Racing. Those two have been battling along in the European Championship as well. Dries van Langendonk finishing the season in P5 with one of his strongest weekends in Cremona at the end of July, not so long ago, while Filippo Sala didn't have the same amount of results throughout the season, but more than willing to finish his year on a high. Here we go, qualifying heat C versus E. In pole position, Team Saleh with Jakub Mikalev by his side, Dries van Langendonk, Filippo Sala on row number 2, followed by Endo Arata, Noah Wolf, Oliver Rasmussen, Jared Clark. We have as well Maria Neto and Anni Consani, Matthias Orwella and Apo Timonen, Vadir Ivanikov and Albak Shoy. Row number 8, Matt Corby and Vivek Kahan, followed as well by Kimi Tanin and Tiziano Monza.
Behind Tiziano Monza, we have Chiara Batig and Mala Marchand, Walter Schultz and Boris Leisen, then Hugo Marti and Kirill Ditiev, Marco Garst, Enzo Nienkoda, Marcel Kaspricki, Louis Castellini, Marcus Shilkunias, Kit Belowski, Angelo D'Ortenzio, Joseph Smith, Nikita Nikishov, Morgan Knudsen, and at the back of the grid, the Swiss driver Arnaud Vuitard. So all 35 drivers in position. They're all out on the circuit, which is good, which means we have no absentees. And the last couple of drivers getting themselves into position. Jakub Mikalev hoping for a good start with Team Soleil. I think that's a false start. Oh, it is going to be underway. We are underway. And Team Soleil getting a good start there in front of Dries van Langendonk. Around the outside, Jakub Mikalev trying to get himself still cemented into the top 3. As the drivers work their way through, but he's not managed to do so. He's now down to 5th position because through have come 2 drivers. Oh, contact! 2 cars going together, and that is one of the Paralins spinning around. It is the 235, I think. Oh, sorry, the 236.
Could be Vivek Kanthan.
It is Vivek Kanthan, yes. The American. What a shame for Vivek Kanthan. He already had a problem in the first race of the week, and now a second retirement almost certainly spells a big problem for his championship title aspirations. Team Soleil leads the way from Dries van Langendonk. He holds the middle of the road to make sure that the Belgian doesn't get there. 3rd place for Filippo Sala. So now we're going to be at the business end of the title fight here. Sala in 3rd in the points leading up to this. Team Soleil is right up there in the mix as well. Dries van Langendonk makes the smallest gap in history open up and gets through, allowing Filippo Sala to get into 2nd place as well. So now it's Van Langendonk, Sala and Team Soleil. Watch for Soleil trying to get his move, and watch for Noah Wolf as well in the Birilla. Noah Wolf trying to work his way further forward. A great chance for him to move up into the top 5.
Yeah, great example of driving skill from Noah Wolf on the inside of turn number 6, making his way for P4, that is, in front of Joran Mikalev. Hugo Marti, the winner of the Academy Trophy, picking up a warning flag. Where does he stand? 22nd in the ranking as for now. As we're about to conclude lap number 2, sorry. As coming close to the hairpin, or on the inside, might have a good exit actually. And there was a close call for Team Soleil. He's not quite able to get past Filippo Sala. You can see Sala gesturing to his opponent, stay with me, let's keep on working together, because the leader is getting away. And it goes, of course, to the direction of Dries van Langendonk. Van Langendonk, who could not have dreamed of a better start to his qualifying heat and afternoon, because picking up the pace already half of a second in front of Filippo Sala and Team Soleil, trying to work together under the pressure of Noah Wolf. And we have Jared Clark with the Sony Car machine from Jakub Mikalev for pole sitter, dropping a bit of momentum all the way down to P6 in front of Ando Arata, Andy Cansani, Matt Corby, Matthias Orwella running up the top 10. As Orwella now down into 12 with, in the meantime, Maria Neto and Kimi Tani, who just got past the driver that now finds himself in 12th place, the Colombian driver. Here we go, back once again with the leaders, and look at Filippo Sala trying to get a bit of momentum by dropping on his wheel, bending on his machine to try to decrease the air. And will it be working? That's the question. Van Langendonk, 4/10 of a second from Sala. Team Soleil down in 3rd, and Arata, the Japanese driver, picking up the fastest lap. He has a 4/10 of a second left to climb on Jakub Mikalev for P6. That's going to be an interesting one. But now, with the yellow crash helmet, is Noah Wolf. with the Leclerc machine. In front of him is the Sober Karting Academy, Tim Saleh, Paul Sitter fighting his way through to try to recover the place that he lost. Saleh against Wolf. In which order will they finish as we're about to conclude lap number 4? There's a well Dries van Langendonk, but even though Salah and Tim Saleh have been able to work together to decrease that gap a little bit, fastest lap in this race from Jakob Mikalev, no, and Arata it is this time around. And Dries van Langendonk not quite able to build that gap that he would have hoped, so nothing is certain for yet.
So this is an opportunity now for Noah Wolf to try and take on the German Tim Saleh. Looking very positive coming off these last couple of races. Can Noah Wolf now make a bid to get past the German? He's really in the hunt here. Tim Saleh is actually technically behind him now in the points tally. Noah Wolf on 187 if he stays like this, looking very hungry to be another British world champion if he can keep this going, and certainly it would give the Birolart group and the Leclerc by Lennox race team, captained as they are by Jordan Lennox-Lamb, another accolade. But Noah Wolf has got to work hard to get there. Dries van Langendonk leads, Philippe Salah second, and Tim Saleh, Noah Wolf, Jarrett Clark and Jacob Mikulev. And then we have Endo Arata, the Japanese driver, in front of Matt Corby. Then it is Mario Germano Nito, the Portuguese talent, in front of the Finn Kimi Tali. Big slide there from one of the Ward racing carts, losing ground, coming off the turn there at the end of the first sector. I think that was Marco Garst and Walter Schultz trying to battle through. In fact, Joseph Smith appears to have come off the road, I'm afraid, and managed to get going again. So Joseph Smith having a big problem. But up in front, it is still Dries van Langendonk, the Belgian talent, in front of Filippo Sala of Italy. Watch for the German Tim Saleh and watch for the two Brits. Noah Wolf on the black, red and white Leclerc by Lennox colours of the Birolart. And in fifth position, the black, white and orange of the Sony Kart team. Running in fifth position, Filippo Sala looking very close there to try and get his move on Dries van Langendonk. Down the short stretch towards turn 5. Will Sala go for the move? Not yet.
Yeah, he looks keen on trying, that's for sure, on lap number 7. Still have a bit of time, of course, for a couple of opportunities for Filippo Sala. The question is, where can he make his move outside of turn number 12, down to 13 that is. This is the middle of second sector, my apologies, as Filippo Sala is keeping a close watch on Dries van Langendonk, only able to shake him off as much as he would have liked. Dries van Langendonk, who has been able to pick up some strong results so far. Sitting in P25 at the moment with a victory in a second place, but his second race, unfortunately, was he picked up a penalty of 5 seconds due to causing a collision, so that actually put him in the P13 at the end of that race, and a bit of a little blow for his victory aspirations when it comes to the overall classification. So what he needs is to keep up the pace and collect the wins, as many as he can, for the remaining races of his group. Van Langendonk still keeping at bay Filippo Sala. Tim Saleh further back in the second wagon, under close watch by Noah Wolf and Jared Clark. Jakob Mikulev is not further back. As I say that, we can see that Corby has been getting ahead of him. Matt Corby in front of Jakob Mikulev. This was for P6 now. Arata down in P8 from Neto and Tanin. That's for the top 10. The question is, until when will they wait? Will any of those chasers wait to make a significant maneuver, at least significant enough to seal the deal? I'm talking about the question of tires when it comes to strategy. I've been led to believe during the lunch break that we had, talking to some of the team managers and drivers out there in the paddock, that some drivers in both the junior and Yoke class have put fresh tires as early as yesterday in some cases, and this morning as well. So this is quite an unusual strategy at play for some of the contenders out there, because this is a long game, as we said, from qualifying. And there goes around the inside. That was a close call from Filippo Sala. As we're talking tires, Sala is very much on the tail of Dries van Langendonk. Here we go. This is the final lap, ladies and gents. That's going to be a close call, and Dries van Langendonk is going to have to shut all the doors.
From this point onwards, it becomes absolutely determined and very essential indeed to make sure you don't lose too many positions. Now we're getting a little bit of loading down to the hairpin. Every driver knows from this point on, you've only got 1 or 2 races left to put up or shut up and put yourself in a good position for the final tomorrow. It is a very tough battle now between our 6 Van Langendonk, Salah, Saleh, Wolf, Clark and Corby. They all want to get a chance of being in the top 3 at the end of this one. And Van Langendonk is backing up the pack, trying to get Salah into the battle from Tame Saleh, trying to get him into Noah Wolf, trying to get him into Jarrett Clark, trying to get him into Matt Corby. Slow at the radius. Is it going to be enough to make a bid or two? Noah Wolf gets a love tap from Matt Corby, who loses out again to Jarrett Clark. It becomes a stalemate. Dries Van Langendonk takes the win from from Filippo Sala and Tame Saleh. Thumbs up from Filippo Sala to Dries Van Langendonk on a fair fight, and he's happy with that because he comes away with 219 points scored. So from Filippo Sala, he is of course in the best primed position from this moment on. He leads the points rankings at this stage, so it's a very positive position for the Italian, and that is a very unhappy Vivek Kanthan, the American driver. Wow, very disappointed indeed, I'm sure he is. A great chance to put some decent points on the board, taken away from him in that race on only the opening lap. So Vivek Kanthan not able to be there at the checkered flag. Good effort from Dries Van Langendonk though. He finds himself 7th in the rankings at the moment, 168 points, level with the tally scored by Davide Battaro, 2 more than Gerasim Skudinov, 8 more than Scott Lindblom and Xun Zhao Yu. So there's still a very good opportunity for Dries Van Langendonk. In fact, we've barely talked about Xu Jiayu, but I tell you what, the Chinese driver on his debut in the category in the World Championship, very impressive so far to be P11. Dries Van Langendonk ahead of Filippo Sala and Tame Saleh, then Noah Wolf, Jarrett Clark and Matt Corby. Jakub Mikalev and Maria Giovananito doing a much better job in 8th place. Endo Arata and Kimitani from Mateus Orjuela and Kirill Ditiev ahead of Alpaxoy and Kit Belovsky charging through to 14th. Good work from the 3.5 billion viewed racer. Andy Consani ahead of Boris Leisen, Hugo Marti and Tiziano Monza. Marcel Kaspricki, Oliver Rasmussen and Walter Schultz from Nikita Nikishov, Vladimir Ivanikov and Louis Castellini. And then we have Marcus Cunias ahead of Morgan Knudsen, Anu Vata, Chiara Batig, Apo Timonen, Marco Garst and Marla Marchand ahead of Angelo D'Ortenzio, and then Enzo Ninkora, Joseph Smith, and then the retirement, of course, we know about, which is Vivek Kanthan. So a fabulous battle continuing on their way. The competitors obviously wanting a really good showcase to continue the battle on. But we're going to see a really exciting tussle from all of the drivers as they continue to battle their quarter. There is Dries Van Langendonk, another qualifying heat victory. Not a bad performance from him to get him closer to the run position. So Dries Van Langendonk is ready to continue his good fighting form. Filippo Sala taking the provisional lead of the points rankings at this phase of the race meeting. Don't forget, we're not that far away from hearing what's been happening in the various ports of call. But the battles have been very tightly mixed amongst all of the competitors, running very close proximity. And on the far side, we're going to see Filippo Sala lead the interim, Dries Van Langendonk taking the victory to move him further forward. And then, of course, we have Tame Saleh, 3rd position from Noah Wolf and Jarrett Clark. Where does that put us at this moment? Well, Filippo Sala has 219 points. He leads the interim rankings. Chris Elfagari on 201. Noah Wolf now on 187. Tame Saleh is on 176, as is David Kozma. And then Christian Castoya on 174. Dries Van Langendonk and Davide Battaro on 168. And then Gerasim Skudinov is on 166. And Scott Lindblom and Xun Zhao Yu are tied for 10th on 160, just 5 points ahead of Joel Bocula. So it's still very tight indeed, very close. No dominant force in junior at this moment, although Filippo Sala definitely looking the favourite to win the World Championship for junior on home soil. And I'm trying to look back through the archives and figure out if anybody's done that in junior. I know they've done it in senior before. I'm not entirely sure if it's actually happened in the junior category before, but we'll double check. Certainly if it has been quite a long time coming. Well, not since Alessio Lorandi got the job done on... oh no, sorry, the last person to have done that would have been Dexter Patterson, who won the Junior World Championship at PF International, where it was an all-British podium, Chris Lullum and Harry Thompson joining him. So down in Parc Ferme, we have Guillaume Alvarez standing by.
Yes, indeed, Jake. Welcome back, guys, to the Parc Fermé. For the first time this afternoon, we'll try to give you as many live interviews as possible with the drivers, the actors of the show themselves. Dries van Langenonk, you have the honor to be the first one of this afternoon. Good to see you as always. And congratulations, this is victory number 2 for you in the heats. I guess the confidence is right there as much as the pace for you.
Yeah, we're very strong right now. 2 wins so far, which is very good. We've been very good consistency. Yeah, the speed was good. Trying to manage the tyres as well throughout the race. Got a lot of pressure from Filippo, but we managed it well. Yeah.
Talking about the tyres, always one of the key factors to manage in a FIA karting event, in any karting event whatsoever. But I've been led to believe that some strategies might lead you to put fresh tyres maybe earlier than expected. Is that the case for you?
I don't know. We'll see how it goes out. It will be depending on a lot of things, so we'll see.
We'll see. Thank you very much for talking to us, Dries van Langenonk. As we're gonna welcome your rival in this race, Filippo Sala, who can join us right now with us. Filippo, you can, this is live, we go, ladies and gentlemen. Filippo Sala was kind enough to wait for us as he can join us. Filippo, good to see you. You've been one of the strongest in the category so far, but this time around, Dries was uncatchable in the end for you.
Yeah, he is very fast and he make a very, very good race. I don't want even to overtake him because I don't want to make any crash like that, but it's a very good race, yeah, and he's very fast.
You're enjoying yourself in the field over there despite the very high level of competition, so the focus must remain at every race whatsoever.
Yeah, I will stay focused and focus on the final tomorrow. The Sunday is the moment to push 100%.
Good words. Thank you very much, Filippo Sala, and good luck for the rest of the event. Filippo Sala, second to Dries van Langenonk in this qualifying heat, as we have a lot more on schedule this afternoon.
Thank you very much indeed to Guillaume Alvarez chatting there with Filippo Sala. And great to see how that is going to continue, that little battle that we've got out on course with so many drivers trying to challenge for the top spot. It'll be very tricky to see how today continues to progress. But certainly for Filippo Sala, just playing on the side of caution there. I didn't really want to overtake Dries van Langenonk, he says. I didn't want to risk the crash. I didn't want to risk anything. So why take the risk? Very smart, very sensible. Right, yet again, there is an all-CRG front row of the starting grid. And it's going to be Luis Iglesias and Gabriel Gomez on the front row of the grid. Now, we've seen this a couple of times, that drivers can choose what side of the grid they will start from if they are on pole position. Normally, the drivers will start on the left of your screen, which will be their right as they approach the first corner. On this occasion, Gabriel Gomez has actually elected to switch sides of the grid. That's interesting. So Luis Iglesias is going to be on the regular pole position side. Gabriel Gomez is going to be on the outside. I wonder if that's going to work, because we've seen his teammate Olin Galli move his way forward a couple of times. I wonder if Olin has said to Gabriel, if you want to gain an advantage on these guys at the start, trust me, go around the outside. So Gabriel Gomez and Luis Iglesias on the front row of the grid from Enzo Tomvinichkul and Artur Pulain, Lucas Samalisto and Kirill Kutskov from Matej Kolnagi and Aaron Garcia, Enea Frey and Anatoly Kavalkin, Jimmy Helias and Vasi Michalaidis, and then Nathan Tai and Luvoy Sambudla from Jens Trua and Guillaume Bouzard, Simon Rechenmacher and Mark Kastelich from Arda Teppanen and Matilda Pats. Then Joel Bergstrom and Karolina Vanchikova, Tokyo Suzuki and Eduardo Dominguez, Alfredo Ibiapina and Nico Landalati, Massi Olossa and Riccardo Cirelli, Marty Rittinen, Gael Bag, Sofia Zanfari and Leonardo Cesaretti will finish off the 32 kart grid. And it's going to be a very interesting challenge off the start. Gonzalo Planta, just reminding the drivers, particularly Gabriel Gomez, we shouldn't really have to instruct about how to start this race. He's got plenty of experience from the front row of the grid now, but he and his teammate Luis Iglesias of France are going to run together in close proximity, as they will run very close to each other in good formation. So Gomez and Iglesias. Gomez choosing to go to the outside of the start for this one, so we'll see if the run around on the far side is actually going to work out in his favour long term. I wonder if Olin Galli has just given him a little bit of cliff notes from the previous races. So let's see if we're going to go green straight away. We are, and it's a good start from Gomez. Will it be enough? And off into the barriers further back. We've got one of the Tony karts
46
being spat out there. It is the 46 of Leonardo Cesaretti, the Swiss driver from the back of the grid, ending up cannoning into the pit wall as Artur Pulain now splits the two CRGs. So Leonardo Cesaretti out of the race. Very unfortunate indeed for the Swiss ace. Not entirely sure what happened there, but certainly it's game over for him. Arthur Poulain now clambering all over the back of Gabriel Gomez, trying to make the initial overtake. Can the Kart Republic driver from France make the bid on the Brazilian out in the lead?
Poulain has one win already under his name. Gabriel Gomez still expecting to seal the deal. He's going to have 12 laps to work it out, but Poulain, as well as the other drivers behind Luis Iglesias, have other ideas in mind. Not quite completed under the leadership of Gabriel Gomez. Watch out for Arthur Poulain, keeping a close watch, maybe for a first attempt into turn number 2. He's having none of it, trying to stay behind. But the exit is quite decent as well for the Motorsport driver, trying to make his bid, not quite yet, as Gabriel Gomez stays in the middle of the racing line. Not impressed. Luis Iglesias down in third, in front of Taiwan, Kutskov, Garcia, Cavalcin, Colnaghi, as well as somebody starting Pinan. Oh, and one of the Falcons, the 51, in trouble out there. This is Jens Treur, the Dutchman, who was in P15. And what is it related, coming together with the 83? There might be something, a different incident, I'm afraid, for Alfredo Ibiapina, the Brazilian, who's out of this race. So Alfredo, we've lost you, unfortunately. And in the process as well, we have Jens Treur going sideways into the grass. Remains to be seen if it was related. I don't think it was, as we're back with the leaders, and Poulain pressuring like never before Gabriel Gomez.
And Enzo Tarmadishko's got his way into 4th position behind Arthur Poulain. Third position. For some reason, Karolina Vanchikova is showing up in the lead of the race. No matter how hard she tries, she isn't quite going to go from her current position to the lead instantly like that. So she remains in 21st in front of Eduardo Dominguez. That will eventually correct itself. But Gomez is your leader in front of Poulain and Tarvanitschko, then Kutskov, Iglesias, Cavalcin and Garcia, ahead of Michailidis, and then Samalisto and Colnaghi. Liverway Sam Budler next up in position. Enzo Tarvanitschko having his bid on the inside of Arthur Poulain. That was perfectly timed from the Red Bull youngster, and he gets through, the young man from Thailand, up into 2nd position, charging forward, very much following in the footsteps of Alex Albon, an FIA karting title winner on the world stage, and then getting the Red Bull contract on the inside. Kirill Kutskov is the latest one to make the bid on Arthur Poulain with his DPK racing colours, the ones made familiar by Fernando Alonso. And there is the run wide of the 94, Luis Iglesias losing 3rd positions and up over the top. Luis Iglesias clatters into the back of the hard-charging number 49 of Vasi Michailidis. Come on, get off me. Well, I can't do anything about it. These two are playing piggyback as they run round the course.
It's not ideal, is it?
This is a terrible disaster for the pair of them. You don't see this too often. They're trying to go around the circuit and they can't. They're too busy connected to each other.
Oh my God.
So Vasi Michailidis and Luis Iglesias out of the race by playing piggyback. That's Enzo Tarvanitschko! Enzo Tarvanitschko is out of this race.
What on earth
happened to Tarvanitschko? He's clattered into the side of Gomez. Gomez has gone off as well by the look of it.
Oh my God, terrible turn of event.
Gomez has gone down to 20th, and Luis Iglesias is walking away from the seat. So too is Matilda Pats. That is Matilda Pats further down. What on earth has happened?
Yeah, Matilda Pats, unfortunately, we can feel her pain. And what on earth happened in the process as well, leading to that victory. But now Kirill Kutskov, as one of the safety cars as well, has stepped out. Let's try to see that this is a...
That's Nicola Nalati.
Yes, indeed. Another one who's joining the list of retired drivers, as we've lost a total of 8 drivers so far into that qualifying heat, not even halfway through that race. But what on earth happened between Gomez and Tarvanitschko? We've lost the junior world champion, and one of the protagonists, the DNF at this stage, is pretty much game over at this point, even though there's still a couple of races left. And he had 1 win under his name, Gabriel Gomez, don't forget. But now, this is a big blow for the Brazilian.
It certainly is. I mean, we didn't see what happened to them because we were so busy focusing our attentions on the incident between Michailidis and Luis Iglesias. But at exactly the same time, Tarvanitschko and Gomez find themselves in an incident. Tarvanitschko out on the spot. Gomez down the order to, where is he now? He's down in 21st position behind Martti Rittinen. So there is your new leader, Kirill Kutskov, in front of Arthur Poulain and Anatoly Cavalcin. Well, we need to see if we can figure out what it is that actually went on between Enzo Tarvanitschko and Gomez, because it was only about 3 corners after the incident between Iglesias and Michailidis. So a big issue there, unfortunately, and that's game over for 2 of the biggest racers in this field. Gomez is still going, but way down in 19th. And Tarvanitschko out of the race. There are the two karts up on the top then. You can see them from Michailidis and Luis Iglesias. They were parked up and moved aside, but Taiwan and Vietnam, only a few corners further along, he was out as well.
That's certainly the biggest of the bad news for Enzo Taiwan. He was P17 before this race in the classification with a 2/3 and a 4th place as best result. And a DNF, as we said, at this stage is certainly a big blow for the Thai driver. And Gabriel Gomez still with us, but outside of the top 20, if this is where he will finish, is pretty much the equivalent of a DNF when you're playing for the World Championship at this level. But it handed actually the leadership and the potential victory to Kirill Kutzkov on a silver plate, and Arthur Paulin still very much in 2nd place. So really big drama happening here.
Enea Frey has just retired from the race as well, I've noticed. So Enea Frey for the VDK racing team has had a problem as well. Not quite sure what it is. Jimmy Helias under investigation for a separate incident. This is the move further back from Samalisto, who yet again is battling with Mattia Kolnagi. What is it with Samalisto and Kolnagi? Very similar to what we saw earlier on from Stochimanis and Lammers. But the Energy Course driver, Luca Samalisto of Finland, now going to dive for the inside line. Makes his bid and gets through on Mattia Kolnagi. Nathan Tai in 8th position in front of Guillaume Bouzard and Simon Reckenmacher. So big disaster for Enzo Taiwan. Big headache for Gabriel Gomez. He's up to 17th place, but that's really going to hamper both of their scores.
Yeah, incredible ton of event here as Enea Frey is being investigated as we speak. Kutzkov, 4/10 of a second from Arthur Paulin. As now Samalisto under the pressure of Mattia Kolnagi and Nathan Tai, the Sodica driver, just in the 3rd in line in that group. Run inside of turn number 13. Can he make it bid? Yes, indeed. That was beautifully executed. Made us take beautifully. An upper place for Nathan Tai and Kolnagi in 7th. And that actually gave a bit of a breather to Luca Samalisto. The Energy Course P6 at the moment with 4/10. Will it be clear enough for him to reach the checkered flag in that position? But now Nathan Tai seems to be
right. Let's see if we can make out what happened. This is Iglesias and Michailidis, so they're going to lock wheels. Bang! There he goes up on the top. Look, the front fairing actually catches on the back of the bumper. So that's
could have done.
Nothing neither driver could have done to avoid that, and it's just unfortunate that they locked together.
Yeah, they could have been back to the pit lane at this rhythm.
That's desperation, isn't it, from both drivers? Look, get off me. Well, I can't get off you. You drive faster and I'll get off you. Doesn't quite work out that way. So big disaster for the two of them, and unfortunately it looks rather clumsy and lackadaisical, but not gone well at all. Now, the big question is, what happened to Enzo Taiwan and Gabriel Gomez? Now, let's have a look at the racing incident from another angle. We might see something in the background. That's why we're kind of looking at a different angle. So I wonder if something has come up. Now, this is Kutzkov. Ah, there it is. Gomez and Taiwan. They've tangled in with each other. There it is. And Gomez has carried on with the damaged Nassau. But Enzo Taiwan is out on the spot. There it is. Big disaster. Two of the biggest championship contenders for this world crown clatter into each other.
And what's even more surprising is that Gabriel Gomez was able to put his front nozzle back into place, because he's still very much in this race, but he hasn't been shown any mechanical flag in the process. So that means that he was able to put it back in, and was indeed a threat to any of the drivers by losing that front nozzle. He's still in 17th place, but coming closer to Aida Turpenen in P16. What a big blow from Gabriel Gomez. And remains to be seen what will be decided, but Gomez went for the attack, missed it completely, and Taiwan had no other places to go but being stuck on the grass and forced to DNF. But Guy Halbach in the meantime winning the fastest lap from Forza Racing from P12 as we're getting near the conclusion of that race. Offered on the plate, as we said, to Kirill Kutzkov. On the inside, after Paulin Cavalcin, maybe one last move. Paulin stays in 2nd.
And of course, Gomez will not be allowed to keep his victory, his finishing position, because he's got the mechanical flag for the damage to the front Nassau. So, yeah, big problems there, the technical flag. So I think he's going to be demoted, potentially. We'll have to double check on that. But Kutzkov taking the win regardless in front of Arto Paulin. I think we've had a problem on the last lap for Arda Turpinen as well. Arda Turpinen, the World Racing driver, seems to have had an incident on the last lap. So that has cost her dearly as well. So very unfortunate for the Finn Arda Turpinen, who I don't think is going to make the flag. So very disappointing for Gabriel Gomez and Enzo Tarvanichkul, two of the biggest contenders for this World Championship title, having a big problem. And I'm afraid the Brazilian and the Thai colliding with each other in a critical race in the build-up to the conclusion and the final stages of these qualifying heats. A big disaster for those men. Certainly for Enzo Tarvanichkul and Gabriel Gomez, the men who started in first and third places. They could not afford for that kind of thing to occur. They've both got 2 races each to go, but that doesn't change the fact that they've both been hit badly by that mistake. Kirill Kutskov and Artur Pulain from Anatoly Kavalkin in third. Aaron Garcia, Liverway Sam Budler, Lucas Samalisto and Nathan Tai ahead of Mathieu Kalnagi, Guillaume Bouzard and Jimmy Elias. Simon Rechenmacher ahead of Gael Bag and Mark Kastelic. Joel Bergström in 14th place in the Barrel Art along with Tokyo Suzuki in the Drago Corsa. Then in 16th it is Gabriel Gomez. I'm not sure what the legality of him taking the finish with a technical flag out is going to be, but he is 16th in front of Karolina Vanchikova, Eduardo Dominguez, Marty Rittinen and Riccardo Cirelli from Jens Truer and Massi Alosa. But there are 10 retirements from that last race. Check out the list. Arda Turpanen, Enea Frey, Enzo Tarvanichkul, Louis Iglesias, Vasi Michailidis, Matilda Paz, Nicola Nolati, Alfredo Ibiapina, Sofia Zanfali and Leonardo Cesaretti. So big problems then for all 10 of those drivers. Kirill Kutskov looking quite circumspect about the situation, quite chilled, shaking his head actually. He looks disappointed. He's just taken a win. And there's the restart, and that's what happened to Cesaretti. Bang, into the wall on the start. Barely even got away. And he's actually very lucky that he didn't come up with more damage as a result of that. Here it is off the side. I'm not sure what happened. The car just veers to the left. Never seen anything quite like that before. So something from Leonardo Cesaretti. It's almost as if he hit the throttle a bit too hard. And this is the incident a little further round that saw 2 drivers dropping down the order. That's Enea Frey on the first lap, losing ground. He would lose a lot more than that later. So Gomez and Tarvanichkul getting through on Artur Pulain. They would battle for the lead of the race, of course. But incredibly, as they fought for the victory, it would all go horribly wrong later. Kirill Kutskov getting his move on Artur Pulain. Little did he know that that was the overtaking move for the victory. Here comes the big first one. Iglesias and Vasi Michailidis just locking front fairing with rear bumper. And that ends up with a piggyback ride, unfortunately. Very embarrassing. But for both drivers, it's worse than that. It's game over in the race, and they both had a good chance of being in the top 10. So the incident that just kept going on and on and on, unfortunately, as Iglesias desperately tried to get away from Vasi Michailidis. Not going to happen. Both drivers out of the race on the spot. Very sad indeed. And further on, it would get even more controversial than that. It's just a few corners ahead. We're going to look at the same incident again from a different angle. Front fairing locks with rear bumper. Nothing you can do about it. But then comes the big one. As the 2 leaders, Gabriel Gomez and Enzo Tarvanichkul, collide with each other for the lead of the race. Big disaster as 2 of the biggest names in the World Championship throw it away. Up the inside, the 33 Liverway Sam Budler getting himself a top 5 finish in the closing stages of the heat. And Nathan Tai putting himself back into contention with a nice move there on Mathieu Kalnagi in the closing stages. But the win going the way of Kirill Kutskov ahead of Artur Pulain and Anatoly Kavalkin, with Liverway Sam Budler behind Aaron Garcia in his Birol Art. Gabriel Gomez taking a mechanical flag at the end of the race. Drama aplenty in the World Championship. You can't get far away from drama in this particular event. So now we will head down to Parc Ferme, where Guillaume Alvarez is ready with a roving mic.
And we have a new winner this weekend, ladies and gents, in Kirill Kutskov. Kirill, a little bit of an unexpected result considering the drama that happened on track, but still, no matter what happens, a win is a win. Congratulations.
Yeah, sure, thank you very much. Like the previous hits were not... We didn't have good speed. I mean, also now the speed was not fantastic. We have a lot of things to work on and we'll push still, but the result is good and we know where we have to move forward. We see what's going to be in the other heats.
Talking about moving forward, that puts you in 9th place overall into the classification on more than 100 drivers. So the progress is there, you're confident in your pace, so all you have to do is doing the same.
Sure, thank you.
Fantastic, good words, Kirill Kutskov, and good luck for the rest of the heat. As we're going to welcome as well Artur Pulain from AKM Motorsport, the team of the Antonelli family. Arthur Paulin, good to have you at the World Championship. It seems to be working pretty well for you because you were second overall in the classification.
Yeah, for now it's not bad. Now we'll see the last heat because it's the more difficult with the tires. Now everyone start to make a different strategy with new tires, so it will be, I think, a big one, the big one of the day. So we'll see how it's going.
So far it has been about representing France on the top of the karting world. How do you feel about being so efficient, so consistent in such a strong field?
Yeah, I'm really proud to represent my country in this race. For now, it's good. We are on top, but what I said just before, yeah, it will be the most complicated come, and we'll see now.
Fantastic. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much, Arthur Paulin, for joining us. Second into that qualifying heat and second as well of the overall classification in the class. So very impressive results so far from Arthur Paulin. And a first win for Kirill Kutskov.
Exactly what Kirill Kutskov wanted to see at the end of this heat. Very good opportunity for him to continue making progress. But the big news from that race, Enzo Tyrmanichgil and Gabriel Gomez colliding while fighting for the lead. This World Championship just keeps getting more and more exciting. Well, there is a lot more where that came from. There's a lot more battles still to come in this World Championship fight as we go back to the OK Juniors, and it will be the qualifying heat B versus F for Joel Pocchiola and Luis Francis that will run on the front end of the field. It'll be a very interesting challenge for the two competitors there on that sharp end. Henry Domain will run from third position on the grid alongside Sebastian Mins, the Belgian-British talent who runs for VDK Racing in fourth position. He started out his racing career at Spa-Francorchamps, of all places, in the Miami Benelux Mini Swifts years and years ago. Fourth position on the grid for him. Chris El Faghali, the Lebanese driver, fifth position on the grid on the third row alongside Augustus Toniolo, the Brazilian, who lines up in P6 of the grid. Davide Bertardo, the Italian driver for Tony Kart, looking very fast indeed today. I've got a feeling he's going to be charging his way through the ranks very quickly. He's got a good opportunity as he continues to make progress. He lines up alongside the Canadian driver, Jenson Burnett, who had a very solid qualifying effort on Friday. It's not been particularly easy for him since then, but he still has great opportunities to move his way forward. And then we have ninth position for the Dutchman, Mats van Rooyen, who has been looked after quite consistently through the year by the Dutch racer Sophie Lansing. And Tobias Czesenyi is there in 10th position on the grid in his Exprit, the Czech driver. Just outside the top 10, Dan Kelleher, Irishman, continuing his progress in the European categories, alongside Oliver Kinmark, the Danish driver for the Koski Motorsport team. So a fabulous performance from the contenders so far leading up to this point in the OK Junior qualifying heat. B versus F, the formation lap begins and the drivers will head out onto the circuit once again to put on another excellent display. Filippo Sala, currently the interim leader, going into this one. Chris El Faghali is on 201 points. Noah Wolf on 187, Tame Soleil and David Cosma on 176. The battle continues. Joel Pocchiola and Luis Francis on the front row from Henry Domain and Sebastian Mins. Chris El Faghali and Augustus Toniolo from Davide Bertaro and Jenson Burnett. Mats van Rooyen and Tobias Czesenyi from Dan Kelleher and Oliver Kinmark. Xun Zhao Yu and Jendro Peschel from Gerasim Skudanov and Salim Hanar. Moreno Loca and Vasily Apostolidis, Sebastian Letimaki and Zhao Zijun from Alfie Stater and Lev Kulitanov, Kian Fardin and Philip Carras, Otto Veneri, Sakala and Radek Vavra. Max Rafalek and Simeon Ketola from Augustin Sepulveda, Olo Girardet, Ludovico Busso, Mikel Blaskos, Augusto Toniolo, Tom Pappenberg and Lucas Abruchnik. Now we should point out that there is absolutely no relation between Augustus Toniolo and Augusto Toniolo, would you believe? Just one of those things. Kart Republic up in P6 of the grid and CRG down in 33rd of the grid. Both Brazilian, but no relation to each other whatsoever. It's just one of those mad things where they've got two incredibly similar names. Now, one driver we haven't really spoken about at all that is definitely worth complimenting is the Chinese driver Xun Zhao Yu, currently running 11th in the rankings on his first full-time appearance on the Tony Kart, very much following in the same sort of footsteps as his countryman Guan Yu Zhou. Formation lap is spun on for another one. It's a false start, so it gives me a bit of chance to talk about it. But certainly not since Zhou Guan Yu has there been a Chinese driver at the forefront of FIA karting, so consistently quick and so consistently on the pace, with a chance to run up there in the top 10. So very good news indeed to see Jin Zhaoyu following in the example of Zhou Guanyu.
Picking up on the Chinese subject, you know, talking to some of the actors in the paddock and with the Miller family in Pantano, as Mr. Miller actually has been living in China for more than 20 years. He was telling me about the state of the market in the motorsport world in China, and he said that ever since Guanyu Zhou has made it to Formula One, there's been a boom of interest, not only for the competition, but for young drivers to maybe have a go at motorsport through karting. And since we're going to have the return of the Chinese Grand Prix next season in the Formula One calendar, these are only extra chances, extra boost for the karting scene to keep on flourishing in China. And of course, Daniel Chen is another example of those young drivers coming from China, competing in Europe and really getting themselves into that high-level kart competition and representing the country with pride, and is been doing so with brilliant pace and fashion ever since the start of that World Championship. So, shall we go again? 10 laps to go through for the OK Junior B versus F. Green, green, green. This time, this was a good attempt and a good start for Johan Pohola, trying to hold on to Lewis Francis. But once again, Henri Domain has been exceptional in his start from the third row on the third step for, shall I say, the first position on the grid on the inside, and once again is being able to get ahead of Lewis Francis.
Off goes one of the DBKs.
Oh, yes, indeed. This is the 271 by the look of it. Yes, indeed. This is Augustin Sepulveda that was tangled on the outside of turn number 5. And can he actually get back on his own on the track? He cannot be helped. That's what the rule says, unfortunately, unless his engine sees. But he seems to be doing a good job at that.
He's doing the best he can. He's not allowed outside assistance. There's more problems further round. 2 karts in 2 separate parts of the track. So that is Jindra Peschel. And in the foreground, we've got Simeon Kettola. So 2 more drivers dropping out of the races. Our leader, Henri Domain, has got pressure from Lewis Francis. The Australian dives through and takes the position. Everybody's still awake, watching back home in Melbourne, Australia. Is going to be loving this. Lewis Francis holds the lead now for the time being in front of Henri Domain. Then Joel Pocula and Augustus Toniolo. So change for the lead once again. And that's another retirement. Oh no, that is the original retirement, isn't it? That's Augustin Sepulveda trying to push start his kart and not managing to. The Chilean, unfortunately, pulling off to the sidelines, and he joins 3 other drivers on the grid. The 2 we've already mentioned, and the 4th is Mikel Blascos. So Mikel Blascos, the Spanish driver, also coming off the course. So we didn't see what happened to Mikel Blascos. I think it might have been involved in one of the other 2 incidents. But certainly the 228 of Lewis Francis, the Australian driver, leads the way. The 1 Australian representative battling for the title in the Junior World Championship.
And now what's a little bit worrying for Joel Pohola is that he's going defensive as early as lap number 3. And you can see that trail of drivers, they were going on the inside of that last hairpin. But it's about to change as Toniolo and Sebastian Mins are trying to make the bit around the inside. Mins is stuck behind. And Poholo actually might take advantage of that situation. Watch out for the VDK driver being taken in the middle of the 2-car republic with Christophe Fegali and Toniolo, respectively, in 4th and 6th at the moment. And it allows actually Davide Botaro with the Tony Kart machine to make his way through, passing Christophe Fegali, who before this race and still up to this point is the current provisional leader of the classification in the junior class now. And the warning flag being picked up by Christopher Fegali, something he has done certainly not to the liking of the officials. We'll get back to that. Lap number 4, Lewis Francis, 0.3 of a second from Henri Domain. Unlike some of his previous races, the Energy Corsi driver has been able to hold on to that position. We've seen him very efficient in his starts and the early stages of his races, but not so much when it comes to the conclusion. And this time around is being able to build 0.8 of a gap in front of Pohola. In third place, Toniolo further back as well for less than 0.3. Still up for grab the top 3 finish as we're here with the 253 of Augustus Toniolo, the Brazilian, harassing Pohola for 3rd place. Here we go. Shall we see a change of position? The dive on the inside. Yes, indeed. It was textbook from the Car Republic driver, Augustus Toniolo, in 3rd place in front of Joel Pohola. And that's the 2nd wagon that will be trying to work together. You could see Sebastian Mins gesturing to Pohola before making his move. Oh, that was a smart one, as Mins seemed to be saying to Pahola, okay, let's keep on working together. I won't attack you. And then he went for the move. And Pahola responds already to number 5 at the ballet of drivers. Watch out for any contact that could go the way of Davide Botaro, who tried his bit on the outside, but Pahola was keen on shutting the door. But by playing like that, that might actually end in tears for any of those two drivers, like it did for Taiwan and Gomez in senior just the race before. But what a good battle that is.
Sebastian Mins asserting his authority in this one. You will not push me around. Fantastic stuff. As the battle continues, it's getting very close for comfort there in the hairpin. How on earth did that not turn into a proper collision that forced 2 or 3 drivers out of the race? They just about got away with that, but the deck is shuffled. Davide Botaro down to 10th. Selim Hanna down to 12th. And Mats van Rooyen is there in 13th place as well as a result of the shuffle. So several drivers getting head up in that one. Francis ahead of Domain. Toniolo, Mins, drivers bouncing over curbs as they come through. It's like a washing machine effect when you come through because there's no suspension. They come through and they just bounce. They bounce in a rather hectic manner as they come off the corner in a very tricky manner. And the 230 getting the move on the inside line there. That's Davide Botaro. He gets the run on Jensen Burnett. Selim Hanna picks up a warning flag, not for the first time this week. So down the 180 metres straight to the hairpin once again. Lewis Francis, still your race leader in front of Henry Domain and Augustus Toniolo. Look at the queue that's starting to form.
Yeah, it's going to be defensive driving between the two as Lewis Francis is extending his gap. Half a second now on Henry Domain. Toniolo, the 318 on your picture. This is Christopher Gali trying to shake up the order and resist Johan Jussen, the Chinese driver further back from P7, leading the chase with Jarzim Skulanov, Davide Botaro, Jensen Burnett. Just behind him, Oliver Kinmark, not far behind. And Toniolo, the Brazilian, putting on the fastest lap, trying to catch up with Henry Domain. And you can see the Energy Corsi driver, the British one, not so much comfortable. And as we predicted, Domain very, very fast and efficient in the first part of the race, not quite able to keep up with the pace. So Lewis Francis, by the look of it, and now finds himself into the close of Agostino Toniolo. The Brazilian was able to put out the fastest lap, and that was enough for him to get back just on the back of Henry Domain. Watch out on the way to turn number 2, run inside, and Domain chooses not to resist. We still have a couple of laps to go, lap number 8, and Domain might find an opportunity to switch position. He stays glued to Augustus Antoniolo. As we said, of course, karting is about driving not only with your foot and hands, but with your head as well. And when you play the long game, sometimes it's worth considering losing a position to launch an attack or maybe secure a strong result instead of going for a win. And as for now, Henry Domain felt like maybe he didn't have the pace or what it takes to resist until the checkered flag to Toniolo. With the threat of Sebastian Mins further back as well, the VDK driver trying to catch up as well. But let's see if Henry Domain will be able to switch those positions at the moment. He's been lapping the 49.8, 49.4 for Augustus Toniolo, one of the fastest. Watch out for the move around the inside by Davide Botaro. It was on the DPK driver, Jeremy Skulanov. And Skulanov is going to try to resist on the way to turn number 5, having to stay behind the DPK driver. His teammate Kirill Kutskov has just won his first heat win in the senior category. Now, can Jarzim Skulanov try to shake up the order? Davide Botaro just went past. Now he's having to resist to the return of Jensen Burnett from 10th place. And look at the trail of drivers he's having behind him with Kinmark, Selim Hanna, Van Rooyen, Roca, Letimaki, all the way down to top 15.
So still this battle rages for Lewis Francis, 0.4 of a second clear of Augustus Toniolo, but this is exactly where he wanted to be. The Australian driver really wanting to showcase what he can do after a year where his entire world has been turned upside down. He had to relocate from Melbourne, Australia. He now lives in Monza, just down the road from here, so he can drive to and from the circuit from the house that he lives in. His entire family have supported him all the way. It's been a complete upheaval and major culture shift for Lewis Francis, but you know what he's done? He's got on with the job. He hasn't really complained. He hasn't really given himself a hard time over it, and he's always pushed himself. He's dug down, he's believed himself, and he has got himself a great shot here. And everybody back home in Australia can be incredibly proud of the young man he's becoming. Next year, for me, Lewis Francis is definitely European Championship winning material. This weekend, he could even be World Championship material. Lewis Francis takes the win in the qualifying heat. Excellent stuff from the Australian. Augustus Toniolo taking a very positive second place there in front of Henry Domain and Sebastian Mins. This now puts Lewis Francis on 203 points, 30 behind Chris Elfagali and 16 behind Filippo Sala. The Australian talent, Lewis Francis, is absolutely a contender. He is in this fight and he is not going quietly into the night. This man is going to fight tooth and nail for every last race. Mark Webber, if you are listening, this boy would love to be taken under your wing. This guy has got talent oozing out of his pores. Brilliant work from Lewis Francis in this one. Totally took advantage of the situations around him, read the race perfectly, kept on top of the tyres and brakes, drove his socks off. Great work. Augustus Toniolo in second place. From the two British talents, Henry Domain and Sebastian Mins, with Joel Pocchiola in fifth position. And the man who we talked up earlier on, Xun Xiaoyu, finds himself in sixth position. I tell you what, that is one talent to watch out for in the World Racing team. Chris Elfagali comes home seventh place. Eighth position for Davide Bottaro, ninth for Gedison Skudanov, 10th for the Canadian Jensen Burnett, 11th for Oliver Kinmark, and 12th for Salim Halla. Mats van Rooyen in 13th in front of Milano Rocca and Sebastian Lettimaki. Then Kian Fardin ahead of Vasily Apostolidis, Tobias Chizenyi and Alfie Slater. Daniel Kelleher ahead of Lev Kritonov and Zhao Zichun. Philippe Carras ahead of Ludovico Busso. Augusto Toniolo comes home in 25th place. Otto Veneri Sakala in front of Lukas Abruchnik, Max Rafalik, Aloy Girardet and Radek Vavra. The last finisher was Tom Pappenberg. The retirements, Jindra Peschel, Simeon Ketola, Augustin Sepulveda and Mikel Blaskos. But well done, Lewis Francis. Absolutely epic run. He'll be happy with that. It's not the pole position for the Superheat yet, but he's definitely going about it in the right manner. And the Australian looks fast, consistent, and very cool, calm, and collected under pressure. Replay of the highlights. Perfect start from Lewis Francis. Just dropped into third position very neatly off the start. As Joel Pocchiola and Henry Domain took the early storm of the race. But even from that point onwards, Lewis Francis knew what he had to do to move his way forward. A bit of a shame that we saw Augustin Sepulveda spinning off. And sadly, we would see three other drivers come off on the first lap of the race as well. Jindra Peschel, Simeon Ketola and Mikel Blaskos. Good battles right at the start as Henry Domain took the early advantage from Lewis Francis. They both got past the man on pole position, Joel Pocchiola. There was more to come as every time a driver started to put an impression on, they would make their big move. Lewis Francis being followed by his teammate Augustus Toniolo to move past Joel Pocchiola. Joel Pocchiola was up for the fight, managed to have a great deal with Sebastian Mins. It was just that the British driver was the equal to him and was not going to be pushed around. Great work from Sebastian Mins as well. His elbows were well and truly out. Some great dueling. How close did that come to a major incident? We were very lucky there. Unfortunately, Chris Elfagali reacted well to it. Bit of an off, unfortunately, for another of the DPK karts in the middle of the race, the 298 of Tom Pappenberg. But Lewis Francis picked his moment well, as too did Augustus Toniolo. Francis drove away. Toniolo joined him in the top two. Domain, Mins and Pocchiola having to give chase. Good work too from Xun Xiaoyu to move up to P6. Some great driving then in the OK Junior qualifying heat B versus F, and some great talents to continue this MondoKart.com FIA Karting World Championship of 2023, the 60th anniversary of this amazing competition. Down in Parc Ferme is Guillaume Alvarez.
Jake. Hello once again, everybody, and Lewis Francis for the first time talking to us. Well done to you, Lewis. Second victory for you, and you find yourself in P3, the classification. Well done.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it was a really nice heat. Just got to the front and looked forward and managed the tyres and yeah, managed to get the win.
You find yourself a long way from home in Australia. Something you want to say to the people cheering along for you back home and at the track here?
Yeah, thank you to everyone who's supporting me. Your support means a lot. And yeah, I'm going to try my best to bring home a good result.
How has it been coming all the way from your natal country to Europe to compete?
It's been hard at first, but I'm just getting used to it. And the Kart Republic team have really helped me feel at home in Europe. And yeah, it's been a good year so far and just hopefully ended off in a good way.
Fantastic, good words. Thank you very much for talking to us. Good luck for the rest of your day, Lewis Francis. You can leave your place, of course, to the next little drivers that we're going to have together here. please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Henry Domain. You can join us, Henry, from the Energy Corset Racing team. A little bit on your mark for everybody to see you well. Perfect. Henry, good to talk to you. You've been absolutely impressive since the start of the qualifying races from the inside and second row of the grid. Every time you were able to manage those starts and picking up good results after that.
Yeah, managed to get a good start. I think I got into first on lap 2, I think it was. Lewis caught me, managed to overtake me, and then just couldn't really keep with Lewis, but ended up getting third, so good points for tomorrow. So just have to wait and see what it ends up like.
By the look of your races, you seemed very strong in the early part of the race, and then after struggling a little bit for pace towards the checkered flag. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think we come on really fast, but we dropped off a little bit towards the end of the race, but it's all okay, just points that we need, so it's all good.
Good stuff. Thank you very much for talking to us. Good luck. Henry Domain from Energy Corset. You can go, of course, to the debrief of your race and get back to you, Jake. Let's do some more racing.
Indeed, it's the OK qualifying heat for Groups B versus F on track now. René Lammers and Olin Galli, Thomas Stochamanis and Simone Bianco on the second row. Gilles Courant and Ian Eichmans, Joe Turney and Dimitri Matveev, Marcus Sater and Andrea Dub in the top 10. Oscar Pedersen, Jacob Raschke, Miguel Costa, Danilo Albanese, Dante Vinci and Matteo Giacardi, Alexander Savinkov and Xavier Avramidis, Petra Babachkova and the reigning world champion Matthias Morgato, Teresa Babachkova, Dino Storescu, Max Angelard, Gazi Modlakar, Shima Yamaoka and Clement Outran. From Eloy Gonzalez, Ivo Besterda, Achille Mizzoni, Li Kuho, Gustav Wisniewski and Sofia Kotala. So, can this battle between René Lammers and Thomas Stochamanis grow more legs? Or is Olin Galli going to pull a fast one on the Dutchman as he comes through turn 1, as he has done so many times already on drivers around the outside? This could be a fascinating battle, and it could be a turning point. Are we going round again? We are indeed. So a false formation lap is called. They're going to go for another round, as Olin Galli is obviously signalling for it. Interestingly, the note from the race director is he'll give them the benefit of the doubt for this first one. Interesting, because René Lammers there on the front row of the grid from Olin Galli. It'll be fascinating to see how the competitors are gearing up for this particular race. But René Lammers and Thomas Stochamanis obviously going to be close together once again. We'll get to see some really exciting tussles out there on the course. The only non-starter actually is Eloy Gonzalez, who we saw have an issue earlier on in one of the races. We haven't heard any updates on either him or Travis Teo, by the way. So hopefully we'll get some update for you in the evening session. But it will certainly be a very interesting situation that greets us for the competitors ready for tomorrow as we battle away for position. And the competitors run through in formation. René Lammers and Olin Galli still making that ultimate chase to the first corner once again. Looks like a couple of drivers have got their hands in the air again. They want to go for another start. But are we going for one? No, we're not. We're racing this time. Off to the start. No problems at all for the two leaders, Lammers and Stochamanis, to get one over on Olin Galli. Everybody else works their way through the hairpin. Is everybody going to get through? For the moment, yes. But the drivers are still tussling away. And again, Stochamanis opening up the can of worms on the inside of Lammers. And Olin Galli gets past both of them as a result. So Olin Galli heads the race. Stochamanis through to second, Lammers through to third. I've been talking this up between Stochamanis and Lammers all week. I just have a suspicion that Stochamanis is not going to play second fiddle to Lammers for too much longer. And there was the living proof of it.
That's the way to do it, isn't it? For Olin Galli, 2 races for him so far for the CRG driver, then taking advantage of the battle in front of him. Well, the door was open. Why not go in for the move? Thank you very much indeed. Bye-bye. As now he finds himself pulling away from the rest of the field. Ian Hickman's battling his way through as well within that field. He's currently in P7, the Belgian driver. But now Galli, 0.3 of a second from Stochamanis. Lammers down in P3, already more than 1 second behind Thomas Stochamanis. The Energy Corset driver was the only one to be able to catch up with Olin Galli as a result of that overtaking maneuver. Well, no one driver. René Lammers now on your picture, that must be fuming to have been overtaken and to have lost contact. And now he's about to lose another place to Joe Turney. Joe Turney makes his move. And what a commitment that is from the British driver from Czech Republic. Up a place within the top 3 once again for Joe Turney. Vanilama's going to have to work that one out, because at the end of lap number 2, he not only does he not lead that race, but is not within the top 3 anymore. P4, under the pressure of Dimitri Matveev. Ian Eijkmans is going to try to make his commitment, run the out inside of the Czech Republic driver, and yes, he make it through. Beautifully made by the Belgian up into P5. Matveev trying to counter-attack. Watch out as well, because Jules Caranta might have similar ideas coming to turn number 5, having to stay behind the Frenchman, leading that group of drivers with Dupe, Pedersen, Marcus Sete, and Simone Bianco. Just in 11th place down there in front of Costa, Agic, and Teresa Babikova in P14. But still everything to play for into that qualifying heat. OK class B versus F. 0.6 of a second between Oligali and Stolsemanis. Now it's about that time to see if Stolsemanis has what it takes to align qualifying lap after qualifying lap, as the battle keeps on rambling further back as well with Marcus Sete and Pedersen. The number 3 from World Racing, Tony Kart, sorry, in 9th place. Watch out for the move. Oh, the contact with Jules Caranta and Dimitri Matveev. That was a close call. The Caranta just makes the commitment on the inside. And, oh, such a miracle. Matveev was able to keep himself onto the track. He was a bit shaken up as a process, as a result of that move. And Simone Bianco actually made his way through by the look of it. Yes, indeed. Now Matveev finds himself back in P10, and 2 drivers coming together. The 39, 3 drivers even, with the 39, the 71, and
that's
the number
Morgado.
1.
That's Morgado, the reigning world champion,
yes,
is in there. So the reigning world champion, Matthias Morgado, is in there. So too is the reigning European gearbox champion, Danilo Albanese, is in that mix. And so too is Petra Babachkova. So 2 recent 12-month champions in the FIA karting paddock. First of all, it is Matthias Morgado, the reigning world champion in direct drive. Danilo Albanese, this year's European gearbox champion. And Jules Caranta under investigation for something as well. Not sure if it's related, but look at that. Albanese, Morgado, and Petra Babachkova walking away. That is a who's who of top talent in this category. And all 3 of them are trudging back to the pits.
Yeah, certainly one of the images of the weekend so far, to see 2 former champions, current champions for Daniel Albanese, walking back to the pits, having nothing else to say in that race. Lap number 5 out of 12, almost done completely, as Oligali won from 2nd in front of Turney. Stolsemanis has dropped to 3rd place in the meantime. Well, here's another surprise, confirmation just in front of you, as Ian Eijkmans has been able to shake up the order and getting ahead of Jules Caranta around the inside. Oh, that was a close call from Oscar Pedersen from World Racing. Pedersen was coming close to get ahead of Andrea Dupe, but the Frenchman was having none of it. And we have another Czech Republic driver out of this race. Unfortunately, it could be Gazi Motlekar.
It is Gazi Motlekar with the Mickey Mouse helmet design. He was telling me about that. And also getting involved in the incident is Max Angelard, the Polish driver, as he drops to the back of the field. And I don't think he's going any further. Look at that, big damage to the right side pod. Sorry, mate. I'm afraid it's game over for you too. Max Angelard pulling out of the race. So the battle continues. Oligali in front of Joe Turney and Thomas Stolchemanis. Then René Lammers ahead of Ian Eijkmans. And then we have Jules Caranta in P6 in front of Andrea Dupe. And, well, no, Oscar Pedersen and Simone Bianchi have both got past Andrea Dupe on that lap. And then Dimitri Matveev finds himself in P10. But Oligali and Joe Turney seem to have found something good enough to keep themselves up at the sharp end at a critical point in the race battle, as Dante Vinci now opens up the taps to get the fastest lap of the race. A 47.8 for him. Only him and 2 other drivers, namely Joe Turney and Jules Caranta, have lapped the circuit around this course in this race in under 48 seconds.
Impressive set of skills from those drivers, that's for sure. As in the meantime, another one who is being impressive with 2 wins already, and very soon a 3rd one is Oligali. As in the meantime, diving through the inside is Jules Caranta on Ian Eijkmans. The 2 yellow crash helmets. One is from Jana Racing, the other one is from Leclerc by Lennox, with Caranta making his way up to P5. After that, coming together with Simone Bianco earlier. But thankfully for them, well, it didn't end in tears, and Caranta still with us, making his way up in front of Ian Eijkmans. Turney, 0.6 of a second from Stolsemanis. In the meantime, indeed, the Britishman making his commitment up to P2. Dante Vinci, the fastest lap in this race, as we seem to have Dimitri Matveev is nowhere to be seen. We seem to be, yes, indeed, Dimitri Matveev, as the Czech Republic driver just got into trouble.
He's out of the race, I think.
Yes, indeed. Out of the race. What on earth happened to Dimitri Matveev, unfortunately?
I think it'll be in the first sector where the kart is parked up. So Dimitri Matveev, rather sadly, now going to be out of this race. He's not come through, so he drops out of the top 10. Galli, Turney, Stolchamanis, and yeah, big problems. There is Dimitri Matveyev's kart, so he's clearly come off at the, I think that's at turn 5, isn't it? So it's turn 5 where he's come off and gone into the barriers. Yes, it is. So big problems for Dimitri Matveev, as there he is walking away. Big disappointment, and that's a very unhappy and very disconsolate Dimitri Matveev. Olin Galli is your leader, Joe Turney second, Thomas Stolchamanis still third, René Lammers in 4th place. That'll be a nice scalp for Thomas Stolchamanis. He wanted to take some points off his rivals, in particular René Lammers on this occasion. With 4 laps to go, Lammers hasn't given up hope, because he's currently looking at 270 points to be scored out of what is going to be 300, because I'm fairly sure this is going to be the first group, the B group, that will finish their heats for the day. Yes, it is. So the B group is going to finish, and they're going to be the only group that has finished. So that will give us a little bit of an indication as to where the lay of the land is. Certainly for the B group in the previous race, we finally got the last races for the likes of Pokyala and obviously the drivers on that side of the grid. So we'll do some mathematics and try and figure out where everybody really is. So very tricky situation.
One finish for sure, with the Group B finishing already all of his run of qualifying heats so early in the afternoon. We still have a good number of races after that with all the other groups. So it's still this is very unlikely to have not even half of the classification done and dusted before we are actually done with the day. So still a lot of things can change in the overall classification of things. But as per now, René Lammers is leading the way from Joe Turney, and Arthur Poulain as a motor car as well is waiting on the sidelines with the officials. But let's not forget that Oli Galli had a disappointing results in his first heat outside of the top 20 at a P8 after that, and after those troubles early on in the weekend, he's been absolutely impeccable with a CRT machine working perfectly, aligning win after win, and not even Joe Turney was able to catch up with the Brazilian. There you can see them. He's about to enter what will be the final lap of this race. And Joe Turney, of course, is not without trying to catch up with Olin Galli. And I think that 1 or 2 laps in extra might not have been going the way of Olin Galli, certainly, as Joe Turney is pushing like never before, 47.6 to a 47.9 for the leader. This won't be enough, unfortunately, for Joe. As for the back, the number 60 of Marcus Sater is pushing a little bit. Andrea Dupe and Simone Bianco, those 3 drivers still having something to say into this race, as we're here with Thomas Stolchamanis and René Lammers to seek for an opportunity on Thomas Stolchamanis. We've seen them two battling along, but this time this is only for a P3 result into a qualifying heat, and not even a victory. A bit of an unusual situation for the Energy and the Parolin drivers, having to make do with a result, not up to the liking, certainly. But Olin Galli, in the meantime, going for the inside. René Lammers takes a position, is going to lose it to Jules Caranta.
Lammers waits for the very last time to make the move on Stolchamanis and gets it, but doesn't inherit 3rd place. He drops back to 4th again as Jules Caranta sweeps in on the inside instead. But at least he has defeated Stolchamanis. He still ends up on 270 points. It works, but also doesn't work, because he gets past Stolchamanis, yes, but he drops back behind Caranta in the same breath. Olin Galli and Joe Turney disappear out in front. Jules Caranta, staying hungry to get 3rd position at the closing stage, is there. But René Lammers and Thomas Stolchamanis continue their squabble. Absolutely sensational stuff, and they finish their qualifying heats with Lammers on 270 points, Stolchamanis on 211, and Caranta on 190. Joe Turney's done well, he's on 224. And those drivers will obviously finish with those scores, because they have now done all 6 of their qualifying heats at this point of the day. It's 3 o'clock local time, and those drivers in the B group have now all finished their qualifying heats up to this point. So, very interesting situation. Who's going to overtake Lammers, Turney, Stolchamanis and Caranta over the course of the rest of the afternoon? We'll find out, but Olin Galli picks up a good win there from Joe Turney and Jules Caranta. René Lammers, Thomas Stolchamanis and Ian Eichmans ahead of Oscar Pedersen, Miguel Costa, Simone Bianco, Andrea Dupe and Alexander Savinkov ahead of the Australian talent Dante Vinci. Then Marcus Sater in front of Jacob Rashki and Teresa Babachkova, Matteo Giaccardi and Xavier Avramides, Gustav Wisniewski and Ivo Besteda from Clement Utran, Lee Kuhyo, Akili Mitsone, Shuma Yamaoki, Dino Storescu and Sofia Kotala. Retirements are plenty. Dimitri Matveev, Max Angelard, Gazi Modlakar, Danica Albanese, Petra Babachkova and Matías Morgado all going together on lap 3. And Eloy Gonzalez, of course, who could not start that particular race. Well, we're now getting to the business end of the day. Several drivers have done 5 heats. The B group have all done their 6. So it could be very interesting from here on out. We're going to have to stay very closely guarded and very closely attentive to see who does what in the remaining races. Don't forget that the A groups in both junior and senior have still got 2 races to do, as have the D group and as has the G groups. So it's all coming to a head very, very cautiously and very carefully for some. So the replay shows us how the start ended up working out for Olin Gali. He waited. Lammers and Stochamanis did their thing. They battled, they ran wide. Thank you very much, says Olin Gali. I'll take the lead off both of you. And that's exactly how the Brazilian managed to work his way into the lead of the gaggle. A fantastic performance from the competitors as they continue to make good work around the course. It was good to see Gil Caranta really getting his weight into the battle and pushing himself into a position, making a good effort to pay attention and keep himself up in the mix. But a very fascinating situation for all of the contenders. It'll be a tough challenge and a really exciting run to see how those particular drivers are going to continue into tomorrow. But certainly those last few competitors in that particular run, they have now finished off on their 6th qualifying heats, and that's where things are going to get a little bit more special as we move our way further forward. Could be a very interesting situation now for all of our contenders. But look at that, the cast of 3, Matías Morgado, Danica Albanese and Petra Babachkova having to walk away from the scene, and Gazi Motlakar having to do the walk of shame as well. Didn't take long for Max Angelard to park his kart up at the side as well with a broken side pod. Gil Caranta picking his moments to get past first Ian Eichmann's and then waiting until the very last lap after Dimitri Matveyev's retirement, when we got to see René Lammers and Thomas Stochamanis have their last lap moment. That was brave from Lammers, but unfortunately they both drifted wide. Caranta got them both. Whoops, that didn't quite work out for you, did it really? You got past Thomas, but you let Gilles go. Olin Gali and Joe Turney though, first and second. Job done for those two. Excellent work. So the B group now finishing off. Several drivers, of course, still have 2 races to go this afternoon. So it's going to be very interesting. Down in Parc Ferme, Guillaume Alvarez is on standby.
And we are here with Jules Caranta from Jana Racing. Jules, always good to see you. The World Championship is very much on, and what a move that was for P3 in that race. Talk us through that movement, because we didn't expect that, and certainly not the rivals did not happen.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that Lammers was going to go for the move. It was risky, but he went for it, and so I got my chance, and I also went for it, and I made it.
That's the way to do it, isn't it? That happening here in Franciacorta has been truly one of the spots that you guys have been really diving through. Any other part of the track that you've found quite to your liking in terms of overtaking opportunities, and in overall, how do you find the layout?
Yeah, it's really good. It's quite difficult to race on that track because there's 2 spots where overtaking is possible. The rest is very risky. No, I really like this track. Is one of my favorites, and I hope the rest of the weekend will be good.
We can see quite clearly that this is one of your favorite tracks because of your results. You've been consistent, in terms of pace. You're P9 at the moment, but the big day is tomorrow. But the confidence is very much there with Jana Racing.
Yeah, it's not finished because anything can happen tomorrow. Now the thing that I have to focus on is just not crash in the sprint, make a good job, and good job also in the final, and do everything I can to win this.
Good stuff. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much for talking to us, and good luck for the rest of the weekend. And Jana Racing, of course, you can go to your debrief because there will be certainly more things to discuss after this P3 result. That beautiful overtaking that Jules Caranta has been able to pull off in that last lap, something that his rivals and René Lammers didn't expect, certainly. Let's go back to racing, Jake.
And with Christian Castoya and Noah Montero on the front row of the grid for qualifying Heat A versus D, we are really in for an exciting showcase. The Spaniard and the Portuguese driver making it an all-Andalusian front row of the grid. Stepan Antonov and David Kozma on the second row of the starting grid. Kart Republic versus Kart Republic. It'll be very interesting to see how they continue to go. But we're getting into the business end of the day, with one group having already finished all of their races. For everybody else now, they cannot afford to let up. And we're suddenly going to find a couple of the drivers, particularly in groups D, A, and G, C as well, actually, will suddenly pop out of nowhere, having got races to finish off. And they'll suddenly rise up the ranks at the bitter end. This is why we've got to be very focused on what drivers can and cannot do and what they have and haven't achieved. Chris Alfagali has finished all 6 of his races from the B group previously, and he scored 233 points. So that's the benchmark for everybody to try and aim for. But there's a lot of work still to do. It's not done and dusted yet by any means. Qualifying heat, A versus D. Christian Castoya and Noah Montero on the front row of the grid. Then Stepan Antonov and David Kozma. Mike Pachala and Scott Lindblom from Jacopo Martinez and Roman Kamyab. Then Makar Savelev and Jack Iliff from Travis Teo and John Carras. Rocco Coronel and Merel Peldez from Zach Drummond and Louis Cochet. Luke Kornder and David Gorchicha from Kara Firhand and Alexander Bondarev. Ethan Lennon and Sunan Ji. Georgi Zazov and Luca Horton. Emilia Wyszymierska and Jaguar de Troja. Lorenzo Campos and Mark Brovko. Lucas Mora and Santino Panetta. Clara Kowalczyk, Elia Weiss, Kasper Bonda, Dominik Schimek, Wojciech Woda and Nicolas Schaufler. Watch for those two charging their way from the back of the grid. The Pole and the Austrian not getting any of the qualifying laps they wanted to from their position on the grid. But obviously a really exciting battle for both of them as they continue to make headway and progress through the course of this weekend. So the battle continues on its way and trying to force the issue. Castoya and Montero going from the front end of the grid. Stepan Antonov and David Kozma on the second row. Mike Pachala in the Gillard and Scott Lindblom on the factory Tony kart, along with Jacopo Martinez and Roman Kamyab. Then Makar Savelev and Jack Iliff. Then Travis Teo and Jean Carras from Rocco Coronel and Merel Peldez. Here we go. A great start initially from Christian Castoya. No worries at all in front of Antonov and Pachala. And as they work their way through, a little bit of a nudge from a couple of drivers. They just locked wheels there, and that drifted them further round the course. So as a result, there's been a little bit of a gap between the front group and the second group now. A little bit of daylight between them all. Everybody else trying to recover as much as possible from the time that's been lost. So everybody just about getting their way through. There is one retirement, though, I'm afraid. It's the expert of Dominik Schimek that has gone from the fray. Travis Teo not starting the race, of course. We're not entirely sure what the ramifications are yet. We'll give you any information as we get it. But certainly, Christian Castoya running together. Noah Montero in second position, diving down the inside. So let's see how Mike Pachala is going to try and fend off from the attacking onslaught of the drivers coming forward. 1 lap completed, 9 to go, and it's Castoya, Antonov, Pachala, Montero, Martinez and Kozma
and
up the inside.
Yeah, the 260 of David Cosma, Cristoforo and Jacopo Martinez. Good job for him, as it was all the 219, unfortunately. This is Niklas Schaufler with the beta colors on his DPK machine, and that's such a shame for Niklas Schaufler, as he had so much trouble into the qualifying practice, forcing him to start from the back end of the grid in each of his qualifying races. But he will go down certainly in history at this World Championship as one of the drivers who had the most places gained throughout his qualifying races so far. But unfortunately, that's a bit of a blow for him, as he was so consistent, so strong into his pace. Let's see where he can finish this race, if he's still with us after that event for him. We didn't get to see what happened, but maybe coming together with another driver. He was back on the tarmac. But Niklas Schaufler certainly having to struggle, having to fight his way through at each of the races. The 2-on-1 on your picture, Alexander Bondarev, the reigning European champion. Another one having to fight through the field, and he's stuck at the moment behind Scott Lindblom with Zach Drummond pressuring the Car Republic driver.
That's in 9th position after 2 laps. He started 20th. Bondi the Bison is absolutely storming through. Excellent work. So he's already in the top 10. Goodness knows where he's going to finish this one. Castoya leads the way though for Parolin. Antonov, Pachala, Montero, Kozma, Martinez, Drummond and Lindblom. Then it is Bondarev ahead of Merel Peldez, the Estonian, Cochet, Carras and Ethan Lennon from Savalev and Sunanji. So plenty of battles as the drivers continue further forward. A few drivers losing ground though. Jack Iliff and Rocco Coronel along with Roman Kamyab. They were the 3 that really lost out in that first issue. As now Zach Drummond is trying to hold up Lindblom and Bondarev. This will get interesting as up the inside comes Mike Pachala. Bajala's going to get the move there on Stepan Antonov, and also with a chance now, Montero trying to come through. Whatever you do, don't take out your own teammate. On the inside comes Cosma. Montero again finds grip and pace around the outside. He really does like that part of the course. As into the pits to retire comes Nicolas Schaufler in the Beta Tools DPK. What a shame. Very unfortunate indeed for Nicolas Schaufler. So that is game over for him. But moving the way further forward, here comes the move on the inside from Montero to protect his position, whilst also getting a little bit of an onslaught from David Cosma and the 203 of Jacopo Martinez.
Yeah, Martinez, a little bit of a nudge as well from Cosma Cristoforo on Noah Montero going defensive. We're back with the leaders. Watch out on the move on from the 225. It's happening for the back. Scott Lindblom under the pressure of Alexander Bondarev. Bondarev keeping the pressure close on Lindblom, going around the inside, gonna go the long way into turn number 5, crossing the racing line, and he made that stick beautifully. 1 to go, not so much as he's losing ground in the process to Cochet. Louis Cochet was actually there for the taking as well. Well done to the Frenchman. We thought for a moment from the angle that we were seeing that action that Bondarev was going to be able to nail that move and get past not only 1 but 2 drivers, but it's actually the other way around. He lost the place by doing so to Louis Cochet, but still, what a beautiful try.
They can't all work, so he can regroup and go for another one. Kostoya out in front of Bajala, Antonov, Montero, Cosma, Martinez, Lindblom and Bondarev have now made their move on Drummond and Cochet, so they're up to 7th and 8th. They're trying to make the progress now, moving further forward. Here comes Noah Montero on the inside of Stepan Antonov, as off the road further back has gone Zach Drummond, I do believe. So Zach Drummond in the Paralin has come through and rejoined the course right in the path of other drivers. So there's a bit of a scary moment there from Zach Drummond. But up the inside, Cosma gets his run on Stepan Antonov. So a fabulous field of drivers coming through there as Zach Drummond has recovered and rejoined the course after a bit of a moment there with the drivers further down the field. But Zach Drummond has got himself through, and there's a bit of a fisticuffs there between Martinez and Antonov. Come on, what are you doing?
And you could see the gesture indeed, Antonov making his bit, and there wasn't much difference in driving, and that's the reason why. No. 2 drivers coming together again.
Santino Panetta colliding with Luca Horton, who has had a miserable race World Championship anyway. Luca Horton trying to remonstrate with Santino Panetta, who is too busy recovering his car. And that's another retirement. That is the 307. So that is Jean Carras, the Frenchman. So bitter disappointment for Jean Carras in the Santaloc by Jana racing car, as Santino Panetta again tries to get himself restarted, but I think he's only going as far as the pits.
Wow, so much drama happening halfway through that qualifying heat. He's one of the teammates of Gilles Caranta having to admit defeat, unfortunately. That's too bad, unfortunately, for him, as Jan Carras is going to have to step down. We're back here with the 237 of Noah Montero in P3 under the pressure of David Cosma. Watch out for the Czech Republic driver. Chetila livery for one, and Czech Republic livery for the other. Noah Montero trying to protect his bit into turn number 5. Christian Costoya in the meantime 0.8 of a second from Ohala in second position, who was able to get away from these two. Too busy battling along for the third place overall in this race. Let's see what Noah Montero can do outside of turn number 10, that is, into the hairpin. On the way down to the second hairpin of the track. And this is certainly where most of the drivers will get the overtaking done. Can he do this time around? David Cosma is having to wait, missing 1 meter or so to be that much of a threat. As Christian Costoya is extending his lead to Mike Bahala. Quite unable and in not the most comfortable situation, even though he doesn't have the pressure of Noah Montero, too busy defending against David Cosma. Jacopo Martinez has dropped momentum 7 tenths down from Stepan Antonov, Lindblom, Bondarev, up into P8 from Lennon and Peldes, running out the top 10. While Alexander Bondarev is still missing a couple of tenths, pressuring Tim Scott Lindblom. Let's see if the Ukrainian driver will be able to get past. As we're getting near the conclusion of the race, so not much time remaining. Warning flag picked up by Yelra Letroja. As now he's waiting patiently, of course. David Cosma, he knows that the checkered flag is getting near, and shall we see maybe one late attempt like Jules Caranta in the race before on the René Lammers. Here we go for the final lap. Nothing to worry about for Christian Costoya. Neither for Bahala in second place, but still Noah Montero has to stay awake. Yeah, barring mechanical failure, Costoya is going to have this one on a silver plate to Mike Pachala.
which is definitely going to help him. Montero in third place, that'll help his score no end as well. So the drivers continuing on their quest for the top spot. Rocco Coronel under investigation. There's certainly Christian Castoya in the Paralympic looking very strong and solid here indeed. Having already had a win earlier on in the day, it's looking good for him to pick up another one. And that, of course, would be his third win of the week. A fabulous performance from the Paralympic driver. He comes through out of the final turn, all looking fine and dandy, and the Paralympic ace from Spain, Christian Castoya, picks up his third win of the week in front of Mike Bajala and Noah Montero, ahead of Cosma Martinez, Antonov, and Sasha Bondarev. Bondi the Bison, working his way through to 7th position now. He's got a new nickname, everybody. He wanted it to be changed. So Ethan Lennon in 8th place from Scott Lindblom and Jack Iliff. Then Medel Peldes 11th place from Roman Kamyab and Lorenzo Campos from Rocco Coronel and Shunan Shi. So some fascinating duels continuing on the march here as the drivers continue their battles and tussles around the course. So really exciting opportunity continuing to open up here as they scrap on for an amazing opportunity. But so far so good. It's been a really exciting challenge for all of our contenders at this point. And so we continue to see how this amazing and intense battle continues to move forward. What we're going to get to see and how we're continuing to see it is really going to be intense and exciting as all of the contenders will give us a good showcase. So now the drivers still giving us plenty to do and plenty to talk about. Christian Castoya from Mike Bajala and Noah Montero, David Cosma in front of Jacopo Martinez, Stepan Antonov doing a great job in his fight through the field. And then Alexander Bondarev charging through from 20th to 7th again. Ethan Lennon, Scott Lindblom and Jack Iliff from Medel Peldes and Roman Kamyab. Then we have Lorenzo Campos, Rocco Coronel and Sunan Ji from Makar Savelev, Louis Cochet and Elia Weiss, Georgi Zazov, Zach Drummond having his problems in the race, Jagrat Troja in front of David Gorčica, Klara Kowalczyk, Lucas Mora, Wojciech Woda, who fought back to 25th, Luke Korda, Mark Brovko, Emilia Wyzimiska, and then we have Kasper Bonda and Santino Panetta, the final finishers. Jean Caras out, also Luca Horton, Kara via hand, Nicholas Schaufler out of the race, and also on the first lap we lost Dominic Šimek. Travis Teo did not start the race. So very dramatic stuff from all of our contenders and a very tough race for qualifying heat A versus D. As far as I'm aware, both classes still have one race to go. Indeed, they do this afternoon. A very different shuffle of the deck when you've got 7 groups rather than 6 or 8, which makes a lot more sense in terms of the maths of when you grid the competitors up. So it all becomes a little bit more complex when you put them into 7 groups rather than 6 or 8. Off we go. Christian Castoya, Mark Bajala, right up at the sharp end of the field from the outset, and Bajala actually doing a great job from 5th on the grid. Castoya having the best run of it. These are the replays of the highlights of the earlier run through the laps. And as you can see, it was right from the start that we had Christian Castoya having to work his magic to keep Stepan Antonov behind him. It was always very tricky from that earlier start. But again, a clean one. Good to see all of the juniors putting on a good show, but also a good racecraft display. So it'll be fascinating to see how it all continues to progress. So let's see how it all continues as the competition continues to battle away. We'll see some good pirouettes. There was a little bit of a moment out of the final turn, as you can see. Wasn't particularly easy, that one, but still plenty of drivers continuing to tussle away. So really exciting stuff, and top opportunity for the contenders. Still a good run for all of the contenders, and a really exciting challenge for all of our drivers in the mix. So now the competitors are gearing up for an excellent showcase out there on the course. We've seen a few more of the challengers trying to put themselves into the best possible situation. They want to be at the sharp end of the field, and they want to give us a little bit more time to play with out on the course. They certainly want to show us more exciting battles out there. So we're going to see some really exciting channels out there for all of the racers on the field. Martinez and Antonov having their little squabble in the closing stages as well. But as far as I can see, more incidents after more incidents after more incidents. It gets very hectic at this point in proceedings. Everybody wanting to go for the title. Look at Luca Horton and Jean Carras. Just bitter frustration for both men. Very difficult situation for them. Christian Castoya's title fight, however, is still going strong. It isn't over until it's over. For Christian Castoya, it's just getting started. He's been at the sharp end of the field for quite some time now. He wants to keep this flowing, and a fabulous opportunity to continue his amazing craft and make some fantastic performances come his way. So the competition continues, and down in Parc Ferme, Guillaume Alvarez is ready with more word from the drivers.
He did a good job by climbing 3 places up to P2. Mike Pajala from Cotala Sports. Good to see you, Mike, at the World Championship. Strong result for you, P3. You must be happy about the result and the pace and the team and how everything is going so far for you.
Yes, I'm happy for everything.
How do you find the conditions, the track? It's sunny, it's dry, but the tires, do you find the driving more and more difficult for you?
Yes.
What do you hope to achieve? Because you've been having a good series of results, P3 one of your best, so maybe what the difference can you make to be even higher, to go for the victory? What can you change maybe?
I don't know, maybe more overtaking and better pace.
Fantastic, good words. Thank you very much. And good luck, Mike, for the rest of the weekend here in Franciacorta. Mike Pajala doing a great effort in talking in English, which is not his mother tongue, so hats off to him. Thank you very much, Mike, and good luck for the rest of the weekend. Always nice to talk to as many drivers as we can, coming from all different countries and all different languages. And this is what we like, Jay, the diversity of faces and nations. And Mike Pajala is one of the new names flourishing at the forefront of the category with a strong P3 result in his last race.
Indeed, good to hear from Mike Pajala for the first time in the FIA Karting World Championship broadcast, and certainly a driver that we need to keep a close eye on for the remainder of this meeting. Mark Dubnitsky and Finn McLaughlin, however, will renew their battle on the front row of the starting grid, the first time they actually get to meet together on the same bit of racetrack, and also the Prema Racing teammates, Kian Nakamura-Berta and Alex Powell, will go together on the second row of the grid. That'll be exciting, especially considering that Kian Nakamura-Berta has scored 194 points out of a possible 200 so far today, and he is so far the favourite going into tomorrow's superheat. He's got to keep it going, and he's certainly going very well, the Japanese driver, along with his Jamaican teammate. So let's see how that all continues to play out. Mark Dubnitsky and Finn McLaughlin, Estonia versus Ireland, on the front row of the grid. Then Kian Nakamura-Berta and Alex Powell, Emanuele Olivieri in the Birolart and Francisco Macedo in the CRG. Then Kai Miliards, Jacob Kamenik, Len Nys and Jan Petrovski, Michael Lider and Maxon Verbruge from Sebastian Kelping and Zoe Florescu, Silliman Zanfari and Paco Weisenberger from Kasper Henriksen and Vili Hakala, Max Popov and Pascal Van Olmen, then Stefano Padani and Dimitro Moravcicek, Peter Agiv and Ruben Moya, Preston Lambert and William Go, from Alex Sawyer and Sam Shaw, Calvin Kunz and Gustavo Galvo, then Arthur Valsort and Chen Yin Kai. 32 drivers gearing up under the pressure and the strain of this Franciacorta circuit, as they're all getting another race closer to the end of their Italian score. And let's not forget that so far, Kian Nakamura-Berta has scored 194 points out of a possible 200. René Lammers has scored 270 out of a possible 300. So as long as Nakamura-Berta stays relatively high scoring, he should be able to remain in front of René Lammers for the remainder of these 2 races to come. But it is going to be pretty tricky from here on in. You can't afford a single mistake. You can't afford an error in judgment, because all of those scores that are there from Lammers, Turney, Stolchamanis, they're going to be high to beat. Here we go. Off we go to the first corner. Brilliant start from Kian Nakamura-Berta. No problems at all, working his way forward. Alex Powell has already shot forward to come up into 4th place in behind Finn McLaughlin. McLaughlin is already going to want to open up the tabs. Bit of an issue further back for the number 6 of Ruben Moya, dropping to the back end of the field. But out in front it is still Dubnitsky. Nakamura-Berta sliding to get through on the inside line, and Mark Dubnitsky gets through to take the lead. So the Japanese driver leads nice and early, but how quickly is it going to take for Finn McLaughlin and Alex Powell to join him? They've got to hurry up with this, because Dubnitsky is going to hold them up if they're not careful.
And here we go. This is the move that Kian Nakamura-Berta needed indeed to take the lead and try to catch up
and build a gap on the inside. There he goes, beautifully made by Phil McLaughlin. And once again, knowing that Kin Nakamura had just taken the lead, it's about now or never for him to try to launch the pursuit. And he just found himself in P2, beautifully made, half a second still. But Eddie waited more, Phil McLaughlin behind Mark Dubinski. Maybe it would have been too late to try to catch up, but now the chase is on. Alex Powell certainly more than willing to do the same and try to shake Mark Dubinski just a little bit to join his teammate Kin Nakamura in the fight for the win. Considering that Kin Nakamura has already 3 wins so far into the class, to at this point just the one for Alex Powell. You consider that the amount of points that they have between them is quite consequent, but 20 points at this point. Kin Nakamura second overall to René Lammers, as Alex Powell, is a little bit further down into the classification, 7th at the moment, so with a bit of a gap indeed between the two teammates. So what Alex Powell needs is to get past as soon as possible. Mark Dubinski is not quite happy. It's happening at the moment with Olivieri and Francesco Macedo keeping the pressure. And watch out for Phil McLaughlin as well as Macedo and Olivieri. Macedo makes his bid in turn number 5. Was Phil McLaughlin. Yes, McLaughlin is taking the lead. McLaughlin is taking the lead in turn number 5. The Irish driver from VDK is back in the lead. You can see the VDK now as Kin Nakamura. We saw that in the corner of the picture as Macedo was making his commitment, and so did Phil McLaughlin. He has a couple of wins already, the VDK driver so far. 2 wins, that's 1 less than Kin Nakamura, and now he finds himself in the lead.
And Dubnitsky got through on Nakamura as well. Yes, he has. So Nakamura struggling for grip at this point of the race. I wonder if the other 2 drivers have actually ended up putting fresh tyres on at this point. So Nakamura finds himself down in 3rd position. So McLaughlin is your leader, Dubnitsky in 2nd place, and here comes Alex Powell making his bid to try and go through. He bailed out of the move, but the Jamaican certainly trying his best to go with Kin Nakamura as well. This could get very tricky from here on out. There is your man leading the race. Finn McLaughlin in front of Dubnitsky, Nakamura and Alex Powell, 4th place. Then 5th is Francisco Macedo in front of the Italian, Emanuele Olivieri on the Birala. So a very solid run for them. And I tell you what, Macedo and Olivieri both look pretty hungry to get into the top 4 as well. Alex Powell's got to be so careful here, going up against Kin Nakamura. Yes, they are teammates. Yes, they are in the same awning, but they are not going to assist each other. They are going to be at each other's throats. If they even get so much of a whiff of each other, Alex Powell has got to try and time this right to get close enough to Nakamura so that he can pounce on him when the time is ripe, but also that he doesn't get himself into hot water when he gets near him.
Yeah, let's not forget that this is the penultimate qualifying race for today for those 2 groups, A and D. There will be only 1 more race after that to try to make up for some ground lost in between and to try to maybe secure 1 last good result in order to be as high as possible on the starting grid for 1 or 2 superheat in the morning. So it's about calculating, it's about being strategic as well. It's about not to make any mistake or doing anything unwise, especially between teammates. But at this point, there will be 1 more race for the Group A and D. The Group B is the first one who has concluded his run of qualifying heats. William Go is being investigated at the moment from P17 as the 37 on your picture. Emanuele Olivieri, who found a great deal of pace at the wheel of his Birla machine. He's going to go for Maxence Verbruge, a Frenchman. Very friendly young driver that we've seen competing into different outings for the past few years. Used to be VDK, now he's competing with the CRG factory. And behind Olivieri is Jan Berezowski, who made it to the top 3 finish on the podium of the World Championship last year in Sarno. And another strong force to be reckoned with the Tony Kart factory team. Now McLaughlin, let's have a look at the gaps as they come across, finishing another lap. This will be lap number 7 out of 12. And the Irish driver, 2 wins in the bag already. From 4th, still 4/10 of a second on Mark Dubnitsky. This is certainly the strongest race so far that we've seen for Dubnitsky. Who was starting from pole position, having had the fastest lap in qualifying, but like some of the others, not really used to find himself into that position. He wasn't able to build that long enough on that pole position. It was fast in the early stages, losing a bit of momentum towards the end to the checkered flag, but this time around, very strongly find himself in 2nd place with certainly maybe the help of fresher tires. Who knows, because at this point in terms of tire strategy, it's a bit of a gamble for everybody, because some of them went on fresher set, the half set of fresh tires yesterday, some of them this morning. Maybe some competitors will try to wait for the end of the day, the last heat, or maybe this heat very much. But different sorts of pace that we can see between the protagonists.
Slight nudge there from Francisco Macedo on the back of Maxence Verbruge, missing his braking point by a slight error there. And that really could cause him a bit of an issue if that has loosened his own front fairing. So he's got to be very careful for making moves like that. McLaughlin, Dubnitsky, Nakamura-Berta and Alex Powell. Warning flag goes out to the British driver Samuel Shaw. Then in fifth place, Maxence Verbruge and Francisco Macedo ahead of Jan Piotrowski and Emanuele Olivieri. And Jakob Kamenik, Kai Milliards, Michael Weisenberger, Len Nys, Suleiman Zanfali and Kasper Henriksen ahead of Max Popov and William Go. Ruben Moya, having dropped to the very back of the field, has worked his way all the way up to 18th position. We need to make a point of that because the Pantano didn't just come from low down on the grid. Ruben Moya was down in 24th on the grid originally, then slipped down to the back of the grid by quite a few kart lengths and has managed to fight his way back. Now here is the move, a big dive, look at that, from the 18 of Jan Piotrowski. That really unsettled the CRG of Francisco Macedo. And so that is how Macedo dropped in behind Olivieri in the Birolart. And Jan Piotrowski absolutely diving for P6. Really got the job done well there. Kier Nakamura-Berta, meanwhile, still trying to get away from his teammate Alex Powell. Nakamura-Berta's tally is looking to be 235 out of 250. Still enough points in the play here to move ahead of René Lammers in the points rankings when this race after this one would be over. So Kier Nakamura-Berta still looking good for the points that would take him to the top of the World Championship Intermediate Heats ranking. But Finn McLaughlin is not done because Mark Dubnitsky has caught him back up with 3 laps to go. This could get interesting as the Estonian seeks to battle and get past the Irishman.
He picked up a second place so far this weekend, Mark Dubnitsky, along with a couple of other strong results, and including a P5 and P6 as well. But now he finds himself in a very strong position to go for the win. That would prevent Phil McLaughlin to take a third victory finish in one of his heats. And Dubnitsky the fastest on track, 47.7 at the moment, pretty much in the same 10th as Phil McLaughlin, responding to the pressure of the CRG driver. Kier Nakamura fighting his way and trying to resist from the return of Alex Powell. Is a little bit further back, missing a second on the leader. Just half of a second on Mike Dubnitsky. Here we go for the penultimate lap of this race. Phil McLaughlin, who sees his gap coming down to 3/10 of Mike Dubnitsky. And the leader responding to the chase with the fastest lap this time around. Will it be enough to protect this position? Kier Nakamura 8/10 down. Alex Powell just behind, not quite able to break that 3/10 barrier to get close at least enough on Kier Nakamura-Berta to launch an attack. And I do wonder, you can see Powell still closing in into the second sector. I do wonder if Powell might want to go for the last lap move at the risk of putting a good result in the bin. Not quite the type of character we've been used to see from Alex Powell. Of course, at this point, at this level, at this stage of the World Championship, it's sometimes better to make do with a P4 than going and taking all risk for a P3 result. The difference of points is not that many. As Verbruge is running in the top 5 as we speak. Final lap that is, ladies and gents, for Phil McLaughlin, who's been doing an immense job ever since the start of that weekend. And look at the consistency of the Irish driver, lap after lap, winning the same 10th of a second, unshaken, not even by the pressure by Mark Dubnitsky. And it's smelling quite good when it comes to the victory.
And crucially, he's beaten Kier Nakamura-Berta in a fair fight, so that gives him the confidence to try and do so in the superheat tomorrow and the final on Sunday. This is looking so good for Finn McLaughlin. The VDK racing driver from the Republic of Ireland comes through to bag another victory. This is such an important one for Finn McLaughlin too. It's win number 3 this week, and the Irishman moves for me into pole position to challenge his rivals in the big show later, because he's got Kier Nakamura-Berta and René Lammers questioning what they do to beat him on raw pace. This is a fabulous moment for Finn McLaughlin. As far as I'm concerned now, he is one of the big 3 for this World Championship fight, along with René Lammers, the European champion, and Kier Nakamura-Berta, last year's European champion. What if Finn McLaughlin could take them both on and win the Championship of the World? If you're in Ireland, it's time to start believing. This might just be a magical moment in motorsport history in Ireland. Finn McLaughlin doing the business in fine style in front of Dubnitsky, Nakamura-Berta, Alex Powell and Maxence Verbruch. Well, a fabulous result, a great battle. And Finn McLaughlin gets the job done in front of Mark Dubnitsky and Kian Nakamura Berta. Alex Powell in 4th position ahead of Maxence Verbruch and Jan Peszrowski. Emanuele Olivieri doing a good job there in 7th for Birolard in front of Francisco Macedo and Jakub Kamenik. Then Kai Reliarts once again in the top 10 in the Tony Kart ahead of his teammate Suleiman Zanfari and ahead of Len Nys, Kasper Henriksen, Max Popov and William Go, the two of them in their Kart Republics. 16th position going the way of Willi Hakkila ahead of Paco Weisenberger, Ruben Moya and Sam Shaw. Then Dimitro Moravcicek and Stefano Padani. Alex Sawyer ahead of Michael Lider and Pascal von Almen. Then it is Peter Regiv in front of the American Preston Lambert. And then we have a run all the way through from Arte Vassort, Sebastian Kopeng, Calvin Kunz and Gustavo Galvo, Zoe Florescu and Chin Yenkai. And you know what? Not a single retirement in that particular race. I'm fairly sure it's the only one all week in the World Championship where every driver that started, which is all of them, has also managed to come through for the finish. But look at the wry smiles at VDK. Finn McLaughlin in the VDK team know they've got something here. They've got an opportunity. They've got a chance to pull something here out of the bag. This could be a run for the World Championship. There's every chance of it now. A great run so far from the Irishman Finn McLaughlin. Bit of a moment at the start for Ruben Moya. That's why he dropped to the back of the field. But the fact that he then forced his way back up to 18th position, that's to be credited. What an amazing performance. The 81 running off the road, that's Sebastian Kopeng. Finn McLaughlin getting his big move there on the inside of Mark Dubnitsky. Move up into 2nd place. Where's the move that he pulled off to get the lead? I think it might have actually happened at the same time as this. Yeah, he's managed to get through there on Kian Nakamura Berta while we were watching somebody else. So Dubnitsky getting his dive on the inside of Kian Nakamura Berta to get into 2nd place. That definitely helps out Finn McLaughlin a little as well, because McLaughlin now has 228 and Kian Nakamura Berta has 235, so that brings the gap down to 7. Good moves from Jan Peszrowski. Good capitalism from Emanuele Olivieri as he really capitalised on the chance there to get through on the CRG. But Finn McLaughlin in front of Mark Dubnitsky. A big win at a big moment in World Championship week. That's a really important one. Look there to the right of your screen and you can see the FIA Motorsport Games gold medal winner for Belgium, Ellie Goldstein, who did that fantastic performance at Paul Ricard last year in 2022. Good to see him here watching his fellow racing drivers and World Championship contenders as the battle is continuing to rage out here on the course. To the middle of your screen, the championship coordinator, Simone Perego, getting himself into position, watching the drivers off the start as they gear up for the next qualifying heat. And that's going to put the German driver, Tame Soleil, alongside the Belgian ace, Thibaut Ramakers, off the start of this grid. It's going to be a really interesting challenge for the contenders. Dries van Langendonk of Belgium is going to be alongside the British driver, Scott Marsh, as well. So plenty of excitement to come in this one. But down in Parc Fermé is Guillaume Alvarez.
Welcome back, guys, live as we get a chance to talk to one of the drivers we didn't have the chance to do with earlier. Kian Nakamura Berta, always good to have you at the World Championship. Of course, this has been so far quite a heavy battle out there on track, but still you managed 3 wins, but a lot of competition, wouldn't you agree?
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of fast drivers here this weekend, and I think it will be a tough World Championship. Like all World Championships, anything can happen. Final, and I think it will be a scrap like every year we've seen, and it'll be exciting to see. Luck is involved in to win this, but of course you need the speed, and like you said, there are many fast drivers, so we'll just have to wait and see who's crowned this year.
I cannot remember a race where tire strategy came so much into play, because we've had the word that some of the drivers have put half of a fresher set of tires yesterday already, some of them this morning, some others are still waiting or just put them in the race that we've seen together. So this is really spread out instead of decisions.
I think, yeah, there are definitely different tactics involved with every team. Every team has a different goal which they want to accomplish. And I think that's just showing that everyone's playing with the tyre situations. You have 6 tyres for this week, will be like 7 heats. So it's like in Wackersdorf, everyone has to take care of their tyres, and it's just tyre strategies just to see who can get one up on each other.
Fantastic, good words. Thank you very much, Kin Nakamura, for talking to us, and best of luck for the remainder of the races today and tomorrow. The big one, of course, for Kin Nakamura, who is currently sitting in second in the classification with 3 wins. But as you heard him, the big one is for tomorrow, and consistency and time management will once again, as always, be a key element to master.
Always an important part of the element of the battles here in the World Championship, as Kian Nakamura already knows. He's already a world champion in the junior category and a European champion in this category, the senior category last year. So he has one last chance to bow out of karting at the top of the world in the FIA Karting World Championship of 2023. What a great chance that's going to be. Title winner in 2021 and 2022. If he gets the job done here, then it'll be 3 years in a row that he has taken away a crown. Well, back to the juniors again. Tame Soleil and Thibaut Ramekers on the front row of the starting grid for this one. Dries van Langendonk for the Forza Racing team and the British driver Scott Marsh. And then we have Endo Arata and Lewis Werrell. It's going to be a really interesting challenge for all of the contenders as they give us more excitement and more battles to come up with. It'll be a very interesting challenge as they continue to duel around the course. We're going to have a really exciting opportunity for all of the contenders in this one. They know exactly how much of a battle they're going to give us. But Tame Soleil, Thibaut Ramekers, Dries van Langendonk and Scott Marsh, along with Endo Arata and Lewis Werrell. Then Oliver Rasmussen, Ian Kraling, Mario Giamonanito and Efim Derunov in the top 10. So plenty of big talents to watch for, particularly Lewis Werrell, who is still trying to work his way back into a competitive position after the DNF that he had in yesterday's race. Dries van Langendonk carrying a penalty, but still decent points from the previous heats that should still give him a chance to be ultra competitive coming into these races. So still a lot to do. There's a lot of difficult situations out there for our competitors. Tame Soleil is getting himself ready for the start, as the battle is going to be raging for all of our drivers right from the outset. Could be a very interesting challenge as Dries van Langendonk and Scott Marsh on the second row of the starting grid, Endo Arata and Lewis Werrell from Oliver Rasmussen, Ian Kraling, Mario Giamonanito and Efim Derunov, and then Matthias Ortweiler and Thomas Kinsey. There is Tame Soleil, the very talented German driver, looking for an opportunity to work his way further forward. He and the Sauber Academy, very important to see what he can do, especially considering that that's a Formula One team that is going to be back in terms of name and nomenclature in 2024, as the Alfa Romeo team Alfa Romeo brand departs from that squad. So even more important for Tame Soleil to put on a good show, as he wants to cement himself as part of that operation in years to come. But alongside him on the starting grid is going to be Thibaut Ramekers, the Belgian that just keeps on putting on a great display, whether it's in the FIA Motorsport Games, whether it's in the World Championship, the European Championship, whether it's in his own regional and district finals. The kid just cannot stop winning, and he is never far away from the top spot. Nor, of course, nowadays is the other Belgian talent in this field, Dries van Langendonk, who's been a very celebrated competitor up at the sharp end of the dais. So the drivers heading out onto the circuit then for our next encounter, qualifying heat C versus G, as the drivers are gearing up for another great showcase. Tame Soleil and Thibaut Ramekers from Dries van Langendonk and Scott Marsh, then Endo Arata and Lewis Werrell, Oliver Rasmussen and Arjen Kraling, Mario Giamonanito and Efim Derunov, from Matthias Ortweiler and Thomas Kinsey, Vladimir Ivanikov and Thomas Gender, then Matt Corby, Django Jai, Kinitani and Mies Huben.
Then we have Kara Bating and Luna Flusha, followed by Walter Schultz, Alfons Mittinen, Ugo Marti, Elliot Kaczynski, Marco Grast, Oscar Ripeto, Marshall Kaprisky, Alexander Chartier, Marcus Kunas, Theo Salomo, Angelo D'Ortenzio, and Victor Alexander Rad. Then we have Nikita Nigishov as well as Mattia Ovaska and Arnaud Vuta.
Check out all these drivers that are here on the sidelines watching along. That's Jacopo Martinez in there. I can see a fair few other drivers in there watching along. I think that's Lorenzo Campos watching from the sidelines as well. They're all leaning over the fence nearly. They are in a safe position, I should point out, because there is a grass bank there. So that is perfectly safe. Don't worry, everybody. They're allowed to be there. But, yeah, they're all getting the best view they possibly can. Is this going to be a good start? No. You've got to go round again, boys. Got to go round again.
Yeah, it's good to see the drivers, cheering for the others on track, because from an outside perspective, you might tend to think, they are rivals on track, they must not talk to each other in the paddock, or the atmosphere must be really, really bad after what happened between them. It's quite the opposite, actually.
It is, yeah.
And especially in those youngster categories, because in the junior, for instance, they are between 12 and 14 years of age. Doesn't mean that it's not the same in the senior, of course, but the diversity of ages, it's much more. But you have a really good camaraderie and you know, a friendly environment into that paddock between those drivers who are still so young, and they're very much ruthless competitors once with the helmet on. But outside of it, you know, there's a lot of very good cheering and atmosphere going on.
I regularly see drivers that have been racing wheel to wheel with each other and pushing each other to the apex over the course of a weekend. A couple of hours after the final will then buy each other an ice cream because they're just enjoying the fun and having the good time together. It's wonderful. You don't get this in any other form of motorsport. It's just pure racing and pure fun amongst friends. That's what it's supposed to be. Team Soleil, Thibaut Ramekes, Dries van Langendonk and Scott Marsh. They come off the final turn and we're racing. Yes, we are! And it's a good start for the German driver. Up to second place immediately comes Dries van Langendonk. Ramekes secures third place. On the inside line, he's going to have a bit of pressure from the fast starting Lewis Werrell, who's already got himself into fourth position. Good start for the British driver. Scott Marsh drops into P6 behind the Czech Republic of, I think that's Arjen Kraling, who's made a terrific start, working his way further forward. So not the easiest of starts for the world racing driver Endo Arata. The Japanese driver seems to have lost a little bit of momentum as he comes through. But out in front, it is Team Soleil from Dries van Langendonk. Then it is Ramekes and the fast starting Lewis Werrell.
It was a great start from the Forza Racing driver, taking advantage of the inside line coming to turn number 1 and the braking zone. Still Ramekes was able to hold on to his position from third. So that's going to be an interesting one between the two Belgians. This is the second year in junior for Thibaut Ramekes. He was last year involved as well in the Academy Trophy. For Dries van Langendonk, this is very much a first taste after last year's World Championship that he finished in a strong P7.
Oh, that's Chartier, I think.
Yes, indeed, a 2:13.
Oh, no, wait, no, sorry, that is Marcus Silkunias.
Yes, indeed, Marcus Silkunias, who's nowhere to be seen. And watch out for the
lead
move.
change.
Yes, Dries van Langendonk is your new.
Oh, Werrell's been squeezed by Ramekes.
Oh, that was an interesting one. Is Lewis Werrell still with us? Yes, indeed, but it was a close call. And Thibaut Ramekes said to him, no, mate, you're not passing through just now.
Wow, Thibaut Ramekes forcing the issue. Lewis Werrell and the Forza Racing team are not going to be happy with that at all, as Werrell finds himself now down in 7th position. That beautiful start of his has just all come undone as Van Langendonk is now trying to back Soleil into Ramekes and Kraling. So Arjen Kraling, the German driver, now finds himself in P4. They come across the line again. It's all very close. Look at the urgency from the mechanics as they try and signal to their driver to move on. Endo Arata, P5, 6th position for Scott Marsh. Werrell is still there in P7. Ramekes trying to make his best move. Dries van Langendonk is holding up the field. Watch for Lewis Werrell, 7th position up to 5th in one fell swoop, but he gets squeezed again by Endo Arata and Scott Marsh, who are trying to fight back in there. I genuinely thought he was going to pick off 2 in one move. Now Team Soleil has had enough of Van Langendonk's defending. He gets back through and takes the lead of the race once more. Good work from Team Soleil. Dries van Langendonk will not be able to defend and cover this for too long. Now he's going to come up again. He'll dive for the inside line. Not a lot of room left by Team Soleil. You've got to be brave if you want to take him on in a fair fight, as the German Arjen Kraling is now going to get his bid on Thibaut Ramekes. That for what's going to happen next.
Yeah, I did find that Kraling.
Oh, well,
three drivers coming together, and one of the VDK drivers, one of the teammates of Thibaut Ramekes.
That's Corby, Kimitani, and Chiara Batig. Very unfortunate for all 3 drivers. They have gone, and we've also lost 2 others. That's Marianito. Marianito, the Portuguese driver for Tony Kart. She's gone as well. I think it's in a separate incident, actually. She's gone in the first sector, and there's more. Conflagration is up the inside. That is Team Soleil down in 4th place now, behind his countryman, Arjen Kraling. So Ramekes is your leader, Van Langendonk is 2nd, and Kraling is 3rd. How did that shuffle?
Yeah, how did that happen? Germany against Belgium for supremacy into that race. Ramekes took advantage of that situation to get ahead in front of Van Langendonk. Watch out for any other moves following along, because at the end of lap number 4, we still have a long way to go for a checkered flag. The pressure is on. And for the back as well, we have Derunov on Lewis Werrell. The British driver made his commitment up to P5. Derunov, Rasmussen follows respectively 6 and 7 for Marsh, Arata and Thomas Kinsey running out of the top 10. But now we find ourselves in a very different race. Here's what happened. This is a bit further.
This is Werrell making his bid to try and get into 5th position. It didn't work out because Arata and Marsh would not be shoved around. So they got their move to the inside line. Trying to keep on top of live pictures as well as look back over what's happened previously. Now this is where we had the lead change. Look, Van Langendonk dives in
There you
on
go.
Soleil, and that opens the door. Ramakers gets through past both of them, and Arjen Kraling very nearly gets into second place.
Yeah, very nice. And Dries van Langenonk, lucky for him, he was on the inside line going to turn number 7. Otherwise, he would have lost much more than that, as Kraling was ready to get a little bit of a push, and he's about to lose another position to Tim Soleil.
Did you see how cheeky that was? Soleil was signalling to Kraling, come on, let's go get him. And he then made the move on him into the first corner, got him into a false sense of security. And as Soleil gets through into third, it says, right, now you work with me. So that was very crafty, cunning work from Tame Soleil. Caught out Arjen Kraling. That's experience, you see. That's trying to catch him off guard. And Tame Soleil, nothing wrong with that, of course, manages to get his way through as one of the drivers involved in another incident earlier on, Theo Salamo, has unfortunately ended up getting an investigation into an incident that took him and Arnaud Voutard out of the race earlier on, and that was on the same lap as the Corby-Tani-Batig backlash. So the 3 of them out of the race along with the other 2. So now we've got 27 running out of the 35 that should have started. Here's Werrell going for the move on the inside, but Kraling is very determined to keep him at bay.
Yeah, the German driver is having none of it and stays where he is in P4. Lewis Werrell climbing positions from where he started, not having the best of weekends so far. Lewis Werrell, he had a DNF yesterday, struggling a bit to extract the maximum to get the results he wants. There's still one race to go after that. Tame Soleil, let's watch back what happened.
So look,
yes, this is the mind game at its best.
It's all about the mind games. Look, he gestures to Kraling. Okay, so you're going to work with me.
And there you go.
No, I'm not actually. I'm going to get you.
He must be laughing at under the element about the prank that he just launched. But watch out, Lewis Werrell this time around, going for the move and making his bid into the turn number 13 on Kraling. Another pretty driver find himself in P4. He's going to go for the attack. Watch out. Kraling might be tempted to do the same game as before for Tim Soleil. He's having none of it and stays behind. As Soleil is up for grab in P3. Not quite able to catch up. Dries van Langenonk with himself. He's having still 3/10 of a second to try to climb on Thibaut Ramakers. Werrell the fastest lap in this race. As so far the British driver from Forza Racing collecting a couple of strong performance throughout the course of the qualifying heat.
It's worth pointing out that the groups in both C and G will both have another race to do after this one, so they are not really showing up in the leaderboard yet because they haven't completed their 6th race. They've only done 4 races up to this point. This is their 5th, so we're still waiting to see what they can do in the overall rankings of things. Just because Chris Elfagali and Christian Castoria are leading the way, that doesn't mean they're going to be for the entirety of. So they've still got to stay hungry and dig deep and try and find a little bit more pace, because by the time they have finished the 6 races, we're not entirely sure where these guys are going to play in. But I would imagine that certainly the battle for supremacy between the likes of Soleil and Langendonk, Werrell, Ramakers, that could have really big ramifications if they get it right at the right time. So Van Langendonk is down to 212 if he stays where he is on points, in second position in this one. Tame Soleil is on 217 if it stays like this. So that's why Tame Soleil was determined to try and keep everybody back. Watch Lewis Werrell though, he wants his bid. Yeah, you see, Tame Soleil is not going to fall for the same trick that he pulled on Arjen Kraling from Lewis Werrell. Lewis Werrell may be clever, but Tame Soleil is just as cunning. Look, come on, get on with it. Stop defending, says Lewis Werrell. He's going to try and make his bid. Tame Soleil will hold the inside radius. He is a very smart man. Both of these guys very quick, but both of them just as intelligent and as calculated as each other. Again, Werrell tries to get the move on Tame Soleil. Will he come from far back, go slow in, fast out? He's going to have problems from Arjen Kraling. Kraling gets through, makes the bid. Werrell gets back through on the next apex. I didn't think that would be much of a panic for the Brit, but now he's got to find a way to get back past Tame Soleil. He's going to have to be very cunning in order to get the move, but Tame Soleil is not going to be given an opportunity to let that slip.
Yeah, watch out as well for FM Derunov, as long as Arjen Kraling. Watch out the last attempt, the last turn. That was a close call, but as for now, Lewis Werrell is going to have to stay behind Tame Soleil on the way to the finish line, and in the end, Thibaut Ramakers, in front of Dries van Langenonk.
That was post-flag.
There was a bit of a nudge as they were split by just 1/10 of a second on the line. You can see, a bit of a wheel move coming across the line between Thibaut Ramakers and Dries van Langenonk. Don't know if it was intentional or once again part of the mind game and putting influence and pressure between the two Belgians there, but certainly there's a lot going on track between VDK and Forza Racing at the moment. But this is a victory, the first one in the junior class for Thibaut Ramakers so far. Must be delighted after missing out on a couple of occasions since the start of the weekend.
Well, I would like to believe that that was miscommunication rather than something a little bit untoward, because I would be quite happy to give them the benefit of the doubt and suggest that that little moment between Ramekes and Van Langendonk post-flag was a misunderstanding rather than something of a little bit of irritation and intent. But it is motorsport, you never quite know. So we'll have to have a look back at that again in a bit. Ramekes takes the win though from Dries Van Langendonk as Matt Corby clears his kart away. Tame Soleil and Lewis Werrell from Arjen Kraling and Efim Derenov, then Scott Marsh, Oliver Rasmussen, Thomas Kinsey and Thomas Gender, Endo Arata and Vladimir Ivanikov from Hugo Marti, Marco Garst and Matthias Orweiler. Alfons Miettinen and Walter Schultz from Elliot Kaczynski, and then Marcel Kasprzycki and Nikita Nikishov, Luna Flusha and Mies Huben from Zhang Huzhai and Oscar Repetto, then Victor Rad and Matthias Ovaska, and Angelo Dortenzio was the last finisher. And then we had the long list of retirements. Mario Giamonanito, Matt Corby, Kimi Tani, Chiara Batig, Theo Salamo, Arnaud Vuitard and Marcus Chilcunias. Alexander Chartier did not take the start. So there is Tibor Ramekes once again, coming into the pits after another solid race and a very strong drive from him. Now I'm going to play devil's advocate here, and I'm going to suggest that yes, there might have been a little bit of a wheel banging between Ramekes and Dries Van Langendonk after the flag, but I'm going to play devil's advocate and say that was unintentional. Maybe it was just a miscommunication between the two men, but certainly I wouldn't have put any of that onto the shoulders of Tibor Ramekes and Dries Van Langendonk unless I genuinely thought that they were capable of that kind of thing, and I don't think either of them are. So let's just take stock of the situation and give them the benefit of the doubt and state that was probably accidental. But yeah, it could be interesting if it's not. That's all I'm going to say. So the OK Junior qualifying heat C versus G goes the way of one Belgian over another. Tibor Ramekes over Dries Van Langendonk. Great race performances so far from the contenders. And a great race, that one. Had a lot of shenanigans in it, didn't it? Tame Soleil losing out initially to Dries Van Langendonk. That was enough for Tibor Ramekes to have a go. Didn't work out initially. As Ramekes, look at that, a little bit of contact actually with Lewis Werrell to keep him at bay. I have a feeling there might be a little bit of an investigation into that one. Lewis Werrell almost got his way over to 5th position as a result of that little pendulum swing. Ended up dropping back to 7th again and then having to fight back for another go. He would end up finishing in P4. Tame Soleil getting his run on Dries Van Langendonk, who was doing his best to keep everybody back. And then there was the trio, Corby, Tani and Chiara Batig, retiring from the race unfortunately at that point. Not able to go any further. And then we saw this. Diving up the inside, Van Langendonk gets the move on Soleil. They both drift wide. Thank you, says Tibor Ramekes. I'll take the lead. He wouldn't lose the race again after that point. Van Langendonk having to fight to stay in 2nd position in front of Tame Soleil and Arjen Kraling. This was masterful from Tame Soleil, catching out Arjen Kraling, making him think, come on, let's work together. No thanks, I'll take you instead. Very nicely done from Tame Soleil. Very smart. Lewis Werrell getting a similar style of move on Arjen Kraling. But then once Werrell caught up to Tame Soleil, he was not going to be quite so kind. And certainly Lewis Werrell had every chance to deal with Tame Soleil. Arjen Kraling got him, and then Werrell had to make the move back instantly to retake the position. But Ramekes, now let's have a look at this, because Ramekes moves across. Now that I will say is accidental. I don't think there was anything intentional in that. I think that is going to be a little bit, I'd say let's play devil's advocate on that one. I'd say that's accidental. I wouldn't say there's anything intentional about what happened between the two of them there at all. So let's head down to Guillaume Alvarez, who is in Parc Fermé.
That was a bit of a heated moment between Tibor Ramekes and Dries Van Langendonk after the line, that's for sure, but good performance overall from you. Tibor Ramekes, congratulations, first win of the weekend. You took your time because you came close every race and you kept fighting at the front. You had a DNF to start with, which is not always easy. So how's the confidence level now ahead of the big day tomorrow?
The confidence is high. The weekend debut not very good with a DNF, but now with a victory I'm happy, so we will see.
You must certainly feel happy with one win in the bag, and you expected, as always, as one of the strongest and one of the fastest in the class. It seems to be a bit of an internal war between you and the Forza Racing drivers. We've seen with Lewis, Werrell, Dries van Langenau, you kept battling at the forefront. Do you feel a bit of extra pressure coming from Forza?
No, the battle is in the sport, so no extra pressure, and I drive.
And you do what you do best, the driving and winning for the first time. Congratulations, merci beaucoup, Thibaut Ramakers, and bravo for your first win of the weekend. Thibaut Ramakers from VDK Racing, at last a winner in the junior category.
Well, that'll do quite nicely. Good to see Thibaut Ramakers getting himself into the competition of this battle with a win. Now for qualifying heat C versus G in the seniors. Gabriel Gomez and Nicolo Kuman, Lorenzo Tarvanichkil and David Walter, Lucas Samalisto and Sebastiano Pavan, Matti Kolnagi, Luigi Coluccio, Enea Frey and Nacho Tunion, Jimmy Helias and Alexander Bogunovic from Nathan Ty and Peter Stella, Jens Trua and Emili Koivisto from Simon Reckenmacher and Leo Nilsson, Ara Tapinen and Roland Kuklala from Joel Bergström, Eliska Babachkova, Tokia Suzuki and Leon Brunner, Alfredo Ibiapina and Emmanuel Leodakis from Massimiliano Melossa and Alexei Yarmi, Martti Rittinen, Thomas Mota and Sofia Zanfari. 31 drivers going to battle in qualifying heat C versus G. And for both groups, C and G, they've got one race to go after this one. So they are still about to climb the ranks in the progression. We've only had one group that has completed all 6 races and several groups that have still got 2 to go. So it'll be fascinating to see how this all works out and plays out. Some of the drivers in the other group that have already finished will actually find it's going to be a little bit easier to get themselves together ready for tomorrow. Some of these guys who are still out there on the hotter conditions could well be compromised. I think we're going for another start. We are indeed, a false start. So fascinating. A false start for the drivers on this occasion. Pole position for Gabriel Gomez. I'm not entirely sure what happened there, because Gabriel Gomez looked as though he was basically just not keen to start the race, essentially. He just didn't want to get on with it. Now, what's going to be interesting, of course, is that this heat will see Gabriel Gomez and Enzo Tarvanichkil racing against each other once again, because they obviously ran into each other in the previous heat when they were battling for the victory. So if they're going to do it again, I think it's going to be very clear that Enzo and Gabriel are going to have learnt from last time. What we don't know, of course, is who will have adjudged the other to be at fault. Will Enzo have thought, well, actually, he turned into me when I was making a fair move, or will Gabriel have felt, well, he decided to go for a gap that wasn't there? Or will they feel that one of them can actually take responsibility and move on from it? It's fascinating. And now they get to go and race against each other again on the first and third position of the grid. But I do note that Gabriel Gomez has reverted back to the traditional side of the grid this time. So having changed it up a little bit last time, he has decided to go back to tradition and run alongside Nicolo Kuman on the inside line for turn 1 rather than the outside for turn 1. So I'm not entirely sure whether that's because he felt that last time it didn't work or he just wanted to try something different last time. Let's see if we go racing this time. We do. Good start from Gomez. Tarvanichkil goes with him in a second. Third comes Lucas Samalisto in the energy course, and there's already been a little bit of nudging. Samalisto loses about 3 places in that. And thank goodness he didn't lose more, because that could have been very tricky. If he'd have lost even more ground, he would have ended up on the grass. So very tricky on the way through, but there was several shoves on the way through turn 2, that's for sure. But certainly for the leading duo, no major problems or anything to report, because Gomez and Tarvanichkil have it all their own way. Whilst in third position, that is one of the VDK drivers that has worked his way forward. Don't tell me that's Enea Frey. I think it is.
Yes,
that is absolutely astonishing.
Yeah, fantastic start of a race into that opening lap. As he was further back on the grid, he was on the 9 and only found himself in P3 in the course of 1 lap, so well done to him. Now the mission is keep the momentum going and try to make a connection with Tarvanichkil, and this is a repeat of what we've seen earlier in one of the previous races. Enzo Tarvanichkil going for a move, and unfortunately for him and for Gomez as well, it didn't go according to plan at all, as Tarvanichkil was led to a DNF and Gomez plunged into the classification. So they both actually came out of that previous race so very much unhappy. So hopefully this is attempt number 2 for Tarvanichkil. Hopefully he has learned from what happened before, but now he's going to go pressuring Gomez until the end, that's for sure.
You've got a feel for Nicolo Kuman as well, who started on the front row of the grid. He's all the way down in 15th after a difficult start. So Tavanichko trying again. That's how you get it done. That's more like it, but on the exit, Gomez is trying to force the issue. Enzo Tavanichko will not be pushed around. Don't you shove me. Brilliant racing between the two of them. Enzo Tavanichko won't get shoved by Gomez. Gomez trying to squeeze him out. Don't you dare do that to me again. Brilliant racing.
Brilliant racing, and it's only lap number 2 out of 12. This is qualifying race and not a final. But you can feel already that Tavanichko, as you said, is not ready to be beaten yet again by Gabriel Gomez. The Brazilian having to back off a little bit and stays where he is, but still didn't lose too much pace out of the last turn, even though there was a little bit of a contact, a little bit of a nudge, and good defensive driving by Tavanichko. Watch out, Kolnagi actually, in the meantime, got ahead of Enya Frey for P3. So we thought for a moment that the VDK driver went for the back as well. Watch out for Luigi Coluccio and David Walter, the charge of the Tony Kart machines, as Walter and Coluccio were trying to make their way through Enya Frey. And yes, they did, into the last hairpin. So Enya Frey at some point was P3, and unfortunately now found himself back into P6 with Coluccio and Walter coming together. They're glued as well. They have to be smart about this one, because they might have put fresher tires on this one as well, because we've seen a couple of drivers in the class as well as the juniors. This is the time of the weekend where it's now or never. You need to make a difference and be able to collect the results, and have a refresher set of tires is a help, much needed sometimes.
You have got to have some upper body strength to go mano a mano with Gabriel Gomez like that. Look at this. This is how it all started. Tavanichko gets his run on the inside. That's a perfectly textbook move, but he caught the curb, slowed him up. Gomez squeezes in. No, you don't, says Enzo Tavanichko. That was beautiful. We've had an incident further back with the two Tony Karts. That is Coluccio and Walter. The teammates have run into each other.
Are you kidding me?
I cannot believe that.
Come on.
David Walter and Luigi Coluccio racing each other for position, and they've ended up tagging each other off the road. David Walter is fuming. And Luigi Coluccio did get going again, but he's down in 19th. Walter is down in 31st. And both the Tony Kart drivers are now going to have to explain themselves to Signor Rovazzi back in the awning later.
Was the first race of karting. Don't get your teammate out of the track.
No, indeed.
You can fight each other. You can do whatever you like in your own interest. Don't forget about the interest of the team, but don't push your teammate out of the track.
Look, everything is about Tony Kart's way is the highway in that awning. When you can see that Walter and Coluccio have raced each other and taken each other out, the atmosphere in that awning afterwards is going to be so toxic. Let's look at it. Walter goes for the move. Look, Coluccio's already turned in. That was very ambitious indeed from David Walter, but he puts his hand in the air. Coluccio's like, what are you doing? Walter is like, why didn't you give me the space? Look, he's come from so far back. That is a baffling collision between the two teammates.
There was an ambitious move. You could have seen from the perspective that there might have been enough of a space, but halfway of that. And look at the battle at the Pantano. There is
this is Peter Stiller.
Peter Stiller with half a fresh set of tires, no doubt, as he's been climbing 7 places up in the classification. We haven't seen Peter Stiller so high before, so here's a proper way to finish his day of qualifying races, and now finds himself in P7. He was only 14 on the grid, and good recoveries as well for Nathan Tai. 8 places gained, 5 places gained for Enya Frey, who's back into P4. And Simon Reckenmarker, the German, he was only 17 on the grid and now sits in P8 after a good recovery effort. Nicolo Coman puts out the fastest lap back, and let's see if he's going to be able to climb as well. He's back in P10, Nicolo Coman, as he was starting on the front row. And the battle is raging with the 41 of Reckenmarker as he's about to be overtaken by Sebastiano Pavan, who makes his bit around the inside. Pavan gets through. Let's see if Kuman can do the same. Sorry to cut you off there.
No, we're getting some great races coming in now, aren't we? There's the move from Kuman. He gets the run on the inside there of Simon Reckenmacher. But Peter Stiller right up there in the top 10. We haven't really seen much of the Pantano chassis at the sharp end of the field, and now Peter Stiller really digging deep to find something. There's the move from Kuman on Sebastiano Pavan coming up. Pavan is the man in front of him in the Tony car. He obviously wants to try and make the move stick. Tavanichko having set the fastest lap of the race now with 0.3 of a second on Gomez. Kolnagi is kind of on his own really now in 3rd position in front of Enya Frey and Nathan Tai. And then we've got Nacho Tunion in front of Peter Stiller, Sebastiano Pavan and Nicolo Kuman, with Simon Reckenmacher in that gaggle of drivers. But I'll tell you what, there's some feisty competitors out there now. They know that they're getting to the stage where they haven't got a lot of mistakes left to make. Coman dives in on Pavard. That's how you get the last of the late braking moves done.
Yeah, it was textbook overtaking for Nicolas Coman. It was back in pace after the troubles they went through into the opening laps. As in the meantime, while everything was happening on track, those two are still very much close to each other. 3/10. There's been, oh, a yellow flag is being waved outside of the picture. It's just on the fast straight, the start-finish straight. Actually, something might have happened there with one of the drivers going off for a couple. Yes,
oh, it's Samalisto.
Lucas Samalisto from Energy Corse, indeed. Just before turn number 1. I do wonder what happened there for the poor Lucas Samalisto, but as a result, this will be DNF for the Energy Corse driver. And of course, it was at P14. He had dropped all the way down to that position, 9 places lost. So definitely a race to forget for him.
Yes, Samalisto started 5th, so he really got himself into 3rd position on the first lap. So it was a very good-looking race for Lucas Samalisto, and then it just all fell apart. So it'll be unfortunate. We'll try and figure out what happened to him, but Gomez clearly getting himself back into contention to try and take on Enzo Van again. They obviously collided with each other in the earlier race. This time they edged each other into a very aggressive position and a very tough stance. They wanted to try and get the most out of this race that they possibly can, but Enzo Van being hunted down again by the Brazilian Gabriel Gomez. Is there going to be enough of a chance for Gomez to really attack Enzo Van before the end of this race? I'm not sure he's going to have the opportunity to take that bigger risk with 2 laps to go. And Gomez will want the points from this. He's got 204 points currently predicted. Van has less than that, of course, because he's already had a headache or two in this competition. But certainly Gomez and Van can't afford to have another incident with each other. So I think Van obviously asserting himself and getting the job done he could have done before. It certainly helps out his cause and it helps his confidence out as well. Gomez running in 2nd in front of Colnaghi, Tai, Frey, Tunion and Peter Stiller in the Pantano.
Let's not forget that this would be the first heat win for Enzo Van this weekend. Like his teammate, of course, in the same team, Prama Racing, Kina Camarberta, 3 wins, 1 win for Alex Powell. So Van was really hungry for results, and so far he's been able to keep a very charging Gabriel Gomez at bay. A quick look over the shoulder, still 0.3 of a second in terms of lap time. Slightly faster, but not for just a couple of hundred meters of a second for Enzo Van who's been really consistent in that race. Gabriel Gomez trying every piece of the book to try to get close and launch an attack, but he hasn't been successful. But that shows how much determination those two will have coming towards the final day of racing here at Franciacorta. Colnaghi doing a great job as well in P3 from Nathan Tai. For Nathan Tai, this will be his best result so far for the Sodi Kart machine. And Lucas Samalisto back a bit earlier than planned to the scale. We'll get a chance to have a bit of a chat in just a moment with some of the protagonists of that race. But this is heat win number 1 for Enzo Van Gabriel Gomez having to make do with P2. He actually lifted the throttle a little bit on the way to the checkered flag. 7/10 on the line, but it was a close gap between those two all throughout the 12 lap of race. Colnaghi finishing in P3 from Nathan Tai and Eniafre.
And a fabulous battle for supremacy between Enzo Van and Gabriel Gomez. They really put on a great show there in the opening stages, with Van adamant that Gabriel Gomez was not going to put him in the corner again. Absolutely terrific from Van. No wonder Red Bull signed this boy up. He has got so much potential. And the young man from Thailand just keeps on building, he keeps on growing. And it's wonderful to see what Enzo Van has turned into in the 2023 season. He's got great speed, great skill, and he just keeps finding another level of what he can do. When he gets a kart underneath him that's pretty quick, he can really do something quite special with it. But it's about what he can do when he's in the battle with other competitors out there. That's interesting. Peter Stiller is cruising to a stop on the way into the pits. Hopefully he can get back under his own steam. But Van in front of Gomez, Colnaghi, Nathan Tai and Enea Frey. Then Nacho Tunion ahead of Peter Stiller. Sebastiano Pavan and Nicolo Coman. Then Simon Rechenmacher and Jimmy Helias. Alexander Bogunovic in front of Eliska Babichkova, Emmanuel Liudakis and Joel Bergstrom. Then Arda Tabinen in front of Roland Kuklana, Leon Brunner and Alfredo Ibiapina. Then Luigi Coluccio after his incident earlier on with David Walter. Emily Koivisto, Jens Truer, Marty Rittinen, Leo Nilsson, Sofia Zanfari, Thomas Mota, Tokia Suzuki, Alexei Yeremy, and then Masi Olosa and David Walter. The one retirement from the race was Luca Samalisto. How about that? Enzo Tarvanichkil coming up with the goods after a monumental Titanic struggle with Gabriel Gomez. He's not going to lose out again to him, is he? That was brilliant from the Thai superstar. Great racing, great conviction, and absolutely coming to battle. That's what we like to see. Here is that battle again. And the one we want to see is him wrestling with Gabriel Gomez in the first couple of laps of the race, asserting himself up front. That little bit of a drop in. We had a couple of drivers dropping through on loading. Here's the move. Tarvanichkil goes for broke on Gomez, gets through, catches the curb, loses a little bit of pace and acceleration. Gomez tries to squeeze him. No, you don't. Enzo Tarvanichkil wrestles his way in front of Gabriel Gomez. Here it is from the other angle. Dives in. Watch Gomez. Just gives him no room whatsoever. Tarvanichkil says, no, you don't, mate. I am having this. Wonderful. That is proper battling. Nothing dirty about what either of them did there. It's just about being ruthless. Here, however, David Walter rides the curb, tags into his teammate Coluccio. Coluccio isn't quite sure what's going on. And Walter, from my money, just gets it wrong, unfortunately. Meanwhile, Nathan Tai, he figured out how to ride the curbs and pick up places. So great to see that the Sodicart freight train is able to have its moments there on the course. There's the 79 of Ada Tapinen getting in the mix of the battles. She actually did a great job in that one. She ended up behind Babichkova, Judakis and Joel Bergström. Right up in the mix there. Peter Stiller did a great job in the Pantano as well to put himself right into the sharp end of the top 10. I can remember as a new boy in Europe, he was constantly towards the back of the field, but the amount of development work Peter Stiller has done to really grow himself, it really is showcasing here in the World Championship weekend, right up there, on an OK, in a Pantano, in the top 10. Well done to Peter Stiller. Good to see. Big dive up the inside from Nicola Kuman. Fought to get himself back into the top 10 again after dropping all the way to 15th. But Enzo Tarvanichkil proving his point against Gabriel Gomez. It may not have worked in the previous heat, but it definitely worked that time. Great racing and great motorsport as the two boys really wrestle with the elements and try and make sure they are not going to be thwarted in their hunt for the World Championship. Down in Parc Fermé, once again, we have our man on the scene. That is Guillaume Alvarez.
Yes, indeed, Jake. I'm here with Gabriel Gomez. Gabriel, a bit of a up and down weekend for you so far. The pace is definitely there for you, but you went from disappointment in the race before to a strong P second finish. 0.3 of a second all throughout the race, but what was missing for you to catch up with Enzo?
I think we are missing only a little bit, not too much to be honest. It's only like the last half attempt, we need to find it. But anyway, the crash in the hit before was stupid, it was a stupid move from the other driver, and now it's complicate our life. It's difficult to come back again from the back of the grid tomorrow, but we will never give up. We will try to find the rest of we are missing now, and we will fight for that.
We can feel the determination in you, and we've seen that as well on track with on the move on the outside of the last apron. We thought for a moment that you could actually go the long way on Enzo, but difference in driving from him.
Yeah, I tried, but it was not only to overtake, it was only to wait, and he touched me again. More one race he touched me, but anyway, it's that.
How do you feel so far about the general sense of things, even though you had some strong results, some disappointments as well, but in terms of pace and the confidence in the material, everything according to plan?
I think yes, it's not bad. We are I only finished in P1 and P2 in the heats, and only in the last one we crashed, but P1 and P2 in the heats is not bad, but we need to find a little bit of gap.
Yeah, I'm sure you're making a lot of people in Brazil very proud of following you on FIA Karting. Thank you very much, obrigado, Gabriel Gomez. Good luck for the end of the day. And tomorrow, the big one, of course, for Gabriel Gomez, and the battle that is only getting started in the OK class. Enzo Tarvanichkil, Gabriel Gomez, make your bet. The last two races were very interesting for sure.
Right now, we're into a critical stage of the qualifying heats. From this moment on, every driver that is competing in a qualifying heat is starting their last race of the day. So it is quite an important one, as every single driver in the field knows now that this is their last chance to book themselves a place in the big show. And don't forget, to get into the superheats tomorrow, there's only 72 spaces out of the 110 drivers that have tried to get there in the senior category. And then there's obviously only 72 places out of 123 seats in the junior category. So that means that 51 drivers are going to be eliminated from the competition in a little over 2 hours. So very tricky stuff indeed now for the remaining competitors. And we're going to see Christian Castoya, the fastest driver in time qualifying, alongside Jakub Mikilev on the front row of the starting grid. And it'll be Stepan Antonov and Filippo Sala, one of the favourites in the juniors now for the World Championship week, going for the top spot. For Filippo Sala and Christian Castoya in particular, this is an important battle. There's only 5 points between them, and a first or a second or a third for either of those two drivers could be critical in terms of where they end up in the overall rankings. And the pace they've got to beat is that of Chris El Fagali, who's got 233 points out of 300. So here we go. Christian Castoya and Jakub Mikilev from Stepan Antonov and Filippo Sala, Mike Pachala and Noah Wolf, Jacopo Martinez and Jared Clark from Maka Savalev and Andy Consani, Travis Teo and Alpo Timonen from Rocco Coronel and Alpak Soy, Zach Drummond and Vivek Kantha. We've got a non-starter from one of the CRGs. That's Luke Corder and Tiziano Monza, Kala Ferrand and Marla Marchand, Ethan Lennon and Boris Leisen, Georgi Zazov, Kirill Titiev, Emilia Vyzhymiska and Enzo Nienkota, Lorenzo Campos, Louis Castellini, Lucas Moro and Kid Bolovsky, Clara Kowalczyk, Josef Smith, Kasper Bonda, Morgan Knudsen and Wojciech Woda. And the one that hasn't started is Enzo Nienkota, the Brazilian driver in the CRG. You haven't got a start from Travis Teo, of course, who had the incident earlier on. We'll update you when we've got more information. But for Enzo Nienkota, they're going to try and restart this race. It's actually his mechanic, Natalia Balbo, behind him that is going to push start him back into this race, but he'll have to start from the back of the grid as the rest of the field flies through turn one. So Castoya and Mikilev are going to be going off the front of the grid. Now, careful, you're only allowed one person to push start you. You're not allowed two. So make sure that there's only one person push starting. Off we go, green, and we are away racing. Off to the first corner, no problem at all for Castoya and Antonov. They lead the way as they work their way through the first corner. Is everybody going to get through without too much drama? So far, so good. Everybody behaving. But it's going to get trickier into turn 5 as everybody will obviously wrestle for the move into the braking zone for that turn. A couple of the drivers running deep, but I think everybody just about getting there except for one, and that is the Forza Racing expert of the 295 of Morgan Knudsen, who recovers at the back end of the field. But that's very unfortunate indeed for Morgan Knudsen, and I'm afraid Enzo Nienkota did not get started either. So that's all game over for the Brazilian. But Christian Castoya leads the way. Looks like somebody else has had an off further back. That is one of the... I can't make out who that is from here, but it looks like we've got a midfielder in problem. I think that's Marla Marchand, the French driver, having a problem in Sector 2. So Marla Marchand not going anywhere either, and that's very unfortunate for him, as there goes Mike Pachala, getting the bid on the inside of Jakub Mikilev to hold the position. Filippo Sala is currently stuck down in 5th position. That's really going to help Castoya. It's going to hamper Filippo Sala. He needs to overtake at least the next 2 drivers, make that 3 drivers in front of him, because Jacopo Martinez has now got through. Oh, Filippo Sala creates the door to go wide open and get 2 karts into 1. He's now assisted by Martinez to finish the move. Lovely from Filippo Sala. He gets up into P4.
Please, more of that. That's what we'd like to see. Filippo Sala, once again, demonstrating how much of a pace he's been able to build this weekend, as he is one of the best out there. Filippo Sala with 2 wins so far for him, and is more than looking to go for a 3rd. Oh, look at that, a bit of wheel banging into the hairpin, and it goes the way of Noah Wolf, who's going to try to make his bid on Savalev, and Jacopo Martinez was involved as well. Savalev up into P5, Martinez, Wolf. It was Mikilev, the 269, who actually was the biggest victim of that tussle, as he lost a couple of places down to P8 from Jaron Clark and Consani. And that keeps on battling on the inside of turn number 5. Jacopo Martinez making his commitment in front of the Energy Corsi driver. Martinez up into P5 at the pursuit of Sala into P4. Oof. Look at that from Noah Wolf. Actually, it's very coming close. There might have been a bit of a nudge between the front fairing and the rear bumper out there, but Noah Wolf is showing determination and just made his move on Savalev.
That's not a wolf, that's a British bulldog is what that is. Noah Wolf really starting to put the pressure on the other drivers, and up the inside, big lunge from Jared Clark, and he's going to have some pressure as Rocco Coronel takes to the grass. Andy Consani trying to go the long way round and get the move on Jarek Clark. It's not going to happen as Jakub Mikulev backs down from the move for the moment, waits for his opportunity. Sometimes you just need a couple of kart lengths to regroup and go for another try. Pistoia and Antonov up front. There's Mike Pachala in third from Filippo Sala. Sala is catching in big time with a new fastest lap. Do you know what? For me, Filippo Sala is absolutely the MVP. He's got a great chance here in the Junior World Championship. He and the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team have gelled beautifully since they've joined up. And this kid has got it going on home soil.
Yeah, he's got it going on, that's for sure, as he's getting close to Pachala. Watch out for the move as Christian Pistoia and Stepan Antonov still explaining each other. There he goes, the move for Salam Pachala. It was expected into the hairpin once again. Now the and one of the Le Club Alenox drivers, the 279 by the look of it, is going to trouble. I'll try to see who that is in an instant, but that means race DNF, yeah, the 279 it is. Unfortunately, that's Louis Castellini who's having to get out of his kart and wait by the sideline at the halfway through that junior qualifying race, unfortunately, as Jacopo Martinez put out the fastest lap out there in his bid to get ahead of Mick Pachala. This is the battle for P4 as about to be raging as we're back with the leaders. Christian Pistoia, the young Spanish sensation of the Junior World Championship so far. Christian Pistoia, who managed with the Parolin chassis up to 3 wins so far, and looking to add a 4th one to that. He needs to keep Stepan Antonov at bay for a couple of more laps. Here we go, lap number 6 out of 10. Antonov just reduced the gap to 3/10 of a second. With Filippo Sala indeed in a third position, not having, of course, a go at the victory in this one. 1.1 seconds is the gap between Antonov and Sala, and the young Italian, after putting so much work into getting away from Mick Pachala and Jacopo Martinez, of course, finds himself now a little bit on his own. 4/10 of a second down. It's no time to fall asleep just yet, because the Cotara Sport driver and Jacopo Martinez, as well as the rest of the field behind, will be looking to give him a hard time towards the end of that race. 3/10 is the gap between your two drivers on the screen. Pistoia looking to add a 4th victory to his tally. Stepan Antonov, who's not yet had a win in his qualifying races so far. Stepan Antonov so far who's had as one of his strongest results. He's currently P25 before this race. One of his strongest results was a 2nd and a 3rd place so far. 4th position as well for Antonov, who's been consistent on the wheel of his Car Republic machine. But he hasn't been enough so far, and he wants more, and he has a chance to grab that 1st victory. As we do have an investigation flag for Joseph Smith, the 305, that currently sits in P21st position. 11 positions climb for Joseph Smith. That might be the reason why. Going a little bit aggressive to the liking of the officials, but still a good recovery effort. 12 places gained as well for Wojciech Woda, as he was due to start from the last row of the grid after disastrous qualifying, but still a good effort for Wojciech Woda, who might have put half of his new set of tires. Again, talking about tires, we have seen actually such a diversity of strategies ever since the start of those qualifying races. Some strong names decided yesterday to go for half a fresh set already. Usually you tend to wait for the last few races in the afternoon on Saturday. Some of them were keen to put them on the Saturday morning already. So there is everything still left to play in the classification in both classes, with Jacopo Martinez again the fastest, and is keeping a close watch on Mike Pachala. Nothing is moving at the moment, but watch out for the move around the inside, and Martinez goes for it and makes his bit beautifully on the exit. Textbook move for Jacopo Martinez and Mike Pachala, and nowhere to go to try to counter-attack, but watch out, it's not done yet. The Cotara Sport driver and responds to the Italian in turn number 2 and 3. Back into position. The switch just made it happen, and going defensive onto the hairpin, turn number 5, and that's beautifully executed by Jacopo Martinez. He went for the long run on the exit, but switched position in the middle of the corner where Mike Pachala didn't expect him to go, and carrying a better momentum on the exit, he was able to make it stick. Martinez back into P4, Pachala having to do it all over again with the pressure of Noah Wolf this time around. The Leclerc driver trying to get close to Kotala at the wheel of his Gillard machine. One of the few Gillard chassis that we have here competing at the World Championship as part of the OTK group. Final lap, ladies and gents. The final lap for Christian Costoia. Stepan Antonov, Filippo Sala down in third, Jacopo Martinez in fourth, Marcus Pahala in P5, and Noah Wolf still having something to say in this race. Watch out for Filippo Sala, he just came back like a rocket ship on Stepan Antonov. This is a battle for second place. As Ethan Lennon put out the last fastest lap certainly of this race. Watch out for Stepan Antonov, can he actually hold on to that position? Filippo Sala is very threatening into the second sector, into the hairpin at turn number 10. Watch out because there won't be many attempts possible, just the one into the hairpin coming down to turn number 13. Filippo Sala was a push at the touch, then he goes around the inside and makes his move, but at what cost? Watch out on the exit, Stepan Antonov is side by side as well on the exit, but in the end, pushing him a little bit on the line, and Filippo Sala keeps that third position alive for just 35,000 of a second. What a move it was! Stepan Antonov still second. Filippo Sala stays where he is in P3. Wow, what a battle that was. Sala went for the try, having to, in the end, admit defeat and stays in P3 with just the tiniest of gap.
And now Filippo Sala is just 14 points adrift from Christian Costoia going into tomorrow. So Costoia takes the crucial victory, and of course with that, the lead of the points rankings. 274 points out of 300 for Christian Costoia. That is going to be hard to beat, and I'm fairly sure he knows how important that one was. In fact, looking through the points, I'm fairly sure that performance has just booked Christian Costoia pole position for tomorrow's semi-final. I don't see any other drivers in the rankings that can topple him from that position, because obviously with only 50 points available for a heat, the next driver to come out on the circuit is going to be Tame Soleil, and even if he wins, he'll be on 267, which is just 7 short. So Christian Costoia with that win has just guaranteed pole position for the super heat tomorrow. Stepan Antonov second from Filippo Sala, Jacopo Martinez and Mike Bacciala, Noah Wolf and Jared Clark, Zach Drummond in 8th place, Makar Savelev and Ethan Lennon in the top 10. From Jakub Mikulev, Tiziano Monza, Andy Consani and Rocco Coronel, then Alpak Soy, Boris Leisen, Vivek Kanthan and Kirill Ditiev. From Kit Bolowski, who made up 11 places, Lorenzo Campos and Kara Fiahand, Joseph Smith, who made up 10, Apo Timonen, Lucas Mora, Clara Kowalczyk, Morgan Knudsen and Wojciech Woda, Luke Korda, Kasper Bonda, Emilia Wichimierska and Georgi Zazov. The only other drivers were the retirements, Louis Castellini, Merla Marchand and Enzo Ninkota. Well, Christian Costoia, by my mathematics, has managed to make sure he is now unbeatable going into the heats tomorrow. He will be on the top spot as he shakes hands with his rival Filippo Sala. The two of them are actually very good friends, these two. But Christian Costoia has managed to guarantee that he will be in pole position for the super heats tomorrow. And Filippo Sala, currently on 260, is likely to be on pole for the other, depending on what happens to the rivals around them. So this is quite important. You could be looking at the two drivers that will be starting pole position for their super heats tomorrow. They'll certainly be up at the sharp end. And look at that, the sportsmanship between these two. That is wonderful to see. There's a few people in the other echelons of motor racing up above this that could take a lot of lessons from those two. Christian Costoia, Stepan Antonov and Filippo Sala, along with Jacopo Martinez and Mike Bacciala, the 5 big players in this race. Bigger problem for Morgan Knudsen, sadly. He would make up places through the rest of the race, though. And what a fabulous battle it has been in this particular encounter. Christian Costoia, 274, his points tally after the 6 races, 300 points available. He scores 274. Filippo Sala scores 260, and they now move up to get themselves into a very competitive position later. Now, Tame Soleil and David Cosma still have races to come, but even if they win their heat, Tame Soleil will finish on 267, Cosmo would finish 264, Dries van Langendonk would finish 262. So they cannot beat the points score set by Christian Costoia. He will be pole position for the super heats tomorrow. But of course, there is still another super heat pole up for grabs. Is Filippo Sala going to finish up on 260 and remain in a good position? Good work from Filippo Sala in this race. Really fought himself into a competitive position when it looked like it was going to be pretty tricky for him. So some great performances there from Filippo Sala to make his moves on his opponents. But it's Christian Costoia that gets the job done. Very unfortunate to see the retirement there for Louis Castellini, the Monegascan. But a great run from the man up top. Christian Castoya takes the victory, and with it, the superheat pole at the same time. Excellent work from Christian Castoya. Brilliant fight back from Filippo Sala as well. Good driving from Jacopo Martinese as well to finish up on 2:21. Mike Pachala finishes up on 2:20. So some good points tallies there from many drivers in the field. Noah Wolf actually finished up on 2:21, the same as Jacopo Martinese as well. So they'll be worth a watch tomorrow in the superheats. But a great performance from Christian Castoya. He will take the top spot in the superheats no matter what happens. Very forceful from Filippo Sala to try and get through there on Stepan Antonov. Antonov very much causing a bit of a roadblock there on the braking zone for the hairpin. Filippo Sala determined he was going to get him. Antonov did actually get him though for second place. Filippo Sala not prepared to wait around behind Antonov. Antonov would get the place back, so I think that's all fair in love and war. But Christian Castoya taking the victory, and a very crucial one at that. He scores superheat pole number 1. And there's just 2 junior races to come this afternoon. So that's going to be really exciting to finish up. Down in Parc Fermé is Guillaume Alvarez.
Thank you, Jake. As we're getting towards the end of what has been a long day of racing, Noah Wolf, P6 in your last seat. Strong results. You've been consistent all throughout your qualifying races. Has this day been up to your standards?
Yeah, it's been an amazing day. The team have worked really hard to get us to where we are at the minute. They've worked super hard to push forwards, and we've made a great step forward today.
Yeah, I can imagine. How about the tires? Have you been able to manage them? And what was the strategy on your side? Because we've seen so many different choices throughout the drivers.
Yeah, we went 2-new on the outside, but everyone went 2-new on the inside or outside. They all liked changing it up, but it was really, really enjoyable and really fun.
I'm sure you're making someone proud, Mr. Charles Leclerc. Of course, you're driving his chassis for Lennox Racing. Feeling happy about being at the World Championship, representing Britain?
Yeah, it's a really good feeling, representing my country and represent Charles Leclerc.
Fantastic. I do hope he's watching, even though I know he might be busy somewhere else in the world doing Formula One. But good word. Thank you very much, Noah Wolf, as we will keep your performance very, very close indeed until the end of the World Championship, with all the chances to shine here in Franciacorta.
A great effort from Noah Wolf and a great performance. It's going to be really exciting to see how that one continues. But there's still more to play for. Qualifying heat A versus E in the OK category is up next. And we'll get to see some good performances from Mark Dubnitsky, Louis Iglesias, and then Kia Nakamura, Roberto Renato Poulain. We'll also see Emanuele Olivieri and Kirill Kutskov going for the battle. Remember, every single race we see from here on in are drivers competing in their last qualifying heat. An absolutely sensational battle. So we will continue the battle as the contenders give us such a sensational battle on the course. So Mark Dubnitsky and Louis Iglesias having a great run in front of Kia Nakamura, Roberto Renato Poulain, Emanuele Olivieri and Kirill Kutskov, Kai Reliards along with Aaron Garcia, then Len Nige and Anatoly Kavalkin, Michael Lidier and Vasim Michailidis, Sebastian Kopping and Liverway Sam Budler, Suleiman Zanfari and Guillaume Bouzard, Kaspar Henriksen and Mark Kastelich, Max Popov and Matilda Pats from Stefano Batani and Karolina Vanchikova, Peter Agiv and Eduardo Dominguez, Preston Lambert and Nicola Nalati from Alex Sawyer, Riccardo Cirelli, Calvin Kunz, Guy Albag, Artur Valsort and Leonardo Cesaretti. 12 laps of the course once again in qualifying heat A versus E, as the drivers will want to put on another sensational battle. We'll get to see some more top talents in the grid for this one, as the contenders are gearing up for another good showcase, but we will continue to see what these drivers are capable of up at the sharp end. Mark Dubnitsky versus Louis Iglesias, the two CRG teammates, and they're going to have a whole host of talent behind them trying to get through. Kia Nakamura Roberto is there in third. He could steal the pole for Superheats. Let's go racing. He already gets in a second position. Emanuele Olivieri goes with him to get into third place. It's going to be a tough challenge through the first corner as a big start from Kai Reliards, and that's a spin at the back of the field. That is one of the Birolats. It's the 107 that's gone of Eduardo Dominguez. So I think that's very much game over, not just for this race, but also for the World Championship, and that's an off for one of the Tony karts further back in the pack as well. That looked to me like the 97 of Suleiman Zanfari, along with one of the CRGs dropping down the field. That's the 85 of Michael Lidier. So two of the names battling their way through. Oh, and a spin in the middle. One of the Forza Racing experts going around. Now that is very unfortunate. It's the 54 that has tangled into a spin there. So that is a big disaster, I'm afraid, for Guy Albag. So Alberghino, who's only just recently switched from the junior to the senior category mid-season, and it's game over for the Israel driver. What a shame.
Yeah, he won't go anywhere near, unfortunately, as he's about to reduce his race to a minimum on lap number 2, unfortunately, even though he tried to get going again. Kin Nakamura on the inside, beautifully made, for the win, potentially, at least for the lead for now, of Mark Dudinsky. Dudinsky very, very fast since he put fresh set off tires on his previous race. That made him go to P2. And once again, back into pace. Watch out for Len Nays. The Belgian driver is going for the bid as well. Outside of turn number 12, that is, all the way down to the hairpin. Allowing Kin Nakamura to go away, certainly build himself a bit of a gap. Len Nays keeps on battling outside of the hairpin. Watch out for the response, and he has to stay behind Mark Dudinsky. The pole sitter going from first to third, and Michael Eder from CRG, unfortunately, another one who sees his race reduced to the minimum. Having to go back to the scale, that will be DNF, unfortunately, for Michael Eder, who joins Eduardo Dominguez Espinosa and Guy Albag as well to the list of retired drivers. But the 64 is on your picture. Len Nays from Car Republic, having passed Mark Dudinsky, is the threat number 1 now to Kin Nakamura to prevent another win for Kin Nakamura. 3 wins so far for the Prema Racing driver. His teammate Enzo Tavanichkol just signed his first not so long ago, but for Kin Nakamura this is a big deal, of course, to try to build the gap lap after lap, because if he stays where he is, he might have very strong chances to snatch 1 or 2 pole positions up for grab for the superheat of the Euroclass class tomorrow. As it stands, he has a 12 points advantage on René Lammers in second. Arthur Paulin putting himself in P3 now in front of Carl and Dubinsky. But still, everything remains to be done in those in the senior classes with a couple of races left. After this one, we'll have another break, but stay with us because the OKN Junior will be back on track for the last qualifying heats of the day. And after that, we will have 4 more races. The last one, the most important for the junior and the class, with the D versus G and the C versus F groups to round things up for Saturday. Kin Nakamura half of a second now on Len Nays. And around the inside goes one of the CRGs. This is Louis Iglesias on Olivieri. Beautifully made on the Birla driver. And Louis Iglesias back into pace as well. Collected some strong results, the young Louis, and now finds himself into P4.
So Nakamura leading the way in fantastic fashion. Looking good to seal the points that he will need to be Superheat's winner. No problems at all for that. He'll overtake René Lammers' score with 285 if he gets the win in this one. 285 out of a possible 300. Nobody will be able to compete with that if Nakamura stays where he is. Not even Finn McLaughlin, who, if he got the victory, would end up on 278. That would be just 7 short of Kin Nakamura tally. So the win here for the Japanese driver will put him on pole for the first of the Superheats tomorrow. Up the inside comes the move from Louis Iglesias, gets his teammate Mark Dudinsky up into 3rd position for the Frenchman. And following in the clutches of the Belgian, Len Nays, as pulling into the pits to retire. That is Karolina Vanciakova, the Czech driver for the Oda Podbabska Skoda team on her X-Brit kart. So very unfortunate, but that's game over for her. Down to the braking zone to try and close up on Len Nays. Doing his best to win. Look at the gap that Nakamura has pulled on Len Nays. It's already over a second at this point in the proceedings, and Len Nays doing his best just to try not to fall too far into the clutches of Louis Iglesias and Mark Dubnitsky. And Tony Kavalkin is there in 5th position, having been the fastest man on the track for a while. Max Popov, however, has taken that accolade from him. Louis Iglesias going for a big lunge on Len Nays into the braking zone, and Louis Iglesias gets into 2nd place. That is very nicely handled indeed from the nephew of a world champion in gearbox. Louis Iglesias into 2nd place. That will definitely make his uncle proud.
Definitely so, as he keeps it in the family, in the Iglesias squad, that's for sure. After Yannick and Jeremy, Louis now making his family and friends very proud, I'm sure. Watching along on track, wherever you are on FIA Karting, back in France or anywhere in the world. The fastest lap for Kin Nakamura, 1.3 seconds almost on Louis Iglesias now, who sits in 2nd place. As around the inside goes Olivieri, isn't it, on Anatole Kavalkin? Yes, indeed, as the battle keeps on raging as well for the back. With Dudinsky and Louis Iglesias, watch out for the move on the inside. It was Anatoly Kavalkin on Lennace. The battles of the Paralympic drivers at the advantage of last year's junior European champion. Kavalkin in P4 at the pursuit of that Mark Dudinsky. Dudinsky who's really picked up the pace ever since he put out the fresher tires one race ago, and now he will be on his way, if he stays like that, to another top 3 finish. Last stop again for Luis Iglesias. Can he actually try to make the connection with Kin Nakamura? Still a long way to go. 1.2 seconds and not so many laps remaining before the checkered flag. As we keep our focus on Olivieri, Emmanuel Olivieri, the Pirelli driver, the 37, being chased by Kirill Kutskov, who was handed a victory on a silver plate earlier today after the drama incident between Tavares and Gomez. Gabriel Gomez, you guys heard him at the interview, wasn't so happy about his tussle with Enzo, and the fact especially that he couldn't get the gap down to 0 in the race that follows. On the inside goes 81, beautifully made by a Krampen on Maximilian Popov. That was a move for P2 between the 2 KR drivers, as Luis Iglesias once again put out another fastest lap, but still not quite able to shake up the determination and stability of Kin Nakamura in the lead.
So the battles continue. It's getting a little bit hectic in the middle of this gaggle because several drivers have ended up falling their way down the field. Look at Arthur Poulain, all the way down there in 22nd position, having initially been right up at the sharp end. Kai Rilliarts has lost a lot of ground as well, all the way down to 18th. So it's gone horribly, horribly wrong for Arthur Poulain in this particular qualifying heat. That doesn't give him any chance at all of a decent finish to his score, and it actually knocks him out of various positions. So he's now down behind Kavalkin, looking at 237 points on his tally. It makes it up to 239, so that's now level with what Kavalkin has done, but that's definitely not where Arthur Poulain wanted to be, and that could cause him a major headache by the end of the final race later today. But certainly for Kin Nakamura, no major problems. He's only going to drop 15 points here, and considering that he's been chasing that win on the road for a good 3 seasons now in the FIA Karting Championships, what better way to do it than his final karting meeting? Up on the inside comes Kirill Kutskov, dives in on Len Nige, gets the overtaking move, and that puts him up into 5th position in behind the Paralympic of Anatoly Kavalkin with 2 laps to go, and Len Nige looking hungry to retaliate, whilst also Emmanuel Olivieri is going to have to work hard to keep back the South African driver, Liverway Sam Budler.
And you've seen briefly the mechanics on the bridge by the side of the track, and no, they're not actually producing the language of the deaf, but actually signaling the drivers about advice and strategy and how to place their car, when to overtake, when to go for the move, when to get your foot down to the throttle, when to pace yourself a little bit. The advice for the mechanics, this is of course through the gestures, through the language of the hands, and certainly a language that of course those mechanics have been mastering over the years, and it doesn't take much for the drivers to have the proper signal from the sideline of the track, and it's always fascinating to follow those mechanics giving them advice and strategy. As someone was lost onto the track, I don't know if you caught that in the picture as well, but we saw something briefly going loose from one of the chassis over there. It was something in plastic by the look of it, but doesn't seem to be a consequent piece of material, but in the middle of the racing line onto the fast start-finish straight. As it felt like one of those plastic tear-up that the F1 drivers can actually remove from their helmet, which is not the case here for karting, but nothing to worry about.
Well, certainly nothing to worry about for this man. He checks over his shoulder, double checks, and makes sure that Luis Iglesias is several kart lengths behind him. As here comes Kin Nakamura out of the final turn. That'll do nicely, and he will book himself pole position for tomorrow's Superheat. A very important race win for Kin Nakamura on the Prema, his 4th win of the week out of 6 qualifying heats, and that guarantees him pole position for the first Superheat tomorrow. Kin Nakamura is on the march to make Japan a first karting world champion in the senior category. An opportunity that will not go squandered by Kin Nakamura. He has come so close to winning on the road in a final so many times in his career. He was gifted the World Championship to a certain extent in the Junior World Championship final at Campillos in 2021. He was still a deserving champion, but he had to finish second on the road to do it, and then be inherited the win. He was European champion last year by consistency, always staying in the top positions, managing to bring home more points than any of his rivals. This year, He is determined. He wants to win the World Championship by being the best driver in the world. He doesn't want to be gifted it. He doesn't want to be handed it. He wants to take it for himself. And he's in the best possible position ever to do that here in Franciacorta. Kia Nakamura-Berta takes the win from Louis Iglesias and Mark Dymnitsky. Kavalkin and Kutskov from Len Nyes and Emanuele Oliveri. Then Liverway Sambudler and Aaron Garcia ahead of Sebastian Kalpeng and Guillaume Bouzard. Popov ahead of Kasper Henriksen. Kai Rilliards in 14th ahead of Matilda Pats. 16th position going the way of Peter Agiv, and then the American driver Preston Lambert ahead of Italy's Riccardo Cirelli, making up 10 places in the Pantano. Then Artur Polain all the way down in 19th in front of Mark Kastelich, and then it's Suleiman Zadfari dropping to 21st, unfortunately, in front of Alex Sawyer. Then Vasi Michalaidis, Nico Lanalati, Calvin Kunz, Artur Valsort and Leonardo Cesaretti. So a big congratulations to the Vietnamese driver Alex Sawyer, who in his last karting race, certainly for a while, because he won't have made the semi-finals tomorrow, but his last karting race before he goes to Indian F4 next month, he manages to finish up in 22nd place, 5 places ahead. Well done to the Vietnamese driver. The retirements, Stefano Padani, Karolina Vanchikova, Michael Leder and Eduardo Dominguez, as well as Guy Albag. They are the retirements from that particular race. But Kia Nakamura-Berta books himself into pole position for the first superheat. Excellent work from the Japanese driver. As you can see, everybody trying to get a decent vantage point around the circuit here at Franciacorta, and a lot of cyclists just on the road realizing that this is actually quite a big event going on and stopping to watch. The replay continues on of the highlights of each race. Bit of a moment there. I'm not quite sure what happened to the number 107 of Eduardo Dominguez, but certainly something going wrong on the very first lap. I think that was more of an engine seize than a crash, and there were problems galore. Several drivers having the problem. Suleiman Zanfari going a little bit wide there on the opening lap and dropping all the way to the back of the field, sadly. Similar fate for Michael Leder in the CRG. And then further around the first lap, we had Guy Albag being spat off the road, desperately trying to recover. Kia Nakamura-Berta, though, getting his move on Mark Dymnitsky. Didn't take long, didn't need a second invitation. And from there on in, it was just a perfect run. Good run from Len Nyes as well to get himself up into the top echelons. He wouldn't stay there, sadly, because once he got past Mark Dymnitsky, several other drivers would make their bid to charge forward and catch up, and several drivers would get the chance to cement that position as the race battles continued on. But certainly good to see Louis Iglesias giving himself a good shot. Got himself past Len Nyes and then disappeared into the distance. Dymnitsky would get through as well, so too sadly for Len Nyes would Kavalkin and Kirill Kutskov. But it's a great result for the man up front, Kia Nakamura-Berta, cementing his role at the front end of this field and scoring the points he needs to be the pole position sitter in the big show tomorrow morning, the first of our super heats. So Kia Nakamura-Berta for Japan, looking good. Thumbs up, he knows he's got the job done. That's an important one for the Prema driver. He can be very happy and very satisfied with his efforts so far on the Kart Republic chassis. The member of the Alpine Academy, of course, Kia Nakamura-Berta. So this is an important one for him to get right, which is exactly what he's done. And he is already 12 points clear of René Lammers, who got such a good score from earlier on. So it looks like it's just going to continue in fine style. So let us head down to the Parc Fermé once again, where Guillaume Alvarez is there waiting.
And I'm here with Kia Nakamura-Berta, ladies and gents, our first official pole sitter in the OK class. Well done to you, Kia. Mathematically, you cannot be beaten for the overall lead, so that means you get the maximum points, the leadership on Saturday, the confidence and pole position for the Superheat A. So how do you feel?
I feel good. Feel confident after today and yesterday. It's been, other than the qualifying, everything else has been working our way, and we'll see in the superheat. I've done half of the job I needed to do this weekend, and just tomorrow I guess I have to finish the job, and I hope to bring that first place trophy back, but yeah, just fingers crossed really.
It's funny that you're mentioning half of the job done, and even though you've been through qualifying 6 races, and today you only have 2 left, but the most important ones and the hardest ones certainly.
Yeah, I mean, tomorrow dictates everything. It's what we've been working for this past week, and I think what everyone was aiming for this whole year. Yeah, the European Championship is, yes, a championship you really want to win. I won it last year, and it's a great feeling to win. But the World Championship is just something special and different. It's the World Championship, and to be able to call yourself World Champion of that year is just an amazing feeling.
And that amazing feeling, you've had it in the past, of course, not only as European champion, but world champion 2 years ago. So at this point in the weekend, in what sort of mental spirit do you find yourself in? What sort of mood at this point, knowing that you've done everything you needed to?
Of course, I'm happy, and I feel confident, like I said before, but I know that I have to keep cool, just keep focused for tomorrow, and after the race, after the final, that's when I can celebrate and give off all my emotions. But for now, I have to stay relaxed, focused, and we'll see after the final.
Good stuff. Thank you very much, Kin Nakamura-Berta. Good luck tomorrow. This will be the big one, ladies and gents. And this young man, Kin Nakamura-Berta, will be on pole for the superheat. Half of the job is done, but the biggest day awaits.
He will have an awful lot of support back home in his 3 different homes, of course, in Japan, in Slovakia, and in the United Kingdom. Such incredible heritage for young Kin Nakamura-Berta. As you can see, there is another grid waiting to go out onto the circuit. So we can give you a bit of a rundown as to what we've got for the rest of the day. We just got 6 races to go in this afternoon's campaigns. We have the OKN and OKNJ qualifying heats coming up first. It will actually be the NJ qualifying heat that comes out onto the circuit just before the OKN National Championship race. And then we will have the juniors, the OKs, the juniors and the OKs once again for groups D versus G and then C versus F. Once those races have concluded, we will know the 72 drivers in both the OK and junior classes that will remain to play for the World Championship tomorrow. There'll be a lot of disappointed drivers, almost 50 in the senior category, over 50 in the juniors. But everybody will still get the same chance to play and have a fantastic battle. There's still 6 races to go, and the road to the OKN World Cup is up next.
Ready, steady, go. Ooh, this is gonna be smooth.
3, 2, 1, dropping.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome if you're joining us for the first time here live on FIAKarting.com, Motorsport TV, and all over the world on numerous channels to get you completely covered for the Mondokart.com FIA Karting World Championship. And for the first time, along with the OK and the OK Junior classes, we have 2 new additions with the OKN Junior and the OKN. The new entry to international karting to the FIA Karting classes as a new concept brought to life and presented to the world for the first time last year in Sarno at the World Championship. Now, this is the first season when these 2 classes come into play in different national championships, with Italy being one of the strongest supporters of this new initiative by the FIA Karting Federation. as we have here the Road to the World Cup 2024 taking place for the first time. We had qualifying heats this morning, at the end of the morning to be specific, and now we have 2 more qualifying heats, each one by class, and that's done a lot, certainly, starting with the junior category of the OKN, the new N3, and the new package presented by the FIA Karting Federation for the drivers on national and international level, and the occasion for many youngsters to go from the mini class to the OKN on their way to the junior and UK category, and maybe a brilliant and fruitful career in motorsport. Here's the starting grid for the OKN. Qualifying heat number 2, Dean Orgendorn, the young Dutchman, will be starting from pole position and more than willing to emulate his performance in the opening qualifying heat that he won fair and square. Dean Orgendorn will have the threat of GC Phillips, the British driver, by his side, with Kais Aziza as well as Iskander Zulfikari sharing the second row of the grid. And those two, well, there was a bit of a drama in the opening series as they came together, leading to the DNF of Iskander Zulfikari. And the result certainly not up to his liking to Kais Aziza. Asher Osten, Alex Molota, Andrea Marcella, Gino Roccio, and the rest of the grid. And we're not going racing just yet. Here we go for one extra lap. We've had many of them today and yesterday in all classes all together. So it gives once again a strong sign of how difficult nailing actually your starting procedures can be, especially for the pole sitters that having to pace everybody down, but some of the drivers further back need to find themselves into the corridors in the respective positions. In the rest of the grid, we have Alex Molota, Andrea Marcella, Gino Rocchio, Felipe Reis, Bruno Greek, Vanessa Silcunete, Anna Filotto, as well as Gianmato Russo, Giacomo Gusto, Davide Mizzoni, Paolo Tizzano, Bosco Arias, Giovanni Toso, Billy Jordan van Steveren, Jordan François Kerrol, Christian Tonalini, Filippo Donanzan, Alfio Sardo Salvatori, Thomas Macedo, as well as Davide Iannone, Eliasoin, Luca Esposito, Pietro Lilli, Giuseppe Papillo, Giuseppe Piccolo, Stanislav Giglio, as well as Kevin Battistoni, Samuele Sottile, Alessandro Caria, Clelia Sodù, and Marchiara Nardelli. This is round number 2 in the OKN junior category, and some of them, of course, have been performing through different ranks and classes over the years and find themselves for the first time in the FIA Karting World Championship. This time it's a good one. Green, green, green. We're racing for the second time in the OKN junior class into the first sector. Turn number 1, 2, and 3. Not so much trouble for anybody actually. The field going through in one go on the turn number 5. And I think it was once again a cracking start from the pole sitter. Yes, indeed, Dean Orgendorn, driving for the AKM Antonelli Motorsport Racing Team. Giacomo Antonelli, who made the trip to Franciacorta to witness the performances of his different drivers involved, not only in the newly introduced OKN categories, but in their drive as well. A new team in karting, AKM, that is focusing at the moment on the Italian Championship and different classes on this very country. And we have a bit of a trouble, and one driver, 2 drivers may be coming together. I see only one that's been stuck by the fence over there and is not happy at all. We can easily understand why, and I think that we've lost indeed. It was Macchiara Nardelli and Clelia Sodù coming together by the look of it, and we have lost one of them, unfortunately. As we'll get back to that in a minute, as the battles keep raging in the upper part of the field, still very much glued together. Some of the drivers trying to find a bit of space to make their way forward into that always very shaky field. Those first few qualifying heats were shaky already, but it was enough in the end for Dean Orgendorn, to make his bid and win with 0.7 of a second from GC Phillips and Felipe Reis, with the race P3 of this opening race in front of, at the time, Asher Olstein and Andrea Marcella. But now, let's see who will be able to make his bid as a run inside of turn number 2. GC Phillips on Aziza, beautifully made, as Aziza has something to be forgiven for, as unfortunately for him, his first race for Kais Aziza, the Swiss driver, didn't go according to plan. He crossed the line in the end, very, very far away into the classification. It was in the P11, but he had tumbled down past the P15 position after coming together with Iskander Zulfikari. We had a 5-second penalty for Bosco Arias into that opening heat, won by Dean Orgendorn, as we said. GC Phillips was P2 from Felipe Reis, Asher Ochstein, Andrea Marcella, and Bruno Grieg. Only 2 qualifying heats, that's all they have, those drivers in both the OK and OK Junior, to establish the starting grid for the pre-final that will be taking place tomorrow before the big finale of the OK and the Junior category. And a little bit of a different schedule and system of things for those new categories. We will have as well what we used to call, of course, pre-final. We call them the superheat, a new addition to the FIA Karting format for the second season running. Felipe Reyes, the Dutchman, is putting the fastest lap, and the 5:88, unfortunately, having nothing else to do in this race. And for Salvatore Sardo, the Italian, who was running in a strong P16, climbing 7 places. This is already game over, unfortunately, for him. And we didn't get to see, unfortunately, what happened there. But this is DNF, another one in this race. This is the 4th DNF, joining Pietro Lilli, Celia Sodu, and Maria Chiara Nardelli. As in the meantime, Dean Orgendorn, the Dutch driver, is leading the way for 0.3 of a second. We are here with the 5:85. This is a little bit further back. Reyes, one of the fastest on track, Felipe Reyes, as Asher Ostein just took the fastest lap in 50.1. But in the lead, JC Phillips is still very much glued to the leader, the British driver. Of course, a very familiar name through the mini classes on the international karting level for the past few seasons. He has been a multiple cadet and mini title winner in Britain and Europe over the years. And JC Phillips is ready to give a hard time to Dan Orgendorn on the way to turn number 13. That hairpin where we've seen countless overtaking maneuvers all throughout the day and yesterday in all classes involved at the World Championship. JC Phillips on his way to turn number 2, missing a little bit of a pace into the M3, not quite able to make the commitment to take the lead. As Kaisa Ziza and Zulfikari explaining each other. This is pretty much the same positions, the same situation that we had at the opening qualifying heat between those two. Aziza in third position, Zulfikari further back, and ended in tears, unfortunately, in the opening race. Let's see this time around as the team driver, racing car driver, is putting the fastest lap in the race, trying to respond to his opponent. As we keep following the battle for the lead as well. Around the inside of the hairpin, the door was open, and JC Phillips only waited for this opportunity to dive through to take the lead. This is done for the moment, but halfway through that race, lap number 7 out of 12. There's still a lot of time on the hands of Dan Orgendorn. As for the back, the move was not quite made yet for Zulfikari. Still observing Aziza, very, very close indeed, those two. And look who's coming close as well. We have Ostein, the driver that was starting on 5th of the grid and still 5th in the proceedings. Coming close, only 0.4 of a second on Iskander Zulfikari. That's going to be an interesting one because by the look of it, JC Phillips, ever since he took the lead, not quite able to shake up the order and build enough of a gap for himself. And that could lead to a 5-driver battle coming towards the end of that race. With Dan Orgendorn not quite comfortable because we thought, and he thought at some point, that it could have an easy lead and really get away with JC Phillips. But if the 3 behind, Aziza Zulfikari and Ostein taking P4, can work together at some point. That might be actually the end of the hopes for the drivers in front, as the 509, unfortunately, Filippo Danazan is having to retire, joining the marshals on the sideline. That's quite unfortunate for him. Another DNF in the second qualifying heat of the OKN Junior category. Bosco Arias picking up the fastest lap in the race, as the battle for the lead and victory potentially between JC Phillips and Dan Orgendorn is far from over. Dan Orgendorn, of course, one of the most successful mini drivers in Italy for the past 2 years, proud to represent the AKM Motorsport colors. While JC Phillips is represented the Kinix driver performance team at the wheel of Car Republic Machines. As so is Zulfikari on the back in P3, the most successful mini racer from Turkey. Zulfikari holding on to his third position with 0.8 of a second now that he has on Einstein. And Kaya Ziza, unlike what we had in the opening race, has lost all touch to Zulfikari, trying to get close to Einstein for the battle for P4. And we have in the rest of the classification in P7, Felipe Reyes from Gino Rocchia, Giacomo Giusto, and Bosco Arias climbing 7 places up to P10. Bosco Arias putting up another fastest lap into this qualifying heat. Looking at our recoveries, Giacomo Giusto in P9, 5 places gained, 5 places as well for Paolo Fizzano in P11, 6 places up for Christian Tonalini in P15, P16 and 4th place is gained for Franciacorta. And further back in the classification, we have as well Giuseppe Piccolo climbing 7 places up to 23rd. A lot of good recovery efforts from some of the protagonists of that category. That has seen a good number of drivers in total, 36 of full grid coming to Franciacorta for the first event of the Road to the World Cup. 36 in junior, as 39 in the OKN, almost 70 drivers for the first appearance of those two classes in the FIA Karting World Championship event. And now it seems like Dan Ogendorm might have some pace left to try to switch position with GC Phillips. Still 0.2 of a second, very much on equal footing between the two Car Republic drivers. And we go for lap number 11, that is. So not a lot of time remaining for Dan Ogendorm to try to go for the move. Gulfikari in the meantime very much on his own. Ochstein is coming close as well, only 0.2 of a second between the 3rd and the 4th. That's going to be an interesting one as well. Aziza and Greek, 5th and 6th respectively, have managed actually to pick up some pace in the last few laps. So the gap have pretty much come to 0. That's going to be an interesting bit. As you can see, the fastest on track, Asher Ochstein, the Italian, running strong in P4. And he won't, of course, be happy about this one. And once more, and so once more, Dan Ogendorm had the opportunity to take a second win in a row. GC Phillips at this point looking over his shoulder, trying to gain some pace as we're on the final lap of that second qualifying heat. Very defensive into turn number 2 and 3. GC Phillips not quite comfortable just yet to release the throttle. Dean Ogendorm, he sees the opportunity, of course. He knows that it's still possible to try to shake things up, make a difference, but where to pass? He was going to have one more opportunity. He won't come into turn number 9 and 10. Might not come into turn number 11 either, even though we've seen overtaking happening for the past few races. We've been coming here. There's one last shot, one last spot, and this is the one, the hairpin, the last corner before the straight. Watch out for the move on the outside. They're going to try to switch positions, but I think that GC Phillips is carrying enough momentum to see the checkered flag in first place. It's going to be photo finish between the two. Who's going to win? This is GC for 600 of a second on the line. That's the sort of finish that we like in karting, and there have been countless of them, not only between the drivers fighting at the front, but all throughout the upper part of the field. And thanks to that hairpin in turn number 13, all the way down to the lowest point of the track. But what a hot spot that has been in terms of maneuvers. And once again, Dan Ogendorm came close, but just for 61,000 of a second. Maybe would have needed a little bit of extra meters or one more lap to really seal the deal. But GC Phillips will be the winner number 2 in the OKN junior category. Dan Ogendorm, winner of the qualifying heat number 1. GC Phillips responding in qualifying heat number 2. But with that result in the bag, since GC Phillips actually was second in the opening race, with Dan Ogendorm having the pole position in qualifying practice, that means that the Dutchman will get to start the pre-final in the lead from pole position on the inside. So this is a job well done for both Dean Ogendorm and GC Phillips, doing the maximum that they could with a win in a second. But in that case, on equal results, this is the results in qualifying practice that make the difference to the advantage of Dean Ogendorm in the OKN G category. GC Phillips, Dean Ogendorm, Iskender Zulfikari, your top 3 from Bruno Grink, Felipe Reis, Bosco Arias, Giacomo Giusto, Gino Roccio. 9th place for Kais Aziza from Andrea Macella, Paolo Tizzano, Asher Ochstein, all the way down to P12, unfortunately, after such a strong pace that he has demonstrated in the first race and in this race again. And we have Alex Molota, P13 from Christian Tonalini, François Kerdol, Vanessa Silcunetti. 17th place for Anna Filotto from Giovanni Toso, Davide Mizoni, Gianmato Russo, and outside of the top 20 we have Billy Van Staveren, Antonio Macedo, Giuseppe Piccolo, Davide Iannone, Luca Esposito, Giuseppe Papillo, Alessandro Caria, Salvatore Stanislas Giglio, Elias Wayne, Samuele Sotile, as well as Kevin Battistoni. A couple of drivers that we lost through the process of that race, with Maria Chiara Nardelli, Gela Sodu, Pietro Lilli, and Salvatore Sardo, as well as Filippo Donazan having to step out of that qualifying heat. Here's a look back at what happened with our future driver in second place, Dean Orgendorn, having the best lap and get away from pole position. But it went pretty much decent for all the drivers into that open lap and first section, as Dean Orgendorn was doing what he does best, leading and not having anyone contesting his supremacy in the early stage of the race. But JC Phillips this time around was quite close enough in the opening laps to launch an attack. He wasn't so much into the opening race, won by 7/10 of a second by Dean Orgendorn. This time around, JC Phillips made his bit around the inside of the number 13 that hairpin. That has proved to be so efficient for so many drivers, as a couple of them fell through that qualifying heat, the 509 of Filippo Donazzano, unfortunately one of the many Italian drivers competing in those two classes. Italy, as we said, having welcomed those two new categories in the Italian Championship. And these are the best drivers of the national series of that season, as well as some of the Italian Zone Cups that have been selected to compete at the highest level. But in the end, there was no contesting for JC Phillips, just 61,000 of a second onto the line. One last kick of the throttle for Dean Orgendorn. He would have missed certainly an extra 2 meters to make a difference on the line, but this is 1 and 2 for JC Phillips, 1 and 2 as well for Dean Orgendorn. But with the pole position, he will be starting from pole for the pre-final that will be taking place tomorrow, as we're going to have a short break, and coming up straight is the OKN qualifying heat number 2, and then we'll be back for another set, the last one of qualifying series for the junior and the OK class, the last ones for the group D, G, C and F. Stay with us.
So after the performance from the OKNJ drivers, great to see JC Phillips taking the victory from Dean Orgendorn and Iskender Zulfikari, the Turkish driver. We'll get to see all three of them in action again tomorrow, of course, for their pre-final, which will be taking place at roughly 10:30 local time. That will be televised, of course, so very exciting to see how that is going to continue. We're going to get to see the pre-final at 10:05, my apologies, for the junior category, and then it will be, no, 10:10, I'll get that right eventually. 10:35 is when the pre-final for the OKN will get underway, and then we'll actually get their proper races underway at 1:55 and 2:35 local time. That'll be a nice preview and a nice warm-up for the World Championship itself. Meanwhile, we're going to continue on with the OKN category race itself. Francesco Marenghi and Nicolas Tomasella once again will be on the front row of the grid for this one. The race 1 winner earlier on, Antonio Apicella, will be the one who comes through to start from 3rd on the grid, and then it will be Lamberto Ferrari, Federico Rossi and Alex Mercado that will give chase behind them. No major catastrophes and certainly no shocks as the drivers pitch themselves into a solid performance and a good battle around the course. But it'll be a really nice situation for all of the contenders as they put on a great display here at the course once again. And this is obviously taking us one race closer to the first ever Road to the World Cup OKN and OKNJ finals. So it'll be fascinating to see how they continue that tomorrow. The fans in the stands obviously taking a bit of a breather themselves as well, because some of them are obviously here to watch the Road to World Cup. Others of them are here to watch the big show, the World Championship, all taking part within the same race meeting. Massive thank you as well, and a grazie ragazzi to all of the marshals around the course. Without them, we cannot have motor racing of any kind at all around here at the course, and they've been at it at the very start of the day since 7:30 when the first warm-ups took place. They've been taking it in stints and rotation, making sure that everybody is well rested and well looked after and catered for out there on the course. But it's great to see everybody still with that huge amount of passion and devotion to the sport, and well prepared to give themselves a good battle out there on the course, both as passionate marshals but also as motor racing enthusiasts. The 1-minute board goes up as we prepare for Francesco Marenghi and Nicolas Tomasella to head out onto the course for the OKN qualifying heat number 2. The first race earlier on today was won by Antonio Apicella, of course. He was able to come through and get the victory. And then in the second race, of course, it ended up working out the way of, well, it's about to work out the way of whoever we're going to find out to come through for the victory. We've obviously had the 2 junior races, and there were a winner piece for Dean Orgendorn of the Netherlands, and now just recently JC Phillips of Great Britain. Now we'll get to see who is going to follow Antonio Apicella into the winner's dais. Of course, we may end up with somebody completely different, and that's definitely going to shake things up as far as the classification is concerned going into the qualifying heats. But it'll be 2 heats plus a pre-final and then the final tomorrow afternoon. Off we go then, Francesco Marengi and Nicolas Tomasella sending out onto the course for the first time. It's going to be a really exciting battle for everybody as Antonio Apicella and Lamberto Ferrari, I should say, will take up residence on the second row. So Francesco Marengi and Nicolas Tomasella, Antonio Apicella and Lamberto Ferrari, Federico Rossi and Alex Mercado from Robin Sarg and Maxime Gelly, Filippo Parmigiani and Eric Christian Nash, Federico Albanese and Bati Yildirim, Gabriel Foix and Giacomo Maman, Eduardo Rivera and Troy Snyman from Nicolas Vostanis and Alessandro Cocozza, Aisa Cebi and Giulio Goliveri from Matteo Giottotti and Nico Zafiris, Giuseppe Capuano and Simone Virelli from Matteo Bori and Silvio Calza, Roberto Nali and Eduardo Momonelli from Gianmarco Cortopassi, Lorenzo Poletti, Eduardo Leo, Pietro Santilli and Julian Leo. So, once again, a fabulous situation for all of the contenders. We're going to have a fascinating duel for all of the competitors as we are racing in a fantastic fashion once again in the OKN final later tomorrow. But certainly for the moment, it's going to be a great battle for all of the contenders as they get themselves into a strong run. So let's see how it goes from the start. Can Francesco Marengi and Nicolas Tomasella give us a clean start out of the final turn? Certainly looks as though it could be. Are we going to go racing straight away? We do. Out off to the first corner goes Francesco Marengi. Antonio Apicella immediately squeezes through into second place as the field squirts its way through on the first hairpin. A spin! One of the paralins going around there. That is the 486 that pirouettes. That is Aisa Cebi. So Aisa Cebi has unfortunately spun around the Turkish driver. Manages to get going again without stalling the kart. So he will now drop to the back of the field. 2 more karts going wide on the far side of the course. That is unfortunate for the 483 and the 434. So 2 karts together. That is Troy Snyman along with the 434 kart of Simone Virelli. So 3 drivers then coming off on the first lap in various degrees of difficulty. Out in the lead, that looks to be Antonio Apicella already. I think Apicella's got through. Maxime Gelly's going to get 2 into 1 here. Squeezes through past Alex Mercado at the expense of the 407 of Lamberto Ferrari on the Formula K. But Apicella leads Rossi and then Marengi and Maxime Gelly up in 4th position. Diving up the inside, that was never going to work for Alex Mercado, the Andorran. Just about keeping it on the road. Unfortunately for Maxime Gelly, he does not lose 4th position. Federico Rossi, meanwhile, is taking on Antonio Apicella. So Francesco Marengi is there in 3rd position. Stay close to these two because you never know, you might pick up the lead. Federico Rossi hunting down the leader, Antonio Apicella. There's the move. Beautifully done from Federico Rossi. Absolutely textbook. Not a lot that Antonio Apicella could do about that one. There's been an incident further back. I think that is, I think that's Alex Mercado has come off the road. No, sorry, it's Giacomo Maman and Gabriele Foix. So it's the other member of the TB Kart operation. So Giacomo Maman, the 430, has come off the race circuit. Now diving up the inside. That is Federico Rossi trying to keep back Apicella. Marengi gets through to try and force the issue again. And Francesco Marengi is now going to try and make his bid to get up the inside of Federico Rossi. They're going to go side by side, and Marengi takes the lead. Very nicely handled indeed there by Francesco Marengi. He gets into the lead of this race then in front of Federico Rossi. 3rd position for Antonio Apicella. Just hanging in there in 3rd position. Then there's a bit of a gap back to Gelly and Tomasella. Lamberto Ferrari is then next up in front of Alex Mercado, Filippo Parmigiani and Batti Yildirim. Here's the move for the lead. Rossi gets through on Marengi and Maxime Gelly gets through on Antonio Apicella. Great racing in the road to the World Cup. Out of the final turn, and that is Alex Mercado. Oh no, I apologise. I've done it again. That is once again the 430. That is the TB car of Alex Mercado's teammate. So that is the 430 of Giacomo Maman. He's out of the race along with Giulio Olivieri. Maxime Gelly, 3rd position. Now hunting down Francesco Marengi. Currently, Antonio Apicella still looking to be the race winner in terms of the points scored. So he would still be pole for the pre-final. As up the inside, that was cheeky from Lamberto Ferrari. Dives in up the inside of Nicola Tomasella. And now Marengi, look, he's having to go defensive to Maxime Gelly. Gelly dives, gets the move. Antonio Apicella gets through as well. So Maxime Gelly through in a 2nd position. driving a beautiful race on his Sodi in second position, and now he has got Antonio Apicella with him for company. Apicella's going to go for the move, gets through in a second place. So Apicella back into P2, trying to chase down Federico Rossi, who obviously had a 5th place earlier on in the race, so he would quite gladly take the win. But Antonio Apicella doesn't have to panic too much if he's in second position, because that'll be good enough for him to be on pole for the pre-final tomorrow. So still some good battles as everybody is mixing it up, and Antonio Apicella wants the win. Marengi dives in on Maxime Gély, and it looks as though Lamberto Ferrari wants a piece of this as well. So Lamberto Ferrari trying to work his magic up the inside. They're all going to hug the inside line. Gély going to try and squeeze through, hasn't been able to do so. Watch out for Nicolas Tomasella off the hairpin. He runs right round the outside of the 407. They come up to contact, and wheels go in the air. Incredibly, they land it. And Tomasella, is somehow only able to lose out to Mercado and Parmigiani, but doesn't crash out of the race. How close was that? We definitely need to see a replay of that one if we can. But that was a frightening moment for Nicolas Tomasella, who almost flipped up on the main straight. It just shows you the determination of the likes of Lamberto Ferrari, as that was very tricky. Now, Apicella leads Rossi, Marengi, Gély, and Lamberto Ferrari. Here comes Lamberto Ferrari, having a look for Maxime Gély, who goes very deep on the brakes in the hairpin, trying to keep his position. Rest of the field just working its way through. No major catastrophes on this particular occasion. So everybody works their magic through. But Apicella still having a very solid race of it in front of Rossi and Marengi from Maxime Gély and Lamberto Ferrari. So the competitors continue to work their way through. A great race so far from Gianmarco Cortopassi, who finds himself with the fastest lap of the race. He's currently in 19th position, made up 10 places. He's definitely coming good after the difficulties of qualifying. Let's have a look at that. Out of the final turn, and look, 2 wheels in the air from Nicolas Tomasella. He was so lucky he didn't flip that. Manages to land it. Unfortunately, both Alex Mercado and Filippo Maggiani managed to avoid him, and they both overtake. But Tomasella recovers in 8th place, but thank goodness he can still keep driving. Now there is the 407 of Lamberto Ferrari trying to go the long way around Francesco Marengi to move up a position or two. But certainly for the moment, Antonio Apicella looking pretty comfortable in the lead of this race, with Federico Rossi and Francesco Marengi both looking to tie on the points scored from these heats. It would be 2 wins for Apicella, and it would be 7 points apiece for Marengi and Rossi if it were to stay like this. So certainly Antonio Apicella putting himself into the best possible position to take advantage of the opportunities afforded him. It's going to be tricky to hold things together. So, very tricky. Still, the drivers battle on in position. So they continue to run in close proximity. Apicella, Rossi, Gély, Marengi, Ferrari, and Filippo Parmigiani. Here comes the dive up the inside from the Ital course. That is Federico Albanese trying to get his move up the order, and manages to make the overtake there on Battaglia del Rim. Some good moves. They continue to move their way further forward. That's actually Erika Nash has got through on Battaglia del Rim on the Ital course machine. So still they swing through. Apicella, Rossi, Gély, Marengi, Ferrari and Parmigiani. But Maxime Gély trying his best to battle away with Federico Rossi. Rossi's trying to get the bid on the inside of the Frenchman. And Maxime Gély definitely holding the pace at the moment. They go off the turn. Back into position once more. Federico Rossi trying to make his bid. They want to make too big a gamble too early into this one. Lamberto Ferrari in 5th position on the Formula K chassis, working his magic in behind Francesco Marengi in the red and white parallel. Move to the left. That's out of 5 and into 6, and then up to the square left-hander, into the square right-hander, sorry, at 7. In through 8, in through 9, tighten up. Good overtaking point into 9. Pretty much keep the throttle open for most of the lap. You don't really need to be on the brakes at this point. You can just blip the throttle. And certainly for Antonio Apicella, this is a great race continuing on in its course. Maxime Gély, fastest man on track. Here come Rossi and Marengi. Marengi, I thought, was going for a late move there on Federico Rossi. And that's going to put Rossi down on 8 points and Marenghi up on 7. Still they battle away. There's Lamberto Ferrari trying to get his run around the outside of Francesco Marenghi on the parallel. Still there's an opportunity here for Francesco Marenghi, and I'm fairly sure he knows about it. But the 4:07 of Lamberto Ferrari wants a decent result too. 5th position is good, 4th position is better. He can certainly get himself into a good place to try and move up another position. It isn't done yet, that's for sure. The focus is going to be very largely squared on these last few corners of the lap, and then into the final tour they will go. So still they battle down to the braking zone. Tough racing so far from Lamberto Ferrari, but he just can't find the move on Francesco Marenghi at this point. They come over the line once again, work their way forward, and then in through the first corner. Opportunity knocking again as the 4:23 of Nicolas Tomazzella has to hunt down Alex Mercado. Federico Albanese there in 9th position, trying to get the best of it. A little bit of determination from Nicolas Tomazzella. Alex Mercado is not going to be intimidated though, the Andorran still right there and still in the mix. But out in front, Antonio Apicella may have been pushed a little bit in the closing stages by Maxime Gély, but it's not going to be enough really to rob him of the win, despite how closely Maxime Gély is catching. It is going to be the team driver racing kart man that will come through in the fine position, as Maxime Gély will get the 2nd position behind Antonio Apicella. A great run from Apicella. He gets the win in front of Maxime Gély and Federico Rossi. And Francesco Marenghi in front of Lamberto Ferrari and Filippo Parmigiani, the young man from the United Arab Emirates, who will place 7th on the grid for the pre-final tomorrow. But this man, undisputed winner in OKN so far. It's not like in Junior where it's a winner piece for Dean Hugendorn and Jesse Phillips. This time it is an Italian up at the top end, keeping himself in fine position, and wonderful to see him right up there at the sharp end of the field, uncontested as the overall leader at this moment of the OKN category. That will definitely give him plenty of excitement. It's a good position to be in, isn't it? 2 wins out of 2. No real threat in the second half of the second race, despite Maxime Gély catching him. Pacello was just managing his pace, managing the tyres all the way through to the finish. And a very good effort, a very good result indeed for the OKN drivers, who have given us plenty of excitement through the course of proceedings there. And a very good and very solid end to the performance that we've just seen. A great run. Antonio Apicella makes it 2 out of 2 from Maxime Gély and Federico Rossi. And Francesco Marenghi and Lamberto Ferrari, Filippo Parmigiani in front of Alex Mercado and Federico Albanese, Nicolas Tomazzella and Eric Christian Anash. Then we have Batti Yildirim in front of Giuseppe Capuano, then Silvio Kaiser, Robin Sarg and Nicolas Vostanis, Eduardo Rivera and Gianmarco Cortopassi, then Eduardo Leo from Nico Zafiris, Alessandro Cocozza and Matteo Giadotti, Troy Snyman in front of Isa Cebi and Mattia Bori, and then Gabriele Foisch in front of Eduardo Momarelli, Julian Leo, Simone Verelli, Roberto Nalli, Lorenzo Paletti and Pietro Santilli. In retirements, well, there were just 2 of those, Giacomo Maman and Giulio Olivieri on the 2nd lap of racing. Highlights of a brilliant race. A tough one as well for Antonio Apicella to come through and take the victory of. Really had to wrestle his way with so many drivers to battle with. It was a good scrap for the victory, actually, between Francesco Marenghi and Federico Rossi. A bit of an off there, unfortunately, for the Paralin. In the early phase of the day, that's Gabriele Foisch. Look at the jostling and the jockeying for position we had between the 3 or 4 drivers challenging up towards the sharp end. That's when I think most people understood that it was going to be a tough race for Nicolas Tomazzella, but his airborne antics on the main straight pretty much secured it. There's the move from Rossi on Apicella. Not a bad run either from the power lane of Francesco Marenghi. That was the retirement for Giacomo Maman. But hopefully we're going to get to see this move again on the main straight, because it got very tricky indeed to see how it all plays out. Now let's have a look at it. I think we're going to see that start line incident once again. And that was taken between, that was Nicolas Tomazzella, and I think he tangled in with Lamberto Ferrari as they came off the final turn. So we're going to see a couple of those moments. This is Rossi getting his bid done on the 414 of Francesco Marenghi, who was not able to keep into the front end of the field. A little bit of a shake-up there for Antonio Apicella. The front fairing getting a little bit nudged. Don't think it's loose, but certainly not where you want to be anyway. Now, where is the incident we were looking for between the competitors on the home straight on the previous lap, I wonder? Well, certainly Francesco Marenghi was doing things by halves with his elbows out. But I'm hoping we're going to get to see the incident that saw... Now, I think this is going to be it here because we've got Nicholas Tomaselli. Yeah, this is going to be it. So Tomasella goes wheel to wheel with Rossi. Rossi tries to keep it on the inside line. Oh, sorry, Lamberto Ferrari tries to keep it on the inside line. That's where they bang wheels. Bang! Up in the air goes Tomasella. How did he catch it? How did he catch that? Just astonishing. Seeing it from the front view as well doesn't make it look any easier. Whoa! Goodness me, Nicolas Tomasella, lightning reflexes. Any other driver would have spat that into the wall. But no, Nicolas Tomasella keeping it together, keeping it nice and tidy. And somehow he gets it to the finish. A good run from Antonio Apicella. Good comeback drive from Maxime Gély after the dismay of race 1 for him. And there's still a lot more to do in the OKJN and OKN categories tomorrow. We get to see from them in their pre-finals. All of them, of course, on the Vega tyres. Speaking of tyres, it's time for the drivers to really make use of what they've got left. We've got 4 races to come, D versus G and C versus F, the final 4 races in Junior and OK.
Ready, steady, go. Ooh, this is gonna be smooth.
3, 2, 1, dropping.
Races to go on the Saturday of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting World Championship from Franciacorta. This brand new circuit that's only been open for 2 years. What a venue and what a World Championship contest is currently playing out. We know the identity of the pole position sitters in both super heats, in the junior and OK categories, but we don't know the second driver that will be in pole position for the second of the super heats. We know it's going to be Christian Castoya in junior, and we know it's going to be Kier Nakamura Berta in senior. However, there is another super pole to be quested after in both of these categories, so that's what these final 4 races are here to determine. Noah Monteiro of Portugal lining up in pole position for the Kart Republic factory team. He's been lightning quick over the course of this week. This is his opportunity to really showcase his skill. Don't forget, this is still very much a novice season, really, for Noah Monteiro. Yes, he's had his opportunities in the past, but this is where he's really been able to open up the taps and unlock his true potential. And the first time of asking in the World Championship, he's been right up there at the sharp end. The man alongside him on the grid is a regular competitor up at the sharp end, the Belgian star Thibaut Ramekers in another Kart Republic Motorsport machine for the VDK Racing satellite team. You've been watching this guy for quite a long time, Guillaume. There's something about Thibaut Ramekers. He just has this resolute determination, this eagerness to succeed, and he just seems to deliver and dig deep when finds something special within himself at the right moment.
Yeah, he's certainly one of the strongest and fastest young drivers that we've seen popping up from the Benelux and Belgian scene for the past few seasons. Thibaut Ramekers has been doing wonders as well on national ground, missing out on the national title last season for just a tiny point in the very last round of the championship, in the last lap, in the last bend. So talking about commitment, and he knows certainly the taste of defeat when you have done everything that you needed to. But that's part of racing, and it can be cruel sometimes. Thibaut Ramekers has been one of the most consistent with 2 wins out of 4 rounds in the European Championship. Another young boy in the class who has been absolutely magnificent since the start of that weekend here in Franciacorta, David Cosma-Christopher, another young standard bearer of the Car Republic factory team. David Cosma was currently sitting in P8 as it stands in the classification with a victory and 2 second place as best result for David Cosma-Christopher. He has one more chance to add 1 win to his tally, but watch out for the young British driver, Scott Marsh, from the Tony Kart Racing Team factory. Scott Marsh is going to be starting alongside David on the row number 2. Scott Marsh, who currently sits a little bit further up in the classification. Scott Marsh, watch out as well for the British driver, 32 at the moment in the class, with a best result in a P4 in one of his previous qualifying heats.
Scott Lindblom, absolutely a World Championship contender this week for me, has really found something special within himself. He's channeling his inner Noah Millell this week. It's not been that long since he became world champion on home soil, of course, at Kristianstad a couple of years ago. Sweden is very much in vogue when it comes to FIA Karting World Champions because, of course, last year we had Victor Gustafsson repeat the feat. Scott Lindblom would dearly love to make it 3 world champions in 3 consecutive years, albeit in a different class. Lewis Werrell, European Championship P4, won the warm-up race here a few weeks ago and won his first OK title earlier in the year as well in Europe. This man has every opportunity to continue his fight. Lewis Werrell starting P6 on the grid. On the outside of the 3rd row could be a very inspiring performance. So it could be a very exciting challenge for all of the competitors out there. Roman Kamyab and Arjen Kraling going to be there on the 4th row of the grid together. Then Jack Iliff, the American driver, and the Paralin of Efim Derunov are going to be there together on the top 10 positions of the starting grid. So it's going to be really exciting to see how this all continues to play out. But qualifying heat D versus G is going to be the last for these 2 groups. They have to make sure it counts.
It's about 6 o'clock, almost local time here in Italy, and you can see already on the picture that the sunlight is slightly decreasing on the horizon. So it's about time that in a bit more than 1 hour we will be done. And that's it for the qualifying heats. But day number 2 and the Sunday of racing awaits with the superheat and the final tomorrow. But the lightning, of course, decreasing. Won't be much of a help, of course, to the drivers, as this track is not equipped, of course, for night racing, unlike some of the others in the world. As here's the starting grid in full: Noah Montero and Thibaut Ramekers from David Cosma-Christopher and Scott Marsh, Scott Lindblom and Lewis Werrell, Roman Kamyab and Arjen Kraling, Jake Iliff and Efim Duranov, followed by Jean Carras, Thomas Kinsey, Merrill Peldas, Thomas Gender, Louis Cochet, Jean Uzey. And we have David Koshika, Mace Hoban, followed by Alexander Bondarev, Luca Fluksha, Andersen, Alfons Mitinen, Luca Anton, Elliot Kaczynski, Dagmar de Troja, Oscar Repetto, Marc Bovko, as well as Alexandre Chartier, Santino Panetta, Theo Salomao, Elia Weiss, Victor Rad, Dominic Stimek, Matthias Ovaska, and Niklas Schaffler. Niklas Schaffler went through some mechanical trouble earlier in one of his previous races. Let's see what he can do at the back end of the grid, where he was forced to start after a difficult qualifying. We had some trouble as well for some of the competitors out there. Watch out as well for the recovery from Alexander Bondarev. We're going to be good to go on the first attempt. Not quite yet. We go for an extra formation lap. To be honest with you, I've lost count about how many extra formation laps we've had so far. On a couple of occasions, we went even twice around for an extra lap, allowing the drivers to get themselves in the right position at the right pace. And as you do, but it's not always easy. Don't say that. And up until the end of the day, sometimes nailing the starting procedure on the first attempt remains a tricky challenge.
So now we're going to get to see if it's going to be an interesting situation for us for Noah Montero from the pole position. Can Thibaut Ramekers stay with him on the run to the first corner? David Cosma and Scott Marsh from Scott Lindblom and Lewis Werreld and Roman Kamiab and Arjen Kreiling from Jack Eilif and Efim Derunov. So let's see how it's going to continue. Drivers coming up to the hairpin. They want to give us a very interesting battle, that's for certain. They'll come up towards the hairpin to get us back into our positions, Montero and Ramekers. So it'll be an interesting run for David Cosma and Scott Marsh, Scott Lindblom, Lewis Werrell, Kamiab, Kreiling, Eilif, Derunov, Karas and Kinsey. Are we going to go racing this time? Looks like a much better run for the start, and we are not under starters' orders.
Not quite yet. Another attempt. It seems like Mr. Nigel Edwards, our race director, once again not quite happy about things are going, and he's asking actually the judge of fact on track, Mr. Gonzalo Planta, to keep everybody at the pace and in their place. So I wouldn't try to tease as many times Gonzalo Planta and Mr. Nigel Edwards, as well as Pasquale Lupoli, the other race director of the race of the event, because the more actually we go for extra laps, and the closer Gonzalo Planta will come to you onto the track and forcing you onto the line. So you don't want to start teasing him, and we're gonna see him, Gonzalo Planta, on the line, trying to pace everybody down for another attempt. And this time they better obey to the advices of the officials, otherwise another extra lap will mean certainly not going anywhere near a racing mode, because Mr. Edwards will be forced to step onto the track and having a word or two with the pole sitter.
Well, we've had a formation lap, then we've had an extra formation lap, and now we've had an extra formation lap. So now it's time to see if this time we actually go racing. Everybody's been given the benefit of the doubt to try a third and final time. It will be a third and final time before something major happens. Are we racing? Yes, we are. That's better. Off we go. Noah Montero gets the start he wants up to the first corner, makes a good launch. As the drivers work their way through on the first lap, is everybody going to make good use of it off the start? Nicholas Schaufler certainly trying to work his way through, past a couple of drivers there. Lewis Werrell trying to work his way forward. He's up to fourth position. There's going to be a change for the lead by the look of it. As round the outside, Noah Montero is going to have some pressure from David Cosma. Cosma tried to get there, has not been able to make it stick. Lindblom in third, Werrell in fourth position, and in P5 behind them. That is Arjen Kreiling, I do believe, the German driver, who has made yet another brilliant start from his position. The talented young racer from Germany has definitely put in some great showcases so far. Thibaut Ramekers finds himself down in P6. Watch for Ramekers on the far side. Oh. That is Luna Flusha. Oh. Devastating bad luck.
Yeah, this is a despair, unfortunately, and something you don't want to see towards the end of the day. Such a shame for Luna Flusha, the young driver, one of the proteges of the Mercedes F1 Junior program for the past 2 seasons. Luna Flusha, that sees the day coming to an end. As on the inside goes David Cosma, opening the door to Scott Lindblom as well, and being pushed a little bit on the curb. Noah Montero goes from leadership to P4 in that race in the course of 1 turn, to the advantage as well of Lewis Werrell, as we lost one of the Gapmoto drivers at 2:14.
It's Panetta again.
Santino Panetta, indeed. Unfortunately, the driver from Argentina. Can he get going? Hopefully he will.
You got a feel for Noah Montero. It's not the first time this week that he's had somebody bounce out the inside of him at turn 5 and leave him no space. That is bold racing from Scott Lindblom to dive up the inside of David Cosma. Lewis Werrell, I think, went with him there. They've managed to move through in the first and second. They have. Scott Lindblom, proper gutsy stuff to get into the lead of this heat. And that is absolutely forceful. Brilliant racing as Scott Lindblom now moves up in front of Lewis Werrell. He's going to try and back up the pack in the hope that they battle with each other. Cosma trying to force the issue to get through. 3 wide, and Lindblom's going to let them go. Cosma has got past both men. Kreiling's now going to get up the inside of Lewis Werrell, and that is David Cosma, gift-wrapped the lead of this heat for the moment.
Yeah, what a beautiful piece of driving between the young contenders of that class. Lap number 3 out of 10. As Scott Lindblom now lost 0.2 of a second. Still very close though on David Cosma. Watch out for any move. Going defensive is Noah Montero and Thibaut Ramekers, the young Belgian, trying to make his bid around the inside. And another of the Forza Racing drivers.
Luca Horton again. Luca Horton, not for the first time this week. Punted out of the way. The Forza Racing expert driver, sick to the back teeth with this week. Unfortunately for him, it's over. Far too early as far as he's concerned. He would have liked it to last another 24 hours, really. David Cosma Has more pressure from Scott Lindblom again, but with the moves that Lindblom has been pulling off in this qualifying heat so far, be worried. Be very worried. Oh, and off the road, that's one of the parallels. Right into the path. Three cars going off together at the same point.
Wow.
So that's Merel Peldes. And also going off the road there with Peldes, we seem to have, is that Nicholas Schaufler? I think it is Schaufler involved in that one. And
As
Elliot
Lindblom
Kaczynski,
goes.
Lindblom does go for the lead. Up on the inside also goes Kraling. So Kraling gets into second place past Cosma. That is one of the Ricky Flynns. That is the Hong Kong driver, Zhang Huzhai, trying to get himself back into the race again. We've got quite a few karts there in position trying to recover. Jean Carras, Mero Peldes and Nicholas Schauffer are the three that got taken out there. So very unfortunate that all three of them end up on the grass and out of the race. So Lindblom is your leader, Kraling in second, Cosma in third, Werrell in fourth from Montero, Ramicus, Eilif and Kamyab.
So you can feel that this is the last race for those two groups. After that, there will be no more. It's down to the Super Heat and the Super Sunday here in Franciacorta. And it's prone to mistakes. This has been a long day. Tiring for both the men and machines. Scott Lindblom leading the way on Kraling. David Cosma going defensive. Watch out because the driver in third might want to try his bit, but Cosma stays behind. Lewis Werrell down in fourth as well. Watch out for the Briton. Very fast with the XP machine from Forza Racing. On the way to turn number 2. He opens that door and dives through the inside. Textbook maneuver from Lewis Werrell up into P3. As Noah Montero was keen on following in through, and he has to go defensive because, and a little bit of a nudge, I'm afraid, by Noah Montero further back on David Cosma.
That's
as
Elia
306 from Victory Lane. Another driver in trouble and tried to get his engine going again. As we saw the move, we saw a bit of a nudge from further back on Noah Montero by the look of it. As Scott Lindblom is trying to shake things off and start building a gap on Kraling in front of Werrell. Or easier said than done. Let's have a look back.
Yeah, this is how the battle really started to shape up. That's beautiful from Cosma. That's how he was able to get 2 into 1. Werrell and Lindblom were so busy watching each other, they completely missed Cosma going around the outside of him. It was very nicely handled from the Romanian. That's how he took the lead at that point. It's obviously changed a lot since then. There's Ramicus and the 220 of Jack Eilif, both managing to get up the inside of Noah Montero. As Roman Kamyab is now at the back of the quartet, trying to make his own way through, and he's going to be joined here by Scott Marsh, who is in 9th position, and in 10th place is Alexander Bondarev, who is once again Bondi the Bison, charging his way through this pack to try and get a decent finishing result. But there is Lewis Werrell trying to get through the inside of Arjen Kraling. Still they battle away. Lindblom, Kraling, and Lewis Werrell. Here comes Lewis Werrell to try and make this dive up the inside of the German talon. Here he goes. Lewis Werrell unleashes the beast and gets through in a second place. Good run from Joe 90 with a steering wheel, as he is quickly becoming known. Lewis Werrell, second position in front of Arjen Kraling. David Cosma, Tibor Ramicus, Jack Eilif in P6 from Montero, Kamyab, Marsh and Bondarev.
And as it stands, with David Cosma in P4, is only a couple of points shy, 8 points shy from Filippo Sala to take a second overall. That would mean pole position for the Super Heat B. Not there yet, but we could do with a couple of points more, that's for sure. He needs to get ahead of Kraling for doing that. Lewis Werrell up into second as well. That's always easier said than done, but still, the top four drivers are close to each other. They haven't been able to build enough of a gap to feel quite at ease. And Thibaut Ramaker is not quite able to catch up with Cosma Christopher just yet. A little bit on his own, the Belgian driver. Still 3.3 tenths shy and 3 tenths in front of Noah Montero. Followed by Roman Kamyab, Scott Marsh, Bondarev, and Louis Cochet Bondarev, who goes ahead of Scott Marsh for P9 in the meantime. 10th place is gained once again for Alexander Bondarev, who's been absolutely relentless in his all of his qualifying heats, actually climbing more than 10 places each time. Ramaker the fastest on track and try to shake off the order, trying to get close to Cosma Christopher. Watch out for Lewis Werrell, who is very close indeed on Scott Lindblom. This is a battle for the lead. It's potentially what will be the first win for Lewis Werrell this weekend in the junior category. That would do him good, that's for sure. He had one win already, my apologies. He won the very first race of the weekend. It was yesterday. But that would mean win number 2 for Lewis Werrell. Remains to be seen. Scott Lindblom He's willing to go all the way. Final lap that is into turn number 2 and 3. Well, putting under pressure, and look who's coming with him, Kraling and Cosma.
There's 5 drivers in this fight, and Jack Iliff is not far away to make it 6. This could get very hectic. Everybody wants to go for it. Werrell is trying his best to get for Lindblom. Here comes Ramekes, diving up alongside the 260 of David Cosma. He goes the long way. Jack Iliff finds the fight on the inside instead to get him into 5th position. Watch out for them as they tiptoe their way through. Tricky stuff. Lewis Werrell tucked up behind Scott Lindblom, trying to make the cart as wide as possible. Arjen Kraling still trying to find his feet. It's going to be tricky as they continue to make their work very difficult indeed. Here comes Lewis Werrell, trying. Scott Lindblom protects the inside line like Billy-O. You might pick up another couple of places just by sticking it to the racing line. But out the final turn, Lindblom is going to hang on here in fine style in front of Lewis Werrell. Kraling, Cosma, Iliff, Ramekes, Kamyab, Cochet and Marsh in front of Kissay. And that's Montero on the last lap. Noah Montero trying to push start the car and get it going again. It's not going to happen. So Noah Montero, final lap of the race, and he's ended up being punted there into a spin. It's game over for the Portuguese driver on the last lap for the 2nd time. Very unfortunate indeed for him. But for Scott Lindblom, he gets the win. Lewis Werrell gets 2nd position. Neither driver will take a pole position for the Superheat. We're still waiting to see what some of the other drivers can unleash in their final heat. It's all going to come down to 2 men, Tame Soleil and Dries van Langendonk, who might be able to go for the Superheat pole number 2. So it's now 3 drivers for my money who could take this Superheat pole. It's either going to be Filippo Sala, Tame Soleil or Dries van Langendonk. Your move, boys. It's going to be an amazing challenge, that final heat. A great battle. Scott Lindblom puts himself right up into 4th in the standings for the moment. 240 points. David Cosma's on 252. He finished 4th behind Lewis Werrell and Arjen Kraling. Jack Iliff in P5 in front of Timur Ramekes, Roman Kamyab, Louis Cochet, Scott Marsh, Thomas Kinsey, Elliot Kaczynski, and Bondi the Bull, Alexander Bondarev. Bondi the Bison, I should really call him. Theo Salamao, Jaguar de Troja, Mies Huben, Alfons Miettinen, Victor Rad, who made up 15 places, more than anybody else. Efim Deronov, Thomas Genda, Dominic Šimek also made up 13. Oscar Repetto, Mark Brovko, Shunan Ji, David Gorčica, Matthias Ovashka, and Santino Panetta. Retirements aplenty. Noah Montero, Elia Weiss, Jean Carras, Zhang Hojai, Merel Peldes, Nicholas Schaufler, Luca Horton, and Luna Flusha. A very unhappy Noah Montero. So fast this week, but a retirement at this point definitely drops him down the ranks. But Scott Lindblom picking up a very tasty victory there. For the moment, he's in the top 5. We've got to wait to see what happens for Tame Soleil and Dries van Langendonk in their final qualifying heat, but certainly the Swedish talent, Scott Lindblom, giving himself the best possible chance of a strong result to finish off his Saturday. A great job there from the competitors. 3 races to go here. And for Scott Lindblom, that was very well taken. So a good performance. You're going to watch back the highlights, the best bits of this particular qualifying heat for the drivers in groups D versus G. They finish off their day of racing. You can watch the moments as they unfold. A couple of drivers getting spat out. There was the big one for the 301. Having a moment there in the middle of the gaggle. That was Oscar Repetto. Big dive from David Cosma to get through. Lindblom, Montero and Werrell all dueling away. Big launch from Lewis Werrell to dive in, but Lindblom was already making his bid for the lead. That's why we had that big move from Scott Lindblom. But then watch, Cosma, masterful. Just waiting till Werrell and Lindblom dueled away and managed to overtake both of them. Sadly, he couldn't stay there. 4th position was the best he could hope for. Scott Lindblom taking the win in the end in front of Lewis Werrell and Arjen Kraling. That means Castoya's on 274, Sala's on 260, Cosma's on 252, Lindblom's on 240, Ramekes finishes up on 215, and Lewis Werrell on 210. So a very tough battle for several drivers in the fray. Lewis Werrell still fighting his corner. Get his way through there on the 233 of Arjen Kraling, the German driver. But so many competitors in this fight for the World Championship. It ain't over till it's over. Even in the closing stages, we got to see a little whisker. Noah Montero there getting a moment as he hits a move. I think it was Alexander Bondarev trying to make the overtaking move there. But Scott Lindblom takes the move there on... I think it was Scott Lindblom just managing to hold off Lewis Werrell, sorry. I think there was a moment on the final lap that saw Noah Montero and Alexander Bondarev getting a little bit too close to each other. That might be why we had that issue for Noah Montero. Down in Parc Fermé is Guillaume Alvarez.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. Scott Lindblom is with us. Scott, there's been a fruitful day at the office for you with 3 wins in the qualifying races, and you find yourself 4th overall. If it says like that, that means starting on the front row for the first super heat tomorrow morning, so must feel good.
Yeah, it feels good to be up there, but on the front row, that's very good, but because we're second, then probably drop a little bit in the start, but I'm happy with front row.
Of course, half of the job is done, and the biggest day remains tomorrow. How do you feel mentally as well, physically, mentally, up to the challenge tomorrow after a good night of sleep?
Everything feels very good. I think I am very good mentally and physically. I'm very confident for tomorrow. I really think that I can win the World Championship.
Wow, that's determination and strong commitment from you, Scott Lindblom. You don't even look tired after that, not even sweating after the effort. So indeed, physically, you're on top of your game.
Yeah, but it's still very hot. It feels like I'm sweating, but maybe I'm not. But it's very hot and it's very tough as well.
Fantastic. The level of racing will be even very hot and very high tomorrow. We cannot wait to see you back on track, Scott Lindblom. Congratulations for today, and the best of luck for tomorrow. Thank you very much, Scott Lindblom. And you heard him, ladies and gentlemen. He thinks he has a good chance at winning the World Championship. Remains to be seen. The best of luck to you, Scott. That's the determination that we like to see in the world of karting. Pay attention for this young man tomorrow.
I have to say, I agree with his confidence. I think he's got a brilliant shot of winning the World Championship tomorrow. He has an absolutely fantastic chance. But will he remain on the front row of the grid for a final? That's going to be for a superheat, sorry. That's the big question, because we're still waiting to see what will happen between Team Soleil and Dries van Langendonk in their final heat. And they're going to come out together a little bit later on. Right, qualifying heat D versus G in the senior category is next. That's going to put Finn McLaughlin on the front row of the starting grid for Ireland, alongside the Italian Niccolò Cuman for the Forza Racing team. Alex Powell and David Walter will be together on the second row of the grid. Goodness me, everybody's finding a novel method of turning up to the World Championships this weekend. It's amazing to see so many people taking in the skyline over the Franciacorta circuit. Tomorrow, being World Championship Day, that's probably going to be one of the best seats in the house if you can get that up again tomorrow. Francisco Macedo will be 5th on the grid in the CRG for Portugal, and Sebastiano Pavan of Tony Kart in 6th position on the grid, the Italian. Jakub Kamenik is going to be 7th on the grid for the Czech Republic, and Luigi Coluccio will be 8th on the grid. But this man, Finn McLaughlin, is trying to make a little bit of history this weekend. No Irish driver has ever been world champion in karting. He would love to be the first to do it. An opportunity knocking. There have been many titles for Irish drivers on the world scene, but a world championship is very different indeed, and it was definitely something that Finn McLaughlin is going for. I think everybody's spotted this man overhead. Don't tell me he's going to land on the circuit, for goodness sake. We've got 2 or 3 of them, actually, 3 or 4 of them overhead now, 4 of them in total. But I have to say, I'd rather they stayed clear enough away from the race circuit itself, and everybody's keeping an eye on them just in case. Niccolò Cuman, 2nd position, and looking very good at the moment to try and keep himself into a very competitive position. He's had some problems, however, Niccolò Cuman doesn't really want to get himself into any more hot water than he's already found himself to be in over the last few moments. These guys are flying right quite close to the circuit, to be fair. Got to be careful about these guys because they are quite close to the back straight. Hopefully they're going to land somewhere a little bit safer than the racetrack, but they're certainly making it a very interesting entrance. I think that's actually why we're delayed. We're just making sure that these guys are not actually going to cause a problem for us. Alex Powell, 3rd position on the grid, the Jamaican, looking to become the first Caribbean racing driver ever to win a World Championship title in karting. And I think the first ever to win a World Championship title in motorsport under the FIA. So that would be a very exciting opportunity for Alex Powell. Born in Miami, in Florida, he has a great chance to continue his journey. Part of the Mercedes F1 Junior program as well. The youngest racing driver in history ever to be signed to an F1 Junior program officially. So that is pretty exciting, even younger than Lewis Hamilton was when he was signed to the McLaren team many years ago. Off we go then. Qualifying Heat D versus G is under starters' orders. The drivers will head out onto the circuit to go for their formation lap. Finn McLaughlin and Nicolo Kuman, and then Alex Powell and David Walter from Francisco Macedo and Sebastiano Pavan, Jakub Kamenik and Luigi Coluccio from Jan Pestrovski and Nacho Tunion, Maxon Verbruge, Alex Bogunovic, Zoe Florescu, Peter Stella, Bakum Weisenberger and Emili Koivisto.
They're followed by Vili Akala and Leo Nilsson, Pascal Van Almen and Roland Kuklain, Dimitro Muracik and Eliska Babikova, Ruben Moya, Leon Brunner, William Go, Emmanuel Liudakis, Samuel Shaw, Oleski Yaremi, Gustavo Galvao, Thomas Mota, as well as Ike Chen. There we go, ladies and gents. This is the last race of the day for those two groups, D versus G. We have two more after that to run things up for day number 2 of the FIA Karting World Championship. And remains to be seen who will get to start from pole position for the superheat number B. The second one we're going to have tomorrow. Kid Nakamura Berta, you heard him in the interview, managed to seal the deal, so to speak, with the overall classification and the first of the 2 pole positions. But on points, everything remains to be done.
This race comes down to Finn McLaughlin, essentially. He can win this race and put himself into pole position for the second superheat, but he has to win in order to do that. René Lammers has 273 points, so Finn McLaughlin has to win if he's going to start Superheat B from pole position tomorrow. But that's looking pretty likely. He's got himself a great kart, a great team, a great mentality. It's all looking good for Finn McLaughlin. Can he hold it together? If he wins this, he gets pole position for the Superheat tomorrow. Let's find out. Alex Powell goes with him at the start. So too does Francisco Macedo. So McLaughlin and Powell go through, no problem at all in the first corner. And as everybody tries to hustle their way through these first few turns, it's all going rosy for McLaughlin and Powell. Macedo through into 3rd position. 4th place, that is the hard-charging Parolin, I believe. Trying to work its way forward. Is that the... who is that in 4th position? I'm trying to make out who that was. In fact, that's actually Jakub Kamenik, the Czech driver, who has worked his way forward off the start. So a very solid start indeed for Kamenik, who has got himself into a very solid 4th place ahead of Jan Pestrovski in the Tony kart, and then it is Nicolo Kuman. So Kuman has only lost 4 places. Ideally, he could have lost a few less than that, but everybody's keeping it together. They go on to the next lap, and it's so far so good for McLaughlin, Powell, Macedo, Kamenik, Pestrovski, Kuman, Pavan and Coluccio, and there's the move up the inside for the 18. A beautiful overtaking move there from Jan Pestrovski to get through on the Czech driver, Jakub Kamenik. 3 drivers to go.
And Kamenik had nothing he could have done there. And he's going to have to switch position if he wants to have a go at maybe the victory in this one. It's going to be always easier said than done in a tricky one. As Fran McLaughlin is pulling away, taking Powell and Macedo with him. First wagon in the upper part of the field with Berezowski, Kamenik and Pavan in the second. The car of that train. Then we have Pavan, Walter, Coluccio, Kuman, Paco Musenberger, the recently crowned champion of France in P10. Maxence Verbruge, as well as Vakala, Moya in P14. Ruben Moya, who climbed 10 places in the space of just 2 laps. So here's a pace that we had been expecting from the Spaniard of the Pantanda Racing team. Ruben Moya was so impressive last year in the World Championship in Sarno that he finished in a strong position within the top 10. Ruben Moya was P6 on the flag. Didn't have the best of weekend through the qualifying heat. Ruben Moya, who's currently sitting in the classification all the way down to 69. So at the moment, if it stays like that, he might have still a chance to make it onto the grid for the superheat. But we'll make the calculations at the end of those qualifying races. Alex Powell on your picture, 0.4 of a second behind Fran McLaughlin. The Irish driver has been absolutely impeccable ever since the start of those races. You see the CRG driver gesturing in front of one of the victory lanes. This is the 78 for the back. Maxence Verbruge saying to Paco Musenberger, those two know each other quite well, of course. And he was gesturing, think with your head, stay with me, let's keep it together, let's work together and try to work our way through. But we've seen that happening on a couple of occasions, that drivers play the mind game and pretend that they want to stay behind, to dive through and go for the attack, catching the other one in surprise. It's part of the game as well. 3-10s between the leaders. And Francisco Macedo is keeping a close watch on the proceedings in front of him into the 13 corner, about 13-meter long track. It's been such a challenge for those drivers, and so many overtaking maneuvers we've seen throughout the course of the day. A lot of drama as well, and that's of course what to expect as well for tomorrow. And we'll have 6 more races, the superheat and the finals, to decide who will be crowned. Oh, the 89 from Forza Racing.
Well, that's Eliska Babičkova, the Italian national champion. Very unfortunate for Eliska Babičkova. Her last race of the day ends. And I have to say, none of the Babičkova sisters have really been able to showcase what they can actually do in this World Championship weekend. All 3 of them have the potential to be overall podium finishers, and none of them have really been given the chance to show that. Very unfortunate. Alex Powell now in front of Francisco Macedo and Jan Petrovski. Petrovski really digging deep to try and go for this now. Francisco Macedo is about in front. Look, that's interesting. Did you see that? Macedo moved over. He waved Jan Petrovski through. Go past me. So Macedo has clearly got a higher plan. He doesn't want to get into the battle with Jan Petrovski. He just wants to sit behind him and follow in the draft of another car. Now, that's interesting. Macedo playing the long game and being tactical, waving Jan Petrovski through.
Yeah, Macedo is sitting currently in P47 in the classification as it stands. Still very much qualified, of course, coming to the superheat tomorrow. Jan Przewalski, unlike him, is P20, so they're not fighting at the same level in the classification. They need the results, of course. Let's run inside. Goes the number 18 of Jan Przewalski, who keeps on going place after place. Now finds himself into P2. Alex Powell is going to have to fight back if he wants to remain within contact of Phil McLaughlin. That's going to be a hard one because Jan Przewalski is back on the pace, an impressive one from the Tony Kart driver. Podium finish in the World Championship last year in the junior class. And now he just overtook Alex Powell himself. Maybe could it be possible that he waited until the very last race to put on a half new set of fresh tires? I doubt it. Still, the pace is strong with Jan Przewalski. Alex Powell has been eating on his tires ever since yesterday. But Przewalski very impressive in that last race, as he climbed 7 places up to second for now, and is going to go for the win if he keeps on going at that rate.
It is possible. Obviously, you've also got Powell trying to get as many points out of this race as humanly possible as well. He's looking for the front row of the starting grid for the superheats tomorrow himself. He's currently running in 3rd position, looking at a total of 252 if it goes like this. But Petrovski, with this result, is going to push himself into the top 10 provisionally. 209 points ahead of Kirill Kutskov, ahead of Gabriel Gomez, both of whom, of course, have still got a race to come. In fact, no, Kutskov doesn't, but Gomez does. So that's quite important for Petrovski, and that's going to make things very interesting. So Powell battling away with another Tony Kart that's on the move. That's Sebastiano Pavan. They really have chosen it to the last moment to make the move. And look at how quickly Pavan is going for it onto the inside. Powell has just got to let him go. He's got to play the long game. He's got to play the percentages. 4th position is not really where he wants to be, but you can't afford to hemorrhage time and churn up those tyres, getting into too many defensive tactical moves. You've just got to keep it going as long as humanly possible without losing too many points. It's that balancing act, and Alex Powell knows if you want to be world champion, you've got to play the long game.
Yeah, as it stood, actually, we have Gabriel Gomez with 204 points, and 1 win, of course, is being worth 50 points. If he wins his last 8, he will get ahead of Alex Powell as it stands, because he will have 254 points to 249 for Alex Powell as it stands. So Powell, in order to secure what could have been a front start, a front row start, so to speak, for one of the superheats, would have needed to stay in front of not only Pavan, but Przewalski as well, to take the 1 extra point. That could have been enough, but he's having something else in mind, that's for sure. And we often said in karting, especially based on what we've seen here, that the front row of the grid might not be the best choice for you. I'd rather pick actually position number 3, just behind the pole sitter, taking the tow on the way to the first plane.
But that essentially gives Gabriel Gomez a get-out-of-jail-free card after the incident with Enzo Tarvanichkul earlier on today. Being in the top 5 overall is definitely going to give him a little bit more of a pleasant start to tomorrow. Finn McLaughlin holding on in front of Petrovski and Pavan. Finn McLaughlin's going to struggle here to keep in front of the 2 Tony Karts. Now this could really hamper McLaughlin, because if the 2 Tony Karts get through, and they're going to go for it, Petrovski on the inside, Pavan's going to try and take it as well. So Petrovski takes the lead. This is not good news for Finn McLaughlin. He wanted to win this one, and look, he's actually going to drop a point behind René Lammers. He will not get the pole position for the Superheat if he gets beaten by these two. So Finn McLaughlin, if he wants to be on pole for the Superheat, has actually got to dig deep and go for it again.
Yeah, McLaughlin in trouble at the moment, being taken in sandwich by the two teammates of Tony Card. It's part of the plan, certainly, from the Italian team against the Belgians. Let's see how all those things will play out, but there won't be much time remaining. And unfortunately for McLaughlin, he seems to be caught up and napping a little bit, so to speak, because Sebastian Pavan is very much threatening on the Irish driver, who's been giving his very much everything to keep it steady in the lead.
Here comes
He has to
Pavan!
go defensive on the inside. Oh, that was a close call. There was pretty much no space, but Pavan just made it through on the verge.
If you're René Lammers, you are grinning from ear to ear right now, because that guarantees René Lammers pole position for the second Superheat. There's no way Finn McLaughlin's going to be able to come back from this. Vastrowski and Pavan will have him absolutely at a keelhaul. So there is not going to be a pole position for an Irishman in the Superheat tomorrow. He'll still be on the front row. He'll be up alongside Nakamura Berta on the grid of the first Superheat, but he will not be in pole position. That's the crucial thing. He'll still have a great chance tomorrow, but that will be food for thought for the VDK Racing team tonight, as Alex Powell is desperately trying to stay in fourth place in front of the two CRGs of Francisco Macedo and Maxime Verpruge. He's going to go for it. He's pushed Powell up. He's on the side of Powell. Francisco Macedo catches the back of Alex Powell's car. That blows the World Championship wide open for Alex Powell. I cannot believe it. The last lap of his last heat, and Alex Powell is nerfed into a spin by Francisco Macedo. Oh my goodness! The Caribbean dream is absolutely slashed on the final lap of the final heat. Alex Powell pirouettes around. I cannot believe it. How much more bad luck does the Jamaican have to sustain before he can win a world title? Oh my days. They passed the scene of Alex Powell's car. We thought it was going to be a second in this heat. That would have been enough. He drops to a score of 218 points. Just devastating for Alex Powell. He should still be in the top 10 overall, but that is not going to give Alex Powell any comfort whatsoever. Here it is. Macedo goes for the move. Powell is blocking enough to give him space, but Macedo hasn't got the move done. And Alex Powell pirouettes around. He cannot believe it. The last lap of the last heat. And now he is chatting to Gonzalo Planta. What are you going to do about that? Wow, bitter frustration for the Jamaican Alex Powell. Jan Paszczowski and Sebastiano Pavan come through to take the win in front of Finn McLaughlin, Francisco Macedo and Maxime Verpruge. David Walter, Jakub Kamadik, Luigi Coluccio, Nicolo Kuman and Nacho Tunion. William Go comes up 14 places. Vili Hakula, Emili Koivisto, Bakan Weisenberger and Ruben Moya. Alexander Bogunovic and Sam Shaw from Peter Stella. Roland Kuklana, Leon Brunner, Dmitry Muravchik, Zoe Flodescu, Leon Nilsson and Alexei Yaremy. From Thomas Mota, Emilio Liodakis, Gustavo Galvo, Pascal von Almen and Chin Yinkai. Two retirements from the race, Alex Powell and Eliska Babichkova. But Alex Powell is the most dramatic of them all. Well done to Jan Paszczowski, the Tony Kart Racing team man, taking the victory in fine fashion. A great way to end his day. He finishes just 3 points off the tally of Alex Powell, who is currently now looking at 8th overall. He would have been about 4th or 5th overall with that. So that's really going to put him on the back foot going into tomorrow. It's not game over, but it's very much harder now than it was for sure. Jan Paszczowski just taking it one overtake at a time through the highlights of this race. But one of the most controversial incidents of the World Championship as Francisco Macedo tries to go for his move on the inside of the Prema Racing driver Alex Powell. There is Eliska Babichkova retiring. You really feel for her. She's worked so hard this week. But here's Alex Powell battling his way. He lost out first to Jan Paszczowski, then to Sebastiano Pavan. And it was all about just trying to stay in the hunt after that point. Then they made the move on Finn McLaughlin, the two Tony Kart teammates. First, Jan Paszczowski getting into the lead. And you see Alex Powell defending like crazy even at that point from Macedo. Macedo just must have got a bit fed up of sitting behind him. Then comes the second, the number 25. Here's the move, bang! Poor Alex Powell, pushed into a spin, up to the hairpin. Francisco Macedo may get a penalty for that, but that's not going to be any comfort at all to Alex Powell. He was out of the race. Devastating, devastating for the Jamaican, right at the finish of the race. And that's heart-wrenching. But for Jan Proschorowski and Sebastiano Pavan, they really bring out the big guns at the end there. Finn McLaughlin is up to third position in the rankings then, 4 points back from René Lammers. So he'll be on the front row of the grid with Kian Nakamura-Berta for the Superheat tomorrow. Let's hear from Guillaume Alvarez down in Parc Ferme.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. Jan Przezowski with us for the first time at our microphone. Jan, good result for you. What a way at the end of your day. The victory that puts you within the top 10 in the end of the overall classification of things. How has it been for you? A bit of up and down day, but still back on the pace with the Tony Kart machine?
Yeah, we are quite on the pace with the Tony Kart machine. All the team is quite fast. We've been struggling a bit this year, but we managed to find things we needed. And yeah, it's quite fast. And we just need to see what's happening tomorrow.
Yeah, it's been a long day for everybody, for you drivers first of all, but still the biggest of them all awaits tomorrow, feeling up to the task, the Superheat first and then on the way to the final.
I feel like I'm ready, me and the team. We still have some material that we can show, but yeah, I don't know what to expect. Like last year I already have the experience that many things happen in the final, because it's only one race and everyone wants to win it, and yeah, I cannot expect anything from tomorrow.
And last year, of course, you stepped on the podium on the circuit of Sarno. That was up to your liking. Will you say the same of Franciacorta this year? Do you like the layout and has it been up to your standards?
Yeah, last year I wasn't really proud of the results in the World Championship because I was hoping for a win. I had a really good pace and just a really good weekend, but I crashed on the start, you know. And yeah, but third place is still not bad. I should take what I get. And also about this World Championship, the track is really good. The machine is also working. I have a really good package. And also last year, I won the final round of the European Championship here with OKJ.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for talking to us, Jan Przezowski. Good luck for tomorrow. The big day awaits for the Tony Kart driver, and he's demonstrated that the pace is very much there for him.
So there's just one junior race left in this battle, and it's going to be Tame Soleil from Lewis Francis. It's a false start, which actually gives us a great chance to go through the grid in full for this last OK Junior race of the day and the last qualifying heat of the World Championship for Junior. Tame Soleil and Lewis Francis at the front end of the grid from Dries van Langendonk and Sebastian Mins. Endo Arata and Augustus Toniolo from Oliver Rasmussen and Jensen Burnett. Then Maria Giamanonito and Tobias Gisegni from Matthias Orjuela and Oliver Kinmark. Vladimir Ivanikov and Yindra Pechel from Matt Corby and Salim Hara. Kimitani and Vasil Apostolidis, Chiara Batig and Zhao Zhijun, Walter Schultz and Lev Krutelov from Hugo Marti and Philippe Carras, Marco Garst and Radek Vavra, Marcel Kospitsky and Simeon Katola, Marcus Chacunias, Alois Girardet, Angelo Tortensio, Mikel Blaskos, Nikita Nikishov, Tom Pappenberg and Arnold Vuitard. At the end of this race, we will be making sure there's only 72 competitors left in this intense battle in the junior faction. We started the weekend, of course, with 123 drivers. So at the end of this heat, 51 drivers are going home empty-handed. A very tough battle. That is what it takes to be in the World Championship finals tomorrow. And only 36 of those 72 remaining will make the last race of the day. Let's go racing for the last time today in Junior. Tame Soleil with a good start. Not a bad one from Van Langendonk. He gets through in a second place. Lewis Francis trying to go around the outside. A very forceful move from Sebastian Mins. It almost sets Dries Van Langendonk off. He goes off slightly on the way through turn 4. He manages to recover, but he's lost ground. Now Francis gets a little loved up from behind from Endo Arata, the Japanese driver working his way forward. Some very tight battles in the opening race. Dries Van Langendonk somehow saving his bacon as he almost went off onto the grass on the opening lap. So now Van Langendonk's going to try and reset and recover. Tame Soleil leads the way. Sebastian Mins up into a very forceful second place ahead of Lewis Francis, Endo Arata, and in 5th position, Dries Van Langendonk, who's probably wondering what hit him on the opening lap. Sixth position, that is the 2:35. That is the fast starting Maria Nito, the lady driver from Portugal, working very hard to get herself up the order. But look at Tame Soleil. He's got an absolute country mile after the opening lap.
I mean, that's the perfect start to his race, and one driver going back into the pits, diving through for an early retirement. Unfortunately, it's Julius Pezel from Czech Republic, who is not going to go anywhere near. As around the inside goes Van Langendonk, beautifully made, and he's pushing it to 85 a little bit. This is Arata, unfortunately, the Japanese driver being pushed out of the way. Unfortunate turn of event for him, is dropping all the way down at the back end of the classification, as the attack from the Forza Racing driver on the inside didn't go according to plan for him.
And there's an investigation flag for Sebastian Mins, who's currently running in second place, so that's going to help Dries van Langendonk out. Don't forget that the man who leads the race, Tame Soleil, and the man who's trying to fight back into that position, Dries van Langendonk, are the only men that can displace Filippo Sala in the hunt for pole position for the second superheat. At the moment, Tame Soleil's got it, and he's looking good for that in the win. Toniolo now trying to go for Sebastian Mins round the outside at turn 2, as Marian Nito has great opposition from Oliver Rasmussen, Dries van Langendonk, and Matthias Orjuela on the parallel. So some good battles everywhere you look. Mins is trying to defend from Toniolo. Toniolo's going to get alongside the Brazilian and the Brit, side by side. Mins will hold it. Toniolo trying to come back, and here comes Maria Nito. Watch out for the Portuguese driver. She's going to work her magic. The Tony Kart driver trying to force her way into third position, looking for the overtaking move. Toniolo is absolutely holding them station behind Sebastian Mins. And this is perfect for Tame Soleil. Tame Soleil has just been given this race on a plate. Mins is defending big time. Toniolo trying to dive up the inside. Marianito's going with him, and they get through. Van Langendonk gets through as well. And off on the grass goes Sebastian Mins.
Oh my God, such a disaster for him as he was battling for P2, and now he finds himself tumbling down the order as he keeps on battling for Dries van Langendonk, getting ahead of the 252. The further back, Matthias Orjuela keeps on battling as well from P5. As around the inside goes the 235 of Neto again, battling along against Matthias Orjuela, tumbling down into P5, and that could give a good opportunity to Oliver Rasmussen, the CRG driver from behind. The 228 as well. Lewis Francis getting close. We're going to find ourselves with so many drivers involved in the same battle coming towards the end of that race.
Did somebody swap these guys' racing gloves for boxing gloves? They're absolutely forceful at the moment out there in the first few laps of this heat, as Marianito now finds herself trying to defend from Rasmussen. And down in fifth position now. Let's have a look back. Let's look at what happened. Look at that. A piece of bodywork flying off the kart. That is a front Nassau, isn't it? No,
yes.
Wait, that's a chain guard. That's a chain guard coming off the kart.
And the 311 of Alois Girard, the Frenchman, actually almost ran over it and had to avoid a little bit that piece on the track, but no one injured in that one.
Well, somebody missing a chain guard, that means that somebody's going to get a technical flag very soon indeed. So we'll have to find out who that's going to be.
Yeah, good luck picking it up, actually.
Yeah, good luck figuring out who that's going to be. Unless, of course, it was Jindra Peschel, who on the first lap pulled into the pits knowing it probably could be him. So maybe that was the reason for that. Now, Dries van Langendonk is battling for second place. He's finally got there, past Augustus Toniolo, but Matthias Orjuela and Marianito are still giving good chase behind as well. Van Langendonk looking good for second position in the race. Look at Tame Soleil, he's 3.7 clear. This is the easiest race he's ever had to win. And Van Langendonk up to second place. That puts him on 256. 4 points behind Filippo Sala. He's got to win if he wants to get pole position for the superheat and hope that Tame Soleil falls back. But look, that's never going to happen. Tame Soleil is 4 seconds up the road.
I mean, there's no way indeed he could turn the way of things at the moment, as Dries van Langendonk, all he needs to do, all what's left to do for the Belgian is to keep it steady, stay where he is, and try to avoid as much as possible a return from Toniolo with Matthias Orjuela, Neto, Francis, and Ivan Nikov, all in the same picture. On the inside goes the 228 of Lewis Francis. Watch out for the move, and watch out for Ivan Nikov as well, training his bit, and pushing a little bit the 235 of Neto. Watch out for the Portuguese. He keeps this racing line, but he won't have to do much to avoid getting overtaken by Ivanikov, making his bit around the inside, and he gets ahead for P6. Ivanikov, beautifully made by the driver here, Vladimir Ivanikov. And he's being pushed out of the way, unfortunately, by Neto. Oh, that's quite unfortunate, as the two kept battling along, but unfortunately for the driver that we had battling along at the 292. He finds himself at the back end of the grid after going against Marianetto. Those two didn't get along just too well.
No, it was
and,
Vladimir.
Lost so many positions.
Vladimir Ivanikov, wasn't it? Unfortunate for him. And now he's getting nudged by a very racy Marco Garst, who's trying to get through on the inside line. So Marianetto trying to get through on the inside of Luis Francis, and she's there. Good overtake from Marianetto. That puts her into P5, and that's a retirement. That is Tobias Gizenyi. So Tobias Gizenyi out of the race, and he is bitterly frustrated. Look at Marianetto having to move to cover and defend from Luis Francis as they go through the first hairpin. Oliver Rasmussen is there in P7 as well. So a pretty tricky one. Looks like we've had a retirement as well for Walter Schultz and Arnaud Voutard. So they've had an incident somewhere as well. Voutard has actually stopped the car. Walter Schultz has recovered, but he's a low down. Look at that move from Marianetto and Vladimir Ivanikov. Whoops, Ivanikov runs out of road, he gets on the curb. No contact, but it's just Ivanikov's choice to go on the far side. Maybe there was the slightest bit of paint traded.
Yeah, he had no room left to go, actually, for the Gamaco drivers, and he lost completely everything.
Oh, and that is a retirement. There it is then, Arnaud Voutard. So he retires along with Tobias Gizenyi, we saw walking away earlier on. And that's a bit of disappointment then for the Swiss driver Arnaud Voutard. Meanwhile, this is for 4th place. And it's Nito. Oh, no, sorry. This is for 5th position. This is Nito, Rasmussen, Francis, and Jensen Burnett, the Canadian. Watch out for Oliver Kinmark. Kinmark will get up the inside of the Canadian Jensen Burnett. Gets through into 8th position as a result for the Koski team. So Oliver Kinmark working hard as they work their way through in the square right-hander. A good chance knocking here from Marianetto. Rasmussen still looking strong in 6th position. Then Francis, then Kinmark, then Burnett, then Ivanikov, then Kimitani and Matt Corby. Look at this man though. He is practically dancing his way to the victory. Now Van Langendonk and Toniolo have done the right thing here. They've teamed up, they've not raced each other, and they've cut that gap in half. The problem is it was already a 4-second gap, so it's going to be a whisker over 2 seconds. But that is very unfortunate for Dries Van Langendonk. He's going to have to settle for second. Whoa!
Oh.
Check out this battle on the last lap. It is absolute skittles.
Yeah, watch out for any unwise move, but this is glows off for that one last lap. They're going with fist. And watch out for the 292, just in the middle of the pack, trying to give a hard time to the VDK driver just in front. That's going to be hard.
Off.
Oh, disaster.
Off goes the 251 of Matt Corby. The Swiss driver goes backwards into the wall. Get him over. You've got to remember that this is the last lap for many, many drivers in this World Championship. Never mind in this heat. Tame Soleil, though, takes the victory and pole position for the Superheat tomorrow. Race number 2. A great run for Tame Soleil. Excellent work for the German star. And that puts him right up into the firing line for a crack at the World Championship. Tame Soleil, a beautiful performance in this one. 2.3 seconds clear of everybody else. Barely breaking a sweat. And he joins Christian Castoya as a pole position sitter in the Junior World Championship Finals. An amazing run. What a fantastic battle. A terrific, terrific run. And what a brilliant drive from the German Tame Soleil of the Sauber Academy. Really putting on a good show. I think he's just realised what he has achieved. Tame, you are pole position for Superheat B in the World Championship for Junior. An opportunity knocking for Tame Soleil. What a chance. What an opportunity. A German hasn't won a Junior World title since 1980, the World Cup, won by Bernd Schneider. An amazing opportunity for Tame Soleil to become the first German Junior World Champion. Dries Van Langendonk second, Augustus Toniolo in third from Matthias Orjuela, Mario Giovananito and Luis Francis. Oliver Kinmark from Oliver Rasmussen, Jensen Burnett, Vladimir Ivanikov and Kimitani. From Salimana, Vasily Apostolidis, Chiara Batti going well in the final race, and Marco Garst. Hugo Marti and Marcel Kaspricki, Sebastian Minz and Lev Krytelov, Nikita Nikishov, Radek Vavra, Philippe Caras and Endo Arata from Aloy Girardet, Simeon Ketola, Marcos Shelkunias, Tom Pappenberg, Zhao Chun-Jun, Mikel Blaskos and Angelo D'Ortenzio. The final races coming through were retirements, sadly. Walter Schultz did cross the line. Matt Corby did not, nor did Tobias Gizenyi, Arnaud Voutard or Jindra Peschel. Well, a crazy end to the race. And look at Tame Soleil after all the hard work. he can finally taste the victory of success. Tame Soleil of the Sauber Academy will be pole position for the second superheat tomorrow. Only 7 points off the lead of Christian Castoria in the Paralin. After all the misery, frustration and near misses for Tame Soleil this year, it's wonderful to be able to say pole position for the second superheat for Tame Soleil. Very deserving indeed for the young German star. Absolutely perfect run. And he really has looked absolutely on it right from the start of time qualifying. Great to see him finish the job. There was the flying Nassau panel. There was the missing flying chain guard, I should say. Couldn't quite make out who that was for, but because there was no technical flag that went out in the race, I can only assume it was Jindra Peschel. As obviously he was the one who retired on the first lap. An excellent run here at Franciacorta, and some truly spectacular racing all the way through that opening first few laps. Augustus Toniolo and the 273 battling away for performance there. That was the very hard charging Sebastian Mins. Very unfortunate that Mins would be running out of road very shortly. Here's the move. Toniolo goes netto, and then a little bit of run wide as Mins gets one wheel on the dirt, courtesy of the move from Dries van Langendonk, and that is enough for Sebastian Mins to tumble down the order. He deserved a lot more than 18th place. Marianito going wheel to wheel with Matthias Orduela and several other drivers in the mix as well, of course. Finally came to blows with Vladimir Ivanikov later on. Mario Giamonanito was not going to be shoved around on this occasion. Tony Kart driver putting on a great show. Here is her move on Vladimir Ivanikov. Well, if that's how it's going to be, if we're going to shove each other around the racetrack, then I'm going to take the position and I'm not going to leave anybody any space, because that's clearly how I've been treated. Whether you're allowed to make that decision is up to the stewards. But certainly Mario Giamonanito not being pushed around by anyone. And really going for it. Good to see. Good battle and a good move there on Luis Francis to finish off in the top 6. But it got very hectic on the last lap, didn't it? That was every man for himself in that particular phase of the race. And sadly, Matt Corby running out of road. That's a difficult one. I don't think that was any one driver's fault. I think there was just so many karts into too small a space. Corby running out of road. But Tame Soleil taking the victory in front of Dries van Langendonk and Augustus Toniolo. And the German will start the second superheat from pole position tomorrow morning. Down in Parc Ferme, Guillaume Alvarez could well be with him.
Tame Soleil, congratulations. The second victory was enough, and it was a walk in the park for you, but you find yourself second overall and pole sitter for the Superheat B tomorrow. What's the feeling now in your head?
The feeling, I'm very excited, very happy. I'm happy with the team, with everyone around.
That last race certainly was a very nice way for you to finish what has been a long day and a lot of very strong performance for yourself. But was it the easiest of all the races you've had?
It was the easiest because I had a big gap. I just had to manage my tires and just drive.
Fantastic, good words. The best of luck to you, Tame Soleil, for tomorrow. The biggest day awaits, but best of luck. Thank you very much. The German driver Tame Soleil, pole sitter in the Superheat B tomorrow morning.
And so we come to the last race of the day. A Brazilian front row. Gabriel Gomez and Olin Galli. Enzo Tavanichkil and Simone Bianco, then Lucas Samalisto and Ian Eichmans. Matej Kolnagi and Dimitri Matveev from Enea Frey and Andrea Dube. Jimmy Helias and Jacob Browski. Nathan Tai and Dado Albanese from Jens Trua and Matteo Giacardi. Simon Rechenmacher and Xavier Ermides, then Arda Turpinen and Matthias Morgato. Joel Bergström and Dino Storescu from Tokia Suzuki and Gazi Motlakar. Alfredo Ibiabina, Clement Utran, Massia Lossa, Ivo Besterda, Marty Rittinen, Lee Kyuho, Sofia Zanfari and Sofia Katara. It's the last race of the day. It's the last qualifying heat of the OK Senior category. And what a battle it is going to be. The World Championship week. For many drivers, this is their last chance to put up a show. And they're going to have to do something pretty spectacular if some of them are going to get there. We started the week with 111 drivers. Sadly, we're about to lose 49 of them. It's going to be a very tough run as they come through to finish off. 39 of them, I should say. False start. So we're going to lose 39 of the competitors at the end of this race, because only the 72 highest ranked drivers will remain going into the super heats tomorrow of the 111 senior drivers that started the FIA Karting World Championship week here at Franciacorta. But the qualifying heat for C versus F is going to give Gabriel Gomez the chance to fight his quarter one last time. A win here will put him on 254 points. That will put him on the front row of the starting grid for the second superheat alongside René Lammers. But he has to do it. He has to win the race in order to get to that point. Even a second place would probably do it. Well done to these guys. Ever since 7:30 this morning, when we started with the warm-ups, these guys have been there doing a spectacular job. I have to say, the heroes of the day really are these marshals. They've been out there for 11 hours, keeping us safe and sound. Grazie ragazzi.
Grazie ragazzi, thank you very much everybody. And we have officials, marshals coming from all over Europe as well, giving a hand to the local ones, the Orange Army, and everybody involved here in what has been a long and fantastic day of racing with 30 races that we've lived together on FIAkarting.com. This is the last one. Gabriel Gomez on Ingali. Bring it on.
Let's go racing for the last time today. Gomez is going to get a good start from Taiwan and Vietnam. They work their way through on the first corner. Taiwan and Vietnam already starting to go for the move on Gomez, and he's got through. Taiwan and Vietnam for the third time goes to battle with Gomez and makes a forceful move, and this time it is a successful one again. So Taiwan and Vietnam gets in front of Gomez. The rest of the field works its way through, trying to snake their way through these S's and try and get themselves into a strong position. But there is so much to do in this race. Nathan Tai cuts up the inside there of the VDK machine and Matteo Ciaccardi. A very tough battle in the offing as several drivers are trying to make forceful moves. Arda Turpinen trying to get through on the inside there with a little bit of guidance from Joel Bergström. But Taiwan Vietnam has bitten the bullet and gone for it in front of Gabriel Gomez.
Yeah, what a start and what a dive on the inside from Enzo Tarvanishkul. He went gloves off into that first two corners, right-handers. And it seems to me, by the look of it, that the CH driver maybe got in the way of each other. As on the inside, Olingali get ahead of Simone Bianco, while Gabriel Gomez is trying to give the chase to Enzo Tarvanishkul. Look at him go around the inside of turn number 5. Gomez goes for it and then turns once again. As Tarvanishkul is losing a bit of momentum, and 2 places, even 3. There's going through Ian Ekmans as well as Gali, as Bianco.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. You're not going to get away with it the third time, says Gabriel Gomez. Forces the issue on the inside of Taiwan Vietnam. Take that. And not only did he get through, he brought 2 of his teammates along for the ride. So Bianco and Gali are now going to assist Gabriel Gomez in getting to the front. This is going to be a CRG battering ram for Enzo Tarvanishkul to work through.
Yeah, Ian Ekmans found himself a little bit alone as he charged his way through turn number 5. This is 1 to go for Ian Ekmans on Simone Bianco. 1 down, 2 more. The Leclerc by Lennox Racing driver is trying to keep it steady as well, but as you've said, of course, Gomez and Gali won't certainly attack each other. Gomez needs that result to be as high as possible. Ekmans is close on points, but not quite close enough to get ahead of Gomez. Let's have a look back at the move.
This is the race moment that has cost Enzo Tarvanishkul a top 10 position in the rankings. It's that big a deal. Tarvanishkul falling back behind Eichmanns, but that's only the beginning of it. I thought we were going to carry on there because he's ended up falling all the way to 9th now. Because Samalisto got by, Frey got by, Kolnagi got by, and Matviv got by. Tarvanishkul is in a world of pain after that moment from Gomez, but as far as Gabriel Gomez is concerned, that's just karma.
Yeah, and there will be a heated debrief certainly in the Prema Racing owning after what happened to Alex Powell. Now Tarvanishkul in very big trouble.
Watch the guy in 3rd. That's Ian Eichmanns. He is suddenly ranked, potentially 5th. He is the danger man here. He's looking at being 3rd on the grid for the Superheat tomorrow. If anybody from the Birolart group is going to be world champion this weekend, it's going to be Ian Eichmanns, and he's putting himself right into the frame to make it happen.
Not only is he the danger man, he's the Oakman as well, and very solid he has been throughout all of his qualifying races, and once again proving that the change of theme for the international scene was one of his best choices.
That's Ciaccardi, yes, Matteo Ciaccardi, who was battling on the first lap with Nathan Tai, and I'm afraid the VDK driver from Monaco has now had his moment and gone off the road in quick succession to what we saw from earlier on. And he manages to keep going, interestingly, so he has recovered despite dropping to the back of the field. But look, Gomez has got Gali with him along for the ride. This is protection as far as Gabriel Gomez is concerned. But Gali wants to get him into the top 10 of the rankings as well. Does he go rogue? Because he can overtake Powell and Turney, I think, in the rankings. He can certainly overtake Powell, but will they calculate it? Will they try and go for the strategy? Will they protect Gomez, give him the best chance to go for the championship, and get Galli as close to the mark as possible?
As for now, in terms of points, as we see the move from Eggmans around the inside of the first turn on Simone Bianco, it was a textbook from the Belgian driver. As it stands with the points, Eggmans might want to go for a second move, maybe. As soon as turn number 2 is missing certainly a meter to be a threat, but Arlen Galli might start to want to look over his shoulder, because Eggmans is very much on the charge. He's been lapping in 48.1, 48.2 for Arlen Galli, so he's the fastest on track in Eggmans, and he wants to translate that pace into winning results.
Over the last 3 years in the competition at the senior level, one of the most unluckiest of the drivers in the world has got to be Ian Eichmans. Of all the manufacturers out there in the senior category of the World Championship, one of the most unluckiest manufacturers out there is Birolart. If this suddenly becomes their fairy tale, we're never ever going to hear the end of it, because this could absolutely be the barnstormer for Birolart. The Belgian, Ian Eichmans, is gunning for Arlen Galli to put himself in the best possible position. He's not that far away from doing it. He doesn't even have to pass Arlen Galli to be 5th overall. He just needs to follow these two CRGs as close as possible. But the Belgian has a genuine chance here. Ian Eichmans has just been reading the situation carefully. It's been a hell of a long time since we've had a Belgian world champion in the direct drive categories, not since Mark Wouters in 1971 when he won the Junior World Cup, as far as I can tell. Obviously, there's been gearbox champions such as Jonathan Tonon. There's been gold medal winners such as Ellie Goldstein last year, but it's been a long time coming for a direct drive world champion from Belgium.
And don't forget the 5-time winner, Francois Goldstein, back in the 70s. We're talking about history numbers. This has been this year, this week, 50 years since the 1972 world title. Mr. Terry Fullerton. We'll come back to that, but this is a beautiful anniversary on the 60th edition of the World Championship.
In fact, the last time a direct drive racer from Belgium did win the World Championship in the direct drive categories was Francois Goldstein in 1975 at Paul Ricard. So there's definitely some history potentially to play out here in Belgium. And for Ian Eichmans and the Birolart team, well, the Leclerc by Lennox team, but part of the Birolart operation, of course, there could be something really special cooking up here. Ian Eichmans goes for the move on Galli. Superb! And he makes the door is shut for the inside of the left-hander. Ian Eichmans holds second place. 4 laps to go. Eichmans is in the hunt for the world title now.
He's getting close to Gabriele Gomez in terms of points. This won't be enough, even if he goes for Gomez and take the win. But for only Galli, he's still missing a point on Jan Peresolski. So that means that Galli at some point could have had a chance to go for Gomez. It would have, of course, go his way in terms of points and allowing him to not only get ahead of Jan Peresolski, but also Alex Powell in the great scheme of things. He's not having that at the moment. Ian Eichmans, let's have a look back at that beautiful move on the inside of the hairpin. And look at how close he was from Gabriele Gomez at some point. Would have he been maybe in a better condition, he could have been maybe taking the 2 at once. As from second place, still having half of a second to try to catch on Gabriele Gomez, who is not the easiest of driver to get around. As now, let's have a look at the gaps. Still half of a second, and Gabriele Gomez has of course felt the threat. He's just responding with the fastest lap, 47.7, while Ian Eichmans was busy getting ahead of Arlen Galli, while Gomez said to himself, watching over his shoulder, saying, okay, that might be my time, the fastest lap for the Brazilian. It's about time for me to stay focused, keep on going, carry the momentum, because Eichmans is very much on my tail. It's not about time to fall asleep.
His father was a karting title winner, of course, Wim Eichmans, and he managed to compete in IndyCar. So Ian Eichmans comes from great stock. He knows exactly how to get this job done. 48 years Belgium has waited for the direct drive world championship title in FIA karting since Francois Goldstein in 1975 at Paul Ricard. If this is going to change hands, and if it's going to go to anybody, it could well go to Ian Eichmans. He's putting himself into a good position to make it happen. Gabriel Gomez is under very strict instruction here to just keep it together. Try and hold this. Eichmans bangs in another fastest lap of 47.7. We're not at lap record pace yet, and I don't think you're going to get that really until the final tomorrow in the first couple of laps. But I tell you what, Gabriel Gomez and Ian Eichmans are definitely now two emerging contenders to make this happen. What an exceptional opportunity this is going to be, as Gabriel Gomez will come through to start the final lap, 0.4 of a second up on Ian Eichmans. What an opportunity for these two youngsters.
Yeah, history in the making once again at the end of what has been a long, fruitful and exciting day of competition, but it's not over yet. It's not over yet. And Gabriel Gomez, as well as Ian Eichmans, amongst the like of Kim Nakamura-Berta, René Lammers, Pierre McLaughlin, Anatole Kavalkin, Arthur Poulain, Joe Turney, Alex Powell and Jan Perezolski, as well as Martin Linsky. These are the drivers that we have at the forefront of the classification in the OK class. These are the names that have been collecting the most results and will have a strong chance to play at the front. But we have two superheats to go through for each class tomorrow before the final, and only 36 of each class will get to make it in the model race of them all. So everything is still to be done.
Nakamura-Berta, Lammers and McLaughlin are the top three in the rankings, but with that win, Gabriel Gomez is 4th in the rankings, and with 2nd in this heat, Ian Eichmans is 5th in the rankings. We have got ourselves 5 big names to fight for the World Championship at the front end of the rankings. Kian Nakamura-Berta, René Lammers, Finn McLaughlin, Gabriel Gomez and Ian Eichmans. They're your top 5 in the rankings. But I tell you what, there's still a whole collection of competitors behind them who'll want to take it away. Kavalkin, Poulain, Dubnitsky, Turney, Powell, Petrovsky, Gali, Tanvanichkul, Tai, you name it. They all want a piece of the action. Tomorrow is going to be must-see motorsport. The toughest race in the world to win. Ayrton Senna couldn't win it. Michael Schumacher couldn't win it. Sebastian Vettel couldn't win it. Fernando Alonso couldn't win it. Even Sir Lewis Hamilton couldn't win the World Championship of Karting. Somebody tomorrow in that list is going to be so in awe of the man who will come through and get the job done. Nakamura-Berta, Lammers, McLaughlin, Gomez and Eichmans are absolutely on the money to go for this world title tomorrow. Gomez takes the final win from Eichmans and Olin Gali. Dimitri Matviv in front of Simone Bianco and Luca Samalisto. Jimmy Helias, Mattia Kolnagi, Enzo Tanvanichkul fights back to P9. Nathan Tai in 10th from Andrea Dube and Enea Frey. Danilo Abanese 13th in front of Jens Truer and the reigning world champion Matthias Morgato still fighting for his chance. Simon Rechenmacher and Joel Bergström. Dino Storescu in front of Clement Outram and Xavier Avramides. Ivo Besterde in front of Arda Teppanen. And then Marty Rittinen, Tokia Suzuki, Alfredo Ebiapina, Jakob Raski and Sofia Zanfari. Lee Kuho, Massia Losa and Sofia Kotala. Matteo Giaccardi did finish the race, albeit down at the back. Gazi Motlakar was unable to take the finish. But look at this man. Gabriel Gomez has a real chance to make it 2 Brazilian world champions in a row.
And what a performance, what a day it has been for Gabriel Gomez, who finished this tally with 2 heat wins in the end for the Brazilian. Came close to take many more, but 2 will be his last number at the end of this 30 race day of racing. Let's have a look back at the highlights as the CRG Army, and there was a little bit of a touch with Enzo Tanvanichkul by the look of things coming to turn number 1. But Tanvanichkul went diving through the inside as a couple of drivers went sideways and were caught in some incidents. The 103 at the back end of the grid. It was Tokiya Suzuki actually who went sideways into the grass, but Enzo Tanvanichkul through first blood, taking the 3 CRG drivers at once before Gabriel Gomez responded in turn number 5, pushing Tanvanichkul just a tiny bit on the curb. That same corner where they actually tangled together in one of the previous races, as Tanvanichkul was trying the same move on Gomez, didn't go according to plan. And from that point on, when Tanvanichkul just kept falling through the ranks up down into P9, and that was the time for Ian Eichmans with the yellow crash helmet to launch his bit first on the first of the drivers from CRG, Simone Bianco, and then attacking Olin Gali.
You've got to say, Simone Bianco and Olin Gali definitely helped Gabriel Gomez to cement that final heat victory, giving Ian Eichmans plenty of hard work. But Gomez getting the job done in front of Ian Eichmans and Olin Gali. But the top 2 men at the end there, Gabriel Gomez and Ian Eichmans, with a great shot to be world champion tomorrow. My goodness, tomorrow's going to be amazing, isn't it? We now know the identity of the pole men in the super heats tomorrow in the OK Junior category as well as in the OK Senior. Christian Castoya and Tame Soleil will start from the front, as will Kian Nakamura-Berta and René Lammers. Tomorrow we're going to have the pre-finals in the OKN and OKN Junior categories. Then we'll have the Junior and OK super heats, A before B of course. It's going to be such a busy day at the races tomorrow because, again, we have the 10 races that are going to determine who is going to be our first 2 winners in OKN and OKNJ of the Road to the World Cup and who will become our junior and senior world champion.
Cannot wait to be tomorrow. Of course, this will be a busy schedule. As you can see, all the information available to you as well on FIAKarting.com with the OKN, OKNG coming to play for the last day of racing for the Road to the World Cup 2024, and of course the Super Heat and the finals for the OK in the OK Junior. We got you ready for a treat. This is gonna be the last day of racing in this season of the FIA Karting Championship Cup and competition. The second worldwide event, ready to get going for its last day. The mother race of them all awaits. But before that, we need starting grids. Everybody won't get to make it to the finals, of course, in all classes. Only a fraction of the many drivers, more than 300 drivers, sorry, were recorded and registered at the beginning of this event. Only a fraction of that will get to make it for the last afternoon of racing. Be with us, of course. There's going to be plenty of action on track.
A fantastic congratulations to everybody at the RGMMC group and everyone here at the circuit from the FIA Karting delegation. You've been here since 6:15, would you believe, this morning, getting everything set up and ready. And after an incredible 12.5 hours of hard work, we have done an amazing day of racing to set things up for an immense, epic encounter. A record number of drivers, a record number of races, but it all comes down to the 4 that will crown 2 Road to the World Cup winners and 2 world champions in junior and OK. From Jake Sanson and Guillaume Alvarez here at Franciacorta, thank you very much for watching. There's 1 day to go before 2 more racing drivers will end up in the FIA Karting Hall of Fame in 2023. A domani!
Ready, steady, go. Ooh, this is gonna be smooth.